The self-disciplined mechanoid shattered the swordsman's pride. The bombardment from tanks and aircraft forced the mage to withdraw from the stage. Yet, the advancement of technology merely enabled demons to wield firearms and vampires to don the entrepreneur's top hat. Steam, steel, gunpowder, differential engines, internal combustion engines, and the codification of human rights ushered in a new era. Red traversed into the steampunk age, unexpectedly acquiring the ability to invade history through dreams, becoming a collector and the chairman of a clandestine society invading the human world. Taxes belong to the emperor, faith belongs to the deities, everything else is mine. Yet, even so, I feel it is still insufficient. Usurping power, reversing the natural order, wreaking havoc upon the world, subverting beliefs, forsaking humanity, and transforming into a dragon to soar. Thus, let science and reason be damned. Let authority and tyrants descend into hell. Let kindness and humanity wither away. I care not for celestial emperors, nor do I desire to become a savior that I simply wish for. A little more. Are the identities of humanity and the human race of any use? It is not that the dragon slayer has grown dragon scales. I yearn to become the despised dragon loathed by all sentient beings. He is greedy, curious, entertained, affluent, and yearns for eternity. Wait, you must sacrifice everything to attain eternity? Red replied earnestly. No, I want all. Everything is mine, and eternity belongs to me. Chapter 1. The beginning with a missing leg. Pain surged through his thigh, a tearing agony. Red awoke from the torment with a shout, opening his eyes to a gray bed and an unfamiliar ceiling. He turned his head to survey his surroundings, where two small figures with high noses and deep-set eyes clung to the edge of the bed. Upon seeing him sit up, their eyes glistened with tears as they spoke a rapid succession of words in a dialect he recognized as Wick. Brother, you have finally awakened. Wait, Red suddenly realized he had never heard this language before. How did he know its name and understand its meaning? Moreover, the most pressing question was, how did he end up here? Looking down, he observed his body appeared to be that of a 13 or 14-year-old, yet it was as frail as a reed, his outstretched hand calloused, and his skin pale, marred, with wounds and cracks of various sizes. These were not the hands of a child. His fingers were riddled with ghastly frostbite and scars. In confusion, he pushed against the bed to rise, but the two children immediately attempted to stop him, despite their inability to restrain a young man. With a twist of his wrist, he supported himself on one leg and stood up. On one leg, he looked down to see one solitary leg planted on the floor, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The strength of a single leg was evidently insufficient to support him for long, and he promptly collapsed to the ground. Have I become a cripple? Brother, are you all right? Yami and I have been here watching over you all night. Are you okay? Please, Red brother, don't be stubborn. You've lost a leg, and the factory won't have you. We can still set up a stall and wash clothes. Once Yami and I earn enough money, we'll go to the church and ask the priest for a mechanical prosthetic. Just rest well. Factory, church, priest, prosthetic? Red felt bewildered. What on earth is happening here? A cold wind rushed into the fiery workshop, tinged with the vibrant hues of steam and machinery. The Lisbon Mechanical Factory's power workshop suddenly erupted in chaos as workers shouted, "Shut the piston." Red fell into the machine. Shut it down. This news spread rapidly, and the operating workers were about to halt the machine to save him when the foreman suddenly appeared, yelling, "Why the panic? No one is allowed to shut it down. The machines are running. What if we ruin the equipment by stopping it suddenly?" An elderly worker, desperate, replied, "But Sam, that boy has fallen, and if we don't shut it down now, he'll lose his leg." The foreman shot him a furious glance, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Old York, you know he's going to lose his leg. Why didn't you just cut it off beforehand to save him? Are you joking?" Old worker York was taken aback. "That's a human life. How much is his life worth? Can it replace the machine? If you don't cut off his leg, you'll be the one who pays for the loss of the machine today." York was left speechless. Just as he was about to retort, the crowd of workers around them shouted again, "Shut down the machine. Red's whole leg is stuck." The foreman cursed and grabbed an axe from the nearby workspace, storming over. "Get out of the way." The workers immediately dared not intervene, witnessing the axe swing towards the trapped leg with swift precision. With a sharp crack, half of the leg was devoured by the machine, the steam machinery consuming flesh and blood like a merciless beast. The foreman tossed aside the bloodied axe, expressionless, and said, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and save him." "Sam, you scoundrel!" a co-worker shouted in indignation. "Red has 2 siblings at home. You've made him disabled. How is that any different from killing him?" The foreman scoffed. "Do not slander me. If you genuinely cared, you would support his family. If this machine breaks down because you shut it off, the factory will suffer massive losses, and none of us will survive." He didn't even glance at the unconscious child sprawled in a pool of blood, waving his hand dismissively. "Clean up the floor. Those who can save him should do so. Everyone else, continue working. Clean up the floor. Everyone else, continue working." That cold reprimand was the last voice he heard in his memory. Red fell silent, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was Red King, 13 years old, born on the outskirts of Hainaz, the capital of the Duchy of Wick. His parents were steamship dock workers from the lower city, who succumbed to tuberculosis 2 years ago, leaving him and his 2 younger siblings in a dilapidated shack, where he had always strived to support the family. Fortunately, his siblings were sensible from a young age. They sold newspapers and folded matchboxes, managing to survive on meager earnings and the savings their parents had left them. Earlier this year, he had concealed his age to secure a position as an assembly worker at the Lisbon Mechanical Factory, but his small stature and tattered clothing, coupled with insufficient food, led him to faint from hunger and fall into the assembly machine. His toes became trapped, and the conveyor belt relentlessly pulled, crushing his entire leg within. Reflecting on this, Red felt a piercing pain in his thigh once more. If the machine had been stopped in time, I could have saved my leg. But once the machine stops, it requires major repairs. Thus, the foreman adamantly refused to shut it down, opting instead to sever my leg with an axe. Fortunately, a co-worker had promptly called for a doctor, who rushed him to the Ilbra Treatment Center for emergency care. Otherwise, whether he would have survived would have been in question. I was merely taking a nap while playing a game. Who knew I would traverse into another world, not only as a destitute child worker, but also as a legless cripple? As an ordinary college student, Red struggled to conceive of any skills he possessed. Why had his soul traversed? Had he done something to warrant this? In his previous life, Red was merely an unremarkable sophomore, like everyone else, cramming for the tense final exams. In a moment of desperation, he sought divine intervention, even spending a significant sum of 10 yuan on a forum to purchase a charm water that guaranteed success in exams. Red acknowledged that he had indeed been a bit desperate. Without a second thought, he recited the incantation 3 times, burned the charm to ashes, and consumed it mixed in water.as for what he had encountered during the examination. He could no longer recall. Nonetheless, immediately after finishing, he gathered his close friend from the dormitory and headed to the internet CAF to indulge in gaming. Could it be that the talisman was flawed, leading to my predicament? Reed let out a wry smile. If I had only known better than to seek out bargains. Chapter 2. A bitter existence. He shook his head as a nurse clad in a thick padded coat entered, pushing a small cart. With an air of brusqueness, she replaced the medication for the clinical patients and waved dismissively at his younger siblings, her tone steeped in impatience. "Hurry up and leave. Annoying little brats. The family is waiting outside. Don't linger here." She roughly shooed away Yami and Edel, causing Reed to frown. While it was indeed a luxury to expect medical personnel to possess compassion in such a shabby treatment center, the nurse's complete lack of tenderness towards the children, nearly resorting to violence, left him profoundly dissatisfied. However, in the next moment, the nurse approached his bedside, tugging at the hem of his garment, and whispered, "Are those to your siblings?" Upon Reed's nod, she continued, "Dr. Rasha mentioned that the wound on your leg is quite neat, suggesting it was inflicted by a sharp object, perhaps an axe. Do you recall anything? Was it truly an accident due to improper machinery operation, or were you bullied?" Just as Reed was about to deny it, he caught a glimpse of a scene outside the ward's window, which faced an industrial district. There, he noticed several idle individuals loitering, wearing newsboy caps, with pipes and wrenches slung at their waists as makeshift weapons. The positioning was too coincidental. They could easily see into his side of the building. "It's the scabs. Surely, Sam the foreman has bribed them to spy on me." As this realization dawned on him, one of the gangly scabs looked up, his fierce gaze locking onto Reed's, clearly indicating that they were there for him. If I reveal that my leg was severed by Sam the foreman, they would undoubtedly come looking for trouble. Nevertheless, the Duchy of Wick was a nation governed by law. While Sam the foreman wielded considerable power within the factory, should any scandal arise. The Lisbon machine factory would not hesitate to cast him aside. No, it was merely my error in operation that led to the machine's saw cutting through. Is that so? The nurse regarded him skeptically, emphasizing, the doctor instructed me to inquire. If this was due to your own error, the factory is not obligated to cover your medical expenses. Your family isn't well off, is it? Think carefully. Reed noticed a scab swaggering toward him, patting his tools at the waist, which was almost an implicit threat. Gritting his teeth, Reed insisted, yes, it was my fault. It has nothing to do with the factory. In light of this, I regret to inform you of the grim reality. Your total expenses at this treatment center, bed fees, treatment fees, medication fees, and nutritional costs, amount to £12. What? Reed was taken aback. £12? Are you jesting? This is the sum I could earn in over 8 months. Regrettably, that's how this treatment center operates. We are not charitable benefactors. The nurse shrugged. Since you acknowledge it was due to your own mistake rather than intentional harm, according to the Industrial Production Protection Agreement, the factory has no obligation to advance your medical costs. Reed pressed his lips together, but I don't have that much money. The nurse shook her head. The treatment center does not concern itself with such matters. If you cannot pay the medical fees in one go, I could arrange for installment payments, at least 10 dillons each month, and as long as you repay within 20 months, there will be no interest. However, you must immediately provide collateral equivalent to £1 6 dillons. Or, was your injury truly unrelated to the factory? Reed quickly calculated. 10 dillons per month was still a considerable sum. He earned barely 10 cents for every 2,000 nuts he twisted. To accumulate 10 dillons, he would need to twist at least 200,000 nuts. To reach £12, that equated to a staggering 4 million nuts. This figure was daunting. And it didn't even account for the basic employment fee of around 15 dillons a month, equivalent to £0.75. £1 equaled 20 dillons, and 1 dillon was 100 cents. A monthly expenditure of 10 dillons thus amounted to half a pound. An apprentice's basic monthly salary was 15 dillons. If he worked overtime, rotating shifts, twisting 5,000 to 10,000 screws each day, he could earn it within 20 days. If calculated this way, with diligent overtime, he could potentially earn over £1 each month, provided he neither ate nor drank, fell ill, nor incurred any commuting costs. Repaying £12 within 20 months was not entirely impossible. Yet, to sacrifice his life for this sum was utterly unwarranted. Reed could only concede, all right, I will repay it as soon as possible. After signing the paperwork, he exited the clinic immediately. Any further delay would only result in lost earnings. The dilapidated shack left by his parents was a mere 10 square meters, connected in a row with other workers' homes, sharing a single drainage ditch, with 15 households sharing one toilet. The only consolation was that each family had steam pipes for heating, ensuring they wouldn't freeze to death during the bitter winter. This arrangement was not due to the benevolence of any housing developer, but rather the workers' unauthorized adaptation of the industrial heating pipes. As for the effectiveness of this makeshift insulation, it sufficed to prevent freezing, but little more. During the summer, production intensified, and the steam pipes could become dangerously hot, prompting community workers to band together to block the pipes. Little Sister Yami helped him lie back on the bed and open the window, allowing the dim light to filter through as she began folding matchboxes with her brother Edel. As for electricity, they could hardly afford kerosene lamps, let alone the luxury of electricity reserved for the upper classes. Reed lay on the bed, gazing at the dreary ceiling, pondering how to earn money. Life was thus. He had no time to dwell on the matter of his transmigration, as the family's savings were insufficient even for their next meal. The most valuable possession left was his father's silver pocket watch, worth £1, which had been pawned to cover his medical expenses. Besides that, he was left with nothing but this small shack. The foremost issue to address was employment. No factory would hire a 13-year-old child laborer, let alone a disabled one. The only jobs accessible to someone of his age were apprenticeships, barely earning anything, with masters providing food enough to stave off starvation, but no wages. Moreover, a disabled apprentice would be less competitive than other young children. In this thriving industrial age, a missing leg did not equate to true disability. The state religion of the Duchy of Wick, the mechanical sacred court, periodically provided mechanical prosthetics, but this was not a charitable offering. In the capital, Henas, where land was precious, even the church had to adopt a mercantile attitude. A mechanical prosthetic cost at least £30, equivalent to a peasant family's annual income. This led to a ludicrous dilemma. To earn money, he needed to invest 30 pounds in a prosthetic. Yet he had no funds for the prosthetic and thus needed to work, but employment required being physically whole. After a convoluted cycle of thought, Reed suddenly grasped the stark truth. The prerequisite for earning money was the possession of money. Sighing deeply, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It dawned on him that he had been hospitalized for several days without proper sustenance, and today he had not even had a sip of water. As he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed the two little ones engrossed in folding matchboxes. Children of their age should be playing games and watching short videos, carefree and full of laughter. Yet here they were in the biting cold of winter, using their cut and scarred fingers to endure hunger as they meticulously folded the boxes. As words hovered on the tip of his tongue, Red contemplated speaking, yet his gaze fell upon his amputated leg, adorned with anti-inflammatory ointment and encased in bandages. In that instant, the image of Foreman Sam, nonchalantly wielding an axe, resurfaced in his mind. Damn it! A surge of indignation welled up within him. He had always possessed a fiery temperament. Upon this realization, his fingers clenched tightly around the hem of his garment, his teeth gritting with determination. He could have preserved that leg. It was universally acknowledged that Foreman Sam had deliberately severed it to safeguard the machinery. He could have remained uncrippled, still diligently fastening nuts on the assembly line, and at 8 in the evening, he could have taken home the meager earnings of a few Dillons to purchase black bread and potatoes. He could have then boiled a pot of hot water, tossing in salt, torn pieces of bread, and oats, concocting a hearty porridge that would bring him joy. Red found it unbearable to witness his two children struggling with a box of matches. He turned over, closed his eyes, yearning to slip into slumber, seeking respite from the pangs of hunger. Chapter 3. The Banquet of Dreams. Wake up. Hey, buddy, you need to wake up. Amidst the haze, an urgent call echoed, and Reed groggily opened his eyes, immediately squinting against the blinding light. Yami, Edel, who turned on the lights? He muttered softly, suddenly realizing something was amiss. First, his home did not boast such an extravagant and beautiful crystal chandelier. Second, Yami and Edel were nowhere to be found. Yami and Edel? Odd. They certainly weren't present at today's banquet. Perhaps you were simply still half asleep. Reed steadied himself and then noticed a dapper young gentleman standing before him, clad in a stylish white suit with golden trim. His silky blonde hair was impeccably styled, and his sapphire blue eyes sparkled like precious gems, with delicate features and flawless skin. At first glance, had it not been for his formal attire, one might have mistaken him for a stunning beauty. A banquet? The word slipped from his lips, and upon glancing down, he realized he was dressed in a brown-patterned suit. Although it appeared somewhat plain, it was certainly not something a working-class family could afford. In one hand, he held a white soft hat, and in the other, a rough cane. Reed found himself amidst a resplendent banquet, leaning against a marble column, observing elegantly dressed ladies in black backless gowns exchanging flirtatious glances with gentlemen in white suits, conversing in the refined tones of the elite about affairs that the common folk could never hope to touch. His gaze drifted to the banquet table, where his eyes were immediately drawn to a magnificent ice cream tower, sculpted into a grand castle towering 2 meters high. A red-clad server had to climb a ladder to scoop a serving for the guests, while an array of exquisitely crafted delicacies spread before him, dazzling and overwhelming. Despite the opulence surrounding him, Reed remained composed, not feeling diminished by his humble attire. After all, he was a time traveler, accustomed to the elaborate scenes depicted in modern films. I must be dreaming. Upon realizing this, he felt an immense sense of ease wash over him. Relaxing even further, he found it more astonishing that even in his dream, he was still a one-legged cripple. This calmness prompted the young gentleman beside him to raise his glass in commendation. Sipping his red wine, he smiled and said, "You truly are the heir of Director Lager." Heir? Reed cast a puzzled glance at him. This dream was indeed peculiar. The renowned collector Lager Trelke, the esteemed director of the world's greatest museum, was a man who had amassed countless treasures and was known for his romantic escapades. 8 years prior, he had fallen ill and could no longer father children, prompting him to seek out the offspring he had sired in his reckless youth. The young gentleman continued, "After all, the vast museum and the Trelke family's legacy must have someone to inherit it." After all this talk, was he simply searching for an illegitimate child? Reed shrugged, then realized, "You mean to say I am that illegitimate child?" Though the phrase was crude, it didn't matter much. The young gentleman chuckled. "According to our intel, that child is a cripple with brown hair and eyes, likely a boy from the industrial district. Following the clues. We found you. But what if I'm not? Reed instinctively inquired. No, you certainly are, the young gentleman asserted confidently. Director Lager was famously handsome in his youth. His offspring cannot be lacking in charm. Just as Reed was about to respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance. He and the young gentleman turned their gaze to see a short, unattractive man being blocked by security. Let me in, the man shouted. I am Phaedra Trelke, the child of Lager Trelke. I am the eldest son of the Trelke family. A chill ran down Reed's spine as he observed the man's features, though hideous. With a crooked mouth, squinty eyes, and an unsightly mole on his hawk-like nose, he too had brown hair and eyes, and was a fellow cripple. He unconsciously asked the young gentleman beside him, is Lager Trelke's only child an illegitimate one? Of course, the director is well aware of this, came the matter-of-fact reply. Reed stared intently at him. Are you certain I am the one? The young gentleman's expression remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this, and replied coolly, I believe so. What do you think? A sense of unease washed over Reed as he observed the escalating confrontation. The ugly man's words had left the security guard in a quandary, and he reluctantly allowed the man to enter, who hobbled forward with his cane, indignantly declaring, Let me see my father. Isn't this banquet meant for my reunion with him? The attendees had begun to murmur, and Reed felt their doubtful gazes settle upon him. Could it be that this man was the imposter? There could only be one true son of Director Lager. Don't be foolish. How could someone of Director Lager's stature have such an ugly son? As the situation escalated, Reed realized that even if he said nothing, the pressure would inevitably compel him to respond. Moreover, he caught a glimpse of the young gentleman's calculating demeanor, which led him to suspect that much of the current turmoil was orchestrated by this individual. Sensing Reed's scrutiny, the young gentleman flashed a reassuring smile. Don't be anxious. You can do nothing. Everything is foolproof. He emphasized foolproof with a tone that made Reed narrow his eyes, understanding that should he heed the young gentleman's words, it would likely lead to unforeseen complications. How absurd this dream was, entangling him in a family feud, while in reality, he had not even had a decent meal. How could he end up dreaming of such things? Certainly not. In reality, he had denied the truth of his disability due to the threats from the scab laborers and the foreman, Sam. Reed, no matter how meek, could not remain so in his dream. He could not allow the situation to become passive. He cared not whether this man was genuinely Lager Trelke's son. Reed closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the lavish banquet spread before him still vivid in his mind. Thus, whether real or not in this dream, he was the master. Reed opened his eyes, leaning on his cane, and approached calmly. The principle of equality ingrained in modern society had become his quiet confidence in this era. What is happening here? Reed inquired, adopting the demeanor of an authoritative figure. This is a banquet. How can it be so loud? Chapter 4. In the vortex, Red did not lack confidence. With a keen eye, one could discern the taste and character of the elusive Director Lager. The opulent draperies, ivory columns, and an array of ostentatious decorations, alongside the elegant classical artifacts, all reflected Director Lager's flamboyant personality. Coupled with the tales of the handsome youth and the surrounding nobility, it was evident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would continue to be a notorious libertine well into his twilight years. Such a man would naturally be particularly concerned about his reputation and social standing. Red was convinced that although the handsome youth hinted at being no blood relation to the director, he inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information. The director had never laid eyes on this impostor. This granted Red ample maneuvering space. He firmly believed that in an era where paternity testing was not yet a developed science, such undertakings were merely lucrative endeavors for charlatans and physicians. Especially in an extravagant banquet like this, if any faux pas were to occur that caused Director Lager to lose face, he might very well disown his own son. In this moment of reflection, Red suddenly realized the source of the handsome youth's audacity. He had likely discerned Director Lager's character and had meticulously orchestrated his approach to ensnare the director. Perhaps he intended to use himself as a pawn to gradually usurp the director's considerable fortune. How intriguing. A smirk curled at the corners of Red's lips. In a previous life, he had studied Russian and, owing to his profession, had perused many accounts of the aristocracy during the Tsarist era, as well as an array of literary works. Thus, he quickly grasped his current predicament. The handsome youth believed he had provoked Red into confrontation. But Red did not share that sentiment. Realizing he was merely dreaming, he refused to endure even the slightest indignity. Why should he suffer in a dream when he was already struggling in reality, marginalized on both sides. What right did they have to expect him to assist in their scheme to divide Director Lager's estate? With this thought, his gaze fell upon the ugly man's face, and his mind began to race. You wish to use me as a stepping stone? I shall not oblige. In the midst of his thoughts, the ugly man, having silenced the two guards with his inquiry, froze in place, propping himself on his cane while scrutinizing the imposing figure of Red from head to toe. Are you also a cripple? The ugly man asked, bewildered. Then what am I? Mother, what am I? He certainly did not lack intelligence. Red, quick-witted, surmised that the ugly man's shock was perhaps no less than his own. There was a significant possibility that this ugly man truly was Director Lager's son. This revelation exposed another piece of information. The ugly man had no tangible proof to substantiate his claim. His tone wavered with uncertainty, perhaps due to his mother repeatedly asserting that his biological father was Director Lager. Yet, in this moment, he found himself before another man who shared his limp, brown hair, and perhaps even a similar age. Red remained silent, understanding that Director Lager was a man who valued his reputation. Thus, he resolved to project enough poise to overshadow the ugly man. Casting a cold glance at him, Red's modern sensibilities and confidence far surpassed those of a destitute country farmer. Despite his modest attire, merely standing tall and proud was sufficient to diminish the other's presence. As anticipated, the ugly man instinctively lowered his head, akin to an ostrich in submission, prompting the surrounding nobility to murmur amongst themselves. Now that looks like the genuine article, one remarked. Where did that hideous creature come from? Just a fraud, I suppose. Another chimed in. Regardless, this child bears a striking resemblance to Lager. Just look at his brows and features. I swear, he is the spitting image of Lager in his youth. Red scoffed inwardly. He had once delivered a presentation before an audience of hundreds during his thesis defense, and thus he felt unfazed by the scrutiny of a mere few dozen. Yet the ugly man faltered, casting a pitiful glance at Red and asking, May I fetch my father? Red measured his tone and calmly replied, Sir, we are at a banquet. If you wish to join, you must present an invitation or a letter of introduction. He refrained from outright rejection, well aware that the other possessed no proof. Instead, he employed a more psychologically incisive approach, maintaining an air of superiority that further crushed the ugly man's spirit. With his head bowed, the man timidly responded, An invitation? I do not have one. My mother told me that as long as I appeared like this and found Lager tricky, I could prove I am his son. Forgive my rudeness, Red replied coolly, but may I ask your name and where you hail from? I am Fongray, from Windmill Village, the ugly man said dryly. I truly am Lager Tricky's son. You are the master's son? Then who is Lord Red? A guard began to chide, but Red raised a hand, glancing at the guard as he spoke. And where is your mother? What is her name? Where does she come from? Do not worry. I will not make it difficult for you. Just tell the truth, and we shall treat you fairly. His tone was calm and gentle. And since he too was a cripple, the man hesitated but ultimately placed his trust in him. Her name was Astana. She had no surname. She worked as a laundress. Last year, she contracted malaria and passed away. Before she died, she revealed my true identity and urged me to seek out Lager Tricky. In this world, women of the lower class often had no surnames, or they took their husband's name. His statement further confirmed his rural origins. The surrounding nobles began to gossip, some deriding the ugly country bumpkin, while others speculated that with Lager's penchant for reputation and indulgence, he would never deign to notice a country woman. The mockery from the onlookers weighed heavily on Red's heart, prompting him to consider another possibility. Perhaps it was precisely due to disdain that Director Lager concealed the truth of his illegitimate child. The more incredulous the situation appeared to outsiders, the more Director Lager, with his ostentatious nature, would bury it in the shadows, unutterable in polite society. This was not merely a case of a switcheroo. It was an obvious trap, compelling Lager to leap into it. Red squinted slightly, sensing a subtle clue. At this juncture, if Director Lager still hesitated to reveal himself, it was likely not solely due to the fear of losing face, but rather that he was discreetly assessing the unfolding situation. Calm yourself, Red, he reminded himself. The technology of this era clearly could not facilitate paternity testing, so as long as he maintained his composure and elegance, politely escorting Fongray away, this seemingly threatening scenario could be deftly resolved. Not to mention that, given Lager's pride, even if Fongray were indeed his son, he would not dare acknowledge it in such a setting. Thus, one must not be overly vain, nor overly prideful. Rather, one must avoid superficiality. Yes. That was it. He offered Fong Gray a few comforting words, deftly steering the conversation toward the lateness of the hour, suggesting they find him a place to rest. As Red contemplated how to discreetly dismiss this potential legitimate heir, a flippant voice echoed from outside. Does Director Lager prefer to host banquets at the entrance? I dare say even the moon would covet the delicacies prepared for you. However, we need not extend a special invitation to her, for she lacks an invitation, does she not? Indeed. Raid lifted his gaze to behold a young man before him, clad in an audacious black and gold trench coat, crafted from exquisite materials. His tousled long hair cascaded over his shoulders, exuding an aura of wildness and danger. At his waist hung a magnificent broadsword, and his amber eyes radiated confidence. He sauntered nonchalantly to Raid and Fong Gray's side, yet Raid found himself instinctively drawn to the towering knightly guardian beside him. Standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, encased in robust golden armor. Such a personal retainer could only belong to someone of considerable stature. Before Raid could fully comprehend the scene, the nobles and elite of the gathering hurriedly emerged to pay their respects. Ladies lifted their skirts, while gentlemen doffed their hats and bowed deeply. Your Highness, Prince Flick, echoed the formal greetings, leaving Raid somewhat bewildered amidst the flurry of reverence. Chapter 5. The banquet turmoil. The situation grew increasingly intricate. Reed gradually realized that despite his keen awareness of the feuds among these noble families, he remained unable to escape the role of a mere pawn. Perhaps he had underestimated the stature of Director Lager, a prominent collector who was not merely a man of noble lineage but also a figure of considerable power. This revelation elucidated why Director Lager's banquet could attract a prince of the realm. Reed found himself slightly distracted, while the dazed Van Gray, upon witnessing the prince's arrival, could hardly contain his awe. Having never encountered such grandeur, he instinctively bowed, his fear of the feudal elite surging within him. Your Highness, greetings. The Prince, Flick, cast a casual glance in his direction, offering a hearty handshake before remarking, You must be the long-lost child of Director Lager. Your demeanor mirrors his. Reed winced slightly. The prince's grip was formidable, akin to a vice. He managed a strained smile. You flatter me, Your Highness. With a wave of his hand, the prince commanded, Rise. All of you. And you. Did you have a dispute with this gentleman? The prince's commanding presence overshadowed Reed's, transforming even the simplest inquiry into a daunting affair, particularly with the towering golden-armored knights flanking him. Trembling, Van Gray straightened up, daring not to meet the prince's gaze, bowing his head instead. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Impatiently, Prince Flick pressed, Are you not a man? Speak your mind. Do not waste time. Startled, Van Gray feared he had offended the prince, and in a flurry of apologies, he stammered, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Faced with such timidity, Prince Flick could only sigh in exasperation, muttering under his breath, which sent shockwaves through Reed's mind. The kingdom of Felicia. Was that not a dynasty from a century ago? 100 years prior, Felicia had been divided among various lords, splintering into the Duchy of Wick, the Kingdom of Alcan, and the Republic of Felicia. How could he possibly dream of this place? After a brief silence, Reed interjected, Your Highness, you have traveled far, and the cold winds outside are no place for conversation. Perhaps we should step inside. The prince raised his chin. What are you waiting for? Let us enter. With a wave, the elite society members surged into the hall. The prince cast a casual glance at Van Gray before turning to Reed. Handle this matter promptly. What is your name? As Director Lager's heir, you seem quite commendable. Reed. He mouthed to a handsome youth nearby. Reed Trikey. Excellent, Reed. That name signifies red. I shall remember you well. The prince patted him on the shoulder, sending a jolt through Reed's arm as he was swept into the banquet hall, flanked closely by his imposing guards, resembling a wall of iron. The attention and gaze of the crowd shifted to the audacious prince, allowing Reed a moment of respite. He glanced at the dazed Van Gray. Relieved that the prince's intervention had quelled any inclination Van Gray had to reveal his true identity. Poor fellow, Reed mused, given his temperament. Were he to become embroiled in the intrigues of Director Lager's family, it would spell true disaster and misfortune. Having endured the hardships of the lower class himself, Reed sighed inwardly and approached Van Gray. Perhaps your mother was mistaken. Age often clouds judgment. However, one thing is certain. She loves you and would do anything to ensure you have a good life. I dare not speak further, Van Gray stammered, his expression one of bitter realization. I understand now. This is not my place. with the guards blocking his way and the prince's imposing presence unnerving him. Van Gray felt an unmistakable sense of alienation amidst the revelry of the elite. He was right. He could no longer fit in here. Reed paused, redirecting the conversation. "What is your occupation, Van Gray?" "I am a poor man, doing menial work, not even a tenant farmer. I am crippled, unattractive, and cannot find a wife." "Was your leg always this way?" "Indeed, I was born with a missing leg." Reed nodded, his conviction regarding Van Gray's true identity solidifying. The clue given by Director Lager was a missing leg, with brown hair and brown eyes. Given that he had not seen his child in years, it was clear that the impression of a missing leg stemmed from earlier memories. "From now on, do not refer to it as a birth defect," Reed advised. "You may say you were injured by a beast or that it happened while chopping wood. This way, people will think you are a hard-working individual who suffered an accident, rather than a hereditary flaw that could be passed to future generations. It will make it easier for you to find a wife." Van Gray looked at him with gratitude. Having never received such concern before, Reed felt a pang of unease. He turned to the nearby guard, instructing, "Fetch a warm cup of red wine, some food, and money, along with a comfortable coarse cloth outfit." The guard, recognizing Reed as Director Lager's young master, hurried off without protest. Reed understood that even if Van Gray successfully claimed his identity, he would likely face treacherous power struggles, deadly rivalries, and the threat of losing his life. Yet, was it right to elevate a struggling individual from the depths of poverty to the upper echelons of society? Even if it meant incurring the wrath of those who coveted wealth, many would choose to grasp at such opportunities, regardless of the consequences. Reed also realized that should the situation escalate, Van Gray might indeed have a chance to claim his lineage. A reunion with his father could see Van Gray ascend to true nobility. It would be a bittersweet victory, as he could fall prey to those like the handsome youth, yet still enjoy the opulence of the world, at least avoiding a life filled with regret. However, Van Gray chose to retreat. This man, shackled by feudalistic thinking, allowed his self-doubt and timidity to disappoint many. Even if he were truly Director Lager's biological son, he would still tremble before the prince. Thus, it was less a retreat than a loss of spirit in this battle for power. As for Van Gray's inner thoughts, Reed could not say, though guilt gnawed at him. It was soon replaced by a resolute conviction. He was a man who had suffered the memories of his own hardships, of being maimed by overseer Sam, threatened by rogue laborers, and burdened by debt, flooded his mind. To put it simply, he was tired of living as a mere pawn in others' games. "I shall rise, no matter the cost. I will escape this existence." He offered a few comforting words, sending Van Gray, now with provisions and a rosy complexion, on his way. Yet, as Van Gray turned to leave, Reed's expression darkened once more. To escape this snare and shed the role of a pawn, he must find a way to meet Director Lager. Whether to reveal his identity or proceed cautiously would depend on the director's reaction. Reed suddenly paused. This dream felt strikingly vivid, pulling him deeply into its emotional currents. He shook his head, leaning on his cane, as the crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow upon his face. The somber expression on Red's countenance instantly melted away, and he subtly donned a friendly smile. Supporting himself with his staff, he approached the handsome youth, who raised 2 wine glasses. "You handled that quite well, Red." "Huh, is that your name? Red Trelke?" It rolls off the tongue far more easily than Van Gray Trelke. Red declined his toast and inquired with a hint of detachment, "What exactly must I achieve? After all, you are under the watchful gaze of father." The handsome youth took a regretful sip of fine wine, his deep blue eyes glancing towards the second floor. "Red, you must perform well from here on out. I shall speak with the prince regarding matters of the Trisha Consortium." A frown creased Red's brow as he realized that father referred to Director Lager, who was likely observing the gathering from the shadows. He swiftly adjusted his expression, eager to ask further questions, when suddenly a server approached, presenting a dish before him. "Young master, this is the meal the master ordered for you." The server lifted the silver cloche, revealing a note beneath it. Perplexed, Red leaned in to read the message. "Come to the study on the second floor." He blinked, remarking, "What a delightful dish." It was as if someone had delivered a pillow to him during a moment of drowsiness. Red composed himself, aware that his opportunity for a turnaround was swiftly approaching. Chapter 6. The curator Reed followed the banister to the study on the second floor, adjusting his mindset before he knocked on the grand door. Tap, tap, tap. A cold voice immediately responded from within, "Come in." Reed's eyelids fluttered as he pushed the door open and closed it behind him. The intricately carved wooden window was ajar, allowing the frigid night sky to scatter across the mahogany desk where an unfinished diary lay open, its hasty ink strokes failing to form coherent sentences, yet revealing the author's restless thoughts. Reed quickly realized that matters were likely more complicated than they appeared. Leaning on his cane, he lowered his voice and said, "I apologize. Did you summon me for something?" "I invited you in. Come before me," the indifferent middle-aged male voice replied again. Reed lifted one leg, pressing the cane's head firmly against the floor, and took a deliberate step forward, his foot meeting the fine goose-down carpet with a solid thud before he used the cane for support to move ahead. Clap, thud, clap, thud. I believe no further introductions are necessary. Before him sat a robust man in his 40s who appeared quite amiable, reclining naturally in a platinum-hued chair, casually sipping tea. He had brown hair and eyes. Although age had somewhat dulled his features, his well-maintained, chiseled visage retained its allure. "Indeed," Reed said, "Curator Laguerre Tricky." Surprisingly. Despite being a man of a century past, Laguerre's attire surpassed even that of the industrial era, draped in an expensive double-breasted coat of purple satin, complemented by a striped shirt and a fine knitted wool vest. Laguerre casually set down his bone china teacup and, meeting Reed's gaze, remarked, "Give me a reason not to kill you, imposter." Reed's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated that such a well-dressed individual could utter threats so casually. "Do not think to resist me, young man. I do not relish bullying the disabled unless they deceive me." Reed felt a weight settle in his chest. Laguerre was more formidable than he had imagined, yet he had prepared for this moment. "You will not kill me," Reed asserted. "Otherwise, you would have done so when I banished your own flesh and blood. Perhaps I wish to personally tear your false face off, immerse it in mercury to preserve it, and affix it to the iron mask of a puppet," Laguerre quipped humorously. "No. You are a dignified man," Reed smiled. "I suspect you have long since lost affection for that child, perhaps. Perhaps this is merely a reflection of my subjective desire. Immature and rife with speculation, but you might merely want to use my hand to drive him away, am I right?" The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. Yet this silence did not merely signify awkwardness. Reed felt cold sweat trickling down his back. It was as though the air had solidified, making each breath laborious, akin to standing beside a furnace in a power room, afraid to inhale deeply. For a moment, Reed was gripped by a strong premonition. He truly would kill me. This was no mere psychological effect of the tense atmosphere. Reed felt a tangible dysfunction in his bodily functions, as if some malevolent force were coiling around his throat, like a constricting serpent, intent on suffocating him. Just as he began to feel increasingly breathless, he suddenly heard a calm voice. "Your only flaw is your excessive straightforwardness." In an instant, he felt liberated. The pressure around his neck vanished, and he bowed his head to take several breaths, the world before him suddenly radiant. Just as he was about to inquire, Laguerre raised a hand. "Come here, sit opposite me." Reed hesitated for a moment before settling into the round chair across from him, placing his cane within reach, ready to use it as a weapon or to support his escape. Laguerre closed the tome, setting it aside, and for the first time looked directly at the young man before him, saying, "You are quite a remarkable lad. I have observed you for some time. You possess a rebellious spirit, yet also wisdom, eloquence, and a refreshing honesty. All commendable traits. But it was only through the recent trial that I truly became convinced that you are more suited to be my successor than my own son. I judged correctly. You possess the requisite qualities." Reed blinked, momentarily taken aback. Laguerre then lifted his left trouser leg, revealing a wooden structure adorned with intricate gears and mechanisms. It was crafted from fine rosewood, expertly made, with beautiful carvings, though it could not disguise the fact that it was merely a prosthetic leg. Reed's scalp tingled. He was momentarily at a loss, instinctively uttering, "You too." "There are those who covet my fortune, yet they fail to grasp that to acquire something, one must sacrifice something in return," Laguerre murmured. "To become a collector, one must offer certain tributes." Reed opened his mouth, bewildered. Laguerre continued, "I am aware of your origins, Reed Covens. The Baron Poundwin brought you from the countryside, a crippled lad whom he outfitted, severing your leg, and told you that you were my illegitimate son, intending to use you to usurp the Tricky family estate." Reed was stunned, but not particularly surprised. The handsome youth had warned him that Laguerre was observing everything from the shadows. As a modern individual, he was well acquainted with surveillance cameras and felt no panic. As for being seen through regarding his background and lineage, it was all a dream to him. He was not intimidated by such tactics. In his view, Laguerre was merely laying his cards on the table, a straightforward man, likely making it easier to discuss potential collaboration, thus presenting him with an opportunity for retaliation. However, Laguerre's next statement left him utterly perplexed. To speak frankly, our lineage does not place great value on bloodlines. Reed blinked in disbelief. What do you mean? He asked earnestly. Are you jesting? Bloodlines do not matter? Laguerre interrupted him, equally solemn. When you become a collector, you must dedicate your life to the cause of the collectors. Reed was bewildered as Laguerre rose. Gesturing casually, with this wave of his hand, the entire world seemed to shift. Suddenly, all the books, ancient artifacts, and mysterious fossil specimens erupted into a frenzy. The books parted like butterflies, fluttering about gracefully. Ancient, rusted armor stood erect, extending its corroded gauntlet to dance with the ethereal maiden leaping from a mural. The thunderous roar resonated as colossal beast fossils raised their heads, unfurling their wings to emit a silent roar. Even the exquisite crafted dolls rolled up their sleeves, obediently bowing in reverence to Laguerre. Reed was utterly entranced by the spectacle before him, pulling his gaze away from the passionate embrace of the mummy and wax figure. He stared blankly at the contented Laguerre. Am I dreaming? I know I am dreaming. Many fail to comprehend. They assume I became a curator due to wealth. Little do they know, I first became a curator and then acquired wealth. Laguerre stood tall, surveying the room filled with his collection as a king would regard his kingdom. A collector does not care for your lineage. Once I perceived my bloodline to be so wretched, I had already relinquished my desire to pass this legacy on. He turned his head, his brown eyes gazing at Red. You are not my son, of that I am certain. Yet, you possess qualities that surpass those of ordinary individuals. Qualities that are essential for a true collector. What is this? What does it all mean? Red inhaled deeply, eagerly inquiring. And who are you? I am the collector. Director Regel replied with a slight smile, and also a professional. You have reached this juncture. To be frank, you have no other choice. I am pleased that those who wish to pilfer my wealth have unwittingly presented me with my favored bait. They could not fathom that I am a whale. Wait, sir. Are you implying that not only do you not blame me for driving away your biological son, but you also wish to bestow this legacy of the collector upon me? Why? Qualifications. I thought you might kill me, Red remarked with a chuckle. In fact, I have just done so, Regel replied. Also smiling. You truly have a sense of humor, Red laughed. You did not even lift a finger. I have neither partaken of the tea nor grasped the armrest. And I bear no wounds. Indeed, Regel stated calmly, if I wished to kill you, I would not need to lift a finger. Chapter 7. The Collector. Reed smiled. But soon his expression faltered. He turned to his companion with a serious demeanor and asked, Did you truly attempt to take my life? Moments ago, he had felt a suffocating grip. Congratulations on your perception. If the mere trace of the ether elixir could claim your life, it would indicate your lack of qualification. Director Laguerre applauded. Reed, incredulous, touched his throat and gazed at Laguerre. Isn't this a tad insane? You first commend my character, then seek to poison me. This is merely the first lesson I wish to impart, Reed. He clasped his hands behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his face. Are you not concerned about the possibility of poisoning your very own son, you madman? Reed's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. But you are here, are you not? Director Laguerre maintained his smile, making Reed realize he had been outmaneuvered. Had he known such a test awaited him, it would make sense why this man had permitted him to come this far. He had never intended to endanger his son's life in pursuit of qualifications. Having stared death in the face, Reed felt dizzy, a chilling thrill washing over him. He believed he was engaged in a battle of wits, unaware that behind it all lurked an unreasonable madman. Laguerre was a man with supernatural abilities and a deranged mind, indifferent to the fate of his own son in the pursuit of passing on his powers. Perhaps he cared, but what if Reed had never appeared? At this moment, Reed no longer felt remorse for his actions against Fangray. If he were to be inadvertently harmed by his biological father under the pretext of failing a qualification test, it would indeed be a tragedy. To Reed's inquiries, Laguerre shrugged. Do not jest. Ether is your second blood. If you cannot withstand such toxicity, you can never become a practitioner. That is the most fundamental qualification. Then, if you so desperately lack qualified individuals, why not mass-produce ether and release it into the clouds, creating a torrential ether rain that eradicates the unqualified, leaving only the worthy? Reed furrowed his brows, unable to restrain himself. This approach seems utterly redundant. Laguerre glanced at him and nodded. Reed leaned against his head. Laguerre had already poured him a cup of tea, which he did not touch, as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of logical confusion. However, with madmen, yes, with madmen, one ought not to apply logic. I have truly received an overwhelming onslaught of revelations today. It is surreal, akin to a novel. Reed murmured. This dream has persisted for too long. Yes, it is a dream. I had nearly forgotten it was a dream. He grew weary of this dream, yearning to awaken when Laguerre suddenly remarked, Reed, you now have but one path to tread. With a casual gesture, he grasped a box that floated into view, placing it on the round table before Reed. I believe this is precisely why you sought me out, is it not? Reed remained silent, lifting his gaze to meet Laguerre's. It appeared they had reached a consensus. Laguerre chuckled softly, tearing off the lock from the box and pushing it toward him. The century-old legacy of the Trelke family, the culmination of all endeavors for the collector, is now yours, Reed. Accept my inheritance. His tone grew increasingly fervent, laden with strong persuasion that rendered refusal nearly impossible. Reed found himself with little reason to decline. At that moment, he struggled to believe that all he had experienced was merely a dream, or perhaps he had long since forgotten it was a dream. The desire to ascend, to seek change, had taken root deep within him, requiring no external impetus. Reed instinctively extended his hand, his fingertips grazing the side of the box. The box itself felt peculiar. As his fingertips made contact, a tangible sensation surged through him, striking him with surprise. It was soft yet cold, akin to the touch of a corpse. Just as he was about to speak, the box suddenly opened, revealing its contents. Whispers reached his ears, the surrounding environment fracturing into disarray, twisting and spiraling. He faintly heard Adel's cries, a chilling pain piercing through his skull. Reed abruptly realized that the dream was about to end. I am exceedingly pleased you have chosen the right path, Reed. Remember the qualities of the collector: curiosity, greed, wealth, entertainment, and more importantly. Laguerre continued with something of great significance, yet Reed could scarcely comprehend it, as his fingertips brushed against the objects within the treasure chest. In that instant, he felt a sudden weight descend upon his being, as if he bore a heavy sack of flour upon his soul. A ringing in his ears ensued. The ensuing tinnitus clouded Reed's thoughts, and after a prolonged bout of confusion and dizziness, he blinked. The once opulent study had transformed into a dim, dilapidated space. Dust cascaded from the familiar ceiling, prompting him to dodge the debris as it settled upon his pillow, still managing to choke him. He coughed a couple of times, his hearing returning as he discerned his brother Adel's urgent voice. Brother, wake up. The constables are here. The constables? Reed furrowed his brow, swiftly rising to his feet, using his cane for support. After his slumber, he had adapted to walking with a cane. He made his way to the door, the sunlight outside blinding him, causing him to squint until his pupils adjusted to the brightness, allowing him to see the two visitors. You must be Reed Kin. The two constables, both men in their 30s, one sporting a beard and the other with a gaunt face and keen eyes, bore sidearms at their waists. Reed nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. I am the owner of this shack and the elder brother of these two children. The constable, clad in a black uniform, holstered revolver at his side, asked nonchalantly, Were you formerly an assembly worker at the Lisbon factory? Have you turned 14 yet? I indeed worked as a laborer, and I will reach 14 by next March. Reed sensed the two constables were not there to trouble him, but rather to inquire about something, and their expressions hinted at a connection to a serious matter. That means you lack sufficient work experience. The bearded man muttered, What is your relationship with the factory manager Babel Lisbon? I am not well acquainted with the manager, but I know that Sam, the foreman, is the manager's nephew. Reed observed the subtle expressions of the two constables, adopting a nervous demeanor befitting a youth. Gentlemen, has something occurred? The bearded man and the gaunt-faced one exchanged glances, then shrugged, casually stating, It's no secret. This morning, Babel Lisbon was found hanged from a lamppost. We are merely here to question the workers. Given your limp, it is evident you could not have been the murderer. Do not be alarmed. This is the capital. Unlike those rural officers, we do not arrest individuals without evidence. Chapter 8. I have a patchwork monster. What? The factory manager has been murdered. Red displayed a perfectly timed expression of shock. Heavens, what on earth has transpired? Could it be that he has provoked some enemies? At this point, I have a question for you. The gaunt-faced man glanced at his severed leg. How did you lose your leg? Red, aware that suspicion might be growing, sighed. A few days ago, I fell into a machine and it severed my leg. The man with the bushy beard remarked casually. So, this was an accidental mishap, due to operational error. Even if the factory is not held accountable, they should at least compensate you for your work-related injury, shouldn't they? I don't know, sir. I am currently burdened with medical bills, Red replied, a note of grievance in his voice. With the manager now deceased, I fear I shall receive no compensation at all. His statements were coherent, and the gaunt man no longer harbored doubts. He casually inquired about the manager's reputation, past incidents, and whether he had conflicts with anyone. Red, lacking familiarity with such matters, could only shake his head or respond with a vague ah. That seemed to conclude their inquiries. In any case, I apologize for the disturbance, young man, the bushy-bearded man said as he pushed back his hat. If you hear any news, do not hesitate to report it to the police station. Just ask for Cleveland. This is my case. I will, sir, Red replied. As he watched the two officers depart, Red let out a sigh of relief. He closed the door and turned to his concerned younger siblings, offering a reassuring smile. It's nothing serious. Don't be anxious. Children, I thought they were here to arrest you, his younger brother, Adel, whispered. How could that be? I haven't committed any crime. But I heard people say that your injury delayed the factory's operations. Could it be that the factory owner reported you to the authorities? His younger sister, Yami, innocently remarked. Impossible, Red said lightly. The manager is dead. The police merely came to inquire if I knew anything. I am oblivious to those matters, so you need not worry. They did not trouble me. All right. I'm just glad you're okay, brother. A warmth filled Red's heart. After enduring threats and the trauma of his injury, he had genuinely stepped into the role of an older brother. The concern from his siblings brought him a sense of comfort. I'm fine, he assured them. Adel and Yami took a basket filled with matchboxes and ventured out to deliver it to a shop. Alone in the dilapidated shed, Red slowly sat on the edge of his bed, sighed, and rested his forehead in his hand, contemplating his financial situation. 10 dillons a month. And I need to tighten 200,000 knots. But how can I earn money this way? Utilize the wisdom of a time traveler? Damn it. This is the industrial era. My scant knowledge of high school chemistry holds little value here. Red contemplated writing novels, but the body he inhabited was a genuine illiterate, only recognizing the letters and numbers on coins. How could he make money? His stomach grumbled. Ugh, enough of this. I need to find money for today's meal first. There are 3 mouths to feed at home. Given the circumstances, he could only hope to uncover some remnants of his parents' belongings. If he could find something valuable, perhaps he could sell it. Frustrated, Red tugged at his hair, sighed again, and began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. He scoured every inch of the house, but still found not a single coin. His family's poverty epitomized the phrase destitute. Having gone without food for too long, Red felt lightheaded and collapsed beside the bed, inadvertently pulling down a pillow in his grasp. Clatter. The sound of something heavy hitting the floor jolted him awake. He steadied himself and looked down at the floor, his brown eyes widening as his pupils constricted in shock. This is not. Before him lay a seemingly unremarkable small chest, slightly smaller than the pillow, but he recognized its decorations and patterns vividly. Trembling, he reached out, his fingertips brushing against the chest, feeling its cold, soft texture. It was as if he were touching the skin of a recently deceased body. This is not a dream. Red realized it clearly, and elation surged within him. This is not a dream. This is the property of Ragel Trelke, the chest from my dreams. I have truly inherited the legacy of the collector. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling as he could no longer afford to waste time. He flung open the unlatched chest. Creak. He held his breath as a sudden weight enveloped him. Red was familiar with this sensation. It was the same burden he felt in his dreams, as if it pressed directly upon his soul. Wah! The sound of a newborn's piercing cry echoed in his mind, and Red composed himself, looking into the chest. What lay within resembled an infant. It was only the size of a newly born kitten. It possessed human skin and form, yet its body bore an array of bizarre and twisted features. Its back was covered in fish scales, while its eyes resembled those of an insect, bulging and multifaceted. Its curled body sported a beast's mane, and as it opened its mouth, a sulphurous odor wafted forth. Faintly, one could discern avian feathers adorning its abdomen, and its spine trailed a lizard's tail. Even more absurdly, its body exhibited the root-like structures of plants and the filaments of fungi, while its elbows were cloaked in a metallic texture. So many features that Red could scarcely identify it. Strangely, it was breathing, yet exuded an aura akin to a corpse. What manner of creature is this? It is clearly a patchwork of all living beings' remains, stitched together into a monster. Merely gazing upon it evoked an eerie discomfort and revulsion, as if its existence were a blasphemy against all life. Yet Red, rather than feeling disturbed, gently reached out to caress this grotesque abomination, and a wealth of information surged into his mind. He understood that this was the treasure left to him by the curator, the culmination of the Trelke family's legacy as collectors. A patchwork monster. Red murmured, "You are a composite of all races. You encompass the traits of plants, animals, fungi, and humans. You are the embodiment of myriad phenomena, a microcosm of the vast world. You are the most significant collection possessed by the collector. With a severed leg, a dream, a legacy, a collector, and this patchwork monster." He sat quietly on the edge of the bed, lowering his head as he placed the newly birthed twisted creature upon his one-legged thigh, allowing the patchwork monster to bask in the sunlight, a faint smile gracing his lips. The curator's words echoed in his ears. Remember the qualities of the collector: curiosity, greed, wealth, entertainment. More importantly, though he could not discern the latter part, it was sufficient. Red stroked the patchwork monster's spine, recalling the manager's murder, and gradually, several ideas began to form in his mind. Perhaps, this could serve as a means to simultaneously resolve his grievances with Supervisor Sam and the gang of thieves, while also addressing his medical debt. Chapter 9. The investigation. Red reflected upon his experiences thus far with a sense of clarity. Firstly, due to an unfortunate accident, he had fallen into a lathe and was ensnared by machinery. The foreman, Sam, callously severed his leg to protect the machine, thus establishing a bitter enmity between them. Secondly, in an attempt to evade compensation for his medical expenses, the factory resorted to bribing unscrupulous workers to threaten him into silence regarding the intentional harm he had suffered. Yet, according to the statements of two constables, the factory still owed him a fundamental compensation, a provision perhaps unique to local law. Although Red was unfamiliar with the specifics, he made a mental note of this debt. Thirdly, he had inherited the legacy of the collector from a century-old figure, Lager Trelke, receiving the remarkable creature known as the patchwork monster as a gift from the curator, marking an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Fourthly, just this morning, the director of the Lisbon machinery factory was murdered, and this incident led him to meet a constable named Cleveland, who provided him with a means of contact. It was evident that Red's debts and grievances with the factory, particularly with foreman Sam, had reached a critical juncture. He harbored a vendetta against Sam for his mutilation, and the factory's negligence, compounded by the threats from the unscrupulous workers, directly jeopardized the safety of him and his family. Consequently, Red felt no sympathy for the deceased director. Rather, he was preoccupied with how to exploit this information to his advantage. In essence, he intended to frame Sam, either imprisoning him or coercing him into providing a substantial hush money. In this world, there indeed existed extraordinary individuals who referred to themselves as professionals. They possessed blood infused with ether, which empowered their supernatural abilities. However, they had never revealed their true nature to the mundane world, instead discreetly scouting for individuals capable of withstanding the toxic effects of ether to serve as their successors. In truth, despite having inherited the legacy of the collector, Red could not yet claim to be an extraordinary being like Curator Lager, who could take lives without lifting a finger. His mind was filled with only superficial knowledge and information gleaned from the collector's vocation description. Firstly, the description of the collector proclaimed, "Taxes belong to the emperor. Faith to the deities. All other treasures belong to the collector." Such an arrogant declaration echoed Lager's own linguistic style. The collector possessed a unique ability known as collection, enabling him to gather the treasures he acquired within a designated area. Currently, this ability was feeble, owing to the diluted ether in his blood. He could only designate a single target. Red gently caressed the patchwork monster, feeling an inseparable bond with it. This creature was indeed the sole treasure he had designated for collection. Although he did not comprehend how to control the ether within him, he could effortlessly manipulate the creature's movements, turning, jumping, running, and halting, just as easily as one would control their own arm. The monster was not particularly formidable or large. It was unrealistic to expect it to engage in combat at this juncture. Yet surprisingly, its agility was exceptional, reminiscent of a squirrel or an insect. Musing to himself, Red pondered strategies. Perhaps due to their spiritual connection, he shared vision and sensory perception with the patchwork monster, allowing him to orchestrate events from behind the scenes without direct involvement. The creature's amalgamation of multiple biological traits served as excellent camouflage, leaving no distinct trace. With these advantages, What Red required were Sam's movements and sufficient evidence to frame him. Nevertheless, he still needed to conduct reconnaissance personally. To implicate Sam, he must uncover concrete evidence. Red patted his shoulder, concealing the small patchwork monster within the tattered folds of his coat, and, leaning on his cane, he ventured out. The well-dressed men, adorned with silk hats, were preoccupied with their own thoughts, their expressions cold and indifferent. Even as Red, a 13-year-old disabled worker, walked down the street. No one paid him any heed. Among those jovial passers-by, warmly dressed and enjoying each other's company, only occasional murmurs of conversation reached him. The weather was splendid, devoid of smog. Indeed, the goddess of truth bestowed her blessings. Such sunlight in winter was a rare gift. It was not as mystical as it seemed. Merely the result of the Markov Thermal Company workers striking for better wages, neglecting the heating supply for half the southern district. Keep your comments to yourself. The constables are already on their way to suppress the strike. By nightfall, heating will surely be restored. Humph, just a bunch of ungrateful lower-class vermin. Workers are merely cogs in this nation. They should not be permitted to die until spare parts are found. A group of well-off young individuals passed by Red, shamelessly stepping on the worker-laid cobblestones, deriding the workers for their laziness and irresponsibility as they drifted away. Had news of the strike spread this far? Red pursed his lips, formulating a plan. With unwavering determination, he continued forward, traversing 4 or 5 streets until he arrived at the entrance of the Lisbon Machinery Factory. The guard, spotting him from a distance, exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are you all right? Let me in." Red feigned indignation and fury. "I need to see Foreman Sam." He trembled, his fingers gripping his cane tightly, turning pale. The guard waved dismissively. "You can't come in. You're no longer a worker." "What do you mean I'm not a worker? Just because I lost a leg, you dismiss me?" Red raised his voice. "To hell with you all. You've been fooled." Noticing the guard's attention was on him, Red took a couple of steps forward, blocking the guard's line of sight. Seizing the moment, he swiftly discarded his cane and fell to the ground. Ouch! In the commotion, the small patchwork monster slipped out of his sleeve and darted through the door, vanishing from sight. The guard was startled, hesitating to bully a disabled person. Just as he reached to help Red up, he was met with an accusatory finger. "Are you working overtime for free? Why else? The entire factory's workers have been forced to work for free because of you." The guard retorted sharply, "It's your fault for demanding compensation. You little brat." This entire exchange transpired within a fleeting moment. Red bared his teeth, angrily pointing at the guard. "You've all been deceived. The factory hasn't compensated me at all. They've been tricking you into working overtime." His shout drew the attention of other guards and workers, prompting Red to silently direct the small patchwork monster to slip into the pipes, making its way into the factory's interior, while outwardly, he continued to vociferate. "Do you really believe the factory director is benevolent? Just look at the Markov Thermal Company next door. They have gone on strike due to unpaid wages. And yet you still believe the directoress lies. How absurd. If I had received my compensation, would I have come here to find Foreman Sam? Shut your mouth." The guard kicked him, sending him sprawling, and snarled, "If you keep causing trouble, we'll have to work overtime. Stop spreading rumors. Get out of here, or I'll make you pay." Red shielded his head from the blows, sensing the guard's flickering gaze and uncertain tone. He immediately retorted, "You're still protecting the director? The constables have already come to inquire about his connections. Do you think I wouldn't know the director is dead?" "Be quiet." The gatekeeper hurriedly exclaimed, "Such a thing cannot be. You fool. If the workers learn of the director's death, it would undoubtedly lead to a strike. Should they strike, I would find myself unemployed. Allow me to enter, and I promise to keep this under wraps. You must understand, words travel much faster than fists." Red raised his chin, feigning a shout. "The director has been." Silence. The gatekeeper was left with no choice but to assist him to his feet. He summoned his security colleagues, who flanked Red, threateningly stating, "You wish to see Supervisor Sam, do you? We shall escort you there. You will go nowhere else." Red brushed off the dust from his shoulders, retrieved his cane, and was promptly pulled towards the factory. The security guards were acutely aware that they could not afford to join the workers in a strike, understanding well that after a long night of overtime, the workers' minds were far from clear. If someone were to shout strike at this moment, the weary workers would cease their machines and leave without hesitation. Clearly, the news of the director's demise had not yet spread. It seemed the management was deliberately suppressing the information. Red maintained a calm demeanor. When one is drowsy, the arrival of a pillow is a welcome relief. Now, with the leverage of a potential strike in hand, He had already succeeded halfway in infiltrating the factory as an outsider. However, the most challenging part lay ahead. Lowering his head, Raid was thrust into a reception room by the security guards, stumbling to the ground. He clumsily grasped his cane and steadied himself against the table to rise. One guard nonchalantly remarked, "Supervisor Sam is in a meeting. He will be with you shortly." Raid said nothing, leaning against the wall as he took a seat on the nearby chair, waiting in silence. The guard closed the door and stationed himself at the entrance. Raid immediately focused his attention on the small creature, which moved with remarkable agility. He maneuvered it throughout the factory, especially in areas he had never visited before, such as the upper management offices and meeting rooms. In this world devoid of soundproof materials, the little creature crawled along the wall seams, quickly leaping onto a cabinet outside the meeting room, where it snatched a box and concealed itself in its shadow, eavesdropping on the discussions and debates within. As I mentioned, Mr. Lisbon has passed away. His son, merely 7 years old, is incapable of shouldering such responsibilities. The shareholders are now contemplating whether to appoint a new director or allow a relative to temporarily take over. The speaker, a rarely seen senior shareholder whose name eluded Raid, was known to have a contentious relationship with the late director. Regarding the legal documents for guardianship, I will consult with lawyer Calfo tomorrow. The case surrounding the director should remain confidential for now to avoid disrupting production, another middle-aged voice chimed in, seemingly one of the shareholders. I will rely on you more in the future, Sam. I shall not betray the trust of the shareholders, Supervisor Sam nodded. Additionally, concerning the details of the case. Knock, knock, knock. He was about to elaborate when a sudden knocking interrupted. Supervisor Sam, someone is looking for you. Taking advantage of the moment, the small creature quickly leaped down from the cabinet and stealthily hid beside a nearby flower pot. After a brief pause, Sam shook his head. It's nothing significant. I will step out for a moment. Please continue your discussion. After a flurry of movements to tidy up, the meeting room door swung open. Sam glanced at the security guard while inquiring who was at the door as he made his way out. With Sam gone, the timing was perfect. The identity of the murderer of the former director remained undetermined, and Ray planned to seek assistance from a detective agency to expedite the investigation. Otherwise, he would struggle to provide a satisfactory explanation to the board. Everyone, please remain vigilant regarding safety in the meantime. Let us also discuss how Mr. Lisbon met his end, so that everyone is informed. Chapter 10. The Web Plight. Did you deliberately send someone to distract Sam, the foreman? The moment this question was posed, Red, who had been eavesdropping from a distance, immediately raised an eyebrow. No, it was purely coincidental. I had no intention of discussing such matters today. How fortunate, considering we cannot openly discuss his connection to the case. Hey, Mr. Hobbs, do you harbor suspicions about him as well? Red felt a surge of excitement, sensing he had grasped the reins of fate. After all, you witnessed that with the death of Director Lisbon, he became the most suitable interim director. So, you believe the gatekeeper conspired with the workers to murder Director Lisbon? That may not be the most accurate description, but the gatekeeper certainly witnessed the events without raising an alarm. You are aware, of course, that among the workers, there are indeed traitors who align with such violent factions. Armed with weapons and wrenches, they can easily switch sides for the right price. What do you think? I believe they killed Lisbon merely to vent their frustrations, as a means of threatening us upper management. However, we maintain that there is no real conflict between us and the workers. Are you jesting? Even in educating my son, I take him to the factory to witness the treatment of the workers. In summer, the workshop swelters at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees, with workers toiling shirtless. In winter, the cold is so severe that their hands and feet become numb, and standing still for long periods causes their feet to freeze to the ground. Do you think the workers will regard us favorably? They consume our resources, utilize our machinery, and earn our profits. Why should we coddle these workers? We are the ones paying them to perform their duties, yet they dare to complain about overtime and insufficient wages. I hired you to generate profit. If you're unwilling, then step aside. The prosperity of the Duchy of Wick is the result of capitalists and industrialists, unrelated to the workers or their ilk. Please, keep your voice down, Plight. However, gentlemen, given that there exists an irreconcilable conflict between the workers and the former director, or rather, between them and us, there is no feasible solution. We cannot raise their wages. The expenditure would be excessive. A calm, seasoned voice suddenly resonated, instilling confidence among all present at the meeting. If everyone harbors doubts about Sam, we must remain vigilant against him. After all, if he is indeed the murderer, a person capable of killing without remorse would not treat us kindly once empowered. Our course of action is clear. We must ascertain the true culprit. It is widely speculated that the traitors are highly suspect. Considering the blunt force trauma evident on the victim's body, if the perpetrator intended a swift execution, they would have simply used a gun. Nonetheless, I shall engage a detective to investigate. Regardless, the sudden change in leadership cannot be kept under wraps. Moreover, with a murderer still in the factory, any one of us could be the next victim. Agreed. Your words resonate profoundly, Mr. Hamley. Secondly, we must closely monitor the worker's activities, particularly Sam, as he stands to gain the most from this incident involving the director's demise. We must be cautious around him. While we should not raise alarm, it is prudent to limit his authority and reduce his interactions with other managers. Gradually, we will isolate and marginalize him until he is rendered ineffective. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Hamley's suggestions. Your remarks have illuminated the necessary actions we must undertake. We should promptly contact the leader of the traitors, a certain Sam Fox, and it would be wise to offer him a sum to oversee matters at the factory, perhaps even more to glean any information he possesses. Wait a moment, someone interjected. I suddenly recalled that Sam has had dealings with the traitors. Really? That complicates matters. The traitors value loyalty. And if we recklessly reach out to them, it could alert Sam and raise his suspicions. How could Sam possibly contact the traitors? He resides at the factory, has no spouse or offspring, and is generally antisocial. He lacks the means, as the traitor network relies on personal introductions. That implies there is, in fact, a genuine traitor lurking among the workers. Red's eyes lit up as he discerned Sam's vulnerability, regardless of whether Sam had committed murder. If he could be linked directly to the traitors, the upper management would question his motives. After all, engaging with gang members is fundamentally different from having traitors within one's ranks. By associating with criminals, the factory would have just cause to dismiss him, and the remaining executives could seize the vacated power. If we could substantiate the traitors' involvement in the murder, then Sam would inevitably face repercussions, potentially charged with conspiracy to commit murder. While murder is rampant in the Duchy of Wick, it has also become the most severe crime. Once convicted, even the most prominent figures would find themselves imprisoned, awaiting execution. After all, one of the 7 oaths of the Sisterhood of Truth is "Thou shalt not kill," and the law is rooted in this principle. In any case, he had gleaned the most crucial intelligence from this encounter. His journey was not in vain. Just then, the door to the reception room creaked open. Out of the corner of his eye, Red caught sight of the burly Sam, who strode in confidently. Upon spotting Red, he raised an eyebrow and casually took a seat across from him. "Water, please," he instructed the guard. Turning to Red, he asked nonchalantly, "Would you like a glass as well?" Seeing Sam's flushed face, brimming with the pride of promotion, Red's fleeting pang of guilt over potential framing evaporated, replaced by a fierce indignation. Sam removed his hat, placing it on the table, crossing his legs and resting them on the surface, entirely dismissive of Red's presence. Red glared at this scoundrel who had cost him a leg, infuriated that he faced no repercussions and instead displayed an air of entitlement before his victim. Sam casually picked his teeth, the acrid odor of tobacco, bacon, and eggs wafting from his breath, evidence of a recent breakfast. "Excuse me," Sam belched, then feigned regret. "I overindulged at breakfast." Red had yet to eat, his face pale and drawn with hunger, and Sam's casual display of gluttony only served to tighten his clenched fists. Why should the one who harmed his health thrive while he and his siblings labored honestly, enduring hardship? Why should this cad, who refused to compensate for medical expenses, be allowed to feast? Greedy? To hell with his greed, Red seethed inwardly, struggling to contain his rage. "Sam," Red finally said, his voice steady. "The factory owes me £12 for medical expenses." £12? You must be jesting. You fell into the lathe, nearly ruining a 40-pound machine. You lost only a leg, and that merits £12? That lathe was worth £40 and 8 shillings. Sam scoffed. If a leg is worth £12, why not demand compensation for your other 2 as well? I could overlook the medical expenses, considering that my misfortune led to the workers accumulating overtime hours, which have already earned that £12. I can also choose not to pursue the statutory compensation for my work-related injury, especially since you have dismissed me. Naturally, you have no obligation to compensate an outsider. Red's brown eyes fixated intently on Supervisor Sam, who seemed almost comical compared to the oppressive presence of figures like Director Rager, the prince, and the giant knight beside him. He spoke calmly, But you owe me a leg. It was you who severed it, and everyone witnessed it. Is that of any significance? Sam shrugged dismissively. You brought this upon yourself. Had I not spared your other leg, you would have been reduced to mere pulp. Red glared at him. What right do you have to take my leg? Who granted you such authority? Authority? Oh, I see you wish to seek legal recourse? Sam chuckled derisively. Don't be ridiculous, you little brat. Do you think you can sue me? Lawyers only care about money. Where will you find the funds to take me to court? You speak of rights? Let me enlighten you. In this world, rights and fairness belong solely to the wealthy. Only the law can deem me guilty, and you lack that privilege. Red remarked, it seems you harbor no remorse for severing my leg. Sam laughed mockingly. Sever your leg? Nonsense. That was me saving your life. I haven't even asked for a thank you fee yet. So what was your name again? Red King? I know what you seek. You believe I owe you compensation for your leg. Not a single penny will I give you. You will soon realize how absurd your actions are. Red responded, I merely wish to inform you that you owe me a leg, and the factory owes me 12 pounds. I mean no other offense. Casual indifference. Sam sneered. Are you leaving then? Yes. What a pity. You look as if you haven't eaten. Would you care to join me for lunch? I just assumed the role of temporary factory manager today. Red leaned on his cane, rising to his feet. One hand tucked into his pocket, uttering not a word further. He silently thanked Supervisor Sam for guiding him, a young man of correct morals and positive outlook, onto a path of framing and betrayal. Little did Sam know the calamity that awaited him. Red felt a hush within. With the assistance of security, he exited the factory unharmed. He turned to gaze at the establishment that had consumed a part of him and retrieved Sam's hat from his pocket. Given Sam's character, he likely hadn't noticed his hat had been lifted. He staggered to the back wall, where the stitching monster had already emerged through the cracks. Red knelt, presenting the hat before its nose, allowing it to take a thorough whiff. Your sense of smell is quite keen. You should be able to locate Sam's quarters, right? Standing upright, Red planned to utilize the stitching monster's vision to closely monitor Sam's movements, particularly his connections with the infiltrator within the factory. It was undisputed that Sam was in league with the thief. He had witnessed the thief's gang threaten him upon his arrival. The subsequent steps would be considerably easier, following the trail to uncover the identity of that infiltrator and relay the information to the other shareholders, leading to Sam's disgrace. Just moments ago, he had memorized the names of several shareholders present at the meeting, particularly Gentleman Hamley, a figure of considerable influence and prestige among them. Reaching out to him would be a prudent course of action. Moreover, no one would suspect that a mere cripple and illiterate could orchestrate such schemes. Even if Sam were to find himself imprisoned, he would never connect the dots back to Red. All of this was made possible solely because he possessed a stitching monster. I was once a good child, hesitant even to cheat on final exams. Red lamented, of course, before all that, I must first collect some interest. Although he felt shame regarding the act of thievery, he bore no moral burden when it came to dealing with Supervisor Sam. Chapter 11. Collecting interest in the factory dormitory. Even the overseer's single room went unmonitored on most days. If a worker lost something or had their belongings stolen, they could only curse their misfortune in silence. For after a long day of toil, who had the leisure to check their luggage? Sam, the overseer, was no exception. His room was similarly unattended. The little creature soon found itself at Sam's door, and Red, utilizing its keen vision, noted the absence of any onlookers and began to devise a plan for entry. By chance, he happened upon the post office and entered, where a long queue awaited to send packages and letters. Red had no intention of mailing anything. As a destitute lad with a limp, he merely sought a spot to sit and gazed vacantly at the wall clock. Beside him sat an elderly woman with silver hair, who, upon catching sight of his forlorn demeanor, kindly inquired, "Poor child, what troubles you? Why such a sorrowful expression?" Without thinking, Red blurted, "It is 10:27. Realizing how woeful he appeared, he quickly shook his head and smiled, saying, "Forgive me, I've recently encountered some troubles. My spirits are low." The old woman glanced at his injured leg, understanding his plight. Sensing he was not a beggar, she encouraged him, "Do not lose heart, young man. Misfortune has an end, and brighter days will come." Red smiled faintly, and as he looked up, he noticed a pamphlet for the Goddess of Truth tucked in the woman's handbag. It was clear, from her speech and demeanor, that she was likely a devoted follower of the deity. One of the 7 oaths of the goddess, "Thou shalt harbor no malice," had over the years been interpreted as "be kind to others." Although Red held little regard for religious beliefs, he appreciated the woman's concern and seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation, thus masking his own reverie. Fortunately, the elderly lady was quite talkative and soon dominated the discussion with her own stories. As Red's mind wandered, he focused on controlling the little creature. The clock now read 10:30, and given his familiarity with the factory schedule, he knew the guards would soon begin their patrols. Thus, he refrained from forcing the door open and instead opted for a more cautious approach. He instructed the little creature to bump against the door, which shook slightly. The quality of the door was rather poor, and it occurred to him that a determined adult might easily manage to breach it. The creature climbed to the doorknob, but its slight weight proved insufficient to turn it. Red frowned slightly, but quickly devised a solution. The creature lowered its head and extended its serrated tongue into the keyhole. Thanks to its peculiar constitution, the creature was devoid of any concept of pain or flexibility limits. Unable to push down the doorknob, they would resort to brute force to pick the lock. The locks of this era were far from the modern electronic mechanisms. They were mechanical and straightforward. The creature's tongue swiftly discerned the internal structure, and suddenly, like a piece of paper tautened, it twisted sharply to the side. Click! It was open. Red muttered instinctively. Open. Yes, it was said that St. Berkeley had experienced a sudden epiphany one night after burying 5,555 missionary remains, attaining sainthood in an instant. Red stretched his neck and promptly directed the creature to rummage through Sam's quarters. Sam's room was rather unremarkable, lacking any written documents. Red suddenly realized that it was somewhat unrealistic to expect a supervisor who had ascended to his position through connections to diligently maintain a diary or preserve written materials. With no leads for framing someone, he decided to seize whatever benefits he could find. First, he discovered Sam's hidden stash, a small, dark bag cleverly concealed beneath the table and in the corner. Were it not for the creature's diminutive size, it would have been impossible to access. The creature extended its claw, tore open the money bag, and retrieved 8 pounds and 12 shillings in notes, which it quickly swallowed. This was a considerable sum. Even for Sam, accumulating such wealth would take several months. No wonder it is said that the best ways to earn money lie within penal laws. This amount equated to 5 months' wages from his work as a screwman, just 4 pounds short, and he could repay his medical expenses. The little creature eagerly opened its mouth, consuming every last bill. To Red's surprise, the creature possessed an unexpectedly large capacity. Despite its small stature, it managed to accommodate 8 pounds and 12 shillings. With 3/4 of its belly still empty, feeling relieved, he commanded the creature to gather various items that appeared valuable. Anything that seemed to be silver, even if only partially intact, was devoured by the little creature. However, the more they searched, the more bewildered Red became. How strange. Sam's storage was almost non-existent. Logically, as someone in a managerial position at the factory, he should have been living comfortably and engaging with the scabs. He ought to have accumulated some form of valuable currency, be it tobacco, liquor, or precious metals. Suddenly, inspiration struck Red as he recalled the odor of alcohol on Sam's breath during their last encounter. Yes, liquor. He quickly instructed the creature to lift a wooden panel, and a strong scent of alcohol rushed forth, nearly overwhelming Red. He shook his head slightly and directed the creature to retrieve 3 bottles of liquor from beneath. One was already uncorked, while the other 2 were still full. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside the door. Remaining unperturbed, Red swallowed 2 of the bottles, sealing the wooden panel tightly back in place. In the last moments of the creature's senses, Red faintly heard a furious roar. Bursting into laughter, Red was met with a smile from the elderly woman beside him. You seem much happier now, dear child. Indeed, Red felt uplifted and replied. It is largely thanks to your assistance. Not my assistance, dear child, but the goddess's guidance that has led you out of your troubles. If you can embrace our doctrine and convert from an unbeliever to a follower of truth, you shall find even greater ease, she said with satisfaction. Red, having gained tangible benefits, dismissed the notion of religious superstition. To his surprise, the elderly woman then produced a business card from her handbag. Should you encounter difficulties, you may come to St. Valentino Church to seek us. Red was taken aback, realizing she might be an official clergy member. Given the high status of clergy in this era, he dared not show any disrespect and promptly accepted the card, stating earnestly, I will reach out if needed. The woman nodded and casually chatted about inconsequential matters before rising to leave. Goodbye, young man. I may have chatted too long. What is your name? She asked cheerfully. Red. No need for formality. Just call me Red, he replied, revealing no need for secrecy. He glanced at the card but could not read. Sensing his embarrassment, The woman introduced herself. I am Flora H. Inyux, but those who know me call me Grandma Giza. This is just the beginning, Sam, he thought. You have taken a leg from me, and I shall see you limping into prison. Chapter 12. The moment of counterattack at 8 o'clock in the evening. The biting cold wind penetrated through the sleeves like an invisible sprite, greedily stealing away every inch of warmth from him. Yami, I'm cold. Keep your hands warm. Look down and walk. You'll soon feel warmer. Yami hunched her shoulders, tightly pressed against her younger brother, Edel, their small hands tucked under their armpits. Edel, chilled to the bone, gasped as his voice was swallowed by the frigid clamor of the streets. Crushed beneath the wheels of luxurious carriages, passers-by hurried by with blank expressions, their faces numbed by the chill. Compared to the icy capital of Hainas, the people here seemed even more ruthless and indifferent. Yami did not dwell on these thoughts. She and her brother clasped hands, her brow furrowed with worry. In her pocket lay a modest sum of 32 pennies, a considerable amount, even in the high-priced capital, enough to purchase a bucket of milk, 4 pounds of bread, and a few potatoes. This sum represented the fruits of a week's labor folding matchboxes. They had been fortunate. A new match factory had opened in the south of the city, urgently requiring these scattered matchboxes. Yami and Edel presented their basket and received the equivalent of 3 days' wages for a laborer. Though Edel and Yami felt joy at this, the 32 pennies paled in comparison to the 30 pounds required for a mechanical prosthesis. 30 pounds equated to 60,000 pennies, meaning they would need to fold nearly 2,000 weeks' worth of matchboxes. Yet, they were determined to help their elder brother stand once more. As the elder sister, Yami had matured faster than Edel. She understood more acutely the suffering and pressure their brother endured. Had it not been for his desperate need to support the family, he would not have concealed his age to work in the factory, leading to his current disability. Without their brother, there was no one else to rely on. Without Reed, their already cold home would become even darker and lonelier. My legs are so sore, Yami. After walking 5 miles, Edel, still young and affected by the cold, soon felt discomfort. Yami reluctantly withdrew one hand from her armpit, only for the biting wind to instantly redden her fingers. Instinctively, she wanted to withdraw her hand, but resolutely seized Edel's wrist, tucking his hand into her clothing, supporting him as they moved forward. The night wind whispered like a ravenous demon, stirring the leaves on the ground, the rustling sound reminiscent of gnashing teeth that sent shivers down their spines while heightening their vigilance against unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. As night fell, the time of gangs and gray areas arrived. Edel looked up and saw scantily clad older girls adorned in cheap coats and heavy makeup, shivering in the cold, yet still flaunting their pale chests to passers-by. Across the alley stood a cake shop exuding vibrant colors, the enticing aromas of honey, cream, eggs, fruits, and ice cream wafting from within. Unable to resist, Yami and Edel paused to gaze at the shop, where intricate mechanical creations slowly turned gears, filling the air with whimsical piano melodies. A wind-up singing doll opened and closed its mouth, twirling at the entrance, its frosted voice joyfully proclaiming, "Happy birthday to you. May you find joy every day. The white cream wishes you purity, the bright red strawberries wish you fiery passion, and the soft cake brings you everlasting gentleness and happiness." Gurgling, Edel swallowed hard. Yami quickly grasped her brother's wrist, preparing to leave when a well-dressed family emerged. The man appeared to be a distinguished lawyer, impeccably dressed, while his wife wore a fashionable coat and fox fur scarf. Their 2 children, with porcelain skin, played boisterously, smearing cake cream on each other's faces. "Ha ha, Sam. Look at your face. You've turned into a calico cat. Stop bullying me, Arthur, you rascal. Mommy, Arthur is picking on me again. Arthur, can't you give your brother a break? All right, dear, it's just a bit of cream on your face. Come here, children, let Daddy clean your faces." Edel's eyes widened as he watched the lawyer wipe away the sweet cream from the children's delicate faces. He opened his mouth and whispered enviously, "Why don't you share some with me? Yami, I want cream cake. But brother hasn't had dinner yet." "All right, Yami." They lowered their heads and turned away, the joy behind them feeling like a world apart. Yami and Edel walked quickly, but they still missed the opportunity to catch the bread tossed aside by the bakery in the Shanty district. The charred bread rolls soaked in the muddy ditch, rendered inedible. "It's all my fault for wanting to look," Edel lamented, dejected. "Now we have no dinner." Yami remained silent. Even uttering, "It's all right" would seem insincere at that moment. Bowing her head, she pushed open the door to their home, only to be met with a wave of warm, savory aromas. "Meat?" She looked up in astonishment to find the table laden with delicious dishes. A large pot of beef stew with peas, fragrant white bread neatly cut on a plate, and a pot of warm oatmeal with boiled potatoes. Yami and Edel were taken aback. Since their parents' passing, they had not enjoyed such meals. Yami, did we come to the wrong house? Edel asked, pulling at his sister's arm in confusion. Yami scanned the room, bewildered, until her gaze fell upon their brother Reed, who entered with a plate in one hand and leaning on a cane with the other. Reed, how did you get up? Yami rushed forward to take the plate, which held a serving of vegetable wraps, fresh lettuce tightly encasing egg and meat filling. Yami's mouth watered, and she hastily wiped her sleeve across her lips, placing the plate on the table before looking at Reed in confusion. Reed, where did all this come from? Oh, our house doesn't have a kitchen, so I borrowed some things from Mrs. Anishaw next door. Reed replied casually, sitting down with his cane. Unfortunately, I lack the strength and sufficient seasoning. Otherwise, I would have made a pot of mushroom cream soup. That's not what I meant. Reed, how did you have the money to buy all this food? I rummaged through the house and found some things left by our parents that I could sell. But Reed beckoned his younger siblings to sit at the table with a light-hearted smile. Come on, eat well. You'll need your strength to work and find jobs tomorrow, right? Yami and Edel exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves any longer, and immediately dove into the food, their hunger overwhelming any semblance of decorum. Slow down, there's no rush. There's plenty, and more to come. Reed looked at the two little ones with a mixture of pride and concern. He caressed the empty leg of his pants, his resolve strengthening. After dinner, Reed coaxed the two little ones to sleep, watching their intertwined forms. He quietly retrieved the Foreman Sam's hat from his pocket and placed it atop his head before slipping out the door. If it weren't for Foreman Sam, I could have been a decent worker, diligently earning wages to support my family. He would never forgive Sam. Had it not been for the dreams that transformed him into a collector, his family would have faced only suffering and overwhelming debt. Reed had already walked past the factory, soon arriving at an abandoned apartment building nearby. He climbed to the third floor, a vantage point from which he could overlook the factory's interior. As anticipated, the Lisbon Machinery Factory was profoundly affected by the wave of strikes, ceasing overtime work at night, leaving the premises devoid of any human activity. This moment was particularly suitable for those who preferred to remain in the shadows to engage in discreet exchanges. Should the member of the Thieves Guild have any communication with Supervisor Sam, it is likely that the news of Sam's temporary appointment as factory manager would be relayed to the guild. Red observed silently for a while. His vantage point, perfectly aligned with the employees' dormitory, allowed him to see figures flitting through the corridors within a couple of hours. He swiftly released a small creature, the stitching monster, from his pocket, directing it to swiftly traverse the fence and follow the figures. The nimble stitching monster infiltrated the factory, utilizing its shared senses and elevated perspective to immediately locate the silhouettes. Does this imply that the news of the manager's demise has been suppressed? Red heard a deep male voice and pressed himself against the wall, stealthily inching closer. Supervisor Sam's voice rang out. TSK, can't we find a loophole? Impossible. Babel Lisbon had already arranged the will, engaged a notary, and secured the assets in financial institutions. These wealthy individuals are truly cunning. Even if they were to kill him, they could not directly seize the fortune. What a pity. I thought hanging that fellow from a lamppost would instill fear in the shareholders. Yet it seems this group was already prepared. A member of the gang had tipped them off, indicating that the Fulton Detective Agency was already on the case. With this revelation, Red grasped the cause of the Lisbon manager's death. Supervisor Sam had conspired with the Thieves Guild to divide the factory's assets and control. However, from their dialogue, it appeared that matters were not progressing as smoothly as they had hoped. The shareholders, although apprehensive of death, remained unyielding, methodically distributing tasks. Thus, the logic became exceedingly clear to Red. He continued to eavesdrop on their conversation as the stitching monster quietly nestled into the shadows, slightly raising its head to glimpse Supervisor Sam's robust silhouette, which obscured much of the Thieves Guild member. Their clandestine meeting, of course, was devoid of light, compelling Red to observe in silence. Let me tell you, a thief broke into the factory, damaged my dormitory lock, and made off with all my savings. What? What did he take? Did he steal our tokens? No, thankfully not. I had already secured that item in a rural cottage. Remember its location. If anything were to happen to me, head to the farmhouse with the red roof in Windmill Village. Under the second-floor bed, there's a box containing Falcon's ring. The house is unoccupied, thus very safe. Just go upstairs and enter directly. If the detective captures me, take the token to Mr. Liebeck. He will know how to extricate me. Are you really that pessimistic? We were the ones who acted, and you left no evidence. Though I did not lay a hand on it, I am one of the prime suspects. If they find any evidence, especially concerning my connections with you, as a factory manager associating with a gang, that is strictly prohibited by law, just one slip-up could be my downfall. All right, the day after tomorrow. The factory will be closed. I will visit the place you mentioned and retrieve the token. You must act swiftly. The detective arrives tomorrow. The Fulton Detective Agency is the finest private detective agency in the Duchy of Wickers. Should they uncover any wrongdoing, both you and your gang members will face dire consequences. In that case, I will need you to provide cover, perhaps a fake leave note, preferably allowing me to leave tomorrow night. Also, give me 70 coins. I will take the steam truck to the countryside. That is out of the question. The more I meddle, the more I raise suspicion. Then I must wait until the day after tomorrow. Understood. I will set off to Windmill Village the morning after tomorrow, correct? Supervisor Sam whispered a few more instructions, and the two parted ways. Having gathered sufficient information, Red pondered, could it be Locke from the power workshop? Indeed, the physique matched. That individual was known for his amicable nature, but it was shocking to discover he was a member of the Thieves Guild betraying the worker community. Red held no interest in the power struggle at the Lisbon factory. Supervisor Sam, having lost money, dared not speak out, suffering in silence. Now aware of the truth, Red had no intention of letting him off the hook. The Thieves Guild had been threatening him both overtly and covertly since he lost his leg. If he could seize this opportunity to dismantle the guild, Red quietly reiterated the location of the token. In a rural farmhouse with a red roof in Windmill Village, beneath the second-floor bed, there lay a box. Sam was indeed cunning. While he merely contemplated sending him to prison, he had his own connections. After deliberating internally, Red resolved to act preemptively and retrieve the token. Based on the evidence he had gathered, incarcerating Sam did not seem overly challenging. However, if it were merely a matter of a few days in jail before release, what significance would that hold? It was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. While he could delegate the task to the stitching monster, the name Windmill Village sounded hauntingly familiar. To save time, he spent the night awake, awaiting dawn to set off. At 4 a.m, the rumble of the steam truck came to life. This steel behemoth, towering over 3 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length, gradually began its journey under the propulsion of steam pipes. Windmill Village. Was it not the hometown of Vangray from his dreams? Chapter 13. The second dream. The dawn of winter arrives silently, and Red descends unsteadily from the steam truck, laboriously propping himself with a cane as he strolls along the muddy country path. A century has passed, and Red is unclear about the Windmill Village in his dreams. But he vaguely recalls Van Gray mentioning in their idle conversation that it is a tranquil and serene little village. The villagers refer to themselves not with the Wick language meaning I, but rather with MYE, akin to a colloquial me. Though Red is young, his stature is tall, and his gaunt face does not appear particularly juvenile. Along the way, apart from his notable single leg, he draws little attention. He meanders through the Windmill Village and discovers it is quite pleasant, not opulent, but nestled against the mountains and by the waters, a lovely place to reside. A narrow path winds through the scattered fields, and after walking a few hundred meters, he spots a solitary farmhouse with a red roof standing amidst a field of winter wheat. Truth be told, this house stands out amid the gray structures surrounding it. Observing from a distance and finding no one nearby, Red cautiously releases a small amalgam creature from his pocket, guiding it towards the farmhouse while he turns to locate a small inn within the village, where he books a room, pretending to be a mere traveler passing through. He locks the door with care, lifts a chair, opens the window, and settles in to gaze down at the earth beneath the dim sky. The small amalgam swiftly climbs the brick seams to the second-floor balcony. After observing for a while and confirming the absence of signs of life within, he instructs the amalgam to collide with the glass door. Bang! Is this all the power of the treasures belonging to the Lager family? No, it cannot be. I must have overlooked something. The amalgam, a blend of all life and inanimate matter, prompts Red to ponder. Suddenly, a realization strikes him, and he focuses intently on the small amalgam. It angles its elbow, using the mechanical gears as serrated edges, and begins to saw at the corner of the wooden door. Scrape, scrape, scrape. To Red's surprise, the amalgam's form is remarkably sturdy. After a few minutes of sawing, it manages to create a small opening, the noise scarcely audible. overshadowed by the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Unhurried, he allows the amalgam to continue its task, covering his face with his hat. Having not slept the previous night, he intends to take a brief rest. Drowsiness quickly envelopes him, and Red drifts into slumber, feeling as if he is gently floating on a moonlit ocean, alone yet at peace. Abruptly, the stars above him tremble slightly, calling out softly, "Young Master Red, young Master Red?" Red blinks awake. Creak. The warm spring breeze opens his window, sending a flurry of cherry blossom petals to rest upon his palm. As he rubs the petals, their texture solidifies, and he lifts his gaze, fully attuned to his surroundings. The warm sunlight cascades over his well-tailored double-breasted wool coat, the heat radiating to his skin, bringing him immense comfort. He lifts the tin-headed cane, caressing the dark golden eagle head ornament, momentarily lost in thought. This is the family emblem of the Trelke family, the Belsace's golden eagle. Could it be that this dream is a continuation of a series? Red finds himself both amused and perplexed. He turns to the young male servant standing nearby and asks, "What is it?" "It's nothing of great importance, young Master Red," the servant replies politely. "When you departed from the royal capital, Lord Lager instructed me to ensure you engage in physical exercise and avoid sitting for too long, as it is detrimental to the circulation of blood." Red shakes his head, finally grasping the peculiar connection he shares with this dream. The circulation of blood? Surely he cannot mean the circulation of etheric blood. He muses silently, rubbing his temples, standing with the support of his cane. This body feels remarkably strong compared to his reality, even standing on one leg without leaning on the cane. He can maintain his balance for a considerable time, which surprises him. He begins to assess his physical condition. The concentration of etheric blood in this body has reached 34? That is a significant figure. According to the lineage description of the collector, a concentration exceeding 30% renders a drop of blood from a practitioner a lethal poison to ordinary individuals. Setting aside the enhancement of extraordinary abilities that come with the increase in etheric blood concentration, even a mere cut to the wrist in a crowd could kill a dozen adults. In reality, Red's concentration is only 3%, while in this dream, it is tenfold. Moreover, with the heightened concentration, the collector profession has unlocked an additional 2 extraordinary abilities. "I shall take a stroll," he declares, intrigued by the abilities acquired from the heightened concentration of the collector. He intends to experiment alone, but as the words form on his lips, he suddenly realizes he does not know the servant's name. An idea strikes him. Rubbing his brow, he points with a finger while leaning on his cane. "What is your name again? I seem to have forgotten in my drowsiness." "I am Farland Lexington," the servant replies. "Young master, you have yet to partake in breakfast. Would you prefer to eat first before venturing out?" Farland suggests considerately. Red nods in agreement. Last time he dreamt of attending a banquet, he hardly consumed anything and was swept into the turmoil of the true and false airs of Lager. Farland guides him downstairs, and Red soon realizes that this is a quaint countryside villa adorned with a classical luxury reminiscent of a century ago. He takes a seat at the mahogany dining table and glances around the room, his attention drawn to a painting on the wall, a portrait of a girl seated and facing the viewer, her expression serious and adult-like. Her straw-like golden hair and green eyes are particularly charming, and her pearl-colored skin renders her doll-like. Her attire resembles that of a doll as well. A complex and ornate ivory gown trailing to the floor, adorned with sparkling rhinestones and golden threads, exquisitely beautiful. The girl's complexion is pale, and her visage strikingly lifelike. If the frame were obscured, one might easily mistake her for a real person. While waiting for the meal, Farland prepares a pot of fine Mephilia black tea for him. The tea is delightful, brewed to perfection, and even Red, who is not particularly fond of black tea, finds it quite comforting. As he sips the tea, he picks up a book to read. Strangely, upon entering the dream, he finds himself well versed in various scripts, whether they be the Chinese characters of his past life, English or Russian letters, or the Wic and Philisian languages. He can read and utilize them all fluently. At this moment, he diligently studies a volume titled Chronicles of the Modu Dynasty, which records the history of the Philisian kingdom from the year 1800. As a humanities student, his reading comprehension is commendable, and he quickly begins to piece together a timeline of this world's history. History is the most vital tool for understanding a nation or a people, and examining history can reveal certain clues about the world, particularly in a realm inhabited by those with supernatural abilities. Red is deeply curious about the roles these superhuman practitioners have played throughout history. However, he soon finds himself disappointed. The historical accounts lack any mythological grandeur. The only figure resembling a practitioner is Salaka V, who personally led an expedition against the Kingdom of Havur on the Kandora Plains, striking down 400,000 troops with a mere 500 men, achieving a resounding victory and earning the title of God of War of Kandoran Avenger Salaka. Apart from this, accounts of supernatural phenomena are regrettably scarce. There are indeed numerous tales regarding court sorcerers and deceitful monks who have led nations astray. Although Reed possesses a profound interest in history, he has found no records of supernatural beings even upon reaching the era of firearms. This seems implausible. Could it be that such supernatural entities only emerged in modern times? How then can one account for the ancient professional lineage of the Triliki family? The objective laws of history dictate that all advanced technologies are first employed in military applications by humanity. Individuals of such prowess, capable of wreaking havoc among mortals, could easily be regarded as plagues. How could there be no documentation of them whatsoever? After a moment of contemplation, Reed surmised that it was highly probable these practitioners had never graced the political stage and had instead passed their knowledge discreetly among select families, which could elucidate the enduring legacy of the collector. This hypothesis, however, is fraught with inconsistencies, but at that moment, breakfast was served. Faced with the enticing aromas of his morning meal, Reed found little inclination to ponder such intricate matters. He secured his napkin and was about to commence his meal when the bell at the entrance chimed. Annoyed, Reed raised his head as Ferlin promptly opened the grand door, bowing slightly to the newcomer and announcing, "Baroness Ivrea has arrived, young Master Reed." Upon focusing his gaze, Reed beheld a splendidly adorned young lady. Her golden curls elegantly fashioned into an intricate updo, with two delicate strands cascading down her cheeks. Her complexion was as smooth as cream, radiating a floral blush. Her features exquisitely refined. Most notably, the corners of her mouth were perpetually lifted in a gentle smile, rendering her an embodiment of beauty and grace. "Good day, dear young Master Reed Triliki," she greeted, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, sweet and utterly charming. "Please forgive my unannounced visit. My curiosity simply overwhelmed me." Her azure eyes fluttered gently, lashes resembling delicate butterfly wings. She continued in her enchanting tone, "How have you been faring of late?" Her words dripped with genuine concern, and to outsiders, it might seem as though she harbored romantic feelings for him. Yet the more Reed observed her, the more unsettled he became. As he scrutinized her familiar facial contours and features, his pupils suddenly contracted. "Damn it, isn't she the enchanting youth who commanded me to infiltrate the Triliki family that fateful night?" Chapter 14. The Bad Woman. The breakfast arrangement was rather uncomplicated. Featuring steaming bacon and fried eggs, a flaky pastry known as fascia, split open to be generously spread with rich beef sauce and fresh lettuce, accompanied by a warm glass of blueberry wine. The chef's skill was commendable, transforming this simple fare into a delightful meal. Red raised his glass of low-alcohol blueberry wine and drank it in one gulp, then picked up a napkin to dab his mouth, feeling quite satisfied with his meal. "Would you care for a taste?" he asked, calmly adjusting his strategy and mindset as he glanced across the table at the Baroness seated before him. This unexpected beauty was named Evelyn Priss, who had covertly orchestrated his infiltration into the Triliki family. Indeed, faced with a woman of striking beauty, especially one with a cunning disposition, Red remained unfazed. Through casual conversation and light banter, he quickly discerned his circumstances. "Is my dress acceptable?" she inquired. "Quite lovely," he replied. Amidst their exchanges, he gleaned information about Evelyn's background. She appeared to belong to the aristocracy of the capital's inner city. In other words, even a mere baroness residing in this area was part of the true ruling echelon. A full month had elapsed since the events of his last dream, and the secret agreement between Red and Director Regel had long been established. In the dream, he had genuinely become a member of the Triliki family, or rather, entered the legacy of the collector. From the servant's words, it was evident that he was currently vacationing in the windmill village on the outskirts of the capital. However, it seemed that matters were not so straightforward. Director Regel was aware of his meeting with Van Gray and likely wished for Red to visit his biological son, Van Gray, perhaps to offer some assistance if needed. Should Evelyn attempt to leverage his status as an imposter against him, it was likely that Director Regel would be the first to object. For Regel, The preservation of the collector legacy was a matter of duty, while the continuation of his own bloodline was merely a personal desire. The relationship between Red and the director was one of collaboration. And when it came to the collector legacy, Rhaegal would not risk his only biological son as a wager. Red's successful passage through the etheric agent's toxicity test alleviated Rhaegal's concerns. Thus, Red arrived at a simplistic conclusion. After conversing over breakfast and tea for a good half hour, Evelyn could no longer remain seated. It seemed she perceived that Red was deliberately keeping her in suspense. Casting a glance at the nearby servant, she nonchalantly suggested, "The weather is splendid today. Shall we take a stroll?" As she spoke, she subtly shifted her shoulders and thrust her chest forward, her lace-trimmed neckline revealing a hint of a deep cleavage. "Just the two of us," she murmured, her sea-blue eyes sparkling with charm, embodying the essence of alluring flirtation. Who could possibly decline an invitation from such an engaging, warm, sweet, charming, and seductive beauty? Red, discerning her intentions, understood that Evelyn sought to create an intimate environment for their conversation. Coincidentally, he was also curious about her motives for involving him. Perhaps this was an opportunity to extricate himself from being merely a pawn. Of course, he replied with a slight smile. He then leaned on his cane, dismissed the servant with a gentlemanly gesture, and accompanied Evelyn outside. "Look at how beautiful the day is. The sun is shining, flowers are blooming, and birds are chirping. I think you, Master Red, should consider cultivating a small garden just over there. Perhaps erecting a trellis for grapes and placing a swing chair beneath it, where one can relax on summer nights." Evelyn chatted animatedly as they walked. It wasn't until they had exited the villa and traversed 2 streets that she suddenly turned, placing one hand on her hip and fixing her gaze directly on Red. "Life must be quite comfortable for the young master of the Tricky family," she remarked. Red shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Today feels rather pleasant. There's meat to eat and wine to drink." Evelyn let out a sigh. "I cannot bear to see others suffer, so I intervened to save you. However, this act of kindness does not come without a cost, Mr. Red. There is no such thing as unmotivated goodwill or malice in this world. Do you understand?" "I understand," he replied. "Therefore, I had my knight sever your leg to facilitate your integration into the prestigious Tricky family. You can comprehend my reasoning, can't you?" "I comprehend. Good boy." She placed her hands behind her back, unbothered by the grass beneath her, and sat down on the ground, patting the spot beside her. Red, however, remained standing, one hand in his coat pocket and the other resting on his cane, calmly studying Evelyn. His excessive compliance seemed to spark a hint of suspicion in her, prompting him to take the initiative and ask, "Is there something you require of me?" "Well, at the moment, I don't truly need your assistance. However, the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince last time created a bit of a predicament for me. Coincidentally, the royal spring hunt is approaching, and Princess Miffy, a member of the royal family, will soon be arriving." Evelyn rested her chin on her hand, her youthful beauty radiating even more charm in her contemplative silence. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she clapped her hands together, speaking with innocent nonchalance. "In that case, why don't you kill the princess?" Chapter 15. Treasures belong only to collectors. Since that is the case, you may as well kill the princess. "Very well," Red replied without a moment's hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than Evelyn fell silent, the azure sky contrasting quietly with the pure white of the clouds, birds fluttering freely in the woods, and the grass bowing gently to the soft breeze. Yet, Evelyn's countenance gradually darkened. She began to speak, but Red interjected, "Shall we act today?" "No." "How would you like me to kill her?" Red asked calmly. "Shall I sever her head, or poison her? Would you like me to skin her face and present it to you, my beautiful lady?" His eyes were fixed intently on Evelyn, his tone as serious and matter-of-fact as if discussing whether to steep tea in milk or honey. He was clearly a cripple, an impostor. Yet to Evelyn, this one-legged man exhibited none of the humility or timidity from when she had first taken him in. Noticing her involuntary recoil, Red leaned on his cane and stepped closer. "Do not come near me." Evelyn failed to recognize the hint of panic in her voice. "My dear Evelyn, I believe you misunderstand. I am a good man, one who is grateful and discerning." Red approached with a smile, leaning on his cane. After a month of indulgence, his skin had become smooth and refined, and his physique, nourished and strengthened, appeared as that of a well-groomed nobleman, albeit one with a physical disability. He emitted a maddening howl, a cacophony of voices, young and old, mingled with the howling winds and the roar of the deep sea. "Evelyn, do you not feel a bit fatigued?" He leaned down, his sinister form looming over her, and Evelyn's pupils dilated in shock as behind him unfurled a pair of demonic bat wings, symbols of evil that had been instilled in her since childhood, shattering her faith entirely. "Ah!" Evelyn screamed, tilting her head and fainting. "Evelyn!" Red gently called her name, patting her cheek. Upon lifting her eyelid and confirming she had merely fainted from fright, he sighed in relief. "Phew. Thankfully she is not dead. That would have been troublesome." Her scream quickly attracted the attention of others, and Evelyn's attendants rushed over. Red dismissed them with a fabricated tale that she had been startled by a snake and instructed them to check for bites, leaving him alone to stand quietly on the lawn. It appeared that the concentration of ether blood had risen to 30%, an existence truly terrifying to mortals. Realizing Evelyn posed no threat, Red paid her little heed, simply seeking an excuse to slip away and rid himself of her. He had not even employed the abilities of the collector. Merely the aura of his elevated ether blood had sufficed to frighten her into unconsciousness. What truly were these professionals? A mere 30% concentration rendered them a calamity for the ordinary. If anyone dared to stab me, I might survive, but those nearby would likely succumb to the poison of my blood. If I did not restrain my aura, I would appear to mortals as fearsome as a tiger or wolf. Though he had contemplated silencing her permanently, she was a powerful noble. It would be a pity to kill her outright. He could extract more value from her before deciding her fate. Yet, here Red's curiosity deepened. If professionals were indeed so overwhelmingly dominant over mortals in an ancient era of cold weapons, they should have been akin to walking disasters. Why then were there no records of their existence? Or was the history of professionals deliberately obscured? Shaking his head, he dismissed these conspiratorial thoughts. Dreams were merely dreams, and time was limited. If he sought answers, he would need to look for true professionals in reality. For now, he would first explore the new abilities granted by the heightened concentration of ether blood as a collector. With that thought, he leaned on his cane and ventured further into a secluded valley. The increased concentration of ether blood did not alter the fact that he was still a cripple. It seemed that Director Regel had no intention of providing him with prosthetics. In this era, the teachings of the mechanical father had yet to emerge, and all prosthetics had to be handcrafted by the finest artisans, a costly endeavor requiring meticulous measurements and lengthy sculpting. It would take at least 6 months to produce a single prosthetic limb. However, he could distinctly feel an improvement in his physical capabilities, walking several kilometers with a cane. He experienced no fatigue. The gentle countryside path was serene, and at this moment, Windmill Village had yet to attain the prosperity and beauty it would possess a century later. The pervasive atmosphere of poverty and desolation inspired thoughts within Red. In a century's time, would it be a century before the dream? Or had he truly journeyed 100 years back? He discovered a natural boulder and removed a platinum ring from his finger, wedging it into a crevice accessible only to small creatures like the stitched beast, then covering it with grass and stones. He would see what transpired upon awakening. Clapping his hands, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was near, and released the restraint on his aura. The 34% concentration of ether blood surged within him, coursing freely through his veins and beneath his skin. Veins around his eyes twitched, and the whites of his eyes transformed into a golden hue, while his pupils bulged sharply, taking on the brilliance and sharpness of gemstones. First was treasure vision. His perspective shifted, the world fading into a monotone of gray and white. A nightingale soaring overhead was ensnared in his gaze, its delicate form illuminated by the vibrant colors of its beating heart and melodious song. The song materialized, presenting as a ripple of dark blue iridescence. Turning his head, he gazed at the boulder where he had hidden the platinum ring. His gem-like pupils penetrated the heavy rock and layers of disguise, immediately locking onto the ring wedged in the crevice. The ring glimmered faintly, and as if guided by an unseen force, a whisper reached Red's ear, informing him that platinum, a rare precious metal, held great and enduring value, worthy of being collected. Consume it. This ability seemed problematic. No, rather, the profession of collector appeared to be flawed. According to Director Regel, he had sacrificed a leg to become a collector, and now he discovered such instabilities in his abilities. It seemed that the role of collector was not as splendid as he had envisioned. Yet this ability proved exceedingly practical, through its radiant glow. He could directly assess the value of treasures, even for living beings, such as the song, a non-material resonance wave, allowing for valuation. Moreover, he could see through obstacles to observe living targets. making it a valuable scouting skill even without treasure hunting. This ability would only manifest once the concentration reached 10%, proving to be remarkably useful. Apart from inciting a desire to consume treasures, it bore no adverse effects and did not drain his mental resources. Next was true form revealed. As Red raised his hand, his skin took on a golden hue, and his nails transformed into a texture reminiscent of red tear stones. Pointing his altered fingertip toward the rock's disguise, he made a distant gesture. A subtle, ethereal wave undulated around, peeling away the layers of disguise upon the rocks, while even the colossal stones appeared to crack slightly. Suddenly, a brilliant ring tumbled forth from the crevice, as if propelled by an invisible hand. It rolled a few times before coming to rest at Reed's feet. He picked up the ring, and the dirt clinging to it was swiftly whisked away by the wind, revealing layers of shimmering silver beneath. Holding it up to the sunlight, Reed discerned an inscription in Felician letters engraved upon the inner band. "Welcome to the domain of the madman, Rhaegal Triki." Reed paused, then smiled knowingly. No wonder Curator Rhaegal had remarked that he did not amass wealth to become a curator. Rather, he became a curator and thus acquired his wealth. The treasure vision, ability to seek treasures, coupled with true form revealed, could dismantle all barriers and disguises, directly presenting treasures before oneself. Furthermore, utilizing the innate collection ability, one could effortlessly transport designated treasures into one's vault, even from great distances. In fact, the power to collect treasures proved to be even more formidable than the ability to seek them. Possessing such an ability rendered one impervious to poverty. It was a grand avenue leading to riches and treasures. Reed could not contain his laughter, his eyes glimmering with a lustrous sheen, as the contours of gemstones danced within his pupils. Chapter 16. The just report the biting winter wind abruptly flung open the window, the jarring sound startling Red awake. Damn it. Why did I have to wake up at this moment? Of course, he had not yet fully recovered from the effects of the 30% concentrated ether blood coursing through his veins, and he was instantly jolted awake. Still deprived of adequate rest, he couldn't help but mutter a few complaints, though he knew such complaints were futile. The greatest takeaway from his recent dream was that he had learned the Felician script, which bore a striking resemblance to Wicker script, much akin to the differences between American and British English, with only a few variances in word usage. Additionally, he had gleaned the formidable power of the Collector, who possessed high concentrations of ether blood, further fueling his aspirations for the days to come. Rubbing his temples, Red glanced at the sun hovering at midday. He hastily reached out to contact the little amalgamation creature. Just as he established a connection, a grotesque little head poked up beside his feet. Red was taken aback, only to see the small creature open its mouth, revealing a curled tongue that clutched a ring adorned with sapphires. "Good child." Red promptly bent down to retrieve it from beside his feet, affectionately caressing this hideously fierce little creature. In his eyes, it marked the beginning of his salvation from a wretched existence and was a tangible artifact tethered to his soul. In an era where humanity had become mechanized and commodified, appearances held little value. Wealth could be squandered or transferred to others. Friendships often faltered under the weight of money, and even kin could resort to benevolent lies. Only this creature's loyalty and reliability remained steadfast. The more kindness he showed to those who assisted him, the better they would aid him in return. Even a mere laborer understood this principle, while factory owners remained oblivious. Thus, Red felt no sympathy for the former director of the Lisbon Mechanical Factory, who had been murdered by Sam the supervisor and the Scab Gang. However, Sam bore a grudge against him, having threatened him with the Scabs. Had he not perceived their threats and rashly divulged the truth? Even if the factory had compensated him with 12 pounds, he would have still faced the specter of death and brutal beatings. Even if he had endured the torture and survived, he had younger siblings to consider. He shuddered at the thought of such innocent children being beaten. After tidying up the little amalgamation, which was both a living being and a remnant of the dead, requiring no sustenance yet possessing a sense of taste, he ordered a lunch from the hotel downstairs to be sent to his room. The two of them tore at bread and dipped it into porridge, sharing bites in a simple meal. Once sated, Red reclined on his bed, idly stroking the little amalgamation. Though it possessed little autonomy, it exhibited instinctual responses. Frankly, petting the creature required a certain finesse, as its form bore traits from various organisms, scales of fish, and the fibrous roots of plants, making some areas less pleasant to touch. Its belly, however, was agreeable, soft and fluffy like that of a chick or duck. He could also stroke its back, but he had to do so in the direction of its bristly fur. Otherwise, the creature would display displeasure. Amused, Red took out the ring and examined it closely. Sam, the supervisor, referred to it as the Falcon Ring, claiming that possessing it would allow him to rescue Mr. Liebeck from prison. This statement raised two inquiries. Firstly, what exactly was the Falcon Ring? And secondly, who was Mr. Liebeck? Regarding the first question, Red was uncertain whether the ring belonged to someone named Falcon or if Falcon was merely the ring's name. He leaned toward the former, for Falcon did indeed sound like a proper name. As for the second, he had no knowledge of Mr. Liebeck. However, if one could extricate someone from the clutches of the police, they would undoubtedly need to be a formidable capitalist or noble. Regardless of Mr. Liebeck's identity to Sam, this ring represented a talisman of life. Thus, all that was required of him was to deliver it. This task might be arduous in a civilized society of the future. Yet in this era, it was relatively straightforward, merely a matter of submitting a report. Firstly, illiteracy was rampant in this time, making the act of writing a report a challenging endeavor, and those who could write often deemed such actions beneath them. Secondly, technological limitations meant that solving crimes relied heavily on torture and witness testimonies. This was why even Sam, the supervisor, feared the police. The constables who would resort to various means, including summoning monks, priests, and mediums for exorcisms, to extract confessions through both psychological and physical pressure. In a nation where the populace was largely devout, few criminals dared to proclaim, "I swear to the divine that I am innocent," in the presence of clergy from the three major churches. Red picked up the complimentary paper and pen from his room, tearing off a page and skillfully inscribing in Felician. The most likely suspect among the scab gang at the Lisbon mechanical factory is Locke DeMar. He has a medium build, facial scars from brawls, and a notably similar voice. Next, it is crucial to find evidence of his affiliation with the scab gang and his dealings with Sam, the supervisor. He bit the end of his pen, pondering, what if he reported this to the newspaper? Or should he directly approach Mr. Hamley, the most influential figure in the shareholders' meeting? Certainly, threatening the factory by claiming he knew of their collusion with the scab gang and that he would submit this information to the newspaper could compel them to act. Yet, Red had no intention of exploiting this situation for financial gain. He genuinely sought to avenge the factory's negligence and their continuous suppression of workers for the sake of maintaining production order. Nonetheless, he lacked the means to do so. Should he proceed with such actions, he would tread into the realm of deliberate crime. If his misdeeds were uncovered, his ignorance of the law would leave him defenseless. Even if he could utilize the ring to extricate himself from trouble, was it worth the cost? Life inevitably involves errors. And if he were to inadvertently harm someone or commit a crime, would it not be wiser to reserve the ring for a more appropriate occasion rather than squander it on a fleeting revenge against the factory? It would be a poor bargain. He did not forgive the factory. They were unworthy of a dismissed worker's absolution. It was merely that the cost of vengeance was far too great, allowing him to better utilize the amalgamation for various endeavors and spend more cherished moments with his family. So, should he write to the newspaper or to Mr. Hamley? In terms of efficiency, the newspaper would eagerly publish a shocking revelation, a scandal. High-ranking factory officials are colluding with criminal gangs. The truth is revealed. Under pressure, the factory would then conduct internal investigations into Sam and Locke, eventually reporting to the police and gathering evidence. Yet, how long would it take for Sam to be formally arrested? The upside would be that workers' conditions might improve as a result of this exposure. Red did not wish to entangle innocent workers in his own grievances, especially since many had supported him during his time at the factory and had spoken well of him. He could not let his personal interests and vendettas drag the innocent down with him. In doing so, what right would he have to claim his own innocence? He was a person, bound by his own principles. Now, with just one letter, he could send Sam and Locke to prison, yet the paths diverged, leading to different outcomes. How should he choose? After deep contemplation, Red suddenly recalled something. He reached into his coat pocket and retrieved a pristine white postcard. This was handed to him earlier by an elderly woman who introduced herself as Grandma Giza. At that time, he was unable to comprehend the written words and was unaware of her true identity. Now, holding the card, he meticulously examined the handwriting and discerned the following: Flova H. Inuxis, affiliation, Evangelical Society of St. Valentino Church, position, President. Chapter 17, Black Truffle. After dispatching the report letter, Reed finally felt the tension in his nerves dissipate. He cradled the little stitched creature in his arms and strolled through the fields of Windmill Village, following the path laid a century ago, seeking the faint road markers of bygone days. Time has transformed Windmill Village beyond recognition. Lands once left untamed now boast rows of cottages and homes. After 2 hours of walking, he located the valley where he had dreamt of losing the platinum ring. To his delight, the massive rock remained, adorned with a thin layer of frost from the recent cold snap. He struck the ice with his cane and sent the little stitched creature into the fissures of the rock to search. But alas, the ring was nowhere to be found. Perhaps it had been taken by others, or even small animals. After all, a century is an eternity. The likelihood that someone had built a tomb or a secret treasure trove to store valuables, leaving only a ring behind, was considerable. This did not negate the actions in his dream, nor did it alter reality. Was the dream truly from 100 years ago, or merely a figment of my imagination? Or could it be that the world I entered from a century past was not authentic history? A sudden sound caught his attention, a fresh noise lingering from the morning. Reed leaned on his cane, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Could it be that someone truly took the ring? Can I really alter the past from 100 years ago and influence the present? He steadied his emotions and allowed the little stitched creature to follow the scent, while he trailed closely behind, cane in hand. Along the way, Reed discovered several similar footprints. Upon closer inspection, he noted they were significantly smaller than those of a 14-year-old boy, likely belonging to a girl. The impressions were shallow, suggesting a light weight. Beyond this, his observations were limited. After all, he was merely an ordinary humanities student, not a master detective like Sherlock Holmes. Reed and the little stitched creature continued for several miles until Reed lifted his hat to gaze at the distant village smoke. They had traversed beyond the relatively prosperous confines of Windmill Village. If there were any households nearby, they were likely either estates or independent farms, with limited cultivated land surrounding them. He could faintly discern traces of coyotes, foxes, and small deer. During their journey, the little stitched creature stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Halfway through, it suddenly lowered its head, fervently digging with its nose and the gears on its elbows. Reed, taken aback, soon realized it had unearthed a handful of dark, odorous truffles. Ah, how amusing. Reed chuckled. Director Logger said your kind encompasses everything. Does that include pigs too? But soon, Reed discovered that the little stitched creature could no longer detect any scent. It seemed this generation of oaks concealed an abundance of truffles, overwhelming its sense of smell. Indeed, collectors are never impoverished, Reed mused happily. They descended the slope, and Reed's eyes brightened at the sight of a substantial villa nestled among the trees, covering approximately 300 square meters, with 2 stories and a small attic. Its beige exterior paint was well suited, albeit showing signs of neglect. Surrounding it was a small patch of cornfields, yet the surrounding fence had long fallen into disrepair. What a beautiful house! Has it been abandoned? Reed pondered. The scent seemed to converge nearby. Perhaps the person who found the ring resided here. With that thought, he tucked away the little stitched creature and approached the villa. As he neared within several dozen meters, Reed squinted slightly, noticing a decorated carriage and several well-dressed gentlemen standing at the entrance, discussing the property. Reed tilted his head and released the little stitched creature, instructing it to eavesdrop. As it climbed halfway up, Reed overheard the gentlemen's exchange regarding the property's value. I assure you, Mr. Lewis, this villa was merely built a tad too early, yet this estate is bound to appreciate in the future. A man in inexpensive formal attire, sporting a monocle, elaborated to 2 well-dressed middle-aged men. You must understand, our Duke of Marcray has long been inclined to expand the administrative boundaries of the capital, Highness, to alleviate the overcrowding in the central district by pushing the population into the countryside. Thus, this area will inevitably become a haven for the affluent. But that seems rather distant. Another sturdy man, clad in the uniform of the Duke's army, expressed his dissatisfaction. My brother's family lives and works in the city. There isn't even a coach station or railway here. It's quite inconvenient. Dear Major Fys, you may not realize that true wealth lies with the nobility during holidays. In the heat of summer and the chill of winter, they retreat to such countryside villas for months, escaping the city's clamor and smog. They fish, hunt, and gather here. Undoubtedly, this will be the choice of all future affluent individuals. The real estate agent glanced around, conspiratorially whispering, to be candid. I have insider information. After the restructuring of the House of Commons this year, the Beers Workers' Party garnered 208 votes, indicating that the Workers' Rights Protection Act is likely to pass. What sort of insider information is that? Mr. Lewis, dressed as a businessman, chuckled in disbelief. Just yesterday, following the massive strike, we learned of the Beers Workers' Party's surge in votes, decisively defeating the Rhine Party. A glance at the notice board outside my door suffices to clarify. Indeed, Mr. Lewis, you reside in the inner city, near the lakeside viewing platform. When the moon rises, you can gaze upon it. However, do you truly grasp what this signifies? The real estate agent smiled and continued, soon, hundreds of thousands of workers, along with their families, will flood into our capital, Hainas. Those whose wages have risen due to rights protection will scramble to purchase homes in the city center, near universities and churches. With increased demand, property prices will naturally rise. Meanwhile, the truly wealthy nobles have long fled to the countryside. If you wish to provide your children with a more refined social environment, selecting villas in Windmill Village, Solitary Flower Town, or Eliza Field is indeed a wise choice. Chapter 18. Real estate agent. Indeed, there is some merit to this perspective. The arguments presented are difficult to contest. Lewis and his brother FAS, who came to view the property, found themselves at a loss for counterpoints. The house itself posed no immediate issues. After surveying the surroundings, Lewis remarked, "This villa is rather small, with cultivated land amounting to less than half an acre. And let us not even mention the distance to the nearest town. It's 10 miles away, even further than the countryside. There's south no road constructed. One would have to ride a horse to reach it. That is one problem." Before the agent could interject, Lewis continued, "Do not rush to interrupt. The house has suffered from years of neglect and poses safety hazards. By the time I restore it at my own expense, it will be next spring. Did I not mention needing a horse to get here? The stables are ill-equipped. The transportation here is exceedingly inconvenient. FAS, my dear brother, have you noticed the well? It has run dry, my old chap. This is a significant issue, Mr. Agent. As an independent countryside villa without a municipal water system, all domestic water must rely on well water. Regrettably, the well has gone dry. If I were to dig it anew or create a new well, the costs, including labor, construction, relocation, cultivation taxes, and water resource development taxes, would likely amount to a staggering 42.18. With hands clasped behind his back, Lewis gently inquired, "Mr. Agent, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. I simply wish to ask, what is the value of this villa?" The agent, rendered speechless by Lewis's meticulous logic, stammered, 12, including the land tax, it comes to 15.17. Thus, I assert, FAS patted his brother's shoulder. This house, while inexpensive, may not provide the comfort one would expect. A price of 15, or rather 16, could lead to expenditures of 50 once we truly move in. Do you not find that exorbitant? However, that is the seller's bottom line. The initial asking price was 202, which is grossly inflated, regrettably remarked Lewis. The true cost of the house, considering only labor and materials, should have been around 43 decades ago. Given its depreciation and the ravages of time, along with the surrounding presence of wolves, its actual worth now hovers between 7 and 8, factoring in inflation from the original 40. You must be jesting. It possesses potential for appreciation to 2,000, Mr. Agent. Lewis shrugged. I suspect this house has lingered on the market for far too long. Such investment rhetoric has surely convinced even you. This is not an age of real estate. The only scenario in which this countryside villa could gain value would be if the government announced an expansion of the administrative borders of the capital, Hainas, by 40 kilometers. As he spoke, he casually tapped the dilapidated door, which immediately collapsed with a resounding crash. 6.12. He stated, "These birch woods have been soaked by rain for too long. This is truly a hazardous dwelling." Yet the agent remained undeterred. "Allow me to show you the interior. Regardless, the land's development rights alone are worth 8. If it truly sells for 6.12, consider yourself fortunate. That is the equivalent of half a year's wages for a skilled worker. Even workers know that with that amount, one could purchase a shed in the city, which is far more advantageous than residing in such a place. Well, the conditions inside and the layout of the house are quite remarkable. It should fetch at least 8. No, let us settle on 6.12. I believe this house has been listed for far too long. Any entrepreneur willing to invest in renovating a residence would have already commenced renovations in the brightly lit inner city." Suddenly, the villa's door swung open, drawing everyone's attention to the figure emerging from within. "Who authorized you to point and whisper at my doorstep?" The voice was robust, and as they turned to look, they beheld a girl of 13 or 14 with short black hair, dressed rather boyishly. Her face bore traces of grass and dirt, exuding an air of dishevelment akin to that of a vagrant. "Who are you?" FAS, in his capacity as an officer, immediately demanded. Then turned to the agent. "How is it that you allow beggars to reside in a house for sale?" "I am not a beggar." The tomboyish girl crossed her arms, replying nonchalantly, "This is my house. I sold it to the Oslin Real Estate Company." "Is that so, Mr. Agent?" Lewis inquired with curiosity. "Is this girl indeed the seller?" "It is as she says, Mr. Lewis," the agent replied, casting a reproachful glance at the girl. "Miss Vervey, you are well aware that I brought clients to view the property today. Could you not at least tidy up the house, or at the very least, yourself?" "What could I do? I have only just found something valuable to exchange." Vervey placed a hand on her hip, her dirty face adorned with only her striking rose-red eyes, which were clear and bright. She stepped forward, facing both an officer and an entrepreneur, unflinching, merely raising her hand to display a maturity and composure beyond her years. Lewis did not wish to challenge the child. He nodded and extended his hand in a gesture of introduction. "I am Louis Livis. This is my brother, FAS Livis. You are the owner of this house?" "Indeed. I am the owner of the independent villa at 100 Mell Avenue, both the house and the land." Vervey calmly introduced herself. "My name is Vervey, without a surname. This house was a gift from an elderly gentleman. I possess all the legal documents pertaining to the bequest. Would you like to see them?" "I trust you, Miss Vervey," Lewis replied lightly. "However, I have yet to decide to purchase this house. As I mentioned earlier, I do not believe it is worth 15, especially in such a desolate area. With that money, I could easily hire someone to cultivate the land and construct a new villa on site. Yet, you chose to come and view it, did you not?" Vervey's rose-red eyes met his gaze steadily. "I believe that since you decided to visit, there must be something about my house that draws your interest, and you do not wish to go through the trouble of building anew. I presume you belong to the so-called middle class. Your tone is gentle, lacking any air of condescension." Her words, imbued with confidence and clarity, captivated the audience. This 13 or 14-year-old girl articulated her thoughts with remarkable eloquence. "Thus, I will candidly inform you that the house does indeed have some age-related issues. However, its structural integrity is exceedingly robust. It was designed by the renowned architect, Maine Salt, featuring 3 layers of walls composed of composite materials and lacquer, ensuring a lifespan of at least 230 years. A mere glance at the interior will reveal that the dirt and simplicity of the exterior cannot obscure its inherent strength and excellence." Her final statement was double-edged, addressing both the house and effectively countering Major FAS's disdain. Before departing, the agent shook his head at her, sighing, "If it has not sold by the end of this month, we will have to replace your for sale sign come the new year. This truly is a losing venture." "Do not say such things, Mr. Wilson." Vervey bent down to wash her hands in a nearby basin, humorously remarking, "If all else fails, I shall come and sell it myself next time." "Heavens, that would be utterly humiliating. My professional ethics do not permit me to do so." Wilson forced a smile. "Could it be that you truly cannot spare £3 to properly spruce up the exterior of this house? I concede that the interior is quite satisfactory for a family of 5. As for water, it can be sourced from the nearby stream. The laborers within our means seem reluctant to venture so far, while those who would are likely riders in pursuit of tranquility, seeking a serene environment for their craft. Yet, those novelists often live in solitude and do not require such spacious accommodations. Do not be hasty. Previously, I indeed lacked the funds, but now," Vale remarked teasingly, reaching into her grimy jacket to retrieve a mud-caked ring. "Look what I've unearthed. It is precisely because you squander your days on fanciful pursuits and digging that you find yourself in such dire straits. Wait a moment. It seems this time I've uncovered something other than mere refuse." As Wilson was midway through his complaint, he accepted the ring, adjusting his monocle. He produced a handkerchief from his pocket, dampened it with clean water, and meticulously wiped away the grime. As the mud and dust dissipated, a dazzling silver sheen emerged. "This is silver. No, wait. This is platinum. Good heavens, it is more precious than gold. Moreover, it appears to be at least a century old. You have indeed struck gold. If this item dates back 100 years and is crafted from platinum, it must be worth at least £5. Enough to restore this house to its former glory and to undertake significant renovations. At that point, I would have every confidence that such a house could fetch £30, and I would stand to gain £1 and 15 shillings. Just as Wilson was thumping his chest in elation, A cough interrupted him. Ahem. He turned to see a boy, leaning on a cane, approaching, clad in a blue worker's cap and a coat in a state of disrepair akin to Vale's. He offered a faint smile and gestured towards the ring. Good day. I believe that ring may belong to me. Chapter 19. Real Estate Investment. Hello. I believe that ring may belong to me. Red adjusted the brim of his hat and inquired gently, Please do not be hasty in refuting me, Mississippi. I remain uncertain if this ring is indeed mine. However, if it truly is, I suspect you unearthed it from a crevice among the rocks in a river valley, prying through the icy layer and superficial debris. Am I correct? You and I are of similar age. Why persist in addressing me as Miss? Your attire is hardly superior to mine. Merely a matter of 20 dillons and a pound appearing alike, she retorted. Vale did not lower her guard despite his youthful appearance. Grasping the ring tightly, her crimson eyes met Red's brown ones, neither party exhibiting any sign of retreat. What shall I call you then? Red King. Just call me Red. He shifted his cane to his left hand to extend his right, lamenting that their first encounter was under such circumstances. However, according to national law, one who returns lost property may claim a reward from the original owner. My hands are covered in mud, Vale remarked, realizing the issue as she extended her hand, quickly declining the handshake. Not a concern, Red replied, revealing his palm, equally soiled from digging for truffles. Indeed, I did excavate it from the valley beside the Trident River. Yet, this object has been buried for over a century. How can you be certain it is your ring? Vale skillfully avoided his verbal trap, stating firmly, It has not been established that this is yours. I am under no obligation to return it. House Agent Wilson, where are your parents? Call them forth. My parents succumbed to tuberculosis 2 years ago, Red interjected, effectively silencing Wilson's inquiries. He gestured towards Vale's tightly clenched fist. I too wish to ascertain if this is indeed my ring, left for me a century ago. Vale raised an eyebrow. Do you possess any compelling evidence? Red had some confidence. This untidy girl named Vale was not unreasonable. She concealed the ring in her palm, unwilling to reveal its outline and appearance. If it is my ring, the inner band will bear an inscription, engraved in Felician. Previously encased in silver powder, the golden lettering was obscured. It reads, Welcome to the domain of the madman, Rhaegal Trike. A century ago, the Felician kingdom was already dissolved. Such an item could not possibly remain, Wilson muttered. You are merely trying to deceive, kid. You are mistaken. Vale tossed the ring lightly, confidently asserting, You are spouting nonsense. The platinum moth Count Faminuk is an acknowledged saint. Should he not have passed away in the year 781 of the new era? Wilson contemplated dismissing this child with outlandish claims, but hesitated, recognizing he could not turn away someone with a disability. Indeed, Count Faminuk was interred in the year 802 of the new era. His body was preserved and sanctified, laid to rest in the Temple of Glorious Felicia. His possessions were transformed into his favored platinum adornments as per his will, yet none accompanied him to the grave. They were donated to the temple. Vale nodded. Subsequently, the temple was consumed by fire, and it is plausible that some treasures found their way into the hands of the common folk. Wilson rolled his eyes, exasperated. Miss Vale, are you truly willing to relinquish a fortune? Why do you persist in defending this child? Such is the truth, Vale replied, unfurling her palm to let the ring bask in the warm glow of the setting sun. The golden rays danced across the platinum surface, revealing delicate patterns reminiscent of moth wings, indicative of exquisite craftsmanship worthy of a saint's legacy. The wing patterns align, she continued, flipping the ring over and brushing away the dust from the inner band, scrutinizing it closely. It reads, Welcome to the domain of the madman, Rhaegal. The latter part is somewhat unclear, but it is likely so. With that, she stepped forward, taking Red's vacant left hand and placing the ring gently into his palm. Clap, clap, she declared. Vale, Wilson exclaimed, finally breaking his silence. You are simply returning it to him. What about the reward? This ring, my heavens, if it truly is a saint's relic, even after depreciation due to subsequent alterations, it must be worth at least 3,000 pounds. And with the Temple of Glory undergoing reconstruction, they would surely pay a handsome sum for it. With such funds, why would you even consider selling houses? You could attend university in the Republic of Felicia, complete your studies, purchase a holiday villa on the western coast of the Clysius Empire, and then embark on adventures in overseas colonies for years, even decades. This is not my ring. I unearthed it, encountered its rightful owner, and returned it, Vale replied calmly. as if she had merely discarded an inconsequential leaf rather than relinquishing £3,000. Indeed, I truly desire to purchase a house on the western coast. I wish to study law at Klein University in the Republic of Fallujah, allowing me to qualify as a Level 7 civil servant, securing a stable salary of £1 per month alongside 15 days of paid leave annually. Should you manage to finalize this deal for even £30, I would earn a £1 commission sufficient to fund my university education. Wilson nearly wept. And what of you? You've returned the ring. Yet your house has been listed with me for nearly a year, initially valued at £2,000. I foolishly believed you, and now it has plummeted to £13, soon to drop to £6. I am but a humble salesperson. Why is it so difficult to earn a living? No, I should express gratitude to the divine for not succumbing to your antics. May the goddess of truth ever watch over me. The salesman's face turned pale with frustration as he hastily drew a circle and a rational cross over his chest. Red cast a sympathetic glance at the beleaguered worker, imagining the man's blood pressure surging like a fountain. Such is the nature of things. Someone will inevitably buy a house. They merely seek to gain an advantage, Red remarked. This house is splendid. A mere glance at its interior reveals that the design alone is worth £10. Surely, someone will recognize its value. Vale nonchalantly picked at the silver flecks beneath her nails, glancing up at Red. Are you not leaving yet? The gentleman with the platinum ring? Indeed, as you mentioned. This house is quite remarkable, Red remarked, adjusting his chin as he surveyed the property. I have taken a liking to this house. Chapter 20. The new house. Red was not acting on a whim. He had previously observed the stitched creature becoming utterly entranced by the aroma of black truffles, leading him to realize that the surrounding environment was quite extraordinary. Black truffles are a type of fungus that demands an exceptionally stringent growth environment, making them exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to cultivate artificially. A slight variation in sunlight, moisture, or soil acidity can prevent their growth altogether. Even in Red's previous life, large-scale, systematic cultivation of black truffles remained unattainable. The flavor of truffles is peculiar, akin to that of durian. Those who appreciate them do so fervently, despite their off-putting scent. The availability of truffles varies regionally, with some areas producing them abundantly, thus making them more affordable nearby. However, in the present era, particularly in the Duchy of Wick, the production of black truffles is woefully insufficient, resulting in consistently high prices. The adage abundance devalues holds true, for rarity elevates worth. Red and the stitched creature wandered extensively, discovering that this area, untouched by human development, had remarkably preserved its natural ecology, potentially providing an ideal environment for truffle growth. This was splendid news. If he could secure the rights to cultivate this land and manage the truffle property effectively, even a few years of development could yield profits approaching £10,000. Thus, when he first laid eyes on the villa for sale, he immediately calculated the desirability of acquiring it. The house itself was secondary. The primary goal was to gain control over the surrounding truffles. He envisioned a method akin to boarding the train before purchasing the ticket. Once he unearthed and sold the truffles, he could gradually cover the necessary taxes and formalities. However, he slightly overestimated the property prices of this era. In an unurbanized area, a habitable countryside villa could be acquired for merely £6, a price so astonishingly low that it left him incredulous. For context, as an intern worker in a factory, he could earn no more than £18 annually, barely enough to sustain 3 people. In contrast, a trainee pastor earned at least £40, while lawyers could rake in a minimum of £180. In the capital city of Hainas, a butler's annual salary started at £80. Comparatively, £6, merely 1/3 of his annual income as a laborer, could purchase such a spacious abode, and yet the entrepreneur deemed it expensive. Red could scarcely fathom this situation. Transportation and water supply were not significant concerns for him. Wilson's assertions essentially echoed the reverse urbanization process discussed in high school geography. Hainas City had become rather congested, and with the enactment of labor rights protection laws, the number of workers would increase, prompting the affluent to relocate to serene suburban and rural areas. After all, workers were bound to their jobs, necessitating commutes, whereas the wealthy prioritized the quality of their living environments. The Lewis brothers, who had just viewed the property, were evidently unaware of this emerging trend. Though the concept of reverse urbanization was still nascent, it was not widely grasped. Regarding practical living conditions, Red surmised that since Valeway had resided there for an extended period, water supply was assured. The adjacent area had yet to be meticulously cultivated. With only potatoes and lettuce planted, with careful attention, it could alleviate many of their daily needs. Most importantly, the proximity to the black truffle forest was undeniable. He could unreservedly state that a brief stroll with the stitched creature could yield several kilograms of truffles. Two additional factors weighed heavily on Red's mind. First, this location was far from the city center, alleviating concerns about potential retaliation from thieves and Sam, the foreman, should his whistleblowing fail. Even if he faced some trouble, he could rely on Falcon's ring as a safeguard, and his siblings could remain hidden in this wilderness, waiting safely. Secondly, the tranquility of the environment would allow him to gradually train himself and the stitched creature, enhancing their synergy. Once the truffle business was established, he could venture into dreams with peace of mind, exploring the mysteries of the profession. Moreover, he had yet to visit Fangre. From his previous experiences within dreams, Red realized that sleeping in different locations yielded distinct dreamscapes. However, the precise nature of these differences remained to be uncovered. If he could stabilize his presence near Windmill Village, it would facilitate his explorations. Yet, one hope lingered: to reunite with Fangre, that ugly, honest, and pitiable soul, the biological son of Director Lager. Although Fangre had been safeguarded by Director Lager in a manner of speaking, Red still harbored feelings of guilt. After all, he had once wished to drive him away and take his place. Reflecting on this, Red recognized that the appearance of this house presented him with numerous opportunities, and indeed, the price was quite reasonable. Do you have cash on hand? Wilson did not doubt Red's financial capability. The Saint's platinum ring had just been returned by Valeway. If he successfully sold it to the church, money would not be an issue. Wilson, half-heartedly and half-skeptical, reminded him, for property transfer, you must provide at least half the cash as a down payment. Red turned to Valeway. What is your asking price now? £13, including various taxes and fees. It amounts to £15. Thus, half of that would be £7 and 10 dillons, Valeway replied casually. This isn't my price. It was set by Wilson's company. Wilson, feeling helpless, sighed at the two 13 or 14-year-olds, lamenting, has the era truly changed? Why are children so difficult nowadays? Pay £7 and 10 dillons up front, and the remainder can be repaid in 6 months. By the way, you shouldn't need a loan for this amount, right? Valeway asked nonchalantly. I can manage £7 and 10 dillons. As for the subsequent loan, to be frank, I have an idea, Red said, glancing at Wilson with a smile. Miss Valeway, if you were to lose this house, would you have somewhere else to stay? My life belongs to this vast world. I can reside anywhere, Valeway replied, unconcerned. However, I'm not yet of college age. Once I acquire the funds, I plan to enroll in a 2-year preparatory course at Hainaz University while picking up odd jobs. As for accommodation, I hadn't thought about it. I could find a large tree to climb and wrap myself in a blanket. How about this? Red calculated. I could rent you some rooms in this house for 2 years, covering the costs of renovations, water, and coal during that time. The rent would amount to at least £1 and 11 dillons, which could then be deducted from the payments. Valeway scratched her black hair. Crossing her arms, deep in thought, she looked up at Red and said, I don't quite understand. Are you saying I can stay here for just £1 and 11 dillons, enjoying this spacious 300-square-meter house, without needing to cover the costs for new furniture or renovations? Indeed, Red nodded. This way, you would have a place to stay. Wilson, unable to interject, found himself at a loss as Valeway immediately turned to him, declaring, sell the house to him. We can sign the contract and make the payment today, and tomorrow we will head to the municipal office to complete the formalities. Let's first review the contract, Red replied calmly. Rest assured, there's no need for a lawyer. I can handle the contract myself. Additionally, I will draft a lease agreement with Miss Valeway. We can discuss all of this tomorrow. Vale let out a yawn and remarked, I am quite fatigued today. My dear sirs, I regret that I cannot accommodate you here for the night. Allow me to guide you along a shortcut to Windmill Village. Wilson, we must hurry if we wish to catch the steam truck. Thank you. I have already secured a room at the inn in Windmill Village. Moreover, by tomorrow, the letter of accusation should reach Granny Giza. The Church of the Goddess of Truth is particularly intolerant of inciting others to commit murder, and their efficiency in handling such matters is rather noteworthy. Red couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 21. Chit-chat. The intermediary Wilson fortuitously caught a passing steam truck, its billowing coal smoke painting the sunset in even more vibrant hues. Red leaned on his cane, gazing longingly at the horizon where the sun descended. The crimson glow bathed him, accentuating his solitude and profound loneliness. At this juncture, matters nearly approached resolution. Even if unforeseen events were to arise now, his contingency plans were adequate. The persistent anxiety that had plagued him for so long finally dissipated. As he stared at the setting sun, it felt as if everything was being submerged in its trajectory, each concern fading into mere phantoms, with the promise that once the sun sank, all his misfortunes and sorrows would be forgotten. Red, propped on his cane, felt the biting winter wind tugging at the empty hem of his right pant leg. Villagers and passers-by around him exchanged banter about the peculiarities of this world, while the unfamiliar scent of wheat wafted from a nearby tavern. Each element served as a reminder. He had departed from his original world, severed from the hometown he had known for over a decade due to a bowl of talisman water. From a healthy university student raised in a city family, he had transformed into a destitute, legless child laborer. It had already been 3 days since Red traversed into this realm. Yet, he found himself unable to succumb to such self-deception. Perhaps it was indeed due to the talisman water that he had perished in his former world, inheriting the painful and tragic memories of Red King, and through his body, he was reborn, fostering a deep concern for Eder and Yami. However, even without these memories, how could he apathetically observe 2 innocent children, who might face peril, and coldly proclaim, "I shall avenge you," only to abandon them and limp away at a high speed of 1 meter per second? Red could not do that, even if it were merely 2 ordinary children playing on the tracks, as a youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education in a modern society. His instinct would compel him to rush forward and scold them to leave. Moreover, these 2 children had remained steadfastly by his side since he lost his right leg, spending days' worth of rations to buy him a cane, enduring hunger and hardship, even selling matchboxes while saving their food for him. If he were to abandon such devoted Eder and Yami, Red felt he could not call himself human, let alone consider himself a civilized individual from a modern democratic society. In his previous life, he had been someone who, upon encountering dissatisfaction online, would angrily pound his keyboard or even arrange physical confrontations. Leveraging his towering height of nearly 2 meters and his martial arts training in high school to teach many a keyboard warrior a lesson, including a few hot-headed Russian exchange students in college. Yet, in this world, he had endured for a full 8 hours. His frail body, missing a leg, rendered him incapable of confronting the foreman Sam physically. With the presence of these 2 siblings, he had refrained from engaging in disputes with the scabs. Even in his dreams, he had to maintain a cautious demeanor, carefully weighing his actions. It was stifling, however. Any person with a sound moral compass would condemn him as a scoundrel for prioritizing his fleeting satisfaction over the safety of his younger siblings. Humanity is defined by education, memory, character, and soul. Those who act solely for their survival and desires are merely beasts clad in human skin. Red believed that, though he may have humble beginnings as a time traveler, the notion of conquering the world and establishing a legacy was somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, he could not align himself with the uncultured colonial invaders, whether Anglo-Saxon or otherwise, who took slaughter and hedonism as their birthright. As it often happens, once a person escapes the clutches of crisis, their mind begins to wander. Red rubbed his neck and sighed. The human condition is indeed quite sorrowful. How young are you to express such sentiments? Do you not find it rather old-fashioned? Before he could finish, a soft voice from behind interrupted him. He turned slightly to see Veilway extending a wooden cup filled with steaming, fragrant fruit juice reminiscent of orange juice. "This is for you, young worker." "Thank you. But how did you deduce that?" Red accepted the warm juice, a local wild fruit concoction, its sweetness akin to that of sugar. The warmth spread through him, enveloping his insides in comfort. Veilway bit the edge of her cup and, turning with her hands propped on the tavern's railing, casually remarked, "You have calluses on your hands. They must have formed from long hours of wielding wrenches and turning screws. Plus, that hat makes you look like a mechanic." It was an easy guess. "A former factory worker, and now, like you, I am a wanderer," she added. Red smiled. Veilway glanced at him, propping her chin with one hand. Her rose-colored eyes filled with an odd glint. "You hardly resemble a 13 or 14-year-old. Even if one were to call you mature for your age, you are excessively so." Red shrugged, leaning against the tavern post while sipping his hot juice. "Moreover, I must correct you." "Red," Veilway interjected. "I am not a wanderer." "Very well, but forgive my ignorance. I fail to discern any occupational traits about you." "That's right. Veilway asserted confidently. I am an adventurer. I simply paused my journey for a year because an old man insisted on gifting me a house, and my savings were insufficient. Weren't you just saying you wanted to attend school? Red teased. I doubt there's a school in the Duchy of Wick that trains outdoor adventurers. Going to school does not preclude me from pursuing adventures, Veilway retorted, appearing to relish the exchange, as if she had not encountered someone to engage in this topic for quite some time. Today, the term adventure actually stems from meanings of victory and progress. To me, adventure embodies a life attitude, venturing into places ordinary people fear to tread, seeking out those elusive romantic tales. As long as you persistently forge ahead, life is replete with opportunities for adventure. Veilway suddenly recalled. Oh, I haven't told you about this yet. It's not particularly novel. It concerns a fierce-looking old man notorious among his family and friends for the past 20 years. Upon seeing me, he insisted on gifting me his entire house before fleeing to the Republic of Felicia. Red raised an eyebrow. Fleeing? A subtle realization dawned on him that something was amiss. Of course, wouldn't he want to escape? 8 people have died in that house over the past 5 years. It's only natural that he couldn't bear the weight of it all, Veilway replied nonchalantly. However, as an adventurer, the moment he mentioned the house being haunted, I accepted it without a second thought. Chapter 22. The mansion Red stood before the vacant space at the entrance of the villa located at 100 Mel Avenue, leaning on his cane. Is this real? Or is it false? He caressed the head of the cane with his palm, squinting slightly as he scrutinized the exterior of the house for a moment before pressing down on the cane and stepping forward. It's getting chilly. Let's not linger outside any longer. Please, take me inside for a closer look, he said to Miss Weirway. Don't call me Miss anymore. We are of similar age. And it feels quite odd, Weirway replied, patting her hands as she approached the door. She unlocked it with a key and pushed it open, gesturing for Red to enter. Come in. Although I haven't tidied up much, it's still livable. A flicker of emotion crossed Red's brown eyes, yet he maintained his composure as he stepped inside. In the afternoon, this door opens outward. Yet now, it opens inward, he noted silently. With a soft thud, Red ascended the 3 steps, slightly tilting his body to ensure he could keep Weirway in his peripheral vision. She appeared unharmed, burping softly from her juice, and once he entered the house, she casually closed the villa's door behind them with a click. The lock's mechanism seemed somewhat outdated. While he outwardly exhibited no concern, a subtle smile crept onto his lips as his left hand instinctively pressed against the stitched creature concealed within his coat. The hard texture felt as solid as steel, instilling a sense of calm within Red. This house indeed harbored secrets. He refrained from voicing his concerns to Weirway, instead surveying the interior environment, just as she had described. The quality of the house was exceptional, though it had suffered from years of neglect, with most furniture being nibbled by pests and the wooden floor creaking beneath his steps. The structural integrity remained intact, the first floor's ceiling was robust, and the airtightness was commendable, as not a single trace of dirty water was visible. Let me think of how to introduce this to you. On the first floor, what you see upon entering is this shadow wall, which once displayed a beautiful pastoral painting. To the left and right, there were exquisite oriental purple pattern vases. Behind the shadow wall, several portraits of family members adorned the walls. Weirway kicked off her boots and, donning cotton slippers, led him around the shadow wall. Next, you encounter the former parlor, featuring 4 sofas. Quite nice, isn't it? There used to be 2 silver candlesticks in the corner. Just lighting one would illuminate the entire parlor beautifully at night. No chandelier needed. Simply perfect. Red took a glance at the empty parlor and then lifted his gaze to the half-torn chandelier cord. Indeed, the sight was striking. He feigned ignorance to the dust that revealed stark footprints, which stood directly beneath the chandelier cord, as if someone had once hanged there and had since been standing in this very spot. A sense of being watched enveloped him, intensifying with every exploration of the villa. He discreetly approached, twisting his ankle to erase the footprints beneath the chandelier. Now, take a look over here. Do you find the floor rather unclean? No. It's just that I stepped in some dirt earlier, Weirway responded, raising her hand. That's why I usually change my shoes, but it hardly matters now. It's already quite dirty, and I rarely walk around here anyway. I might as well just wipe the bottom of my shoes. Indeed, Red replied with a smile. Yet the feeling of being observed now grew even stronger. He noted Weirway's clearly defined footprints where she had walked. Taking a deep breath, he focused his senses, allowing the ethereal blood within him to flow, subtly altering his perception. He sensed strange currents swirling in the space around him. This is the game room. It used to have a billiard table, but now it's just an empty room. Next door is the kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen is quite spacious, and I occasionally use it, so I've kept it fairly tidy, Weirway explained as she opened the kitchen door. As Red stepped inside, he was immediately met with a blast of frigid air, weighing down upon him as if he were carrying the burden of an adult, rendering him slightly breathless. He maintained an air of calm, feigning interest in the gas stove while he opened the oven. A foul odor that only he could discern wafted into his nostrils. The pungent scent caused his eyes to redden, yet he struggled to maintain his composure, complimenting Weirway on her excellent upkeep of the oven, which was spotless inside. After all, I've baked cookies and bread in here, though I've failed several times, Weirway sighed. It seems I truly lack the talent for culinary arts. I can only manage the most basic bread. Did you use it today? It appears very clean, Red inquired, wiping the oven's interior with his hand. He fixated on his fingertips, which, previously pristine and moist, were now coated with a layer of white dust. As he inhaled freely, his fingertips regained their cleanliness. Indeed, it is extraordinary power. As a professional, Red's ethereal blood concentration was in single digits, yet even at that level, it was distinctly separate from that of the ordinary. The curator, Laguerre, had once told him, the qualities of a collector are curiosity, greed, wealth, entertainment, and a very important trait that remains unspoken. Upon awakening from that dream, he found himself transformed into a collector with a 3% concentration of ethereal blood. Though he did not experience the visceral sensation of species metamorphosis, he could not deny that his personality had shifted. He had become more avaricious and a bit bolder. After a second foray into the dream realm, the concentration of the collector's blood surged to 30%, with toxic blood and extraordinary abilities, truly a force that overshadowed the lives of ordinary beings. At this moment, Red felt the primal instinct of being a professional acutely, realizing that even the observant Weirway, who had resided in the villa for a full year, remained oblivious to its peculiarities. He merely followed his instincts, concentrating on the sensations around him, allowing him to perceive the environmental changes and the influence of extraordinary power. In this world, the concept of magic seemed non-existent. Red wielded his abilities entirely through the ethereal blood coursing within him. Rather than being akin to legendary spells, these abilities felt more like innate physical capabilities. Weirway then led him to the bathroom, and upon seeing the massive bathtub resembling a small swimming pool, she immediately remarked, "No need." Red smiled gently. "I wish to stay here tonight, if that is acceptable." Chapter 23. Ghostbusters. The fireplace crackled with vibrant orange flames, casting warmth and light that dispelled the surrounding darkness, thus breathing life into the otherwise desolate living room. Veilway tidied the sofa with minimal effort, while Reed settled onto a nearby couch, engrossed in a modern history book, quietly awaiting her return. The distant sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. In such a countryside villa, heating water for a bath was quite the laborious task. Veilway was no pampered heiress. She turned on the faucet and doused herself with the icy, biting water from the pipes, prompting Reed to marvel at her resilience. The frigid water, left outside in temperatures plummeting below 10 degrees, would have likely caused him to catch a cold, given his current frail condition. Veilway had no qualms about Reed spending the night. She expressed regret that the house had remained vacant for too long, having only prepared her own bed, leaving him with merely a blanket. Reed, however, was indifferent to these inconveniences. Once he fell asleep, he would become an extraordinary individual with wealth beyond measure. He took advantage of the flickering firelight and candle glow to peruse some of the books in the study. I must devise a plan to draw out the hidden entities residing within this house and eliminate them all. Reed gently stroked the small amalgam creature nestled in his arms. Being a collector was not a profession known for its combat prowess. As clearly stated in the legacy penned by Curator Rager, a collector possesses no inherent combat ability. In reality, his concentration of etheric blood was a mere 3%, and his understanding of extraordinary knowledge was almost non-existent. Under such circumstances, expelling the entities haunting the villa seemed nearly impossible. Veilway had lived here for over a year without incident, yet upon his arrival, he faced a myriad of uncanny events. Was it mere coincidence, or was it perhaps the burden of knowledge that drew misfortune? Nevertheless, abandoning this villa was out of the question. The area was rich in black truffles. Acquiring this property would grant him a strategic foothold for labor and excavation, allowing him to get ahead of the game. Black truffles. Caviar and foie gras are hailed as the three finest ingredients in Western cuisine. Even in our modern age of productivity, professional truffle hunters, accompanied by trained dogs and sows, scour the land for these treasures. High-quality black truffles can fetch tens of thousands of dollars per kilogram. In this era, their value could only rise, and the top-tier varieties would be deemed inexpensive at a pound or kilogram. While in nearby regions, truffles may be considered mere fodder for pigs. Their inherent inability to be cultivated artificially provides ample opportunity for value appreciation. As a citizen of a monarchic nation, Reed suspected there might be royal provisions concerning these delicacies. Given their status as high-end ingredients, he had no fear of selling them. His only concern was the potential for exorbitant taxation. In a monarchy, tax evasion could lead to dire consequences, but he knew that if he didn't seize the resources here first, he would regret it for a lifetime. If possible, he also hoped to acquire the surrounding land to transform it into a private forest, although such an endeavor would undoubtedly come with staggering land and forestry taxes. Yet, compared to the profits from a truffle farm, these expenses would pale in significance. To ensure production efficiency and safety, securing this house was imperative. He gently patted the small amalgam creature. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary being, a prized possession of the Tricky family, capable of confidently embodying the classification of everything. It was precisely this everything that bolstered Reed's confidence. He had already observed that the amalgam possessed characteristics of mammals, insects, fish, birds, plants, fungi, corpses, and machinery. Faced with the specters haunting the villa, he suddenly had a revelation. Could ghosts and malevolent spirits also be considered a distinct race? Exorcising these spirits was among his objectives, especially since he wished to repay Veilway for her gracious return of the ring. Alas, he had no gifts to offer at that moment. As he pondered, his gaze swept across the indoor and outdoor environments. Perhaps it was the ample firelight, but the entities that had previously threatened to suffocate or freeze him now remained eerily silent. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Veilway emerged, clad in clean, loose clothing that served as makeshift sleepwear. As she dried her hair, Reed barely heard her footsteps approach before she inquired, "Would you like some tea? Or plain water?" Veilway appeared perplexed. "What water is white? Do you mean milk?" "Boiled water," Reed clarified. "Oh," she replied, picking up the kettle. Reed noticed as she opened the door, completely unaware that the house's structure had once again shifted. This is the second time. Even someone as meticulous as Veilway has failed to notice the problem, Reed mused, considering that perhaps his status as an extraordinary being rendered the specters more wary and repelled by him. His fingertips lightly tapped against the armrest of the sofa. After a moment's contemplation, Reed resolved to take the initiative. Veilway was merely a mortal. She could not assist him in this matter. However, having lived here for so long, she should possess significant knowledge about the house. He discreetly released the amalgam, allowing it to glide from his pant leg, utilizing shared vision to patrol the villa. Before long, Veilway returned, carrying the boiling water. She produced what appeared to be the only two bone china cups and poured the steaming water. Reed expressed his gratitude and seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation. "Miss Veilway, didn't I mention not to call me miss?" she interjected, loosening the towel from her hair, which cascaded down her shoulders. She shook her head and settled onto the sofa opposite Reed. Being addressed by her peers in such a manner truly made her feel as if she had aged a decade. Reed was momentarily taken aback. After her bath, Veilway regarded him with the familiarity of an old friend, casually tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Her freshly cleansed skin appeared remarkably delicate and soft. Previously, her face had been caked in mud and dust. Now, Reed noted her petite, well-defined nose and striking features. Veilway could not be described as a conventionally beautiful girl. Her features were simply well-proportioned with distinct angles. Coupled with her consistently cheerful and capable demeanor, along with her boyish shoulder-length hair, it was impossible to deny her charm. While she could not be compared to the likes of Evelyn, a woman of exceptional beauty, her rose-colored eyes magnetically drew one's gaze. That hue was truly captivating, a rich, vibrant rose that evoked images of the resplendent queen of flowers. The rose, softer and more radiant than bright red, imbued with a light, fresh essence. "Your eyes are truly beautiful," Reed offered, sincerely complimenting her. "Thank you. Your eyes are also bright and clear. Are you truly just a worker?" Veilway, feeling rejuvenated after her bath, spoke with newfound openness. Reed nodded. "I once was. Before my leg was severed, I was doing quite well in the factory. However, We've discussed this topic before. The great adventurer, Veilway. But Veilway propped her chin on her hand, curiosity glinting in her gaze. Why would a worker be literate? Reed noticed her attention linger on the modern history book in his hands. He waved his hand dismissively. Isn't that a contradiction? Among workers, there are those who love to learn. Not all workers are low-skilled laborers. If I must say, I recall a skilled machinist who, after a month of diligent work and a few days of overtime, could earn as much as £2, which is equivalent to 3 times the income of an apprentice. In truth, the earnings of laborers are not particularly low. However, for a small office employee, earning an annual salary of £28 is no easy feat. With her hands cradling a teacup, Vale asked curiously, "What do you plan to do next, Red? Given your condition, finding work may prove challenging. Will you sell that ring?" This indeed posed a dilemma, for that ring was my trump card. As Red caressed the intricate moth-wing pattern on the platinum ring, he candidly replied, "It holds great significance for me. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not part with it." While speaking, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The atmosphere was still and serene. Red dared not let his guard down. It was his first encounter with such a situation, necessitating utmost caution. Simultaneously, he reached out to the creature known as the stitching monster, instructing it to be mindful of his blind spots. "It's me," Red smiled faintly. "It's a gift I left for myself." Chapter 24. The waning crescent Veilway regarded Red as if he were jesting. Casting a glance out the window where a clear moonlight cascaded down, she casually remarked, "The cold light dances, the waning crescent descends." Red paused in surprise, prompting Veilway to elucidate. "This is an ancient folk song from Felicia. Today happens to be a waning moon. It is said that the ancient Felicians regarded the moon as the embodiment of a demon, believing that a full moon drove one to madness, a waxing moon brought misfortune, and a waning moon summoned malevolent spirits and phantoms. It is but superstition. The moon is merely a satellite that orbits us. It possesses no such mystique." "Ah, folklore," mused Red, finding a peculiar humor in the term superstition when uttered in the presence of an extraordinary being like himself, unable to suppress a chuckle. He immediately inquired, "What, then, led them to believe that a waning moon would attract malevolent spirits and phantoms?" Veilway, exuding the aura of a well-read and worldly individual, replied without hesitation, "I suspect that for those who dwell alone, the prospect of a waning moon heralding ghosts is quite terrifying." Red playfully teased her, observing her expression intently. Veilway remained unperturbed and replied nonchalantly, "Ah, it varies from person to person. Do you recall when I told you about that old man who insisted on gifting me his house? His family had lost 8 relatives in 5 years, and he believed the house was haunted. Yet, after living there for a year, I encountered no issues. It was he who, just days after fleeing, met his demise on the road to the Republic of Felicia." Red was momentarily speechless. "I imagine most would struggle to endure the loss of 8 family members within 5 years. Well, I cannot speak to that," she shrugged, the fire crackling warmly, allowing her to relax as she softly hummed a tune, her legs drawn up, revealing her pristine, pale feet with smooth, pebble-like toes keeping time to her melody. "Oh, it is of no concern." Veilway raised an eyebrow, scratching her chin. "To be honest, I am unsure of my origins. I have wandered the city streets since childhood. My memories before the age of 3 are lost to me. From the age of 8, I learned to read and write by scavenging newspapers and eavesdropping. And thereafter I worked odd jobs while traveling. It is not a grand tale." Her words, though delivered with casual indifference, resonated deeply with Red. As fellow denizens of the societal underbelly, Veilway's plight was even more tragic, an orphan without kin, yet devoid of any complaints about her miserable circumstances. Her noble character, surpassing that of many, coupled with her tireless pursuit of her adventurous dreams, inspired genuine respect in Red, solidifying his resolve to express his gratitude to her. "Veilway," he ventured, "what knowledge do you possess regarding spirits?" "Your inquiry stems from curiosity about the old man's family's harrowing experiences and whether this house might indeed be a haunted dwelling. Does it not?" "Not particularly." Red intended to declare himself a staunch materialist, but hesitated, reflecting on his own circumstances. "I am merely intrigued. After all, the notion of losing 8 family members within 5 years is undeniably terrifying. Then let us converse further. Discussing such eerie tales in the dead of night seems quite fitting." As Veilway and Red exchanged stories, becoming more familiar with each other's backgrounds, the atmosphere grew more relaxed, smiles gracing their features. After taking a sip of water, she began her narrative. "Let me start from the beginning. In the year 1150 of the new calendar, which is 23 years ago, this villa was inhabited by a prominent family known as the Alchem, who were engaged in the fur trade. Suddenly, the room dimmed as Red noticed the waning moon obscured by a mass of clouds outside. Following the words of the witch, cuz he personally slaughtered a male and a female squirrel, severed their heads, stripped their flesh, and stuffed their heads with his younger son's hair and ashes, soaking them in honey for 3 days until they solidified into amber. On the 3rd day, as the waning crescent shone brightly in the clear moonlight, his wife was miraculously discovered. She was pregnant once more. Meanwhile, the amber of the squirrels had mysteriously vanished. As her words lingered in the air, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, who would seek me out at this late hour? Vilway blinked in surprise. I am not in debt. Red jested. Perhaps it is your neighbor. But as he turned, his expression grew grave. The little amalgamation creature crawled up to the window, where the moonlight illuminated the scene, revealing no one at the door. No need to rush. Let us remain quiet for a few moments. The firelight is concealed by the shadowed wall. If the person outside finds no one home, they will likely depart, Red assured her. Isn't that rather inconsiderate? What if they have urgent matters? Vilway frowned. Perhaps it is merely the wind, sounding like a knock, Red suggested. No sooner had he spoken than his pupils dilated. In the next moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, parting the clouds to reveal the moon. Under the cold moonlight, a tall figure approached the door, draped in golden fur, its body rigid, resembling a headless squirrel. Following this, under the gaze of Red and the amalgamation creature, the headless giant squirrel extended its hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 25. Just come in. Still knocking at the door? Vale murmured softly. If there's something urgent, they should come to me. As she spoke, she prepared to rise, when a cool moonlight spilled across the floor. Red immediately focused, his breath held, as the world within his gaze subtly shifted. The floor, illuminated by the cold light of the waning moon, suddenly became riddled with shadowy figures resembling mud. Don't move, he whispered sharply. Red sensed something amiss, while across the room, the headless giant dormouse in the seams of the creature raised its stiff claws once more. Tapping against the door, a gust of wind stirred up a cloud of dust on the door, and Red glanced out the window, where the waning moon's glow was obscured by dark clouds. It must be the moonlight, Red thought to himself. The light of the waning moon reveals the forms of those ghastly beings. What did you say? I couldn't quite hear, Vale replied, her rosy eyes reflecting confusion. Should I go and open the door? Vale, are there any neighbors nearby? No, so I was wondering if it might be a wanderer or a passing traveler seeking help. It could also be outlaws, Red murmured. Extinguish the fire. Draw the curtains. Pretend no one is home, or that everyone is asleep. Vale frowned, contemplating for a moment before she stood, gently closing the surrounding curtains, and extinguished the fire. Once this was done, the entire villa fell into an eerie silence. Darkness engulfing everything, instilling a sense of dread, while the cold wind that seeped through the gaps in the house chilled his hands and feet. Red wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, his eyes clear and expression grave. The room was in impenetrable darkness, the silence so profound that he could hear Vale's breathing and the beating of her heart from across the room. Fear thrived in the darkness. The sound of blood coursing through his veins echoed like a waterfall, and the oppressive silence blurred the line between life and death. However, Red was certain that distancing himself from the moon and maintaining silence was the best course of action. At the same time, he kept a vigilant watch on the little creature's perspective. Before long, the clouds parted, and the moonlight bathed the earth once more. The headless giant dormouse reappeared outside the door, but this time it did not knock. Instead, it stood before the entrance like a mountain, exuding a heavy aura of pressure. Vale remained oblivious to the anomaly, maintaining her silence without stirring. He could not see the creature's face, but he surmised it bore a calm and relaxed expression. Using the little creature's vision, Red glanced at the sky. The clouds had thinned considerably. He cautiously leaned forward until a warm breath brushed against his cheek. Red had no time to indulge in the enchanting atmosphere. He lowered his voice and whispered, Vale, quietly go upstairs. Move without making a sound and keep close to the wall. Then just sleep. If anything happens, I will call for you loudly. Vale had not expected him to be so near, and instinctively recoiled from the warm air. Soon after, Red heard the faint rustle of her clothes against the sofa as she rose. Vale likely tiptoed, walking lightly on her bare feet. making only the faintest sound when her soles lifted from the floor. He waited in silence for a few seconds, until a soft door closing was heard from above. "Good girl," Red said, taking a hat from his pocket and placing it on his head, lowering the brim. "You terrifying creatures wish to play tricks with me? Just come on," he muttered under his breath, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing as drowsiness began to wash over him. His body felt increasingly weightless, his posture more fluid, and faintly, the flickering shadows of a campfire appeared before him. A subtle sensation graced his fingertips, and Red tightened his grip on the tin staff. Suddenly raising his head, the ceiling of the villa had transformed, revealing a vast expanse of twinkling stars and resplendent moonlight. The sound of song and dance filled the air, and as he lowered his eyelids, a voluptuous, brown-skinned horrorless dancer fell languidly into his embrace, her veiled face revealing only her large, glistening eyes. She blinked gently, exuding a seductive allure akin to peach blossoms. Red, having no time to attend to her, patted her shoulder and sent her away, ignoring her forlorn gaze. He quickly assessed his situation within the dream. He found himself clad in an ivory double-breasted shirt, a woolen vest, and riding breeches, casually seated on a velvet-carpeted patch of grass, embodying the essence of a relaxed gentleman. Surrounding him was a throng of elegantly dressed individuals, a mix of outdoor attire. Ladies and gentlemen seated on the ground, joyously reveling around a fire, while skewers of rare game meats sizzled on a grill nearby. Red noticed some nobles donned in hunting attire and fierce royal guards nearby. Piecing together the information relayed by the wicked woman, Evelia, he realized he was likely at a royal spring hunt soiree. Time is still a month later. Indeed, each dream occurs a month apart, though the scenes differ due to varying times and locations. "Awake, are you, Master Red?" The loyal servant of the Tricky family, Farron, approached Red as he lifted his head. Without waiting for Red to respond, Farron hurriedly continued, "The master has just gone to meet His Highness, the Second Prince. Would you like to accompany him?" Second Prince Lev Tolov? Red had just finished perusing modern history before the disintegration, and he instinctively blurted out. Farron did not dare correct him to include His Highness and continued, "Where's Lord Lager now?" "The master is drinking on the north side of Windbreak Hill. We'll see him later." "Take me there first." Red leaned on his staff. "I have matters to discuss with him. Why not enjoy the banquet and the beauties instead of seeking out an old man like me?" Red gestured for Farron to leave first. And once he was a distance away, he approached Director Lager and asked, "Director, do you know how to deal with ghosts or similar entities?" As soon as he finished speaking, Director Lager turned, swirling his whiskey glass, regarding him with a peculiar expression. "What do you mean?" Red, not overthinking, replied, "I seem to have attracted a bunch of ghosts or something like that." "No, that's not what I meant." Director Lager's expression darkened. "This is an outside public setting. Do you remember what you should call me?" Red froze for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Apologies, esteemed father. I was a bit too nervous." Director Lager's countenance softened immediately, as he said casually, "Better to be cautious than sorry. This will be the last time. Act natural, or you'll raise suspicions." His demeanor suggested he had sensed the undercurrents behind some substitution events, and his tone grew serious. Taking a sip of fine whiskey, Director Lager inquired, "Attracting ghosts isn't such a grave matter. I've cast a protective spell over you. Regular malevolent spirits cannot breach it. Are you struggling to adapt to the real world due to the rapid increase in your etheric blood density?" "No, I genuinely believe I might have encountered some malevolent spirit." Considering that protection spells likely wouldn't last a century, Red asked, "A friend of mine has a house where, due to an incantation by the witch, the dead have transformed into the spirits of dormice. During the waning moon, they manifest and incessantly knock at the door. How should I deal with this situation?" "You spend all your time at home. What friends do you have?" "Are you referring to yourself?" Director Lager looked at him in surprise before saying, "The Witch of the Coexists people is merely a rudimentary interpretation of necromancy within the realm of spiritualism. It is easily resolved. On a waning moon night, one can simply use a spell to eliminate the malevolent spirit under the moonlight, or there exists an even simpler method." "What method?" "Summon 2 artillery battalions and obliterate the haunted ground with a 6-pound Boxer cannon." Seeing Red's bewildered expression, Director Lager chuckled. "Surely you do not believe this to be true? Do you genuinely think that a spirit can be easily vanquished by an ordinary person? Then perhaps you could share some crucial insights." "Director," Red realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "Father, please enlighten me on how to proceed. The matter is rather urgent. Are there any specific tools for exorcising spirits?" It is quite rare for you to take an interest in the arcane, Logger remarked. This past month, aside from the basic consumption of catalysts to elevate your ethereal blood concentration above 30%, you have shown little motivation to study. Taking a sip of his drink, Director Logger added, as a reward for your newfound curiosity, I shall grant you a token. In an instant, Red noticed a notebook had appeared in his embrace. He opened it, and, upon glancing at its contents, his eyelids fluttered, and he could not help but exclaim, "This contains general knowledge and foundational spells for practitioners." "Hush," Director Logger cautioned, raising his index finger and speaking softly. "Only pages 23 to 48 contain truth. The rest are merely protective disguises. It records matters pertaining to spirits, but what? If you truly wish to venture into the realm of the collector, you might consider better utilizing your innate abilities." Director Logger glanced at him, pointed at his prosthetic leg, then tapped his temple. "Unleash your imagination." Chapter 26. Learning. The curator of Logger, despite Red's incessant inquiries, was unwilling to provide him with any tools for exorcising malevolent spirits. It appeared that the body within this dream realm had maintained a rather tenuous relationship with the curator, and his studies were not particularly fruitful. How ironic it was that before my transmutation, I relied on last-minute cramming to pass exams, and now, even after my transition, I find myself resorting to the same desperate measures. With notebook in hand, Red retreated to a quiet corner to immerse himself in study. In truth, he caught sight of the pale figure of Evria, who, without even the guise of male attire, seemed to sense his gaze. Upon meeting his warm smile, she nearly stumbled, barely managing to maintain her footing. While intimidation proved effective, alas, the opportunity to confront her was not at hand today. Red turned to page 23 of the curator's notes. In this era, the invention of the pencil had yet to occur, so he mentally highlighted key points, diligently rereading to commit them to memory. He was not overly concerned about oversleeping, having been roused from dreams twice before by the faintest disturbances from the outside world. Never having the chance to complete a dream. How regrettable it would be to squander the time he had to study. The section provided by the curator was quite elementary, beginning with a definition of practitioners. Throughout history, countless extraordinary beings have existed, and practitioners are so named because, fundamentally, we serve another hidden society. We refer to the world we inhabit as the foundational realm, and regardless of their pursuits, practitioners invariably enact change upon the society they truly serve. This transformation is rooted in the etheric blood that flows within us. Red narrowed his eyes slightly. The notes addressed a compelling question. Apart from the practitioners, it appeared there existed other extraordinary forces within this world. Yet, according to the notes, only the human race possessed practitioners. This statement piqued his interest. Only the human race. Could there be other subhuman or humanoid races in existence? Retaining this query, Red continued his reading. The source of a practitioner's power derives from the etheric blood that has been altered within them. According to the notes, in ancient times, humanity possessed 666 pathways to professions. However, by the old era, approximately 2 millennia ago, only 72 had endured. The current curator of Logger was only acquainted with 13 of these pathways. The curator emphasized, "Even though we have long lost the knowledge of the origins of these arcane professions, I have heard that among the 666 ancient professions, emperor, collector, and scholar were considered the most deranged." As Red pressed on, the text elaborated on the abilities and physicality of practitioners. All practitioners possess a certain degree of toxin resistance. After all, the etheric concoction they consume during their initiation trials is exceedingly toxic, rendering conventional poisoning attempts ineffective against them. Because a practitioner's strength is entirely derived from their etheric blood, theoretically, the greater the concentration of etheric blood within them, the more formidable their power becomes. This is especially true for primary core abilities, such as the collector's collection. The core abilities accompany practitioners throughout their lives. Thus, it seemed that practitioners merely needed to live and grow normally, allowing their etheric blood to naturally replace all their bodily fluids to attain their peak potential. Just as this thought crossed Red's mind, the curator's notes abruptly shattered this illusion with cold pragmatism. However, due to the inherent limitations of humanity, the concentration of etheric blood can never exceed 89. Should it surpass the critical threshold of 90, one would plunge into an irreversible abyss. You will cease to be yourself. The world will betray you eternally, and time, fate, illusions, and hope will relentlessly assail you, vowing to obliterate you. it is best not to know too much. In the realm of practitioners, ignorance can sometimes be a form of bliss. The curator was not one to indulge in frivolous mystique, and his evident reticence regarding these matters prompted Red to refrain from dwelling on such thoughts, focusing instead on the subsequent content. Many practitioners, owing to the nature of their inheritance, exhibit remarkable inspiration and talent. Here, inspiration is a shorthand term, implying the ability to perceive the existence of natural spirits, representing the fundamental sensory perception of the external world. Inspiration is directly linked to an individual's spellcasting ability. Although a practitioner's innate powers are fueled by etheric blood, the notes suggest that inspiration forms the basis for maintaining a practitioner's cognitive faculties, casting spells or utilizing abilities, and even the mental exertions of daily life require maintaining at least a 30 reserve of healthy inspiration. In other words, even practitioners with a high concentration of etheric blood heavily rely on their physical well-being and abundant inspiration. The collector possesses commendable inspiration, which explains why Red, with only a 3 concentration, can perceive the presence of malevolent spirits, while ordinary individuals can only faintly sense and interact with spiritual entities during the waning moon. Therein lies an intriguing revelation. Low-concentration practitioners are not universally endowed with spellcasting abilities or powerful inspiration, and even those with substantial inspiration do not necessarily require mastery of magical powers. Red subtly theorized that spells and practitioners themselves might constitute 2 distinct systems. Indeed, as the curator later noted, he briefly documented a self-improved spell that utilized a model-based construct, relying on hypnosis and self-suggestion to activate inspiration without the need for etheric blood at all. It became evident that there exists another extraordinary system of powers in this world. Yet spells were indeed well suited for the profession of collector. Red did not hastily pursue learning spells, but instead meticulously reviewed the precautions. Once again, if inspiration felt depleted, it was advisable to cease spellcasting, as this ability directly siphoned mental energy, and the brain is the most enigmatic and intricate region of the human body. Any damage incurred would be troublesome to recover from. After committing the critical points to memory, Red began earnestly studying the spells recorded by the curator that could effectively influence spiritual entities, the Kelk. Chapter 27. Ability Development. The curator's description of the Kelk method was succinct, merely stating, construct traps, remarkably effective against spirits. In theory, sigil-based spells require the use of hands and materials for engraving, with the materials intended to enhance the caster's inspiration and serve as a conduit. However, as a practitioner of the collector profession, Reed could forego the casting materials, drawing directly from his own wellspring of inspiration. This conferred 2 significant advantages. It facilitated discreet spellcasting, minimizing noise, and allowed for bold practice without concern for material depletion. Casting sigil spells demands little. A firm will, accurate gestures, and abundant inspiration suffice. Viewed in this light, an ordinary human, through diligent practice combined with specific materials, could achieve spellcasting as well. Reed vowed he had never studied with such intensity as he did today. Had he exhibited even half this fervor during his final exams, he would not have needed to purchase a charm to boost his intelligence. Of course, it was also possible that the malevolent entities in the villa had incited his determination. Reed studied diligently. Although his notes labeled the Kelk method as merely a fundamental sigil spell with minimal inspiration expenditure, the moment he attempted to attune his mind and extract inspiration as outlined in his notes, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The sensation of extracting inspiration was peculiar, akin to a sharp, electrified knife slicing through his mind, resulting in a pang of both numbness and pain that reverberated throughout his skull. Reed gritted his teeth to endure it, meticulously raising his left hand, ensuring that his least developed fingers, the ring and pinky, were kept upright and in alignment with his arm, while his left elbow pressed firmly against the lowest rib on the same side. What seemed a simple maneuver became perplexing as Reed encountered an unexpected issue. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until he lowered his elbow, preparing to make contact with his rib. Suddenly, his fingers seized with cramp. After much trial and error, Reed finally grasped the fundamental points. To prevent further cramping, he had to diligently stretch his body and loosen his muscles. After this impromptu learning session, he managed to elevate his success rate to over 70%. The learning itself was not arduous. Reaching this level was commendable, as it pertained to trap skills. The subsequent focus shifted to tactics. Reed crouched down and began sketching a layout of the villa in the blank pages of his notebook. Having just explored the villa, he could ascertain that the malevolent spirits were indeed sensitive to the aura of etheric blood, and it could be surmised that this essence incited their hostility toward him. His notes documented the origins of malevolent spirits, often born from unresolved regrets during their lifetimes, unwilling to become wandering souls, thus clinging to their former abodes and growing more vicious over time. These spirits sought to harm ordinary individuals primarily through possession, interfering with their body temperature and physiological systems, leading to chaos, premature aging, or even death. They could also induce hallucinations or pranks, directly siphoning away warmth to frighten their victims to death. Typically, malevolent spirits harbored no malice toward anyone beyond their targets of resentment, as they lacked awareness to distinguish others. This explained why Veery had resided in the villa for a year without incident, while the previous family had met a tragic end. The sole exception was practitioners. All practitioners, due to the presence of etheric blood within them, faced hostility from the spirits, the reasons for which remained ambiguous. Likely, even the ambient natural ether was sufficient to suppress the vitality of spirits. Following this line of reasoning, Reed deduced that ordinary malevolent spirits lacked the capacity to differentiate between individuals, implying that those with the greatest animosity towards him were likely the most powerful. Considering this, the villa's expansive area, exceeding 300 square meters, included the bathroom and game room as non-threatening spaces, while the kitchen and living room posed the greatest dangers. The spirits within these areas exhibited intense hostility towards him as a practitioner. Had he not feigned ignorance, he might not have been in a state of slumber, but rather in eternal repose. The kitchen, in particular, was perilous, as the spirits there possessed the capability to induce chilling sensations and respiratory distress. Although the living room also bore evidence of past hangings, extinguishing the flames of fear would reveal an unsettling feeling of being watched. However, comparatively, their aggression was less pronounced. Reed lingered for some time, and the spirits did not dare to attack him. On the second floor of the villa, Veery was already asleep, and the examination of the small amalgamation creature yielded no issues. It could temporarily be regarded as a safe zone, yet vigilance remained imperative. The most significant threat loomed at the front door, where a massive, headless flying squirrel presented a formidable visual impact. Moreover, Reed's inspiration was insufficient. He could only perceive the creature's form when the pale crescent moonlight illuminated the space. Despite the curator's nonchalant characterization of it as a crude understanding of necromancy within the Spiritism school, for Reed, the sight of that oversized amber corpse was inherently intimidating. There was no conceivable way to confront it head-on. Regarding the prospect of utilizing the terrain to maneuver, coaxing the creature into a trap was indeed a plausible strategy. In the confines of the villa, door frames and staircases would significantly hinder the creature's mobility by casting spells in strategic locations. He could ensnare it like a kite on a string. In terms of danger, the hierarchy appeared clear. The headless flying squirrel at the entrance was the most perilous, followed by the spirits in the kitchen, with the living room being the least threatening. To mitigate concerns, Reed resolved to first eliminate the spirits in the living room, then address the kitchen's malevolent entities, and finally confront the headless flying squirrel at the door. This plan seemed sound, yet a significant issue loomed. Reed glanced at the emptiness of his right pant leg. It was evident that he possessed no advantage in mobility, with limited agility and lacking physical prowess for direct confrontation. His spells could only establish 3 traps simultaneously. Damn it. At this rate, he could not confidently resolve these threats. What should he do? Reed pondered, flipping through the pages of his notebook. What resources could he convert into combat efficacy? Aside from the Kelk method, he possessed the core collecting ability of the collector profession, and there was also his amalgamation creature. Suddenly, the curator's advice echoed in his mind. If you wish to truly step into the realm of the collector, consider utilizing your initial abilities more. Unleash your imagination. Initial abilities. Reed rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The curator was not one to utter mere platitudes. His words always carried a strong intent. This statement was not merely encouragement or consolation, but a direct reminder that practitioners should place greater emphasis on the application of their innate abilities. To be frank, the initial ability of the collection, resembled delineating a space uniquely his own, akin to a personal repository. Any object he designated could be drawn into it. The amalgamation creature. The curator had described this creature's race as encompassing everything. Wait, Reed suddenly realized something. It appears that the ability to collect is entirely unrestricted regarding the objects of collection. Red's concentration of ether blood is rather low, at merely 3%. Thus, he can only designate the small stitched monster as his singular collectible. From this perspective, if the trap of the magical seal were to be set within the creature's mouth, Red narrowed his eyes slightly. Prior to this, Director Lager and the Inheritance had not provided detailed explanations on these matters. Only a brief introduction to the profession had left an indelible mark on Red's memory. Taxes belong to the Emperor, faith belongs to the deities, and all other treasures belong to the collectors. The inherent ability of a collector is to collect. They can gather the treasures they acquire within a specified area. Red's thoughts began to expand. It is not stated what constitutes a treasure, since the small stitched monster, representing everything, can be collected. Does this imply that anything can be collected? Although the designated area is limited to one location, it has not specified whether this refers to a geographical position, a container, or perhaps, it could be my collection hall, Red murmured. What about here? He traced a cross on his palm, and in the next moment, he felt a subtle shift in his connection with the small stitched monster. As he released his grip, an ugly, distorted creature the size of a kitten materialized in his palm. It had even traversed the dreamscape, arriving here from reality. Red gently patted its back, an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. I have a splendid idea. Chapter 28. The frenzied gamble. As the cold earth gradually became enveloped in mist, certain nocturnal raptors shrieked, startling a flurry of birds from their perches, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of a formidable owl. It was time to put my conceptual ideas to the test through practical application. The limitations of the collector's abilities effectively eliminated the possibility of direct confrontation, as the curator, Lager, had indicated. I must rely on my imagination. Reed released the blanket and stealthily emerged, tugging the coat from a nearby chair towards himself. He bit his finger and inscribed a cross within the inner pocket of his coat. Thus, Reed's collection was once again relocated into the confines of his coat pocket. One must choose the softest fruit. To confront external challenges, one must first secure internal stability, starting with the weakest. Regardless, the ultimate showdown would be between myself and the headless opossum, with the advantage firmly in my favor. With this in mind, I resolved to begin in the living room, progressing to the more perilous kitchen, and finally concentrating my efforts on the headless opossum. The night deepened, and the villa was eerily silent. Reed grasped his cane from beside the sofa. The floor bore no woolen blanket. With a gesture, the small amalgam creature immediately sprang forth from his pocket like a rabbit in a magic show. Unfortunately, the waning crescent moon rose again, and the knocking at the door grew more urgent. Reed could surmise that the presence of the crescent moon heightened the activity of spirits. He glanced at the moonlight, noting only a small patch of clouds outside. Regardless, time was of the essence. First, he needed to conduct an experiment with the sigil. Under Reed's command, the small amalgam creature stood before him, its immense maw occupying nearly a third of its face. Without hesitation, Reed initiated the plan, crafting a cork sigil with his hands. In his brown eyes, a dark blue glow of magical energy illuminated, visible only to him. The next moment, he felt a piercing pain in his head, as if torn apart by electric currents. Reed merely narrowed his pupils, stiffening his body like a patient enduring surgery, and bore the pain. Fortunately, this time the magical energy was intact and clear. A distinct sigil had emerged within the creature's mouth, faintly radiating magical luminescence. There was still the potential to release two more. This body was far inferior to that in the dream. The disparity in inspiration was immeasurable. Reed dispatched the small amalgam to the kitchen, rising steadily, leaning on his cane, walking closely along the wall to avoid exposure to the moonlight. He held his breath, amplifying his supernatural sensory abilities to their utmost, actively seeking out areas with a more intense feeling of surveillance. To lure out the serpent from its lair, Reed deliberately sent the small amalgam to provoke the aggressively hostile spirits lurking in the kitchen while he roamed the ground floor of the villa. Earlier, he had bitten his finger, allowing his blood to disperse into the air, fully revealing his etheric essence. He maintained a firm grip on the sigil, the residual inspiration poised to ignite at any moment. Given that previous notes indicated that etheric blood was likely the primary reason for the hostility of the spirits towards practitioners, he decided to draw forth the serpent by shedding a little blood. Reed moved cautiously along the wall, ready to spring into action should the kitchen sense trouble. He could use his cane to push off the wall and directly confront the kitchen and the magical trap on the small amalgam, achieving a 2-on-1 advantage. This was one of the few methods available to enhance mobility as a one-legged individual. However, if he encountered danger first, as Reed approached the shadowy wall, an icy chill crept up his spine, the sensation of being watched intensifying. He raised his arm, pressing his back against the wall, and activated his collection ability, causing the small amalgam to poke its head out from the coat pocket. Suddenly, Reed's brown eyes sparkled with dark blue magical energy. He flung the sigil to the ground. The inspiration drained, but he was rattled by the sudden attack, and the dark blue sigil flickered briefly on the floor before fading away like a flash of light. Reed remained composed, kneeling down to avoid exposing his back. With one hand, he pulled open his coat, and the small amalgam gaped wide. A brilliant surge of magical light erupting like daylight. A piercing scream from a woman echoed, and Reed glimpsed a figure before him, contorted in a grimace of pain. Yet, before he could discern further, the magical light dimmed, leaving only a faint stream of crystalline dust, akin to ashes, settling around him. However, the triggered magical trap filled the lifeless stone with water, causing the entire first-floor lobby to rumble and boil in an instant. Reed watched intently as the floor bubbled like boiling water, emitting noxious black vapors. He dared not approach recklessly, holding his breath while preparing to release another sigil trap. He prioritized replenishing the sigil within the mouth of the small amalgam. By this point, Reed's expression had grown exceedingly grim. With a muffled grunt, Reed's complexion turned pale. Unlike in his dreams, his inspiration was far less potent, only at 3% concentration. He could not sustain continuous casting for hours, as if nothing were amiss. After one failed attempt and one successful casting, the two magical sigils had consumed 40% of his inspiration. The human body requires a minimum of 30% inspiration to maintain basic rationality and bodily function. Otherwise, it risks severe damage to the brain and spirit. Yet, as long as he remained below the threshold, he was generally safe. A good night's sleep would restore him fully. In this tense, oppressive, and dark environment, Reed was acutely aware that his mental clarity and inspiration were far from normal levels. Inspiration is directly linked to mental acuity. In other words, he had perhaps 2 more opportunities to cast spells. He quickly devised a strategy, sending the small amalgam into the kitchen to seek out a knife or similar object to swallow, thus potentially arming himself with a weapon or tool for protection while attempting to lure out the serpent. Simultaneously, he decided to take a risk. Reed pressed his thumb against the wound, ceasing the release of etheric blood, and with his cane in hand, he stealthily approached the door of the villa. Just then, the moonlight flooded in, the cold light of the crescent moon spilling through the cracks of the door, accompanied by rapid 3 knocks from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Are you ready? He silently inquired of the small amalgam. However, such jesting was lost on the mindless creature, which simply stood there, oblivious. Very well. It was time for a race against speed. Reed had only one leg, and the wound he had inflicted was on his left hand, which meant that when he knelt down to execute the sigil on the ground, the scent of blood would disperse. As the waning crescent moon arrived, the door now swung inward, placing Reed closest to the entrance. If the headless opossum detected the allure of blood and slammed the door open, it could very well send Reed flying. Nevertheless, Reed had prepared a double safety net. He would begin to cast the sigil while simultaneously summoning the small amalgam to his side, ensuring that even if he failed in his casting, he would still have another chance. Even so, this was a gamble. Could I outpace the headless spirit? Would I complete the sigil before it reached me? Could I truly react in time? Breathe. Do not be anxious. Reed murmured to himself. I can do this. I have one chance for a mistake. Chapter 29. The Benevolent Self, 4,000 words combined. Reed acknowledged that this was indeed a gamble of fate. Firstly, casting a spell required 3 key elements: mental acuity, inspiration, and dexterity. He was utterly oblivious to the magnitude of his opponent's strength and speed. The creature's size was comparable to that of an adult North American gray wolf. If one were to equate their mass, it would weigh at least 90 kilograms, perhaps even capable of sprinting at 60 kilometers per hour. Even at a mere 10 kilometers per hour, Reed was acutely aware that, as a one-legged cripple, he would be unable to outrun such a beast. The Phantom's earlier attempt to ambush him indicated that the blood of the ether was an unbearable torment for such entities. and Reed was confident that this creature would breach the door. Although the door was locked, Reed had noticed the lock's age upon entering. Should the creature possess sufficient strength, a mere 2 shoulder charges would suffice to splinter the door. To ensure the spell's absolute accuracy, he needed to maintain a distance of 1 meter behind the door. Should his casting fail, he could very well find himself overpowered by the massive headless marsupial, its 20-centimeter claws poised to snap his neck or shred his throat. Suddenly, Reed realized that he was not merely gambling with speed, but with his very life. Stay calm, he repeatedly urged himself, focusing intently on the small, stitched creature, which was now poised like a cat, its muscles taut, hairs and leafy appendages standing on end. He held his breath, resting his right hand on the middle of his cane while kneeling with his remaining left leg, striving for maximum stability. He curled his toes, placing the tops of his feet against the ground, sacrificing all agility for steadiness. He needed to be swift yet stable, otherwise, the next moment could see him toppled by the enormous marsupial. Thud, thud, thud. The colossal marsupial continued to batter the door, splintering with scattering about. An involuntary tension gripped him. Its sharp, hooked claws could easily tear flesh and veins with the slightest swipe. Do not dwell on that, Reed, he mentally admonished himself. Fear serves no purpose. Focus on the spell, obliterate it, and there will be no need for fear. Yes, obliterate it. Questions were futile. Reed steadied his emotions, inhaled deeply, and swiftly withdrew his left thumb from his mouth. The crimson wound continued to bleed, the erratic etheric aura rapidly dissipating. Reed's heart raced violently, an indescribable panic coursing through him, akin to a chilling spear piercing his spine, nearly pinning him in place. He dared not hesitate. He immediately retracted his left thumb and straightened his index and middle fingers, aligning his ring and pinky fingers. In a blur of speed, he pressed his arm tightly against his body, the elbow bracing against his lowest ribs, drawing upon his inspiration as dark blue magical energy flickered in his eyes, his fingertips outlining the fundamental shape of the spell seal. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a torrent of air. Reed's pupils constricted. In that moment, he was startled by the sudden explosion and the violent airflow, causing his concentration to waver, and the spell he had been cultivating crumbled into nothingness. Damn it! What kind of strength is this to create such a shockwave? His hair whipped chaotically, his hat blown away, and he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He activated his collection spell, redirecting the etheric blood, causing the small stitched creature to emerge from his pocket. He had lost the gamble. Human reflexes paled in comparison to those of a beast, and the force of the recent impact had caught Reed completely off guard. Creak, creak. The colossal force struck the door, and Reed's heart sank. The creature had chosen not to simply ram the door, but rather to apply relentless pressure to the door frame, attempting to break the lock and push the door open, whether due to a lack of cunning or sheer stubbornness. The marsupial's inefficient method inadvertently allowed it to charge through the door, meaning Reed's spell would only strike the door surface. Though he had lost the initial gamble, only half was lost. There remained another half to wager. It was merely a matter of pushing against the door. If he could maneuver to the side, he would have the chance to coordinate with the stitched creature's trap to eliminate the beast. Resolute, Reed quickly grasped his cane to stand, while the stitched creature leapt from his pocket, positioning itself beside the doorframe. Reed leaned against the right side of the door, using his shoulder to brace against the wall for support, freeing his right hand for an emergency response. Retreating to the second floor might provide safety, but it could also draw unwanted attention from Veilway. Moreover, as a one-legged disabled individual, climbing stairs was a torturous endeavor. Once the door was breached, he and the small stitched creature could execute a pincer movement. The creature would initiate the attack, and Reed would, in the moment the headless marsupial burst through, use his freed right hand to swiftly pivot and leap outside. This way, should the trap fail, Reed could circle back to the entrance and set a trap right before the door. By the time the creature realized what was happening and charged, it would step directly onto the spell trap. This would be his final spell seal. If the stitched creature's magic failed to connect, he could still deliver a backup blow. As for the malevolent spirit in the kitchen, he would have to set that aside for the moment. If he did not eliminate the particularly ferocious headless marsupial, Veilway upstairs could be in jeopardy. Creak, creak. The hinges of the villa's front door buckled under immense pressure, iron nails twisted and deformed, while the doorframe itself warped and shattered. Had the house's structure not been remarkably sturdy, Reed had no doubt the surrounding walls would have crumbled under the assault. The headless marsupial emitted no fearsome roar, no unnecessary motions. Its sheer brute force alone quickened Reed's pulse, instilling a pervasive dread. Stay calm, he reminded himself. As the door was relentlessly battered, the air seemed to thicken. To maintain his keen senses, Reed held his breath, causing his heart rate to soar. And he repeated soothing affirmations. I am entirely capable of handling this, but I must remain composed. To calm himself, he recalled his first encounter with Director Rager, whose nonchalant demeanor exuded an oppressive aura. Indeed, in terms of danger, the director, who could end lives without lifting a finger, was far more terrifying. He had conversed with someone more dangerous than this creature. What was there to fear? Rather than cower before the destructive might of his foe, he needed to regain his composure and concentrate on the spell. What use was fear? He had brushed perilously close to death on numerous occasions. With this realization, Reed suddenly felt enlightened. Since it was predominantly a gamble, why not go all in? If fear only heightened his anxiety, he would simply cease to observe it. He inhaled deeply, allowing the cold, fresh air to fill his lungs. The world before his eyes returned to normal. The floor no longer swirled with ominous shadows. Only the cool moonlight filtering through the door's crack, accompanied by the creaking of the door. With newfound steadiness in his hands and clarity in his gaze, Reed resolved to abandon his direct observation, trading it for a calmer mindset and swifter reflexes. What did it matter? He murmured to himself. If I cannot see the malevolent spirit, does that mean I cannot vanquish it? No. If the director claims a 6-pound cannon can eliminate spirits, then with my spell seal designed specifically for ethereal entities, there is no way I cannot succeed. Deprived of sight, the only sound resonating in reality was the heart-wrenching noise of the door being dismantled. The wooden panels were slowly pried open, and the frigid winter wind seeped into the room, chilling him to the bone. Red focused his mind. He maintained his stance, as inspiration was ready to be drawn forth. The small amalgamated creature across from him stared blankly upwards. Red did not switch perspectives, but commanded that as soon as the flying squirrel entered, exposing its side, it should immediately open its mouth and charge forward. Red chose to trust the creature's reaction speed. It was his only treasure, linked to his very soul. Trusting it was akin to trusting himself. The sound of the door being dismantled grew increasingly frantic and jarring, yet Red became more absorbed in his focus, and the cacophony gradually faded into silence. His mind became a blank slate, repeating the elements of the spell and tactical arrangements. When Red ceased to dwell on trivial matters, he also forgot his fear of the monster and the panic of being unable to see. Unbeknownst to him, the door suddenly burst open, and the small amalgamated creature immediately turned its head, rushing straight towards the door panel that faced the shadowy wall. Red, a one-legged disabled man, moved even faster than he anticipated. Before he could comprehend it, the veins in his palm bulged as he grasped the shattered door frame and swiftly spun out. Even as the splinters pierced his palm, he showed no signs of pain. With a thud, Red dropped to one knee, executing an immediate turn. His left hand formed a series of intricate seals. Inspiration surged forth in his mind. He did not see the ethereal light of the spell, yet it felt as though they were connected by a shared understanding, and he promptly laid down a seal upon the ground. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, yet a gust of wind howled towards him. At the same moment, the small amalgamated creature collided with an invisible barrier, sent flying backward. Just as Red's vision returned, a sharp claw swung toward him, causing his heart to nearly stop. The claw had not yet reached him, but the force of the wind preceded it, leaving 2 painful red marks on his face. In the next instant, the headless flying squirrel stepped onto the cork of a seal at the entrance. With a whoosh, a blinding burst of white light engulfed the headless creature. It did not immediately vanish. Instead, its amber-hued fur ignited in white flames, burning and emitting a foul stench reminiscent of rotten eggs and spoiled syrup that nearly made Red gag. The headless creature, engulfed in flames, could only move stiffly forward. Red hastily crawled backward, gripping the floor, but in his haste, he forgot he had only one leg and stumbled, nearly falling. At that moment, the enormous headless flying squirrel drew closer. With each step, its flesh and amber dissolved, dropping grotesque remnants to the ground. Damn it, Red cursed under his breath, gripping the railing at the villa's entrance. After being pursued a few steps, the frustrations and pressures of the past few days ignited his temper from a previous life. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Resolutely, he used the railing to stand upright, facing the white flaming creature that relentlessly approached. Unable to contain the suppressed fury within him any longer, Red pushed against the railing, lifting himself off the ground. He raised a leg and, with all his might, launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to the scorched chest of the headless flying squirrel. With a resounding thud, a gaping hole appeared in the creature's chest. Before Red could react, he was propelled through the opening, rolling several times upon hitting the ground. Drawing on his past experience in martial arts, he managed to stabilize himself in a kneeling position, glancing back to see the massive creature frozen in place, its chest pierced by his left foot and body, leaving behind a gaping cavity. Before Red could process his actions, an ominous feeling surged within him. Instinctively, he grasped the floor and walls, turning his back to the corpse. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by the cries of infants and the screams of rodents. Red felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he turned, gripping the railing to steady himself. He held his breath as the white flame struggled for a few seconds before finally consuming the last remnants of the amber body, leaving behind a dark powder on the ground. When he regained his breath, the world around him appeared unchanged. The moonlight poured down like a soothing spring. Yet Red sensed a presence hovering above him, as if some bird or creature circled overhead. After a full 10 minutes, that feeling dissipated. Was it merely an illusion? When he turned to look at the villa in the real world, he felt an inexplicable warmth, a hint of lively spirit, as if the place had never ceased its clamorous existence, as though it had always been inhabited. Red lowered his hands. His inspiration had nearly run dry, and he lacked the energy for further exertion. Nevertheless, he adjusted his posture, smoothing out the wrinkles in his attire, picked up his cane, and allowed the small amalgamated creature to lead the way. With poise and grace, he stepped through the shattered doorway into the villa, heading directly for the kitchen, the first target of his and the creature's onslaught. He distinctly sensed that once the enormous flying squirrel was vanquished, the oppressive and frigid atmosphere of the villa transformed instantaneously. Even with new wounds oozing ethereal blood, he felt no malice. Or perhaps, it seemed they were afraid of him? Pale and drawn from expending most of his inspiration, Red still maintained a semblance of politeness as he gently knocked on the kitchen door, kindly addressing the spirits gathered there. Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in your departure? Chapter 30. Manifestation of ghostly traits. Reed confessed that he had a rather irritable temperament. He believed that since arriving in this world, he had become considerably gentler. Although this gentleness stemmed from his lack of the towering stature of 6 feet 3 inches and a weight of 200 pounds he once possessed. This mildness was also due to his absence of a .50 caliber revolver. Furthermore, it was fueled by his desire to avoid destroying the house he was on the verge of purchasing. Yet, he astonishingly refrained from allowing the little patchwork creature to charge recklessly, instead opting to obliterate the malevolent spirit lurking in the kitchen with a trap. Reed considered himself truly gentle. One hand knocked on the door, while the other leaned on his cane, softly humming a tune as he awaited the spirit's response. Reflecting on his past life, he acknowledged that while he had indeed been hot-tempered, he had only ever relied on his physical prowess to best a couple of keyboard warriors in unsanctioned brawls. Nevertheless, he had never engaged in any criminal activities. Reed found himself unable to apply the mindset and values of his former life to his current existence, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. Indeed, the passage of time had transformed him from a fiery youth into this version of himself. As a young man emerging from a society governed by law, he initially felt a twinge of guilt regarding theft and framing, even towards the despicable Sam. Not out of sympathy for the scoundrel, but rather a deep self-reproach for veering onto this irreversible path, a stark contradiction to his previous moral compass. However, in an era where even gang affiliation was considered a legitimate side hustle, Reed could only strive to maintain the baseline of a normal human being. It was reminiscent of the saying, had he become this way due to the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? This was a world marked by industrialization, laws, and police, yet it had compelled Reed, a diligent worker, onto this treacherous path. He hoped that in 10 years, he would still reminisce about the principles and morals he once held dear, for he was still a human being, not a marauding pirate or a flourishing villain. While contemplating, Reed urged the little patchwork creature to open its mouth, threatening the spirit in the kitchen. This house will soon belong to me. You can either leave, or I shall dispose of you right now. It would be wise to vacate before I change my mind. Do you understand? He spoke without concern for whether the spirit comprehended his words. Nudging the creature forward, it held its head high as if emboldened by Reed's presence. Although this creature could indeed be likened to a dog, Reed felt strangely as if he were the one relying on its might. Upon further reflection, he realized that the little patchwork creature lacked its own will. It was merely an extension of his own. Thus, if it could be deemed a dog, Reed suddenly recognized that certain idioms would no longer be applicable in his future. He and the spirit remained locked in a tense standoff for several minutes until he sensed something and immediately held his breath. The waning moon's silvery glow streamed through the window, casting its light upon the floor. In his line of sight, the gaps in the kitchen walls, the patterns on the floor, and various kitchen utensils began to emit a torrent of black smoke, rapidly converging towards the doorway, coalescing into a menacing wave. It seemed negotiation was futile. The little patchwork creature opened its wide mouth, and Reed activated the final magical seal. A burst of blinding white light erupted, leaving only the remnants of ethereal fragments that scattered like dust in the wind, quietly sinking into the crevices of the floor, forever settling into obscurity. I truly did not intend to spare you, but your reckless charge towards your demise has left me quite embarrassed, Reed murmured, soon noticing some residual crystals on the ground. What is this? Should I clean it up? After tidying the disheveled living room, Reed found himself hindered by his single leg and could only leave the front door slightly ajar. Thankfully, the sturdy materials of the house ensured that the commotion went unnoticed by those above. Once the battleground was cleared, Reed comfortably reclined on the sofa, the weight of his long-standing oppression gradually receding like a receding tide. At this rate, by morning, he would likely return to a state of normalcy. As midnight had passed, Reed calculated that since his previous foray into the dream world, a month had elapsed in the dream realm. He recalled that the dream had seemed to advance from midnight. He distinctly remembered being attentive to the temporal shifts within the dream. During his first entry, it had been a night in December of the year 1077, but upon his subsequent daytime entry, the timeline had shifted to January 1st, 1078. His most recent entry, also on the night of January 1st, 1078, led him to realize that no matter where he dreamt, he encountered numerous individuals. Judging by this pattern, Reed estimated that if he were to enter the dream now, it would be around the early hours of February 1st, 1078. At this juncture, he deemed it unwise to seek out Librarian Rager for discussions. Thus, he refrained from hastily succumbing to slumber and instead took the opportunity to reflect on the previous battle. The foremost issue that had emerged was mobility. As a one-legged man, Reed's agility was severely compromised. Without his cane or any supportive aid, he could only endure blows, as one leg could never outrun a fully capable individual. In this light, while the collector profession lacked combat prowess, the ability to collect proved invaluable. Although he appeared to be the primary force, without the assistance of the little patchwork creature, he would never have vanquished the three spirits so effortlessly. Engaging in direct combat was perilously risky and yielded little result. I must continue to develop my abilities. No, even when achieving a 34% concentration, the collector still possessed no combat capability. After encountering ethereal entities, Reed suddenly felt an unsettling lack of security, accompanied by a strong desire to elevate his etheric blood concentration rapidly, if only to uncover what further abilities the collector might possess. Reed did not consider himself a blind seeker of power. However, this growing unease felt like an omen, a premonition that his future days would not mirror the peace he had known in his past life. This intense feeling of anxiety even led him to question the validity of his collector profession. Unconsciously, he bit down on his thumb, his gaze returning to the little patchwork creature resting on his chest. Indeed, all my plans thus far have hinged on your presence, little one. What shall I do without you? He couldn't help but chuckle, extending a finger to tease the creature. Tomorrow, we'll sell the truffles, and with Yami and Edel, we shall indulge in some delightful delicacies, yes? Before he could finish his thought, he stared blankly at his outstretched finger. It pierced through the little patchwork creature's forehead, enveloped by a chilling aura. Before Reed could comprehend the situation, the creature abruptly vanished from view. His pupils dilated as he bolted upright, only to connect with the little patchwork creature's vision, and he quickly held his breath. His brown eyes then beheld a stark reality. The creature, a grotesque little being no larger than a kitten, hovered slightly above the ground, gazing vacantly at him, its insect-like compound eyes reflecting countless images of Reed's own face. After a moment of silence, Reed suddenly grasped the potential meaning behind Librarian Rager's words. I need not lift a finger to kill you. He lowered his head, adjusting his hat. He must immediately seek out Librarian Rager for clarification. Reed subtly realized that the profession of a collector appeared to be far more resilient than he had initially presumed. Chapter 31. The path of forging. The dancers and songstresses from distant lands gracefully showcased their alluring figures to the gentlemen and young aristocrats, their skin as smooth as amber, radiating warmth under the flickering flames, evoking a desire as sweet as honey and milk. Amidst the current revelry, the noble banquet showed no signs of abating. Red adjusted his collar, acknowledging some unfamiliar nobles and scions who greeted him amicably. Though unacquainted, Red responded with polite smiles. Felon. Red felt for his cane, only to find it missing. He initially considered hopping on one leg, but quickly realized this would not align with the persona of Red Trelke, the wealthy heir of the Trelke family. He waved his hand, calling out, Felon, come to my side. The servant, Felon, appeared to be preoccupied with attending to a noble lady, but hurried over upon hearing Red's summons. A perceptive individual, he immediately noticed Red's predicament and retrieved a spare silver cane from the luggage cart, bowing as he presented it to Red. Red nodded. Though he found the reliance on others quite uncomfortable, he had no choice but to conform to the expected persona. Grasping the cane, he rose with agility. In contrast, his dream self, a practitioner with a 34% concentration of ethereal blood, exhibited no obvious physical changes, yet possessed significantly greater stamina and strength than an ordinary person. Is the curator still drinking? Red pondered the loss of his cane, maintaining an expression of calm. Take me to see him. I have matters to discuss. It's fine. I will speak with him later, he reassured himself, confident that the curator, known for his discreet vigilance, would not retire early. As he dismissed Felon and entered the tent, he found Curator Regal immersed in reading an unwritten tome, illuminated by the myriad of glowing fireflies. The pages turned autonomously, and occasionally, a small figure would leap from the paper to converse with the curator. How goes your reading? Regal inquired without lifting his gaze, setting down his golden goblet, which inexplicably filled with crimson wine despite being empty. I have encountered some issues, Red replied as he approached the curator. With a wave of his hand, a chair levitated to accommodate him, allowing them to sit face to face. Are these wondrous items all part of your collection? He asked. Some are, others merely reflect my interests. Regal finally regarded Red. You have come to realize that the core ability of a collector relies on collections? Excellent. It seems you are attentive to developing your innate abilities. I appreciate this aspect of you. Curator, this is precisely what I wish to inquire about, Red stated earnestly, pricking his finger to draw blood and marking a cross in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, a ghostly patchwork creature materialized. In the dreamscape, he needed no breath to sustain him. His potent inspiration could easily discern the creature's ethereal form. Observing the transformation, Regal chuckled before Red could speak. At last. You comprehend the prowess of Metisha. Metisha? Red paused in surprise. A creature from ancient Gruan mythology, it bore 4 heads, 5 genders, and 200 legs, embodying every biological characteristic. Indeed, you might surmise that it is the prototype cultivated by our Trelke family. Regal gently tapped the patchwork creature, dispelling its ghostly state. You may name it as you wish. Do you recall when I entrusted it to you a month ago? Red Covens. Oh, how time slips. You are now Red Trelke. Regal interlocked his fingers, resting them on his elevated knee. I have mentioned that upon becoming a collector, you are bound to contribute to the vocation throughout your life. Naturally, I am a benevolent individual, not one to impose upon others unwelcome tasks, but your eagerness today has piqued my interest, prompting me to share insights regarding the collector. It is commendable that you recognize this, Red remarked, rolling his eyes. I have yet to mention that a month prior, I absorbed the knowledge from the collector legacy. Was that all your writing? I found it insufficient to fill a single page. Are you so frugal with your words? Regal remained unfazed. Because there is little to articulate. Red, I have informed you that among the practitioners from ancient times, the roles of emperor, collector, and scholar are the most frenzied. Both emperor and scholar possess the power to reshape eras, propelling the world towards splendor or decay. Red leaned forward, intrigued, and ventured. Are you suggesting that collector possesses a similarly formidable aspect? Certainly not. Collector is utterly feeble, Regal asserted. I can assure you that collector is among the weakest professions, lacking combat prowess compared to others. Red's expression of joy faltered. Regal continued, remember this. Collector is the weakest vocation, yet therein lies its most frenzied essence. Some concepts you cannot yet fathom, and even human language fails to convey such extreme madness. Revealing these truths prematurely would only invite misfortune and tragedy. Weakness does not equate to harmlessness. Much like rationality does not guarantee wisdom, existence does not equate to life. For the first time, Regal's demeanor was grave, and Red observed a flicker of confusion and fervor in his eyes. Unconsciously, he held his breath, placing a hand upon the patchwork creature's head, as if grasping a lifeline. The intensity of Regal's gaze evoked a chilling anxiety, prompting him to seek a sense of safety. The life of a collector is one of insatiable greed, extracting all treasures from the world and restoring and displaying these treasures to a world stripped of all. Regal murmured, looking at Red. Red, Matisha, this child is your first collection as a collector. I must convey that the first collection is your eternal treasure, intimately connected to your soul. As you grow, it too shall grow, endowed with limitless potential, regardless of the rarest treasures you may acquire in the future. It is only your first collection that holds paramount importance. Treasured artifact? Red echoed the term. The essence of a collector is exceedingly frail. You have not undergone a proper inheritance ceremony, and you remain unaware. Accepting the legacy of a collector necessitates sacrificing your right leg to the hidden world that the vocation truly serves. Regal revealed, lifting his pant leg to reveal a metallic prosthetic. I cannot predict what lies ahead, but in the past and present, the loss of a leg essentially precludes the possibility of direct confrontation. Yet, the world of practitioners is fraught with violence for various reasons. You must learn to fight. To protect yourself, only two paths lie before you. First, increase your ethereal blood concentration, but this is merely foundational. When you attain 89%, return to me. Regarding this matter, I offer you a hint. Director Lager waved his hand before him, causing fireflies from the ceiling to fall gracefully, twisting into lines of text. As Reed read carefully, he realized three options were presented. The first option was natural growth. The blood of ether possesses a profound penetrating quality, continuously dismantling the normal structure of human blood to replace it. However, this process is exceedingly slow, averaging a mere 1% increase per year. The second option involved utilizing potions and alchemical techniques as catalysts to expedite the replacement of ether blood with mortal blood. At this juncture, Reed understood that the self within his dreams must have accelerated this replacement reaction through catalysts, achieving a remarkable 30% elevation within a mere month. Besides catalysts, there existed a gentler approach. Each profession embodies a unique professional spirit, or rather, the most crucial quality. Director Lager elucidated, I have previously informed you of the qualities of a collector. To articulate it succinctly, the essence of a professional is to serve another society. The more you adhere to the qualities of your profession in every breath and dream, the more you embody that professional ethos. Immersing yourself wholly into this vocation, serving that ethereal and enigmatic society, will yield assistance from that very society. They may subtly aid you, accelerating your transformation. Reed noticed a peculiar fervor flickering in Director Lager's eyes, yet it dissipated swiftly. Indeed, Reed, this is the principle of leveraging the spirit of service to fulfill one's own needs, which I term crafting the path. This method enables you to rely on your own strength and actions, elevating the concentration of ether blood without dependence on drugs. The director casually remarked, I have previously mentioned the 5 qualities of a collector: curiosity, greed, wealth, entertainment, and Reed blinked. What is the last one? He furrowed his brow and inquired. I did not quite catch that. Please repeat the final quality. Director Lager opened his mouth to respond. Reed stared blankly, insisting, please do not jest with me. What is the last quality? Realizing something, Director Lager asked, are you unable to hear the last quality? Is it? Reed nodded, and the director's expression subtly shifted. Then you need not know. Director Lager's gaze abruptly intensified. Ignorance is a blessing. Since you cannot hear it, it signifies a positive outcome. Although lacking one quality will render your crafting the path considerably slower than that of an average professional. Perhaps this is for the best. Reed was perplexed, raising his hands in confusion. You still haven't told me what the third option entails. Replacing the marrow? Oh, quite literally, the director replied with ease. Every human profession is a reflection of nature's teachings. If you trace back to the original bloodline, directly replacing the primordial marrow, it will ceaselessly produce ether blood. This is, indeed, the most efficient method. Where might I seek such a source? Reed inquired. You cannot find it, the director stated. That lineage has long since perished. Chapter 32. Imagination. Upon hearing this, Reed summarized. So, aside from awaiting natural replacement, one must either resort to medication or adopt the method of casting the path to expedite the process. Director Lager nodded in affirmation. It is said that the bloodline of mortals is exceedingly complex, making the substitution with ethereal blood quite challenging. However, from another perspective, as one progresses, the bloodline becomes purer, and the speed of ethereal blood replacement accelerates. At such a juncture, one must be cautious to maintain one's concentration within the safe threshold of 89%. Why 89%? Reed questioned, perplexed. Controlling the concentration of ethereal blood is a fundamental skill. Failure to achieve this would lead only to a dead end. Director Lager offered a reminder. The constitution of a collector is notably frail, yet possesses an abundance of wealth, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in the realm of practitioners, easily becoming a target for robbery and extortion. What should I do then? Reed inquired. As you mentioned, the collector lacks combat capability, yet tends to hoard wealth. It's akin to choosing between a firearm or a gold watch. If I choose the watch, and, one day, a band of rogues invades my home, slaughtering my kin and seizing my savings and jewels, all I could do is present the watch and say, Gentlemen, it is precisely 8:18 by Hina's time. This brings me to my second point, Reed, Director Lager stated, tapping his temple. Imagination. Imagination? Reed echoed. We are collectors, inherently weak. Yet ordinary individuals, equally frail, have nonetheless conquered the seas and plains. Even a common house cat surpasses human reflexes, instinctively hunting and killing from birth, yet remains a pet of humanity. Those lions and elephants, immensely stronger than humans, are now mere trophies and luxury materials for the wealthy. Director Lager spoke with profound significance. Precisely because we are physically deficient, we must become titans in spirit and intellect. Lacking swift reflexes? Then employ firearms. Lacking rapid movement? Ride a steed of remarkable speed. Devoid of a robust physique? Operate from the shadows, manipulating circumstances through strategy. Relying on potions has its limits and may impede your subsequent replacement speed. You must cultivate your own abilities, gather your treasures, and utilize them wisely. These elements cannot be handed to you. You must discover them for yourself. Imagine, Reed, you have begun to unearth your power. This is commendable, yet still insufficient. Delve deeper into the capabilities of the collector. As for spells, they are but relics of a bygone era. While one may not completely disregard them, they have lost their significance. Director Lager's words carried an implication that the path of practitioners is the true way, yet Reed furrowed his brow slightly. Then why is there no record of us practitioners throughout history? In response, Director Lager gazed at him as though he were a fool. Can you envision the scene of two practitioners in conflict? Reed fell silent. Indeed, as Director Lager had articulated, the reality is starkly simple. Low-tier practitioners engage in combat without finesse, and when the concentration of ethereal blood reaches 30%, even the slightest injury would unleash toxic blood, decimating nearby mortals. Those fortunate enough to witness such an event and survive would inevitably be taken to become new practitioners. Moreover, practitioners with high concentrations of ethereal blood, whether in extraordinary abilities or amassed wealth, likely transcend mortal comprehension, no longer needing to rely on societal interactions, and thus harboring little interest in power. Yet Reed soon realized that even high-tier practitioners, capable of disengaging from societal activities, might, like himself in reality, emerge from humble beginnings and inadvertently become practitioners. They possess a modicum of extraordinary abilities, yet lack the understanding to conceal and protect themselves, remaining entangled in societal affairs. As de facto superhumans, they would not be devoid of desires for worldly power and wealth. Even a formidable practitioner like Director Lager is unable to completely sever ties with ordinary society, remaining susceptible to the covetous gaze of others. Reed pondered. Could it be said that even a century hence, numerous practitioners still navigate human society? Director Lager cast him a glance, discerning his thoughts. Many lower-tier practitioners serve royalty and rulers. However, overall, the number of practitioners is relatively scarce. The perilous trials of ethereal potions do not discriminate by lineage. The high thresholds and limited production of the potions mean that even if rulers aspire to form a practitioner army, they lack the means to sustain it, let alone establish a sizable organization. Ordinary factions cannot achieve what our Trelke family has maintained through generations. Most would opt to seek orphans and vagrants, testing their potential before beginning their training, serving as guards and clandestine assassins. For instance, the princess' personal guard you observed. Is he a practitioner? Reed inquired. He is known as Toothed Peakcanchus, a formidable practitioner. His profession is blacksmith, allowing him to manipulate metallic substances directly, and he possesses a robust physique, embodying pure brute force. In terms of martial prowess, he could be deemed the foremost warrior in the kingdom today. Yet history seldom acknowledges individuals of his ilk. It is the history of nobles and rulers. When Director Lager spoke of that night, a hint of nostalgia colored his tone, as if lamenting the fate of such individuals. Despite this, the number of practitioners remains limited. Theoretically, they seem incapable of forming organized groups. However, there exists an exception. They appear to possess a stable method of producing practitioners, which has allowed them to maintain a complete and organized practitioner army over the years. Is such an organization truly existent? Reed asked, curiosity piqued. You seem rather fond of it. Reed's heart raced, and he quickly inquired, where exactly is it? Director Lager replied, the church. Chapter 33. Future planning during this dream. Reed truly reaped significant benefits. When he inquired about a few fundamental questions regarding spells, however, Director Lager responded impatiently, stating, such basic matters should be apparent even to a child. If you must ask, seek something of value. Thus, after much contemplation, he suddenly recalled the situation concerning Lady Ivelia and posed a question. The Baroness Ivelia, who previously urged me to impersonate Vangray, has been thoroughly intimidated by me. What should I do now? Why concern yourself with such insignificant individuals? The director looked perplexed. She brought me a promising candidate and even assisted in concealing my own flesh and blood. Had I not been in a particularly good mood, I might have transformed her into a puppet, especially considering her connection to the royal hunt. Well, you certainly are compassionate, Reed retorted, momentarily speechless. Although he understood that the director was no benevolent figure, the casual mention of killing by a powerful noblewoman surpassed his expectations. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. The director waved his hand, preparing to dismiss Reed. Just as he rose, Reed suddenly remembered that he had not visited Vangray earlier that day and asked, how is Vangray faring? Did you not provide him with a substantial sum of money? I have no time to monitor his affairs. Since you have chosen to take his place, manage it as you see fit. The director propped his chin on his hand and continued to peruse his unmarked tomes. Is there anything else? No. Reed furrowed his brow, fully aware that the director was reluctant to expose his own son to danger merely to ensure the continuation of his bloodline. For the director, the preservation of the collector legacy took precedence. While his lineage was indeed significant, he was not inclined to compensate that child for years of neglect. What troubles you? Director Lager inquired casually, observing Reed's unresponsive demeanor. Do you wish to share a cup of tea with me? As you wish. Just ensure he is well provided for and finds a suitable partner. Leave the rest to fate. Given the director's attitude, Reed found it difficult to argue further. So he gathered his belongings and took his leave. As he prepared to stow the vial of elixir, Reed suddenly grappled with a pressing concern. What if the elixir deteriorated? A century is indeed a long span. Although Reed had heard tales of frozen zombie meat and canned goods that could be stored for decades and still consumed, he remained uncertain about the composition of this elixir. The passage of time could result in the loss of efficacy, but worse, could it become toxic? That was hard to say. What should be done? Jewels must be buried to appreciate in value, but how to handle this elixir? Reed stroked his chin, suddenly recalling that during his plundering of Sam's overseer's chamber, he had stashed wine bottles and treasures within the belly of his small patchwork creature. Since this creature could be summoned to his collection area at will, even crossing the boundaries of dreams and reality, perhaps utilizing it to store the elixir and then summoning it back would prove feasible. The theory existed, now to put it into practice. Reed attempted this and discovered that the small creature's belly could indeed accommodate the vial of elixir. Taking advantage of this moment, he continued to read and study his notes. The more he encountered various matters, the more concerned Reed became about the future. Just as Director Lager had indicated, as a collector, he would inevitably amass great wealth. For Reed, the situation was even more dire. He not only faced a shift in mindset, but also direct safety concerns. How to safeguard his wealth, how to prove the legitimacy of his funds, how to ensure that while in possession of riches, he would not attract the attention of nefarious individuals. Reed did not believe that, in this era, a one-legged disabled person would elicit significantly more sympathy than an ordinary individual. Even in the capital of a nation, cases of gang-related murders and usurpations of property were prevalent. Reed could not afford to be complacent. The Duchy of Wick operated under a monarchical system, where merely earning money held little value. One must possess sufficient power, political status, and armed protection to meet basic needs. Thus, he concluded that he required a faction to rely upon. Moreover, wealth is likely to attract those with ulterior motives. As a practitioner, Reed understood well the chasm that existed between practitioners and common folk. In his dreams, if he so wished, he could discreetly mingle among the crowd, becoming a mobile biochemical weapon. As for turning his siblings into practitioners, that was out of the question. Even a person like Director Lager could not accomplish such feats, and no one knew the success rate of the ether elixir. Furthermore, becoming a practitioner necessitated some form of sacrifice, and for the collector, it was his right leg. One disabled individual in the family was sufficient. He could not expand the pool of victims. Thus, Reed resolved to leverage his connections to seek opportunities to join a practitioners' organization within the church. Even Director Lager expressed envy for the church's technology and capabilities, stating, "That would be an excellent place for training. Not only is it a legitimate organization, but for ordinary low-level practitioners, it offers a refuge." He intended to explore this avenue. But beyond the church, he also contemplated a seemingly more reliable option, the state. A defining characteristic of a monarchical nation is the supremacy of royal authority. Even though the church holds jurisdiction over the spiritual realm, it cannot undermine the basic needs of taxation, sustenance, and national defense. In Reed's view, as the Duchy of Wick, where the highest ruler is the Duke, if he could attain even the lowest knightly rank and secure a position as a regional governor in a remote area, then his demands for safety and power would be largely fulfilled. Reed harbored no grand ambitions. These considerations were merely a reflection of the greed he sought to satisfy. He swiftly recorded the most crucial content from his notes, thereby liberating himself from ignorance of the practitioner's world. However, Director Lager held a dismissive view of spells, offering only the Corker seal, specifically designed to deal with spiritual entities, and a form of meditation technique that barely qualified as a spell, intended to enhance inspiration. Meditation is often employed by practitioners as a substitute for sleep, yet for Reed, it presented a peculiar dilemma. Once he fell asleep, he would enter the dream realm. Clearly, the marginal enhancement of inspiration was trivial compared to the resources available within the dream world, rendering it not just insignificant, but rather a mere drop in the ocean. Thus, he would not allocate excessive energy to this pursuit. As the golden dawn gradually illuminated the horizon, the surrounding scenery became increasingly indistinct. Reed closed the pages of his book, sensing a sudden stirring in his feet and warmth enveloping his body. It was time to awaken. In the end, you remain the most trustworthy companion. Reed pinched the nape of the small patchwork creature, effortlessly lifting this diminutive being, no larger than a kitten. Chapter 34. The meal at the Reed residence. Reed pushed open the window on the first floor, and the fresh morning breeze immediately swept into the hall, gently caressing his face as if teased by a worldly woman. The melodious song of the orioles accompanied the rising sun, creating a serene and harmonious scene that momentarily left Reed in a daze. It was the fourth day. Not one to be easily sentimental, he soon regained his composure, shook his head, and stepped into the yard. He opened the water tank and quickly washed his face with cold water. Noticing that this world lacked even the most basic set of daily necessities, such as toothbrushes, there were no equivalent products here, which perhaps presented a promising business opportunity. After cleansing his face and hair, a chill wind blew, sharpening his senses. In this era, hot water was not easily attainable. Being male, Reed was indifferent to this, and he figured that Wilma upstairs would soon awaken. He fetched a bucket of water and carried it directly to the kitchen to boil. Upon entering the kitchen, Reed casually opened the food storage cabinet, discovering a limited selection of usable ingredients. He grabbed some semi-finished food items and summoned a small creature, instructing it to forage for edible wild vegetables in the forest using its keen sense of smell. He leaned against the wall with a knife in hand, beginning to prepare the meal. Canned food was a common and affordable staple in this era. Due to the crude processing methods, Reed noticed that some of the contents were still somewhat syrupy, with meat juices not entirely filtered, yet this did not significantly hinder its use as a semi-finished product. Thanks to the well-equipped kitchen, Reed quickly created a baked fruit pie mimicking a recipe using canned fruit and flour. Lacking milk or similar ingredients, he resorted to boiling oatmeal, adding an egg, and sprinkling in local specialties like jujubes and chestnuts to enhance flavor and color. Processing the wild vegetables proved more troublesome. Reed could not find a suitable pan for stir-frying, so he blanched them several times before mashing 2 potatoes and mixing them with the canned fruit and salad dressing to create a salad. Seizing the opportunity while cooking, Reed took out the alchemical elixir from the small creature's mouth. The faintly reddish potion shimmered with a metallic hue, still retaining its freshness. He opened the vial and gently inhaled. Aside from the usual scent of the elixir, there were no other changes, which relieved Reed immensely. This potion, named Dream of Orpheus, was specially concocted by the alchemists of the Tralic family to target the etheric blood of the collectors. The effects were most potent upon first use, and Reed estimated it could elevate the concentration to over 10%. If he handled everything well today, he would begin taking the catalyst in the evening. Having secured the elixir, Reed leaned against the wall, satisfied that the meal was nearly ready. As he used one hand to balance on his cane and the other to bring the dishes to the table, he caught the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Tap, tap. In the essence of the collector, qualities such as curiosity, greed, amusement, wealth, and one most significant yet unknown quality would all need to be integrated into his daily conduct, upheld at every moment. As for the last quality, Reed was unconcerned. After all, wasn't he Director Regal a collector too? He could simply emulate the director's style of behavior. He diligently arranged the dishes, treating it as a form of entertainment, relishing the process of presenting his carefully prepared meal in an exquisite manner. Owing to his previous experiences at banquets and dreams, he had a modest impression of the artful presentation of noble feasts. Simple dishes paired with a clean tablecloth arranged neatly created a visually pleasing atmosphere. Good morning. Wilma, still drowsy, was about to step outside to fetch cold water. Reed, catching her out of the corner of his eye, reminded her, the water is already boiled. If you wish to wash your hair and face, now would be the time. Oh, Wilma, still hazy, turned around and went to the kitchen to retrieve the kettle. Pouring hot water into the basin in the bathroom, the steam rose as the water cascaded, suddenly invigorating her. Ahem. She glanced outside, noticing Reed focused on slicing bread. Sensing his gaze, he paid her no mind, gradually discovering enjoyment in the practical applications of his craft. Thank you for boiling the water, Wilma said, her rose-tinted eyes falling to Reed's empty right pant leg. You shouldn't trouble yourself with these matters. Let me take over. No, Reed exclaimed cheerfully. You have no idea how fun it is to arrange dishes and cook. I've truly come to enjoy it. Standing on one leg, he appeared engrossed, his tone casual and light-hearted, believing himself to be relishing the activity. Yet to an observer, the scene evoked an inspiring sentiment of a determined youth with disabilities. Embracing life with optimism, Wilma blinked. You are quite the strong-willed person, she remarked. Thank you for your thoughtful gesture. Just a small effort, Reed replied, but in his mind, he pondered whether the color combination of carrots and parsley was aesthetically pleasing. Red and green evoked an indescribable feeling. The hazy mist obscured Wilma's reflection in the mirror as she lifted her palm to gently wipe away the fog. Today, I must attend to important matters, so I should wash thoroughly. Gazing at her unremarkable face in the mirror, warm droplets cascaded down her skin, tinting her cheeks with a rosy hue. She meticulously wiped her face with a towel, then took soap to wash diligently. The inexpensive soap produced little lather, and its alkaline properties rendered her freshly clean skin somewhat rough and dry. Yet, despite its shortcomings, it was the best cleansing product available in this era. In this remote countryside, heating water was no simple task, particularly for a disabled person rising early to cook, while also considering the inconvenience for a girl washing her hair. She did not dwell on it and began to wash her hair with the hot water, when suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the door. Wow, it smells wonderful. Wilma inhaled deeply, swallowing her saliva, unconsciously quickening her hair-washing pace. Fortunately, as she did not have long hair, she was able to rinse it clean quickly, wrapping it in a towel before hastily rushing to the dining table. Just then, Reed lifted the lid off the pot of oatmeal. The combination of jujubes, chestnuts, and oatmeal created a thick porridge, emanating a rich fragrance. It was clear that the cook's intention was to ensure a hearty meal, prioritizing nourishment, which suited Wilma perfectly, having not enjoyed a proper meal for several months. I apologize, I couldn't find any milk, so I had to use plain water instead, Reed said, balancing on one leg as he filled a bowl with oatmeal. He had wanted to prepare a pot of rice porridge, but alas, the staple grain of the Duchy of Weck did not include rice, forcing him to settle for oatmeal porridge prepared in the style of jujube rice porridge. Having been caught up in adapting to the crafting process while cooking, he nearly forgot to consider the local acceptance of such a method, and with a hint of regret, he added, I don't often cook, so the taste may not be very. Wilma set down her empty bowl, her rose-tinted eyes immediately locking onto Reed. The speed at which she devoured her meal left Reed almost speechless. I forgot to get you a spoon. It's all right, Wilma replied earnestly, raising her bowl. Please, may I have another bowl? Chapter 35. Real estate transactions. Red grasped his cane with both hands and cautiously descended from the carriage. He raised his gaze, and the 6-story municipal building towered majestically amidst the surrounding 2 to 3-story structures, standing out like a crane among chickens, exuding an aura of grandeur and solemnity. The passers-by, dressed in fine coats and formal attire, wore furrowed brows and hurried expressions. Most were civil servants or individuals conducting business, people of respectable standing in this era, leading mundane yet secure lives, free from the worries of hunger or want, under the protection of the government and the state. These individuals could essentially live their entire lives without fearing the loss of their jobs or income. Opposite the municipal hall lay the city council and the ducal house of Duke Wick, positioned at the very heart of this street. It could be said that this place represented the epicenter of national power. While it may not appear particularly bustling, it radiated an air of stability and safety. Red occasionally caught sight of the patrolling sentinels, towering 3-meter-tall automatons, reminiscent of bacteriophages with their slender legs, each equipped with dual machine guns atop their heads. These steam-powered sentinels marched with a rigid loyalty dictated by their differential logic, ready to unleash 12 7mm cannons upon any perceived threat without hesitation, reducing adversaries to mere pulp. Additionally, some seemingly idle youths, clad in coats and newsboy caps, leaned against the roadside, yawning, while a middle-aged man sipped coffee beneath a street lamp, engrossed in reading a newspaper. They too played the role of plainclothes officers. As Red held his breath in watchful anticipation, he witnessed a common vendor approach the crowd, preparing to retrieve something. In an instant, a passerby raised a hand and struck the vendor on the back of the head with a swift, single-handed chop, rendering him unconscious. Immediately, several ordinary pedestrians converged, obscuring the scene as they melded into the throng, embodying the very essence of security. It seemed imperative to align oneself with a formidable force. The royal family and state appeared quite dependable. Red mused internally, yet his curiosity remained piqued by what Director Lager had mentioned regarding the church, especially since even the director envied the stability that the church fostered in cultivating professionals. He pondered whether he could exchange something valuable with the director, having already discerned how to utilize the peculiar abilities of the little patchwork creature to transport items between dreams and reality. Such techniques would surely facilitate his endeavors. Under the guidance of Valeway, the two finally encountered the long-awaited real estate agent, Wilson. You finally made it, the agent remarked with a wry smile. Though his evident relief at finally being able to handle this property lightened his mood considerably. Just leave the rest to me, Miss Valeway. You brought the property deed and land certificate, I trust? Indeed, Valeway replied, retrieving the documents from her satchel. Do I need to present anything else? Red inquired. My home is not far. I can fetch it at any moment. Actually, there's no need for any further documentation to purchase the property. However, during the registration process, you'll be required to pay the land reclamation tax first. Let me calculate. The land in that area is approximately 20 acres at 1 Dillon per acre, which amounts to £1. You'll need to pay this amount every 5 years. Red's eyelid twitched as he grasped the reason behind the numerous demands posed by Mr. Lewis during the initial viewing of the property. A single acre incurs a tax of 1 Dillon, merely the basic land reclamation fee. And when combined with property and land taxes, the scattered expenses could accumulate to the point where, in just a few years, one could afford a grand house in the city. Clearly, the exorbitance lay in the taxes, Red reflected with a sigh. He was contemplating acquiring an expansive forest that far exceeded 20 acres, and with a reclamation cost of 1 Dillon per acre. If he were to secure the entire 400-acre woodland, he would need to invest at least £40 over 5 years. That was no insignificant sum. It equated to a minister's annual income. Red's immediate instinct was to devise a strategy to evade taxes, yet he soon composed himself. After all, as a collector, with a heightened concentration of ethereal blood, he could amass wealth rivaling that of Director Lager. Wilson approached the front desk to retrieve a number and began the processing of paperwork while Red and Valeway awaited their turn. Valeway, perhaps one of those with an inherently restless disposition, seemed uninterested in the bureaucratic proceedings. She purchased a newspaper and began to read in a corner, while Red observed and meticulously documented the entire real estate transaction process. Let me see, the area is 300 square meters, a self-built property. A second-hand transaction, and it does not encroach upon national waterways. Everything appears to be in order, the clerk nodded, reviewing the submitted materials. He raised a single question. To be frank, this location is somewhat remote and may not fall within the administrative jurisdiction of Hainan City. The nearest city is Lidwidens. When it comes to taxes, you might find yourself dealing with tax officials from both Hainan and Lidwidens. Red furrowed his brow at this revelation. Surely, I cannot be expected to pay taxes to both. Therefore, I suggest that if you aren't in a hurry to move in, I could take an additional day to apply for the necessary documentation and secure a special land certificate for Hainan City for you, the clerk offered kindly, perhaps motivated by the rarity of someone purchasing wild land. It has been quite some time since I've seen anyone buy a plot of this nature. These are all common practices. Wilson sheepishly scratched his head, admitting he hadn't considered this, and turned to Red with a question. Would you like to wait a bit longer? Upon receiving Red's affirmative nod, Wilson continued with the paperwork. Half an hour later, with all confirmations in order and the verification team assuring the legitimacy of the land resources, Red solemnly inscribed his name, Red King, on the purchase agreement and property deed. Red King? What a cool name, the clerk remarked, impressed. So, Mr. King, as of today, the property at 100 Mel Avenue, along with the 20 acres of reclaimed land, has officially transferred to your name. Our land system permits private ownership. As long as the taxes are maintained, this land shall eternally belong to you and your heirs. Wishing you a pleasant life ahead. Thank you, Red exhaled, suddenly feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him. On the 4th day since arriving in this world, he had finally acquired his own real estate, a significant improvement over his previous existence. Now, Red traced his fingers over the platinum ring on his hand. It was time to pay a visit to our esteemed overseer, Sam. Chapter 36. Eager anticipation this time. He need not create a commotion at the factory's main entrance. Instead, he ascended to the 3rd floor of an abandoned apartment building where he had previously been surveilling, gazing at the factory from a distance and observing it from 2 different perspectives. Outside, 2 carriages of distinct styles were stationed, one adorned with the circular cross emblem of the Church of Truth, while the other bore a sign reading Fulton Detective Agency. Red settled comfortably on the staircase, a playful glint in his eyes. It seemed that both the church and the shareholders were not foolish. Their reactions were swift. He had arrived at an opportune moment. A priest clad in black and white robes, accompanied by a guardian in an evangelic breastplate, descended from one carriage with grim expressions. Meanwhile, from the detective agency's carriage, 2 private detectives and a policeman hastily jumped down, their faces registering shock upon encountering the priest and the guardians of truth. Red then shifted his attention to the small creature, which had just scuttled through a crack in the door, overhearing the conversation between the private detectives. Could it be that the church has summoned its people due to an evil spirit? Or perhaps a malicious murder, as the church does not tolerate incitement to murder. With the church's involvement, it appeared this task would be straightforward. A faint smile crept across Red's face as he deftly maneuvered the small creature along the factory walls, advancing around corners. Soon, he spotted the supervisor, Sam, rushing down the stairs with a hurried demeanor, clutching something wrapped in cloth. Red promptly instructed the small creature to follow. Attempting to escape. The creature's sense of smell was sharper than that of an ordinary hound. It leapt down the stairs several times until it caught up with Sam, who entered the factory basement. Oblivious to the creature's presence, Sam concealed himself in the dim control room, fumbling along the walls until he found a wrench in a narrow crevice. The usually boisterous supervisor now appeared devoid of any arrogance as he forcefully pried open a hidden door, ducking his head and scuttling inside in a state of panic. Red would not let him escape so easily. The small creature followed closely behind, easily slipping through the dark door. Sam hastily shut the valve as he fled the scene. Red remained unhurried, glancing up at the distant clock tower, nearly noon. Run away. Indeed, take your time, let me observe. The The sounds of rats and the stench of stagnant water. Have you found refuge in the sewers? How pitiable. Red indulged himself with a hamburger, even retrieving a bottle of Sam's cherished wine. Though he was physiologically still a minor, he allowed himself a modest sip. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he made his way to the post office, borrowing paper and pen to compose letters of gratitude to Aunt Giza while jotting down the route of Sam's escape on some notes. He sought out a young worker near the Lisbon factory, entrusting him with the notes for a fee of 5 cents, ensuring they were delivered discreetly to the priest. Thus, under his vigilant surveillance and discreet communication, Sam was left with no avenue of escape. All Red needed to do was remain patient, lurking in the shadows, certain of his impending victory. Such actions, of course, aligned with the logic of a rational individual. However, I am a collector, driven by curiosity, greed, affluence, and a sense of entertainment. Leaning on his cane, he strolled through the streets. Although he was merely a one-legged boy, his confidence soared after dining with the nobility. He leisurely entered a clothing store, and at a height of 1.7 meters, he managed to acquire a fitting ensemble, a knitted wool vest paired with a tailored overcoat. Red did not shy away from his singular leg, instead drawing inspiration from the poise and nonchalance of the seasoned collector, Director Lager. Meanwhile, from the small creature's perspective, Sam inadvertently tripped over a rat in the sewer, tumbling into a pit of waste and filth. He dared not linger, scrambling to rise from the muck. "Young sir, this blue wooden cane would suit you perfectly, sturdy yet lightweight. Indeed, it is splendid." Red accepted the pristine cane, examining his reflection in a full-length mirror. According to the universal standards of beauty in this world, he was not particularly handsome, merely angular, with chestnut hair that had been meticulously styled to appear more refined. His brown eyes, having rested overnight, sparkled with vitality, presenting a visage markedly improved from his previous self. Attending the banquet had not been in vain. He now possessed a certain dignified charm. Dressed impeccably and wielding a brand-new cane, he even offered a few coins as a tip, walking down the street. Despite his physical limitation, he carried himself with greater poise than most pedestrians, wearing a smile and humming a tune. No one would suspect that this resilient 13-year-old boy hailed from the impoverished outskirts of the city. The qualities of a collector are curiosity, greed, wealth, and entertainment. From the outset, the principles of the path must be adhered to, influencing every aspect of behavior and psychology to align with professional qualities. He would curiously examine the products in the display cabinets, approaching with unabashed inquiries. When encountering the poor and beggars, he generously offered a few kind words, showcasing his affluence while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Sam's furtive movements through the city's sewer system. Red began to find his rhythm, feeling the etheric blood within him increasingly resonating with the qualities of a collector, surging forth uncontrollably, akin to a swarm of insects rapidly proliferating within his veins and marrow, nourished by his own essence, quietly replacing it. Indeed, compared to allowing a natural progression, the path could effectively accelerate this transformation, though it still felt sluggish. Red boarded a carriage, instructing the driver to take him to the western side of the city walls of Hainas. Based on his distance sensing with the small creature and the route they had traversed, he was certain this would be the terminus of Sam's escape. "I am genuinely curious to see the expression on Sam's face upon encountering me, impeccably dressed, standing here." Red perched on a rock by the drainage canal, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Chapter 37, Settling the Score, Part 1. 14 hours prior, Foreman Sam received the most devastating news of his 27 years. "I couldn't find the ring." Locke Donmar sat before him with ill-concealed vexation, seemingly oblivious to the thunderous impact of his words, which caused Sam's countenance to darken immediately. He filled a glass of water, muttering, "Are you deliberately jesting with me?" "Huh?" Sam felt his blood surging to his head, as if he were a steam engine. His body filled with pent-up pressure. At the slightest fissure, his blood would erupt like scalding vapor. Still clinging to hope, he inquired, "Are you certain you found the box?" "Absolutely sure." "Yes, that's it. You simply open the box, and there should be a ring inside." Sam, still grasping at straws, reminded him, "It has a sapphire on it. Cobalt blue. And some letters are inscribed on the inner band, the abbreviation of Falcon." "Well," Locke declared, "I didn't find it." Bang! A gust of wind violently assailed the window, startling Locke. He glanced outside to see a raven flung against the glass. Its wings snapped instantly, and it flapped on the ground, emitting a harrowing, grating screech. "Caw, caw, caw." The sound resembled a dirge, imbued with mournfulness and dread, unsettling the heart. Locke swiftly seized the raven by the neck and tossed it out the window. Only after hearing the thud of its body striking the ground did Locke find some peace. He turned back to see Sam staring blankly ahead. "Sam?" Locke asked tentatively. "Are you all right?" "Locke," Sam said in a hollow voice. "Do you know the tale of Faucon Row?" Locke looked bewildered, sensing that Sam was not quite himself. "What?" "In the year 1000 of the New Era, the dawn of the millennium, a wandering swordsman pursued his nemesis into the countryside. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, and he effortlessly slew the entire family of his foe. However, as he prepared to set their dwelling ablaze, he discovered an infant, deeply asleep beneath a bed, having been plied with wine." Sam, heedless of Locke's confusion, continued. "The swordsman, realizing he had endangered an innocent, a newborn who faced undeserved calamity, rescued the child. He reforged his sword into a plowshare, raised the child, and imparted his martial skills, making him a renowned sword saint throughout the region of Phrygia. That child was Faucon Row." "What the hell are you talking about? That ring isn't just Faucon's ring, is it? Is it an antique or some other valuable item that you hold in such high regard?" Locke felt a chill run down his spine for some inexplicable reason. The swordsman grew old and frail. Yet, through all those years, he never forgot his code as a warrior. When Faucon Row came of age, he revealed the truth of how he had slain his parents. The two engaged in a fierce duel, and ultimately, Faucon Row, with his youth and vigor, prevailed, ending the life of his adoptive father and enemy. Sam rested his hands on his knees and sighed. However, having slain his only kin, he descended into madness. In an era when warriors killed as easily as they ate and drank, Faucon chose not to seek vengeance for others. He stubbornly attacked anyone who sought revenge, his martial prowess reaching the pinnacle of the world. He staunchly believed that revenge is absolutely wrong, indiscriminately slaughtering those who dedicated their lives to it. Even the guardians of the goddess of truth trembled before him. Only the proliferation and advancement of firearms caused Faucon Row to fade from the world stage. "Get a grip." Locke instinctively reached for the wrench at his waist, saying nervously, "Sam, what's gotten into you?" Yet, Faucon, the so-called sword demon, was, in the end, merely mortal. Though he preached the cessation of vengeance, he secretly assisted others in their quests for retribution to earn a living. This led to a perpetual state of mental fragmentation, culminating in an attack on a high-ranking Phrygian general, where he slew 25 men before being gunned down by machine guns. Foreman Sam slowly rose to his feet. Turning to face Locke as he continued his tale, the general severed his finger and removed his ring, the infamous ring of the assassin organization, the Lightning Serpent Restoration Society, and of the highest rank, the Blue Swan level. Anyone who possessed this ring could commission the Restoration Society to carry out one assassination, free of charge. As he uttered these words, he turned and advanced toward Locke Donmar, his towering frame like a wall. His gaze was fixed on Locke, his shoulders slumping, his heavy fists dragging as he approached. "Sam, calm down, will you? Hey, buddy, could you please stop coming closer? Don't do this. I don't want to hurt you, but you're really freaking me out." Locke brandished the wrench, warning in a low voice. "I'm telling you again, though Faucon is dead, and the glory of the assassination organization has waned, the Restoration Society still roams the lands of the 3 Phrygian nations." Foreman Sam took another step forward, and Locke felt a pang of fear. He realized his heels were against the wall. A glance outside sent a cold sweat down his spine. The raven that had been turned into a blurry mass of flesh, was cocking its head, one eye staring directly at him. Panic surged through Locke. Impulsively, he employed street-fighting tactics, swinging the wrench at Foreman Sam's head. Thwack! The edged side of the wrench struck Foreman Sam's forehead with brutal force. Blood instantly welled up, and his head lolled to one side. He stumbled backward, dazed. Locke felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was too nervous. You don't know how terrifying you looked just now, like some kind of mon." Before he could finish, Foreman Sam clutched his head in agony, crouching down as if he were about to collapse. Locke couldn't quite see where he had struck, but he remained wary, not daring to approach. Foreman Sam groaned in pain, kneeling for several seconds before finally exhaling, saying in a low voice, "Locke, tourniquet, alcohol. I'm sorry, buddy. I'll go find you some antiseptic." Locke breathed a sigh of relief, surmising that Foreman Sam had suffered some sort of concussion from the blow. He clutched the wrench, preparing to slip away. "Where do you think you're going?" The sudden question nearly scared Locke to death. "What do you mean?" "I'm going to find you some medicine." He glared at the foreman on the ground. ready to make a hasty escape. As he took a step forward, Foreman Sam, who had been kneeling, suddenly lunged, slapping him across the face. Despite Locke's attempt to block with his arm, he could not withstand the brute force of a burly worker nearly 2 meters tall. He was immediately knocked to the ground. The foreman then kicked the wrench out of his hand, grabbed him by the neck, and dragged half his body out the window. "I'll show you a shortcut," Foreman Sam said calmly, his face covered in blood. The next moment, he released his grip. Locke thought he could scream, but before he could, a deafening gust of wind roared past his ears. His body plummeted like a sack of flour, headfirst, from the 3rd story, crashing onto the ground below. Chapter 38. A Conclusion, Part 2. In the span of merely 2 days, another murder has transpired within the factory premises. Agent Yafu, what is your perspective on this? Detective Chloe Morgan of the Fulton Detective Agency, his pipe in hand, extinguished the ember to avoid contaminating the scene. The middle-aged man, with a visage marked by sorrow, fixed his gaze upon the lifeless body on the ground and, without lifting his head, posed the question to the anxious newcomer. Me? Yafu awkwardly scratched his head, surveying the corpse before him. We cannot definitively assert a connection between these 2 murders, can we? Agent Yafu, Chloe replied with a hint of exasperation. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing at his eyes, subtly urging the rookie to sharpen his perception. However, Yafu remained oblivious, his expression one of confusion. Chloe gestured towards the corpse, examined his hands. "What is it about his hands?" Yafu inquired. "They bore calluses, but not from prolonged machine operation." It was evident he had practiced street fighting techniques. Despite the broken neck, his face, abdomen, and the backs of his hands bore distinct shoe prints and signs of assault. This was sufficient evidence that he had engaged in a struggle prior to his demise. Chloe's analysis finally illuminated the rookie's understanding. "Are you implying this individual had ties to a gang? Could this be a murder linked to gang rivalry? It is also plausible that it stemmed from disputes over loot." Chloe continued. Considering his laborer's status, his utility belt was evidently designed to carry tools, a hallmark of the workers' gang or the blood crime gang. Yafu, are either of these gangs prevalent in this vicinity? This area indeed falls within the territory of the workers' gang, Detective. Chloe spread his hands. Previously, we were commissioned to investigate the gang affiliations of factory personnel and the cause of the former manager's demise. With another gang member now deceased, do you not see the connections? It is evident that the workers' gang is entwined in this affair. I see. Yafu began to respond. But at that moment, a pair of armored truth guardians pushed through the crowd, escorting a priest. Their expressions were resolute and impassive, their muscular forms reminiscent of towering giants. "Good day, gentlemen detectives," the priest greeted simply. "May the goddess of truth ever safeguard you. May the goddess of truth ever safeguard you, esteemed Father Felon. Might I inquire how this case has drawn the attention of the church?" Chloe, familiar with ecclesiastical personnel, engaged in conversation. "There is no need for discretion. Given the gravity of the situation, my employer is aware that secrecy is no longer feasible. It is likely that by nightfall, news of these murders will have spread." "Eternal truth," Chloe stated, not particularly devout, but yielding to the imposing presence of the middle-aged priest. "So, Father, how might I assist you in fulfilling the task bestowed upon you by the goddess?" The 2 iron guards swiftly formed a barrier, clearing the surrounding workers from the area, creating a designated space. Yafu, still intrigued, was pulled aside by Chloe, who whispered, "Let the clergy employ their divine power to resolve this matter. It is best we do not witness anything." The priest flicked his wrist, causing a complex moon-white pocket watch to tumble forth. The Ring of Truth. Embracing the mysteries of the cosmos. The cross of reason, grounding the wisdom of the soul. He cradled a black tome of sacred truths. Murmuring a prayer, the heart of truth is tethered to the universe. The goddess embodies truth. May she ever safeguard the wayward souls, who too dwell within the order of truth. In the name of the bell ringer, I seek to inquire. In the next moment, the priest's eyes widened, his pupils bifurcating into the hands of a clock, while the surroundings morphed into the numbers of a dial. Before he could finish his pronouncement, he held his breath, as if something whispered softly in his ear. "First question, the true name of your killer." He listened intently, nodding, then continued. "Second question, why did the overseer Sam wish to end your life?" After a brief pause, the priest nodded, his countenance darkening further. "Is the legend of the Avenger Falcon Rose ring authentic? Yet, the Lightning Serpent Restoration Society remains impractically elusive. Have you made any agreements regarding the transaction of the ring?" Another moment of silent accusation passed, and the priest's expression shifted subtly. He raised a hand, dispelling the otherworldly attributes about him, lifting a vial of holy water from his neck and releasing its contents onto the ground. Upon concluding this rite, the two detectives approached. Chloe inquired, "What have you discerned?" "Father Felon, let us proceed with the conclusion first. I have no patience for superfluous dialogue," the priest replied. The deceased was named Locke Toma, aged 22, affiliated with a gang known as the Workers' Gang. "But you just rambled on extensively," interjected the two private detectives, exchanging glances. Chloe nodded, encouraging the priest to continue. These two murders were indeed premeditated and closely interconnected. The orchestrator behind them is a factory overseer named Sam. I am uncertain of his surname, but he employed thugs from the Workers' Gang to eliminate the former manager, Lisbon, thereby cunningly seizing control of the factory. Subsequently, a dispute over the spoils arose, leading to a confrontation, in which the robust overseer Sam ultimately killed Locke Toma. Chloe nodded in agreement, having deduced the same. That aligns with my reasoning. However, how can you be certain that the culprit is indeed this Sam? The name is hardly unique. Factories are filled with individuals who may share that name. Locke Toma was thrown from the third floor, his neck broken in the fall. In his final moments, he engaged in a desperate struggle with overseer Sam, inflicting a wound to Sam's forehead with a wrench. Father Felon gestured towards the factory office level. "Seek out a young man, over 6 feet tall, with a robust build and a laceration on his forehead. He is known as Sam and holds the position of overseer." Chapter 39, An End, Part 2, In the dim and damp sewers. Concealed within the glamorous city lay unknown evils. The sound of rushing water echoed. Sam, the overseer, wearily sprinted forward, his pant legs soaked in filth, refuse. And the remnants of corpses for 6 long hours. It was over. It was all over. He had not taken special care of the bodies. All his hopes rested on the Falcon Ring. No one knew the cost he had paid to obtain it, sacrificing 5 years of savings to purchase a home in the countryside of Windmill Village for its proper safekeeping. But now it was gone. The ring had vanished. Perhaps it had been stolen, taken by a cat, or misappropriated, but the greater likelihood was theft. Otherwise, Sam could not bear to confront any other reality. He would rather believe it was taken by an ignorant thief, for that still held a glimmer of hope that the thief did not recognize the ring's true worth. For it was the ring of Falcon Row, and Mr. Lask had once said that as long as he was willing to part with it, no matter the crime, be it murder, arson, or robbery, if it did not result in immediate execution, he could secure his own release. It was the only lifeline for a drowning man. Gone. In the darkness, only the sound of his own heartbeat and the sloshing of contaminated water stirred by his feet could be heard. The ring was lost, all because of Locke Toma. But was it truly his fault? Though Locke was a fool, he would not dare to openly defy him. He would not lie in such a life-or-death situation. Could it be that Locke had taken it for himself? That seemed impossible. The ring appeared worthless at a glance, certainly not worth a life. Locke, with his narrow-minded perspective as a street thug, could not discern its significance. Lost. That was all he could think. Taken by a thief. Snatched away by a cat or mischievous children, or swept away by the wind. Sam lifted his head. He had traversed the sewers for 6 hours, crawling through the labyrinth underneath much of Hina's city, utterly exhausted. It was over. In his haste to flee, he had even forgotten to take spare clothes, escape funds, or any belongings. After committing murder, he had sat vacantly in his room for 4 hours, doing nothing at all. He did not clean the scene, did not deal with the body, and made no preparations until the church and detective agency's carriage arrived, snapping him back to reality. Escape. He remembered clearly that beneath the factory lay a sewage pipe, right next to the operation room, where government technicians occasionally came to inspect sealing issues. At this point, it was the only chance for escape. As for the firearm, there was barely a single shot left. The Duchy of Week did not impose strict regulations on firearms, but bringing one into the factory was akin to courting death. The laws in Week were peculiar. Street brawls were not permitted to involve firearms. Citizens could own rifles, but not handguns. Sam knew that whether the makeshift firearm would even fire was uncertain, yet he had no alternatives. Having reached this juncture, he could only seek the most basic, if not the most complete, sense of security. In the darkness, he groped his way, gradually finding a rhythm in the familiar construction waterway, advancing several hundred meters until 2 workers in the sewer caught sight of him. "Hey, who are you? This place is dangerous." The echo of their voices pierced Sam's ears. He drew his crude firearm and pointed it at them, and the two clean workers immediately fell silent. Watching him pass by, light. Gradually, he discerned a glimmer in the distance. At that moment, with blood staining his hands and darkness surrounding him, Sam, the overseer, beheld the light. He no longer cared for reason. Driven by excitement, he scrambled towards the pipe's exit. The light grew ever closer, and instinctively, he reached out, yearning to grasp a thread of salvation. Suddenly, the water's current accelerated. He slipped on the slick slope and plunged headfirst into the sewage. The indescribable stench and disgust had long since numbed him, and he flailed helplessly, swept away by the turbulent waters. With a splutter, the sewer expelled him coldly, sending him forth alongside the excrement and skeletal remains. Drenched in filth and sludge, Sam retched repeatedly before managing to gather himself, scrambling towards the bank. He limped ashore, his mind dulled by the toxins accumulated in the sewer, his corneas tainted by contaminated water, and a wound on his head infected by filth. His soaked body shivered in the cold winter wind. With a thud, he could no longer bear the exhaustion and pain. Bowing his head to lean against a tree at the water's edge, he vomited violently, emptying his stomach of its contents. Finally, he paused. Sam was about to leave when he quickly realized that his legs were weak and his body burning with fever. Damn it, I have a fever. It must be tetanus infection. Dazed, Sam leaned on his knee, nearly collapsing. Suddenly, he noticed a bottle of clean water being offered before him. Already overwhelmed by the stench and filth, he yearned to take the water and pour it over his head. Thus, he reached out to accept the offering. With a clatter, the other person seemed to fumble, causing the water bottle to tumble to the ground, spilling clean water everywhere. Sam paid no heed to anything else and immediately lunged forward, extending his tongue to lap up the spreading water. Not so hastily, a familiar voice said, "I have another cup. Would you like to drink?" In a daze, Sam looked up to see the speaker. Dressed impeccably, with brown eyes and standing on a cane, the figure bore a friendly smile. Sam, the Overseer. Chapter 40, Ultramarine. But it is Sam the Overseer, for 1,800 words. The afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting a magical hue as it mingled with the dust-laden air. At this moment, the people were unaware that this enchanting spectacle was a wondrous reaction caused by the Tyndall effect. Sam the Overseer held his breath as he beheld Red King bathed in sunlight, a magnificent curtain of light forming in the dust around him. Clad in a sharply tailored double-breasted coat and wielding a blue wooden cane, Red exuded an extraordinary demeanor. "Long time no see, Overseer," Red smiled faintly. Standing less than a meter away, the once destitute and sorrowful figure, a one-legged cripple, had transformed into a dandy seemingly at ease in high society. A drop of clear water fell from Sam's lips, mingling with the filth and grime on his face, creating a murky trail that was swept into his sticky, foul-smelling collar by the biting wind. He had not eaten for over 10 hours, trudging through the sewers for miles, even vomiting from the stench and the sewage that had invaded him. Now, he was feverish from an infected wound, his mind clouded. He pointed at Red. "Why are you here? How does this 13-year-old cripple know I would escape here? Will he kill me?" His hand fell weakly, but for a fleeting moment, clarity returned to his mind. He raised his head and demanded, "Is it you? Did you do this? My ring. Did you take my ring?" Red smiled slightly, the blood of the ether coursing vigorously within him. He produced a sapphire-encrusted ring from his pocket and waved it before Sam. "Is this what you mean?" he taunted, while secretly commanding his spectral companion, the little Stitch monster, to float towards the oil paper package clutched tightly in Sam's left hand. Red, despite his advantageous position, did not succumb to entertainment or curiosity. Instead, he remained acutely aware of the oil paper package that Sam clutched. Was it a gun? Or some kind of treasure? He had not yet consumed the elixir, and his ability to perceive the treasure vision that would unfold at a 10% concentration of ether blood had not yet manifested in reality. However, given the size and shape of the package, it was entirely plausible that a desperate man might carry a gun. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. Red gazed calmly at Sam, who was in essence a cornered dog. He smiled and raised his hand. "Are you going to stay kneeling like that?" Sam realized he had unconsciously knelt to drink from the ground, trembling as he straightened his spine against the cold wind, preparing to rise. Bang! Red picked up a stone and struck Sam's head with force. The sharp edge split open the Overseer's scalp, creating a gaping wound. Exhausted and suffering from fever, Sam immediately collapsed. "You owe me a leg," Red said. "You pushed me to this point. I was a normal person, an honest man." Sam clutched his wound, his mind a muddled haze, only faintly hearing Red's voice. I did chop off your leg. So what? Red looked at him calmly, observing the once formidable overseer, who had ruled the factory with an iron fist, now reduced to a pitiful state. He coughed twice and bent over to vomit again. But now all that came up was stomach acid. He had soaked in the filth of the city for too long, and the relentless changes and blows had left him disoriented. Now he realized he was being persecuted by a one-legged cripple. Overwhelmed with indignation and panic, he could not help but grasp the oil paper package in his hand. As clarity returned, Sam sneered, "You ungrateful wretch, Red King, is it? You fell into the lathe yourself. If I hadn't given you that axe, would you have even made it out alive? You have no right to deprive me of my bodily integrity." Red's voice was cold as steel. "You knew very well that I have 2 children to care for. You knew that without my leg, I could not work. You knew that if you had turned off the machine, I would not have lost my leg. You scoundrel. Enough." "Red, what is a worker?" "A worker is merely a slave in the factory. Do you not know how shareholders regard workers? Without the law, a worker is worth only 3/4 of a person. And I am the overseer, a relative of the factory manager, Bale Rispin. Why should I care about the feelings of you 3/4 of a person? You lost a leg, but your hospitalization costs only £12, while that machine costs £30. You could lose both legs, and it would still not be worth anything." Sam scoffed. "I saved your life, but you do not appreciate it. I do not believe that to save £12 on medical expenses, you would send a spy to watch me outside the hospital with a wrench and a weapon. If such behavior can be called saving a life, then what I did in the latrine should be considered the greatest act of charity in the world." Red did not hold back his coarse insults. Sam lowered his head, continuing to sneer. "But what does it matter? Do you really think you can earn £12? Think again. I know that an intern, even working overtime, only earns 18 dillons a month. And you? Without a leg, you cannot work efficiently. Can you earn 12 dillons? Even if you became a full-time worker, you would only earn £1 a month, and that would take a year. You are not worth that money. Do you think the factory will compensate you?" "Fool," Red replied calmly. "The value created by workers far exceeds what you ought to pay them in wages. I am a citizen, a normal person, recognized by law and nature as part of humanity. You have no right or justification to take my leg or deny me £12 for medical expenses. But what does it matter? If you have the ability, go sue the factory." Sam shrugged. "What good would it do to approach me? I merely severed a leg. Come on, Red, you are still too young. Such matters are nothing on the streets." He boldly questioned. "In the entire Duchy of Wick, with thousands of factories and millions of workers, accidents happen daily. If someone dies or gets injured, how do you expect businesses to survive? Companies are not obligated to compensate workers. Instead, your untimely deaths cause losses to the businesses and factories, and you should be the ones compensating them." Sam mocked. "There are plenty of people in this world, but few entrepreneurs and factory owners. Workers are worthless without businesses and factories, but those of us with merit can still thrive. The prosperity of the nation is created by the factory owners, so whether through theft, murder, or robbery, I will ascend to greater heights. The world is made of money. Even the stars in the sky are made of money. You trouble me because of money, don't you?" He waved his hand dismissively, laughing. Red, is it not merely a matter of money for you? Let me tell you, that ring of Fauconess has already been reserved by Mr. Laybeck. If you let me go now and pretend you saw nothing, no matter what trouble you find yourself in later, as long as it is not an immediate execution, Mr. Laybeck can pull you out of prison." "Who exactly is Mr. Leibk?" Reed inquired. "Sir Leibk Birmingham, the son-in-law of the former Duke, Sam, the overseer," replied. "He is the uncrowned king of the entire underworld of Hainas. The sheriff, the police, the gendarmes, and the prosecutors all fall under his influence." Reed's pupils constricted. He had never anticipated that a mere ring could entangle him with such a formidable figure. Yet, he quickly realized that Sam would not truly let him escape. With a gun in hand, the other party would certainly not wish to simply walk away. Do you comprehend, Reed? This is a pardon, a death warrant waiver. The ring itself bears little intrinsic value. Its worth derives solely from the interest of powerful individuals. Sam raised his hand. How about it? This information alone is worth far more than £12. It could even be deemed priceless. If you are indeed in dire need of money, allow me to say this. I am unaware of how you acquired this information, but within the house where you found the ring, pry open the floorboards on the first level, and you will discover a storage box containing £120, my life savings from years of dealings in the gang. Reed remained silent, staring at Sam for a moment. directing his ethereal little stitched monster to approach Sam's right hand. Thus, emotionally and rationally, Reed was certain that Sam intended to kill him for the ring. He knew the other would undoubtedly draw his gun. Little fellow, Reed thought inwardly. Let's see how fast you can be. Although the curator couldn't articulate the most crucial quality of a collector, he did advise him to trust in his collection. The ethereal blood coursing through Reed's veins began to surge rapidly. It was as if he suddenly sensed something. The efficacy of the forging intensified to 4 or 5 times its previous strength, and it continued to accelerate. The ether within him boiled. Was it because his actions aligned with a certain quality? If so, what more was there to say? Since the collector embodied such a role, he would stake his life and fortune. Reed smiled slightly at Sam, turning his back to him. What a splendid day it is, he feigned nonchalance, saying. There is nothing in this forest, just tranquility and harmony. Nature is truly beautiful. At the very moment he turned away, Reed commanded the little stitched monster to spring into action. His ankle had barely turned, exposing his entire back to a potential armed foe, even extending his arms in a state of serene bliss, declaring, "What a wonderful day." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Sam abruptly drew a pistol from the oil paper wrapping, loading the bullet, iron shot, and gunpowder with unprecedented speed, then aimed at Reed's back and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunfire erupted and smoke filled the air, it was Sam who screamed in agony, for a grotesquely twisted creature had clamped down on his right hand, severing both his index finger and thumb. Blood soaked the gun barrel, and in pain, he instinctively raised the gun. Suddenly, all the iron shot within the barrel misfired, raining down hot, solid fragments like a torrential downpour, scorching Sam's face and tearing a significant portion of his cornea, causing a jelly-like substance to ooze out and rapidly char. Sam collapsed to the ground in agony, as the little stitched monster nimbly leaped aside, spitting out 2 fingers and feigning a retch. Reed turned around, propping himself on one leg, using his cane to deftly bat the firearm away from Sam. Reed leaned down patiently, observing the pained and howling Sam kneeling on the ground, and said, "Rest assured, I shall not kill you, Mr. Sam. Unlike you, I am a far more civilized and law-abiding citizen. I will adhere strictly to legal procedures, uphold the moral standards of humanity, and hand you over to the police and prosecution for justice. You shall face a public trial, where you have the right to remain silent, but I will be found laughing heartily in the audience or on the witness stand, mocking every word you utter as evidence against you. I merely severed your leg." In a fit of rage, Sam attempted to seize Reed again. Although Reed had only one leg, his sturdy blue cane was a formidable weapon. He reversed the cane and struck Sam's forehead, precisely where he had been injured by Locke Thomas the previous day. The tip of the cane penetrated the old wound, and with Sam's forceful movement, it slipped along the wound's seam into the eye socket. Reed jabbed the cane's tip into the ground, performed a simple cleanup, and stood upright, allowing the little stitched monster to crawl over and bite through Sam's 2 tendons. Still feeling uneasy, Reed rendered the little stitched monster ethereal, continuing to monitor Sam. "I have already notified the police and the priest. If my calculations are correct, they should arrive in about 2 hours, Reed said gently. "Consider this a friendly warning. There are wolves in this forest. If you wish to flee, now is your chance. But what of your legs? Why can't you move?" He held the cane with both hands, using his single leg to spin in place like a ballerina. Reed stood firmly, skillfully moving about in front of the immobile Sam, even leaping into the air from a height of over a meter before landing back on the ground. "Good heavens," Reed chuckled. "Can it be that someone is truly immobilized simply because they lack feet? Surely not. I have saved your life, Mr. Sam. How many lives have you claimed? I even showed mercy and saved you. You ought to be grateful to me. I left you with your hands and knees. Can you not walk without feet? Reed can." Sam roared with fury, pounding the ground. "What has happened? What in the world has transpired? You sorcerer, demon, devil, hurry and crawl," Reed said with a smile. "You might still escape the wolves' hunting grounds." With that, he commanded the ethereal little stitched monster to let out a sharp howl. The wild, piercing cry startled Reed. He hadn't expected the little stitched monster to actually howl like a wolf. He surveyed the quaking Sam on the ground, who was visibly shuddering. Reed spread his left hand and said kindly, "What are you hesitating for? Do you prefer to be devoured by wolves over being beaten to death by me, a man with one leg? Regrettably, I am not a devil." Reed retrieved a hat from his pocket and placed it upon his head. The ethereal blood surged within him, and for a moment, he felt as though he stood atop a wave, effortlessly speaking amidst the call of his bloodline. However, you may certainly try calling me curator. In the next instant, the ethereal blood within his veins resonated powerfully, and as Reed finally attuned himself to the sensation of transformation, his senses heightened, and the air around him filled with the essence of natural ether. The ether concentration increased by 2 percentage points, now standing at 5%. Reed donned his hat, leaned on his cane, and effortlessly turned to depart, leaving behind the panicked Sam, amidst the occasional howls of wolves. Chapter 41 Dinner. Red had contemplated the idea of killing the foreman, Sam. However, he deemed such an act too simplistic, almost beneath him. The foreman was filthy and repulsive, and taking his life would be akin to soiling his own hands. It was far more prudent to leave the task to professionals, sparing himself the hassle. Most importantly, Red intended to attend as a witness for the prosecution. He was genuinely curious about the expression on Sam's face as he sat in the defendant's chair, munching on snacks with a smile. There exist 3 forms of death: the conventional physical demise, such as being struck by a vehicle or shot; the obliteration of consciousness and spirit, akin to a vegetative state; and social death, where one is declared dead by the court, their reputation in tatters, rendering them incapable of engaging in societal activities. Simply causing Sam's physical death would not suffice. It would not align with the greed characteristic of the collector. Red desired to flay him alive, exposing all his sordid deeds to the light of day for all to witness. Unless permitted by Red, Sam would not even have the option to seek death. When Sam yearned for life, only then would the court's sentence of death serve as true retribution. To impose death upon someone who suffers a fate worse than death merely grants them release. Would Sam seek revenge if he were to see Red's face? Red found this thought amusing. Any reasonable person could surmise that if Sam had the means to retaliate, he would not have fled in a panic through the sewers. It is worth noting that even a common person falling into a sewer in a previous life faced considerable danger. It was exactly because Red refrained from directly killing Sam that he found himself with ample time to extract value from him, torturing him slowly until he reached the gallows. Escape from Red's grasp was utterly impossible. The ghostly amalgam would closely monitor Sam's every move, and Red would never truly grant him a chance to flee. If Red had truly wished to end Sam's life, it would merely require a swift bite to the throat from the amalgam. At this juncture, simply killing him would lack any significance. Lack significance? Red suddenly halted in his tracks. When did he start treating life as a mere plaything for his amusement? Could this be the aftermath of the collector's path? The embodiment of entertainment had distorted his character to such an extent. Throughout the entire process of forging his path, the more he conformed to the image of the collector, the more he grew to disdain life itself. He regarded Sam not as a human being, but merely as a source of amusement for his torment. Yet, he found himself oddly fond of this feeling. Red stroked his cane, musing that he rather enjoyed living as the collector. Pleasant cooperation, Veilway. Red extended his hand to shake Veilway's, proposing, "This house has proven immensely beneficial for me and my family. I would like to invite you to join us. Mr. Wilson is welcome as well. You have contributed greatly today." He offered his best wishes for her exams, and Mr. Wilson expressed his gratitude before departing. Red turned his gaze to Veilway, the short-haired girl with crimson eyes, who had momentarily lost herself in thought, staring at the distant white tower. Following her gaze, Red suddenly realized it was a university in Haina City. Veilway inquired, slightly puzzled. "Is the university open to the public? Would it cause you any inconvenience?" Universities are generally open to the public. The only restriction is that non-students cannot attend lectures. As for inconvenience, you underestimate my adaptability, Red thought, lifting his cane and deftly spinning on one leg. I have long since adapted to moving with one leg. There is no need for concern. Treat me as if I were a normal person. Veilway nodded, and together they approached the university. They faced no obstacles from the guards and easily entered the quaint pathways within, strolling along the artificial river and grassy areas, occasionally hearing the sounds of reading and debates. Veilway curiously approached a statue of a renowned figure, reading the engraved quotes on the pedestal. To Red, the university seemed rather modest. Yet the rich academic atmosphere and the numerous young scholars studying stirred emotions within him. Just 4 days ago, he had been an ordinary university student, suddenly thrust into a world of turmoil. As he wandered through the campus, suppressed emotions resurfaced. In his previous life, he was merely a typical student in his first year, attending classes, playing games, working part-time on weekends, and socializing with friends. Why had fate chosen him for this ordeal? But now, lamenting would serve no purpose. Amidst the nostalgia, Red felt the memories of his past life becoming increasingly surreal. In a mere 4 days, he had endured a severed leg, poverty, encountered dreams, acquired the ghostly amalgam, inherited the role of the collector, invested in real estate, and exacted revenge on Sam. The unsavory deeds he had committed, the illegal activities, and the disgraceful actions he had undertaken could easily mark him as an outlaw. Red was just an ordinary person. He was neither particularly intelligent nor perpetually calm. Even great figures and sages made mistakes, and he could not guarantee that he would always be correct. He could only respond to the changing environment. The tranquil river flowed, and the philosophical debates among students echoed in his ears. Red shook his head. He had embarked on a different path, and his school life had become nothing more than a nostalgic recollection. Red, Yami gazed timidly at the pristine restaurant, hesitant to take a step forward. Are we allowed to work here? They won't dislike us, will they? Red paused and quickly replied, No, Yami, we are here to dine. Dine. Edel swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the delectable dishes on the tables. Faced with Red's casual remark, both Yami and Edel were taken aback. Red, have you done something wrong? Yami asked, unable to suppress her concern. Didn't our mother tell us before she passed that no matter how poor or troubled we are, we must not trouble others, refrain from illegal activities, and work hard with our own hands to earn a living? What are you saying, little one? Red chuckled softly. Do you not trust your own brother? Though I am indeed not a good person. Red thought to himself. Is it really you, Red? Yami asked, bewildered. You seem different. You are confident now, dressed elegantly, and you speak with such enthusiasm. You no longer appear downcast. Are you really my brother, Red? How did you come to acquire so much wealth? Red smiled, playfully flicking her forehead. Ouch. Yami winced, and Red, both amused and exasperated, pinched her cheek gently. However, he noticed that beneath her delicate skin lay little padding, which dimmed his expression. He then placed a reassuring hand on Yami's shoulder. I will share my secrets of earning money with you and Edel later. I may be disabled and unable to earn much more, but you and Edel are different. You must safeguard the wealth your elder brother leaves for you. If you have children, I hope they can grow up as carefree as flowers in a greenhouse, free to study, play, marry, and bear children, without bearing the burdens of our suffering and poverty. Red, you truly have not. I swear to you, my dear. I, Red King, am utterly upright and have never engaged in any wrongdoing. My wealth has been earned solely through my own capabilities. Red immediately raised his left hand in an oath, declaring, I swear to the deities, I, Red King, have always been a kind, gentle, considerate, and just elder brother. Yet, I never claimed to be honest, thus I did not deceive anyone. Red pondered. Well, I believe you, Brother Red. Yami, being just a child, tugged at Edel's hand while clutching the sleeve of Red. Let us go and eat. Look at Edel, he is practically drooling. Who is drooling? I am merely hungry. Chapter 42. Then, and now how does the fried pork tenderloin taste? As Red spread butter and mustard on slices of bread, he asked his ravenous siblings, slow down. Don't rush. If they're isn't enough, we can always order more. Although Red wished to indulge in a drink, every adult at the table had to settle for juice. In the Duchy of Wicker, the staple food is primarily bread in various flavors, with some noodles served alongside thyme and tomato sauce, a taste Red found unappealing. He preferred a wrap filled with roasted meat, sausages, bell peppers, and pickles, generously brushed with barbecue sauce. By the way, this is my family, Red introduced. My sister, Yami King, and my brother, Ader King. Seizing the opportunity, he added for Veilway, we will all be living under the same roof from now on. They are quite sensible and won't be a bother to you. Veilway put down her juice and examined Red's siblings. Unlike the rather ordinary-looking Red, his brother and sister were charmingly attractive. They had arrived with clean faces, and despite growing up in a challenging environment that affected their skin, their features and cheekbone structure revealed an undeniable excellence. I have no objections. I'm merely staying in your house for 2 years, Veilway remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Red. Your siblings are quite beautiful. Why am I so plain in comparison? Red chuckled. Who knows? Perhaps it's because I'm destined not to rely on my looks for a living. I can just be average. No, you're not unattractive at all. It's just that compared to your siblings, Veilway hesitated, struggling to find an appropriate adjective from her limited vocabulary. Red shrugged. I'm only 13, nearly 14, and I have family and a career to focus on. Marriage isn't something I'm considering anytime soon. Perhaps I might just avoid it altogether. While the curator, Mr. Lager, suggested that whether a professional could have children with an ordinary mortal was debatable, Red had no time to ponder such matters. Vilway was surprised. Your thoughts differ significantly from most. It seems that for many, the lifelong goal is to marry and have children, especially to have a son to carry on their legacy and profession. What others do is their business. I can only say that in this era, if a child is born into a world where they must compete from the start, and I cannot provide them with education, safety, healthcare, and the basic guarantees of wealth, leading them to struggle through a life of hardship, then I would prefer they never came into existence. Red shrugged again. Life is indeed precious. After all, we only live once. A normal person has 2 legs. And since I've lost one, someone has infringed upon my right to health. Thus, I will defend my rights in my own way. But tell me, is life truly sacred? I think not. This sentiment seemed quite heretical. Vilway whispered, everyone believes that living is surely better than dying. I think so too. That depends on the situation. Consider a boy who has lost both parents, bearing the weight of supporting his family, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk in a workshop at -15 degrees, often forced to work overtime until 11 o'clock. To save costs, the factory even refuses to turn on the lights. Such a life is undoubtedly arduous, but thinking of his 2 little dependents, he must persevere. Red took a bite of his wrap, savoring the flavor, then sipped water to moisten his throat before continuing. One day, his leg is severed, and he incurs medical debt. The entire family loses its primary source of income. In such a situation, every second he lives only drains the remaining 2 lives of their vitality. At that point, is living still important? Perhaps death would be more merciful for his siblings. Vilway's rosy eyes met Red's gaze. Yet, she said, it seems he hasn't given up on living. Is it possible that he has already died? Red smiled as he lifted his cup. Perhaps someone has inherited his will and life, living on in his stead. Maybe the former couldn't bear the burden any longer and sought to end it all, while the one who remains is terrified of death and cannot bear to see the weak be bullied. But who truly cares? Such events likely unfold every day. You forget countless things daily, so why not forget this as well and continue leading your carefree life? That sounds appealing. Vilway blinked in agreement. Even if one cannot see the dawn of tomorrow, must one still persist? This sounded philosophical. Why must one continue living? It's akin to asking why. In the face of such suffering, one should carry on. Because history is constructed by the living using the remnants of the dead, who then become the dead themselves. Living without meaning is a reality. To exist is merely to await death. Yet, people do not wish to die, so they ascribe various meanings to life. You could interpret this as a form of deception. We live within lies daily, and it is our ability to perform that colors our world. Shaking his cup. Recent experiences stirred thoughts in Red. When you and your family huddle together in a drafty, leaky room that is cold in winter and warm in summer, you don't ponder the meaning of life. Yet, once you are well-fed and surrounded by enchanting music, you might inadvertently fall into the riddle of why must we live. I find no boredom in this. On the contrary, it is a fascinating pursuit. People only have the strength to ponder when their bellies are full, and such contemplation spurs the emergence of laws and technology, which in turn advances society. I believe this is the fundamental answer. You mean eating? Red stated seriously, the essence of life lies in sustenance. Vilway smirked, realizing Red's humor might be ahead of its time. He glanced toward the little patchwork creature, unsurprisingly, before 6 o'clock. 2 agents from the Fulton Detective Agency found Supervisor Sam in the wilderness. Upon their arrival, Sam had surrendered entirely, pleading to be taken away while muttering about wolves and demons, confessing his crimes in detail. Now, the little patchwork creature had followed them into the detention center. While Supervisor Sam was confined in an underground cell, the detectives had to find a doctor because he had developed a severe fever due to tetanus infection, and it was uncertain how many bacteria and viruses lurked in the underground waterways. He could not even drink a sip of water. At this point, the agents had to contact the shareholders' meeting, and Red overheard their representative's sentiments. Supervisor Sam cannot die just yet. We have already lost 2 acting directors, and he still holds 14 of the factory shares. According to the law, these shares can only be transferred with his conscious signature. But weren't those shares originally owned by the late Director Lisbon, whom he murdered? Once he dies, wouldn't they directly pass to Lisbon's son by inheritance? A novice agent inquired, somewhat confused. Weren't you hired to investigate the cause of the previous director's death? No, as long as there's profit to be had. We don't care who the director is. However, Supervisor Sam's actions have crossed a line. He colluded with a gang to murder members of the shareholders' meeting, which is a taboo that undermines our trust as capitalists. Therefore, he must relinquish those shares as a cautionary tale. The representative of the shareholders' meeting spoke with righteous indignation. What? As a warning, do you merely wish to brazenly carve up these shares? A seasoned agent scoffed. Enough already. There's no need to disguise your dealings. Am I not well aware of your true nature? My only suggestion is to cultivate some virtue and at least leave the child with a modicum of capital. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Inspector, the representative replied dismissively. However, the shareholders' meeting solely considers the interests of the shareholders. As for morality, he shrugged, sneering. Morality is not law. No matter how much one contravenes it, there are no repercussions. You must quickly find a capable doctor to sustain his life. After all, we have compensated you, he added. But this is exceedingly cruel. The child has lost his father and now his wealth. How do you expect him to survive? The rookie detective immediately questioned, only to be halted by the older agent. Enough. Heed the employer's words. That is the ethical standard of our profession. Chapter 43. Visions within the gemstone eyes. Red paused for a moment. The passers-by around him were sparse, consumed with worries about the work and commerce of the morrow. Only he lifted his gaze, admiring the moonlight above. I had nearly forgotten that Sam, the overseer, had murdered the factory manager and seized his possessions. Red murmured. The child is innocent. Grievances have their origin, and debts their master. What purpose does it serve to burden an unsuspecting child with this tragedy? He remained silent for a moment, grappling with his heavy inner turmoil. This matter has nothing to do with me. What relation do I have to the infighting among capitalists? Moreover, the factory has shown me no compassion for my shattered leg. They dismissed me without a second thought. Red clenched the head of his cane, a tempest of emotions churning within him. But how does this concern the child? The factory does not belong solely to the manager. It is the shareholders' domain. Even if they replaced several managers, their pursuit of profit would still lead to my dismissal. And the child? He too is merely a victim. Ensnared in the machinery of capital, a hapless soul whose leg was devoured by greed. He is but a child. Images of Eder and Yami flickered in Red's mind, their figures illuminated by the dim moonlight as they scavenged the streets, collecting discarded bread, enduring a strenuous existence when they should be reveling in the joy of childhood. Often going hungry. Would such a tragic fate befall other children of their age? What am I to do? Must I act for a child whom I have never met, merely knowing he is under 10? Red, can you truly be so benevolent? Are you not being excessively saintly? Reflect on your own actions: abuse, fraud, impersonation, threats, theft, violence, denunciation. Have you not committed all these? And now you feel your conscience pricking at you? Do you suddenly find yourself overflowing with compassion? How can one be so contradictory? Are you even human? He incessantly chastised himself, yet each time he sought to question his own integrity. The image of his leg trapped by machinery and severed by Sam's axe resurfaced. Very well, let this be my final act of kindness. It was only then that Red realized the treatment center was not a public hospital, but a private clinic offering services akin to wellness, weight loss, and postnatal care. They were not even equipped for emergency surgeries. The true public hospital capable of urgent care lay merely 2 streets away from the factory. In other words, the clinic had merely rushed to provide him with first aid, wholly unprepared for complications, sustaining his life solely through a plethora of medications and nutritional supplements. Consequently, the charges for medications and nutritional fees were exorbitantly high. Red's expression darkened further. Sam, you bastard, you intended to kill me from the very start. I was too merciful, too kind-hearted, believing you had merely stationed some thugs downstairs to avoid paying my exorbitant medical bills, when in fact you never intended for me to survive. It was not just Sam. It was the factory itself. The entire establishment sought my demise. If I were to survive, they would have to compensate me, which they were unwilling to do. Thus, they wished for me to perish en route to the hospital and throughout treatment. In their eyes, my life was worth less than 12 pounds of gold. It was Sam who took my leg, yet I have no direct justification to kill him. The true threat to my life lies with the factory. The shareholders, the capitalists, they struck first, willing to consume everything for the sake of profit, beginning with themselves, then the child, and ultimately all the workers. Red's thoughts crystallized. I have always perceived the conflict and contradiction not as my inner saintliness or hidden benevolence, but rather as my inability to accept that you would sacrifice the normal lives of the majority to satiate your own greed, that you would dare to plunder what rightfully belongs to me, even if I gain nothing from it. I refuse to stand by and witness the destruction you wreak upon others. Red prided himself on being well-mannered, seldom resorting to profanity, yet today, a singular thought consumed him. Damn them all. He could not simply blow up the factory, for that would bring misfortune upon the other workers while serving only his momentary gratification. However, he possessed the means to thoroughly disgust the shareholders. Only I can do this. Only I am capable. Keep an eye on the surroundings for me, little one, Red said, retrieving the dream of orphan elixir from his pocket. He uncorked the bottle, gently inhaling its aroma, confirming its potency before tilting his head back and consuming it in one swift motion. Boom! A sharp, searing pain erupted within him, causing Red's pupils to constrict rapidly as he was overwhelmed by the agonizing sensation gnawing at his bones. Sweat poured from his body uncontrollably, fresh red blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and tear ducts. His body temperature rose palpably, the blood within him boiling, while it felt as if his marrow were being violently extracted. Red was rendered speechless by the agony, collapsing to the ground, his fingers digging into his palms, tears mingling with blood. Screaming? Weeping? He had no time for such things. His body, stimulated by the elixir, was losing blood in copious amounts while simultaneously drawing more from his marrow. The first to feel the effects were his eyes, as thick, root-like veins twisted around them. My eyes. The crystalline lens of his pupils was engulfed by the hot, fresh blood, gradually crystallizing into new formations, the intense heat rendering him unable to close his eyes. He instinctively tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling, the world around him gradually veiled in a dark crimson filter. Girdle. His formerly round pupils elongated, transforming into slits akin to needles or almonds, protruding like gemstones. The sclera shifted to a golden hue, infused with blood, causing the irises to swell with color, dazzling like the myriad of precious gems, crystal, diamond, pearl, jade, agate, each shining with a translucent brilliance. Hiss! Dark red blood erupted like steam. As Red's eyes began to cool, the world within them shifting from a starry expanse to a monotonous gray and white. He slowly lifted his gaze, surveying everything around him. Severely damaged floorboards, worthless. Filthy towels, of no value. Parent's silver necklace, low value. Every object before him was coldly assessed for its worth. And as his gaze fell upon his own hands, a different description emerged. Possesses potential value. Red lifted his head once more, directing his attention to the small stitched creature standing guard nearby. In the entire gray and white world, it shone like a miracle, radiant as the sun. Treasure. Infinite possibility. Drawing upon his experiences from the dream, Red gradually acclimated to the effects of his gemstone-like slit pupils, instinctively tempering his fearsome exterior and the dazzling luster of the gems, allowing only the basic colors and characteristics of the gemstone pupils to manifest. Taxes belong to the emperor, faith to the deities, and everything else to the collectors. As the blood of the ether calmed and stabilized, Red distinctly sensed his current concentration, 11%. With the concentration of ether blood elevated to 10%, guided by the legacy of the collector, he unearthed the latent potential within him, further merging his form with the ether blood, thus unlocking this new capability. Reed quietly absorbed the overwhelming influx of knowledge and information transmitted through the blood of ether. According to the esteemed Director Lager, the enhancement of concentration not only bestowed new extraordinary abilities, but was also a means through which the secret society served by the practitioners conferred various gifts, encouraging them to further elevate the concentration of their ether blood and contribute more to society. This marked his inaugural experience of receiving such a gift. A torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing enigmatic sorcery, magical seals, and astrological wisdom, yet the majority pertained to the appraisal and analysis of treasures, with a particular focus on expanding and utilizing the abilities of a collector. Among the myriad intriguing revelations, Reed found that, as a collector, the intensity of his inspiration significantly surged, while the consumption of spells diminished to 1/3 of its previous cost, and the potency of his incantations exceeded threefold. Moreover, the knowledge imparted by the secret society indicated that the enhancement of his ether blood concentration as a collector would directly reflect upon the treasures themselves, the higher his concentration. the greater the value of the artifacts he possessed. Additionally, as a novice collector, Reed was now entitled to simultaneously possess 10 designated treasures, with the small stitched creature serving as his core artifact, not occupying one of these slots. Taxes belonged to the Emperor, faith to the deities, and all other treasures to the collectors. He finally contemplated the abilities expanded by his elevated concentration, treasure vision. This extraordinary power bore a striking resemblance to effects experienced in dreams, enabling him to discern the intrinsic value of objects, regardless of the nature of the item. The collector could ascertain whether it held collectible value. Furthermore, when combined with the enhanced collecting capability, Reed could not resist narrowing his eyes. While the collector might lack combat prowess, one could easily contemplate that numerous creatures in this world, devoid of fighting strength, could be quite perilous. The poison dart frog, for instance, possesses feeble combat abilities yet wields a lethal toxin. In a certain sense, the threat and lethality of a collector could be equally formidable, if his conjectures were accurate. The oft-repeated phrase "all else belongs to the collector" might indeed delineate the scope of a collector's acquisitions. Beyond taxes and faith, symbols of power and religion, everything else could be encompassed within the collector's domain. With these thoughts in mind, Reed made slight adjustments to his plans, taking the small stitched creature with him, donning his attire, and retrieving a face cloth from the wardrobe to cover his visage. "Let us proceed, little one." Reed donned his hat, grasped his staff, and set forth into the night. Beyond faith and taxes, everything belongs to us. Let these avaricious souls witness who truly embodies greed. Chapter 44. Shareholders, you are the songbirds. Redmond, draped in a scarf that concealed all but his gem-like vertical pupils, immersed himself in the chilling solitude of the night. As the moon cast its dual shadows, all that met his gaze shimmered with varying degrees of luminescence. Nearby, a somewhat ostentatious, stout-hearted man felt his heart race. Redmond discerned that the most valuable treasure he possessed was his inherent kindness. As they brushed past one another, Redmond cast a disdainful glance at the man's gaudy, one-legged companion, who, devoid of any merit, clutched a bag brimming with luxurious cosmetics and currency. A homeless man, collapsed on the street and wrapped in the biting wind, held his dog close, trembling in the winter chill. Redmond observed keenly how these two individuals served as each other's treasures and supports, sparkling amidst the dreary world. The melody that flowed from a radio outside a cake shop transformed into tangible ripples in Redmond's eyes, emanating from a sultry, languorous songstress. He reached out and gently grasped the horn of the gramophone, pocketing the enchanting melody, which immediately fell silent. "I want to share a mojito with you. Yet you abandoned me for Vastworth." People looked up in astonishment, searching the heavens for a voice that seemed to descend from the stars. It was the renowned Miss Beatrice Nashtic, her voice resounding. Someone exclaimed, "Where does this come from? It is simply extraordinary. I have never experienced such a breathtaking effect." The shopkeepers stood aghast, while the street thrummed with excitement, as passers-by halted, swaying their chins to the cheerful melody of Beatrice's song. "Give me your heart entirely. Yet your eyes are fixated solely on your paintings. Strickland, Strickland, hear me." Beatrice's voice echoed through the streets, perfectly measured in volume, imbued with a captivating charm. The ground was strewn with golden fruit, yet the moonlight above commanded your attention. "You are lost in art, forsaking life, but all I desire is your company in idleness." Strickland, Strickland, hear me. This is not the outcome I seek. Strickland, Strickland, hear me. This is not. As Beatrice's high notes reached a crescendo, pedestrians closed their eyes, enveloped in the pure enjoyment of music. "This is the result I desire." A song inspired by British author W. Somerset Maugham's novel The Moon and Sixpence, where Strickland, the male protagonist, a stockbroker, abandons his wife and children in pursuit of his painting dreams, arriving in Paris. This song critiques her husband's cruelty and madness from Mrs. Strickland's perspective. "Ah," Beatrice sighed softly, elevating the entire song to new heights, prompting spontaneous applause from the crowd, who cheered as if the world had transformed into a vibrant tapestry at that moment. "My heavens, is this a miracle?" Miss Beatrice Nashtic, the celebrated opera diva of all Phalatian tongues, is performing here with us? Strangers, moved by her voice, gathered to discuss. An erudite individual adjusted his monocle, exclaiming, "No, it must be some novel playback device. It is astonishing. I feel as though I am listening to a voice from beyond the nebula." Others quickly became fans. This This mode of performance is utterly perfect. I wish to dissolve into this melody. Yet, an objective voice emerged, stating, however, I must say, the person blasting such loud music shows utter disregard for those seeking rest. This behavior is exceedingly poor. A rational observer chimed in, only to be met with sharp sarcasm. Oh please, were you not just the most joyful one here? Moments later, the previously perplexed shopkeeper heard the low, sultry voice emanating from the gramophone once more. Strickland, Strickland, hear me. The shopkeeper scratched his head, muttering, how peculiar. This machine can do that? Could it be the mechanical saint has manifested? Yet I am a devout follower of the goddess. Redmond smiled slightly, turning to continue his journey. With imagination rather than brute force, he mused, he had begun to grasp the true power of the collector. Though he had yet to reach the 30% concentration required to unveil the true form, he could effortlessly gather treasures flying above, swimming below, or hidden beneath the earth. There were no limitations. This was the true greatness of the collector. Beyond authority and faith, Redmond could collect everything. Tangible items such as money, objects, weapons, parcels of all sizes, trains, shops, body parts, flora, fauna, and even living beings. He could also gather the intangible, melodies, personalities, inner traits, light, air currents, breath, fleeting warmth, and the dichotomy of beauty and ugliness. While the collector's ability to amass items resembled transferring them to another vacant space in the world designated as his collection area, what if his collection space resided within the inner pocket of his single-breasted coat? Redmond possessed absolute control over his treasures and could lend them to any entity for viewing or use. He could also alter the collection area at will, marking it with a prick of his finger. Theoretically, there were no size restrictions, yet larger and more precious items consumed more of his energy and inspiration. However, as a collector, his inspiration vastly exceeded that of ordinary professionals, allowing him to temporarily disregard any collection limit for objects not exceeding 2 tons. Redmond had yet to attempt collecting life itself. So, according to location, one by one, Redmond tilted his hat's brim, curiosity glimmering in his gem-like pupils. How about a church? There should be many kind-hearted priests there to accompany you as you grow. As for whether he could accomplish it, he was indifferent. He simply wished to play. Regarding the 17 stake held by your uncle, I have decided it should be entirely distributed among the workers. When I was incapacitated by Sam the overseer, the leadership wished for my demise, yet only my fellow workers rushed me to the hospital. Even those who did nothing appeared, by comparison, endearing. Redmond lowered his hat brim. Stepping deeper into the night, he wandered near the Lisbon machinery factory, dispatching a small creature to search for the shareholder meeting's member list. Based on his previous reconnaissance, there were currently 5 actual controlling shareholders. Excluding Sam the overseer's temporarily held shares from the former factory director, only 4 remained. Among them, one was an outsider and not a shareholder, confirming that only 3 were left. Hamley von Goebbels, in his 50s, a rather pompous and arrogant man, the primary decision-maker of the shareholder meeting, holding a commanding 38. As Redmond glanced at his profile, he discovered that Hamley's ancestry was that of old nobility from Schmatz, who had relocated to the Duchy of Wick due to war, investing heavily in various machinery factories and possessing considerable knowledge of bank bonds, a quintessential capitalist. He had a family of 5 and employed a dedicated lawyer, always accompanied by bodyguards. Hops Charmerin, 38 years of age, hails from the Duchy of Wicker. Lacking any significant background, he ascended to the role of majority shareholder through the inheritance of an 11% stake from his father. He typically engages in no serious profession. Rather, he spends his days socializing with affluent bankers and the scions of nobility, partaking in activities such as polo, horse racing, and card games, an embodiment of the work ethic prevalent among the burgeoning petite bourgeoisie. He resides with his family of 4. Plakov, a 23-year-old immigrant from the Republic of Felicia, is a university graduate and a shrewd accountant, holding a 34% stake. An ambitious young capitalist, he takes pride in his authentic Felician accent, often looking down upon those he deems feudal slaves, due to their education and lineage. He is the only unmarried individual among the 3 influential shareholders, living with his aunt. The residences of these 3 shareholders are clearly documented, and Red required little effort to locate them. It is said that you prioritize money over morality, claiming that the law no longer applies to you. Well, even if he is the offspring of a capitalist, I find this excessive. You wish for the demise of that young man without openly stating it. What does that signify? Why must human relationships be so convoluted? It would be far simpler to hire a rogue to eliminate the lad, providing me with a valid reason to report all of you to the church. Red shrugged. For now, I merely hope that by tomorrow, your families will also find themselves beyond the reach of the law. Chapter 45. The Steampunk Tales of Horror, Part 1. Having concluded a day of festivities, Hobbs Shamron stifled a yawn. The pungent scent of alcohol clung to him, and his respectable attire was tainted with the overpowering fragrance of a noble woman's perfume. One he had learned was concocted by the least skilled perfumer in all of Valysia. It was a scent that, rather than enchanting men, appealed only to the naive and innocent youths, much to his disdain. He regarded the noble girls who donned such fragrances as a group of dreamers, foolishly believing they might catch the eye of a prince or a duke's eldest son, thereby ascending to the ranks of high society. They exhibited none of the grace expected of women. A mere disagreement would see them clutching their skirts and stomping in indignation, lamenting the lack of gentlemanly courtesy. Yet, he mused, true gentility is a matter of personal refinement, not obligation. As for why he, at the age of 38, still mingled among the youthful aristocrats and financial scions at such gatherings, the answer lay in the untimely demise of his father, who had departed this world without securing his rightful 40% stake in the Lisbon machinery factory. Had it not been for that unfortunate event, he would have emigrated to the Republic long ago, basking in the fresh air of freedom. The harsh reality was that the meager shares he possessed barely sustained his family in the middle-class enclave of Lychee Bay and Haines. Thus, in a bid to elevate his social standing within the limited time he had left, he sought to gain genuine control over his finances and achieve basic financial independence. Fortune smiled upon him recently as he secured a lucrative opportunity. Baron Barbot had established an underground boxing arena, entrusting him with its promotion among the youth, with the hope of attracting a few sponsoring members. For each individual he lured into the fold, he would earn a £10 commission, though modest. It was a welcome supplement to his current financial woes. Moreover, the youth were easily swayed. A few flattering words and a display of his worldly experiences would often suffice to ensnare them. Although his father had departed too early, he had bequeathed him a handsome visage. In his youth, Hobbs had reveled in the pleasures of life, indulging in excesses, yet fortuitously winning the affection of a well-bred lady. Nonetheless, this did little to alter the fact that he was now resorting to dubious tactics to ensnare the young. No, he chided himself, it was not deception. It was a legitimate business endeavor. Damn it, how many moons are there in the sky? He mused, feeling as though he were still sober, counting only 3. The night grew colder, and with a hidden ailment in his left hand, he tucked it into the pocket of his overcoat, using only his right hand to dab his nose with a silk handkerchief. He muttered, when did cats start appearing around here? Damn it, I'm allergic to cat fur. A sneeze escaped him, his nose reddening from the allergy, as he cursed the elusive feline, quickening his pace while pondering. The shares in Sam's hands should soon be transferred. Since I introduced Fulton Detective Agency, I ought to secure at least 8%. No, 10%. Only then can the 3 of us shareholders maintain a basic equilibrium. As for young Tim Lisbon, who was supposed to inherit shares in the Lisbon factory, who cared? Let him perish. I could not be bothered. He was acutely aware that ever since the Grand Duke's daughter was born, the inclination to wage war or dispatch fleets overseas had dissipated, leading to a drastic decline in business for the Lisbon machinery assembly plant, which had to pivot towards civilian machinery production. If the Grand Duke failed to initiate conflict with the New World, an 11% stake would be woefully inadequate for him to achieve financial freedom. War. For heaven's sake, let there be war. He cursed under his breath, lamenting the peaceful times that stifled his ability to profit. Perhaps the alcohol clouded his judgment, for he found himself cursing Sam's undermining of shareholder trust, lamenting the exorbitant investigative fees of the Fulton Detective Agency, and even denouncing the monarch and society at large. But as he was about to utter the Duke's surname, he was abruptly halted by the presence of a slender figure clad in a buttoned coat. Hobbs halted, scanning the figure in the dark, devoid of whale oil lamps. He could discern only a common hat and the glint of gem-like eyes peering from beneath a veil. He intended to sidestep the stranger, but the figure called out first. Mr. Hobbs Shamron. What? How do you know my name? Hobbs exclaimed, taken aback, before slapping his forehead in realization. Ah, I see. You must be one of those ambitious young men interested in the underground boxing venture I mentioned. Oh, how foolish of me. He fished out a business card from his pocket, presenting it to the gem-eyed stranger. "Hops Shamarin, currently working for Baron Barbot." "That is not what I seek," came the raspy voice, clearly not the stranger's true tone. The card was taken and tossed carelessly into the nearby waterway. You?" The gem-eyed individual turned, a smirk on their lips. "Mr. Hops, I desire something of yours." "No ill will intended. I merely wish to inform you of this fact." "My belongings?" "Oh, I comprehend. There is nothing I do not understand." Hops clapped his hands, laughing with a sharp edge. "You intend to rob me?" "I am familiar with such matters, Mr. Yimpurin. Big Charlie, the Narvis gang, the Bloodmouth Society, I know them all. You see, in a capital like Heinous, one cannot navigate these streets without affiliation. I could readily provide you with an introduction to those grand organizations. Yet I am truly curious," the gem-eyed figure said with a slight smile. "Hops Shamarin, your liver is ravaged by alcohol, rendering it worthless. Your heart's anterior descending artery appears somewhat obstructed. I suspect you will soon suffer from hypertension due to a heart attack. Your brain is in a pitiful state, having contracted parasites from swimming in the wild, thus rendering it unremarkable. For a moment, I nearly failed to find anything of value within you." A gust of cold wind jolted Hops awake, and he stared, trembling, at the figure before him. You are speaking nonsense. Who are you, madman? Leave now, or I shall summon the police." Yet, despite his protestations, the figure found a rare gem within him. "In my eyes, every person possesses a unique treasure," they declared, extending a hand to swiftly grasp his face. "And that treasure is your handsomeness." With a deft motion, the gem-eyed figure peeled back a thin layer of skin from Hops's striking visage. Dumbfounded, Hops felt no pain whatsoever as he touched his face, finding it devoid of sensation. "Damn it, what sorcery is this?" he cursed, but the gem-eyed man merely smiled enigmatically, retreating into the shadows with their cane. Hops was left in a haze, shocked that this stranger had recounted private medical details he had shared only with his physician, awakening him from his stupor. Good sir." The gardener, Pasha, hastily bowed and rushed to the entrance, fumbling for her keys to unlock the door. Out of the corner of her eye, two small, narrow eyes revealed her confusion. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Her words elicited a mixture of amusement and irritation from Hops. "Are you truly blind, Pasha?" "I am Hops Shamarin, your employer." Indeed, my lord. I can see that now. Your voice remains unchanged." Pasha hastily unlocked the door to welcome him inside. Hops frowned. "What do you mean my voice remains unchanged?" "It is a literal observation. My voice has not altered." Pasha appeared hesitant, prompting Hops to chastise. "What are you dawdling for? Speak plainly, what is it? If my voice has not changed, what about other aspects of me?" "To speak candidly, my lord. Have you perhaps taken a tumble?" Pasha inquired cautiously. "Nonsense. I walk with the steadiness of a grand ship," Hops scoffed. "I merely indulged in a bit too much drink today, which may have rendered me somewhat puffy." "No, it is not that, my lord. You appear quite healthy and normal." "It is just..." Hops casually opened the door of his home and asked, "Just what?" "Just that you are not as conspicuous as before." "Conspicuous?" Suddenly, a familiar bark resonated through the air, and Hops' face brightened with a smile. As he removed his coat and handed it to the skeptical maid, he clapped his hands and stepped forward. A small, yellow and white, short-legged puppy bounded over in a few quick strides. Hops opened his arms, ready to embrace it. But the puppy named Luca hesitated for a moment, then slowed down. "Come now, little one, do you not recognize me?" Luca cautiously approached, sniffing the air for reassurance before finally leaping into his master's embrace. Chapter 46, The Steampunk Legend of Strange Tales, Part 2. What a splendid dog. Remarkably, at times, dogs possess a wisdom that surpasses that of humans. He played with the dog for a while before gently setting it down, patting its plump rear as it scampered away. Small creatures invariably evoke a sense of light-hearted healing, and Hops was no exception. "Ugh, I do not wish to play the villain. I too aspire to be a knight of the candlelight." The sounds of children frolicking echoed from within the house, prompting him to hasten into the living room, eager to behold their antics. As the chandelier's glow illuminated his face, the siblings engaged in a game of knights capturing villains raised their heads in unison, gazing at the newcomer. Yet, in the next moment, the two siblings, who had just been bickering, exchanged bewildered glances and simultaneously queried, "Uncle, who are you?" His expression stiffened, a dreadful possibility flickering through Hop's mind. He immediately chuckled nervously. "Where is your mother? Are you here to find her?" The sister, puzzled, replied, But another uncle has already come to find mother. What? Hop's countenance darkened further. Without uttering another word, he dashed up the stairs, bursting through the bedroom door. Nailisha. The moment the door swung open, the sight before him nearly caused him to lose his breath. His beautiful wife was pinned beneath a young and handsome dandy. Ah, Nailisha, startled by his abrupt entrance, did not initially react with fear, but instead bellowed, "Who is this intruder? Get out of my house." Her words pierced Hop's heart more painfully than the betrayal itself, and he stood there, stunned, uttering, "Nailisha, it's me. This is my home. Get out. I do not know you. You madman. Where is the butler? Elster. Maid. Throw him out." Before he could mount any resistance, the butler, accompanied by the servants, rushed in, dragging him away and unceremoniously tossing him out the door. Thud! Hops fell to the ground, dazed, grasping at the dirt beneath him. He cried out, "Enough! What in the world is happening? This is my home. I am Hop Shamron." The butler glanced at him coldly, disdainfully locking the door. The biting cold wind enveloped him as he lay at his own doorstep, staring blankly at his home. Whimper. Luca? A soft bark emerged, and Luca, his little dog, squeezed through the doorway, licking the wounds on his hand that had been scraped by stones. "Luca, my dear Luca, you alone have not betrayed me." Hops carefully cradled his pet dog, holding it close to his chest, gently patting its back. As he wallowed in confusion and pain, a faint call emerged from within the house. "Sir?" He lifted his gaze to find Pasha timidly crouching down, offering him a mirror. "I lack education and do not know how to articulate this, but it is best for you to see yourself. My appearance." Hops stared vacantly as he reached out to accept the mirror. "Mr. Hops, I desire something of yours. Why should I look in the mirror? Why do I feel such resistance to the act of gazing into it? It is merely a mirror, a commonplace and daily action. For reasons unknown. Perhaps due to the celestial protection of his ancestors, or perhaps a deep-seated vigilance ingrained within humanity through millennia of natural selection and trials." Hops sensed the world urging him not to look into the mirror. It felt as if, upon gazing into this mirror, he would embark on an irreversible journey. This was a warning. In the depths of his mind, it seemed as if someone was urgently cautioning him against looking into the mirror, advising him to steer clear of the world concealed behind it. Yet, did Hops have any alternative? If he simply closed his eyes, he would be confronted with the heart-wrenching images, accompanied by their voices. "Uncle, who are you? Who is this intruder? Get out of my house." Woof. Luca's bark jolted Hops back to reality. Resolute, he disregarded his instinct's aversion, held his breath, positioned the mirror before him, and gazed deeply into it. Crash! His hand fell limply to the ground. The mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces. "Mother, where's my face?" Hops questioned in a trance. This was not his face. Not at all. It was not the face of anyone, yet it grew upon his own visage, a face he had never seen before, yet it blossomed upon his features. It wept, it laughed, it howled in agony, and this face too cried, laughed awkwardly, and howled in madness. In that moment, he could no longer suppress his terror. The visage was so utterly mundane that he began to forget what he himself had looked like. Luca barked in confusion, unable to comprehend why his master had succumbed to madness. Suddenly, Hops recalled the words of the mysterious man with gem-like eyes. "Even so, you possess a precious treasure. I believe no one in this world is more just and compassionate than I am. In my eyes, everyone harbors a unique gem. Sharp claws, akin to those of a dragon, etched cleanly across his skin. Something had been entirely stripped away. That is this handsomeness." Yes, it was that very moment. Hops could not deny the horrifying truth. His face had been taken, stolen by that man with the gem-like vertical pupils. Chapter 47, Steampunk Tales of the Strange, Part 2. Tomorrow, as soon as the liquidation of my Fincy's company is complete, I shall promptly receive 200 in cash, alongside a debt of 200 to be settled over the next 3 years. Well, that is rather passable. It is said that the stillness of the night is most conducive to philosophical contemplation. Pratt Goff agrees wholeheartedly. He particularly enjoys working late into the night, utilizing the mathematical knowledge garnered from his university days to calculate with remarkable speed. As an accountant from the Republic, he is acutely aware that mere employment at an accounting firm will yield scant financial rewards. Thus, he resolutely resigned from his homeland and journeyed to the duchy, with the intent of managing the bankruptcy liquidations of emerging enterprises. Since a decade ago, the duchy has championed industrialization and corporatization. continuously offering shortcuts to factories and businesses in a bid to fill the national coffers. While this has indeed led to a surge of industrial facilities in the short term, the number of factories that succumb to bankruptcy each year due to mismanagement is equally significant. Although both nations are products of the division of the Kingdom of Phlesia, it is evident to all that the neighboring republic, having embraced a more progressive and civilized governance, far surpasses the Duchy of Wicker in terms of literacy rates and ideological advancement. As a graduate of a second-rate institution, Pratt acknowledges that, despite his dissatisfaction with his circumstances in Phlesia, he possesses a valuable skill set. Arriving in a place where one would be hard-pressed to find 3 literate individuals among 100, one could liken his situation to that of a modern army landing on new shores, armed with artillery and machine guns, confronting indigenous peoples still reliant on bows and arrows. Soon, through his intellect and keen study of the duchy's policies, he amassed a considerable fortune. Upon recommendation, he invested in the Lisbon machinery factory, marking his first step towards liberation from labor, aiming to earn wealth through money itself. In truth, were it not for insider information, he might not have discerned that this seemingly ordinary assembly plant had once engaged in the assembly of military equipment. Military-grade devices are undoubtedly of superior quality compared to their civilian counterparts. After a thorough inspection, he did not hesitate to make a substantial investment and, through a series of discussions and negotiations, privately acquired additional shares. The Lisbon machinery factory did not disappoint. Its sophisticated equipment consistently produced valuable goods. And even after transitioning to civilian industrial products, it continued to generate significant worth. Still, Pratt remained unsatisfied. As an outsider, he harbored a desire to return home adorned in finery, especially given the dreadful industrial pollution of Hainan City, which pales in comparison to the fresh air of his homeland. Although his income was considerable, it still fell short compared to that of his aunt, with whom he was lodging. Her late husband had been a third-class civil servant in the duchy, holding a respectable position. Both he and his wife were devout worshippers of the goddess, enjoying a commendable reputation that a mere upstart like Pratt could not hope to rival. However, should he succeed in fully acquiring the equity of the Lisbon machinery factory, he would have the opportunity to elevate his status from a mere nouveau riche to a genuine asset holder. Presently, aside from the detestable Hamley von Goebbels, who held 38 of the shares and whom he could not possibly displace, only the 17 held by Supervisor Sam remained as a potential avenue for realizing his aspirations of returning home in triumph. Currently, he possessed 34 of the shares. If he could secure an additional 15, he would become the majority shareholder with 49, thus necessitating his approval for any factory decisions. Although the suggestion to employ the Fulton Detective Agency came from that fool Hops, the plan to instruct them to safeguard Supervisor Sam, ensuring he remained in a lucid state during the transfer of shares, was indeed his own. Undoubtedly, it was his astute intellect that conceived such measures. Otherwise, he would be squandering an exceptional opportunity. He muttered to himself, beginning to calculate on scrap paper. Could a house in that area sell for 300? Considering inflation. I admire those who can calculate debts, came a sudden low voice from behind. Startled, Pratt froze, instinctively reaching under the table for his shotgun, but the voice continued smoothly. No need to be hasty, Pratt Goff. I have no intention of taking your life. You are a clever man, and I am a civilized individual. I merely wish to propose a transaction. To show my sincerity, if you refrain from drawing your weapon, I shall also set mine aside. How does that sound? As he spoke, Pratt felt a hard object press against his back. Regaining his composure, he responded diplomatically. Your tone suggests you are an educated gentleman, sir. How should I address you? Forgive my ignorance, but my aunt, despite her advanced age, possesses keen hearing. Even if you have employed some method to infiltrate my home, a single shout from me would cause her to raise an alarm, alarming our neighbors. Therefore, for the sake of neighborhood harmony, let us settle down and conduct our transaction amicably. What do you say? Feigning calm, Pratt did not immediately release his grip, waiting for the intruder to lower the firm object. Just as he contemplated drawing his weapon, the intruder commanded, "Raise your hands and slowly turn around." Pratt's heart raced. He had never encountered such a predicament. Yet, the intruder merely shifted the gun's barrel, indicating he still aimed it at Pratt. Thus, he reluctantly raised his hands, following with, "Open your palms, do not conceal anything." Cursed be it, he thought. Surely he had crossed paths with a professional robber. With a complex mix of emotions, Pratt opened his palms and turned to face his captor. He beheld a well-dressed man, masked, with eyes that glimmered like gemstones, leaning against the windowsill, revealing only his left profile, brandishing an object wrapped in cloth, resembling a gun barrel. Indeed, it was a makeshift pistol. Pratt found himself at a loss. In close quarters, a shotgun would be far less effective than a handgun, leaving him no choice but to comply with the assailant's demands. However, the gaunt man with gemstone eyes did not resort to any crude actions. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for Pratt to relax. "I believe I have never encountered a personage of your stature," Pratt began, unable to divert his gaze from the mesmerizing eyes of the intruder. Feeling anxious as he continued, "I am unaware of what you seek. Aside from my life, you may take whatever you wish." "Mr. Pratt," the man with gemstone eyes responded thoughtfully, "I have stated that I am a civilized individual. I have never taken a life with my own hands, and I hope to ensure my hands remain clean in the future." The man with gemstone eyes smirked. "I merely wish to propose a transaction. If you intend to conduct a proper negotiation, you could easily come by during the day. I can offer tea, legal counsel, and a secretary to attend to you." "Your current approach," he said lightly, tapping the barrel of the gun. "Mr. Pratt, I am a good man. You should trust me, shouldn't you?" "A good man? Ah, indeed. You must be a good man." Pratt suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, following the intruder's lead. "But I am merely an ordinary accountant. My valuables are primarily financial assets, though I do possess some real estate. I believe if you seek items of value, you could certainly do so in daylight. Thus, Mr. Pratt, you are well aware that what I desire is far from ordinary." The man with gemstone eyes raised an eyebrow, and Pratt felt as though his very essence was being scrutinized. He then casually remarked, "Your body is healthy, yet your heart is lacking, though you exhibit some filial piety. It pales in comparison to your avarice and desire for reputation. The appearance is rather ordinary. At first glance, it seems unremarkable, yet there persists a lingering sense that your earnings are insufficient. Surely, you are a significant magnate by now. As you say, the higher one ascends in business, the more one feels financially constrained." Mr. Platt chuckled. "Mr. Platt, this is the transaction I wish to propose to you." A glimmer of mirth danced in the gem-eyed man's gaze. "You possess a unique and resplendent treasure, and I wish to acquire it, offering you a proposition you cannot refuse." Mr. Platt maintained his composure, finding the other's theatrics absurd, particularly from someone of his educated stature. He feigned agreement and inquired, "What is this condition?" "The lifespan of that old fellow, Hamley," the gem-eyed man stated, producing an object from the lining of his coat. "In exchange for the remaining 43 years of Hamley von G. Bellen's life, I seek your computational prowess." "What sort of transaction is this?" Platt found it both amusing and infuriating. "How can one barter with life? Do you take me for a fool? A mere bullet of .35 caliber can extinguish a life, while my computational ability stems from my inherent intelligence and diligent study. How can these two be compared?" The humor drained from Platt's face as he realized that the gem-eyed man was not merely a charlatan, but rather someone who coldly and clearly assessed the situation before him. Noting that Hamley, advanced in years, could easily succumb to a serious illness at any moment, and such an occurrence would not be deemed murder. The gem-eyed man spoke with clarity and eloquence, referencing various texts, clearly a well-educated individual, possessing knowledge of philosophy and literature, which astonished Platt. In this era, philosophy and literature were pursuits reserved for theologians and the offspring of the affluent. Anyone with such understanding must have come from a respectable background. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "With such knowledge, why indulge in these nonsensical notions? Do you harbor a vendetta against Mr. Hamley? What drives your obsession to harm him? Or is there something about me that you wish to assist?" "Mr. Platt, you are mistaken," the gem-eyed man explained with surprise. "I merely wish to inform you that I have already taken Hamley's lifespan while he slumbers, for the only aspect that gleams amidst that filthy, cruel, grotesque, and rigid capitalist is his longevity." "What?" Platt was momentarily bewildered. "Surely you jest." "Allow me," the gem-eyed man beckoned. "Come closer, and I shall show you the truth." Platt hesitated to move, yet found himself compelled by the gun in the man's hand, and felt an unseen force pressing against his neck, prompting him to rise awkwardly and approach. Before he could draw near, the gem-eyed man struck him in the face with a sudden punch, a sharp sting blossoming across his features. Although the opponent's strength was not immense, the abruptness caught Platt off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Stars dancing in his vision as he vaguely perceived the man kneeling beside him, hand gliding over his head. "I apologize, I lied to you. I feel so guilty." sobbing and deceiving you. I was merely pretending." The gem-eyed man nonchalantly shook his coat's hem and declared, "In this world, aside from power and faith belonging to you, everything else is mine." As Platt attempted to rise, he found his limbs behaving oddly, as if he had forgotten how to move his fingers and body. Struggling to stand, he instinctively sought to grasp a weapon, yet his head was devoid of spatial awareness. The distance felt insurmountable. Insurmountable? How far is that? 2 or 3 steps? How many meters is a step? What is a meter? Platt was bewildered, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss for action. Calculation. Yes. It was as if he had suddenly lost all ability to compute. Even the simple act of grasping an object entailed numerous calculative steps. This was amiss, utterly amiss. "How much is 1 plus 1? The gem-eyed man inquired, with a touch of concern. Chapter 48. The curator's treasures. Platt's mind was a blank slate. He found himself unable to respond. A duck and a chicken, what do they equal? He felt dizzy. "Stop. You devil, stop this at once." Gemstone, I sighed, slowly advancing toward Platt. In plain view, he retrieved a hunting rifle from its concealed place beneath the table and casually tossed it away, making it vanish into thin air. This act, nothing short of sorcery, shattered Platt's worldview. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth several times to articulate a response. But only a single word escaped: "Devil." He stared in disbelief as Gemstone I swaggered to the windowsill and casually remarked, "Mr. Platt, you may wonder why I wish to harm you. You might immediately think, has the former director of Lisbon left a trick up his sleeve? Indeed, you are under the influence of the former director of Lisbon. You sorcerer, demon, evil spirit." Gemstone I chuckled with amusement. "In truth, everyone is a collector. It's merely that some have taken what rightfully belongs to us." Platt raised his hand, pointing in the wrong direction, his face flushed with humiliation. Though the man stood before him, he felt utterly powerless to resist, left at the mercy of his tormentor. This sensation was more unbearable than death itself. He reluctantly pleaded, "Sir, have mercy on me. I have never truly harmed anyone. If you must take decades from my life, then please do not strip me of my ability to live. I beg you, esteemed sir. This ability is the only thing I cannot allow you to take. I will pay you. I have 300 in cash hidden under my bed, and I also possess stocks worth 12,000. Please, take them, but return my abilities to me. I swear I will not entertain any thoughts against little Tim." "My dear fellow, I believe you have misunderstood," Gemstone I replied gently. "I simply do not wish for that child to wander the streets. I care little for those shares. However, should you choose to bestow this wealth upon the very workers who helped you amass your fortune, I would be inclined to lend you this calculating treasure for a few years." "What nonsense is this? That was rightfully mine, and you dare say lend it to you for a few years? But now do I have any choice? Without basic calculating abilities, I cannot even manage to eat with a spoon." Platt, in desperation, wept. I agree. I had not anticipated that, Mr. Platt harbored the potential of a collector. "Very well, I shall reluctantly agree to lend you this treasure for a decade," Gemstone I declared, raising his finger to make a shushing gesture. "Turn around and count to 666 under the moon. Afterward, you will be able to calculate with lightning speed and think swiftly." Platt could not contain his curiosity. "What exactly are you? A devil?" "I have told you. I am a collector," Gemstone I replied with a subtle smile. "You may call me the curator." Platt had no choice but to approach the window, tears streaming down his face as he began to count. 1, 2, 3, with a soft creak. The door closed gently, and the figure of Gemstone I faded away. As time passed, when Platt reached 13, he suddenly froze. Something was amiss. How could I possibly count in order if I have lost my calculating abilities? He quickly calculated. 265 multiplied by 648 equals 483, 720. Platt realized with astonishment. That man deceived me. He has returned my abilities. He merely wished to escape during this interval. Finally, I have him cornered. Platt dashed down the stairs, rushing to the wall where a spare gun hung. He seized the weapon, opened the ammunition cabinet, ready to pursue the scoundrel. However, as he opened the ammunition locker, he suddenly found himself unable to distinguish the caliber and model of the bullets. What is happening? How have I become like this again? Platt struck the cabinet with his fist, and then he noticed a note left behind. He turned it over to find inscribed, "I had presumed you truly valued your possessions and felt remorse for your past mistakes, intending to administer a small punishment before fully restoring your treasure, thereby guiding you towards righteousness. Yet, The fact that you can read this note indicates that you not only lack gratitude for my guidance, but have also repaid my kindness with ingratitude, which deeply saddens me. Young man, you must learn to be grateful. I shall keep this treasure as a permanent reminder. However, do not fret, for you still possess ample wealth and shares, correct? Enjoy the remainder of your life. By the way, I have also granted you Mr. Hamley's lifespan. You now have 103 years left. Live well. With a thud, Plet sank to the ground. 103 years, he murmured, to endure a life without even the ability to walk. How is that different from being dead? No. I must convene a shareholders meeting tomorrow and sell the 17 shares in the hands of Supervisor Sam to the workers. Then he will be able to return my abilities, right? Curator? Curator, are you still there? I beg you, Curator, I see my errors. Bang. His lamentations drew no attention from the Curator. Only his aunt, in a fit of rage, stormed out of her bedroom, seizing his ear. This corpulent woman bellowed, Plet, you fool. What madness is this in the dead of night? Are you itching for a beating? No, aunt. I have erred. I have gravely erred, but I am not deserving of this. Curator, where are you? His aunt, with pity in her tone, turned to fetch salt, a whip, and holy water, saying, Do not fear, child. Auntie will banish the demon that has possessed you without mercy. No. Curator, save me. First, there was Handsome, resembling a gossamer thin human skin mask from Hops Camelin. Secondly, there was Calculation, appearing like half a walnut, crystal clear yet seemingly unappetizing, hailing from Pletgoth. Additionally, there was a shriek hunting rifle produced by Winterlace Company, capable of firing deer, bird, and standard lead bullets. As for money, Red did not collect much, merely taking 17 in cash, but he would soon seize Supervisor Sam's ill-gotten gains. However, taking too much would detract from the Curator's air of mystery. Initially, he had also taken Hamley's 43 years of life, but at that moment, feeling his etheric blood boiling, he had spontaneously returned it to Plet. Paper currency, paper currency. With the rising concentration of his etheric blood, Red became increasingly disinterested in mere paper money, yet his desire for precious metals like gold and silver intensified. Ultimately, his greatest gain was not merely the resolution of Little Tim and his former colleague's plight or the amount of money acquired, but rather his deeper immersion into the casting path, achieving a further 9 increase in concentration overnight. Presently, his etheric blood concentration reached 19. The collector evidently possessed a knack for enhancing inspiration, and Red's most immediate sensation was the clarity of his senses and mind. Even his spell-casting motions became more fluid and unrestrained. I am not an inherently clever individual. Rather, the dire circumstances I find myself in have compelled me to become adept at manipulation. With a sigh, Reed picked up the hunting rifle, toying with it for a moment, his fingers caressing this instrument of death, and a flicker of excitement surged within him. Yet the collector remains excessively feeble. Just moments prior, he had wielded a water pipe wrapped in cloth, brandishing it as a weapon for intimidation. Yet, upon reflection, even without the collector's capabilities, Reed felt confident he could ensnare his adversary in a web of deception. Power is the undeniable truth. Indeed, the pursuit of strength is the most righteous path. Curator Lager, dismissive of arcane arts, had little of value to offer, and we now reside in an era dominated by firearms. The existence of magic and practitioners may, in due course, fade into the annals of history. Reed suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. To this day, he had yet to encounter another practitioner of his ilk in this age. Perhaps he was but a remnant of a bygone era, a notion he swiftly dismissed. Regardless, I shall not abandon this path. I sense that the collector holds profound significance for me, from the inception of my dreams to acquiring the small stitched creature. It seems as if fate has been guiding me down this road. When he engaged in the forging of the collector, his body felt remarkably natural and relaxed, achieving a remarkable 9 increase in potency throughout the night, even without fully comprehending what the most vital qualities entailed. Curator Lager would undoubtedly be astonished. Not only him. Even after Reed had perused the esoteric knowledge bestowed upon practitioners by the Hidden Society, he found the feat somewhat absurd. A successful forging, despite months of effort, might yield a mere 1 increase in potency, while Lager's esteemed forging techniques might not be as sophisticated as presumed, with most practitioners employing similar methods. Yet, in one night, Reed had achieved a staggering 9 increase, outpacing even the marrow's blood production rate against his ether absorption speed, prompting him to halt. His pace was alarmingly rapid. Should he continue this way daily, he might reach a perilous 89 threshold within a month. Moreover, he had only consumed the elixir once, with its assistance. It was conceivable he could surpass the strength of his dreams in a mere month. Something is amiss. Reed's initial elation swiftly dissipated as he grasped Plate's calculation and struck his head, activating certain unknown realms within his mind. He seized paper and quill, his thoughts racing as he calculated. Tonight's forging took a total of 8 hours and 22 minutes, during which he visited 3 locations and collected artifacts from others thrice, resulting in a 9 increase. To achieve 89, he would need to maintain the forging state and collect 25 artifacts from others. If he devoted 16 hours and 44 minutes daily, he could forge twice a day, thus collecting 6 artifacts daily. With adequate rest, he would only require 4 days. In other words, should he sustain this pace, he could reach the 89 threshold in merely 4 days. This is troubling. For days to reach a perilous pinnacle? What does that signify? Curator Lager may be one of those perilous threshold figures. With a mere gesture, he could animate the entire museum's contents into living monsters. In his dreams, Reed possessed 34 etheric blood concentration. Feeling displeased, he would carve a wound into his hand, leaving death in his wake wherever he went. This profession is not contingent upon innate talent. His rate of growth is astonishing. This is no longer a normal occurrence. I am the problem, not the collector. My condition is awry. What lies beyond the 89 mark? As Reed contemplated this, a dreadful thought surged within him. What if it is too late? The 89 concentration is the ultimate threshold. Surpassing it would breach the limits of human endurance. At that juncture, would the etheric blood be governed by man? Or would man be subjugated by the etheric blood? A chill coursed down Reed's spine. Where did it all begin to unravel? From what point did this start? Reed was not one to dismiss the influence of fate, yet he believed that an individual's character, abilities, experiences, and education largely determine the path they embark upon. Many of those whose treasures he had collected had ascended to their current stature through their unique traits, signifying both destiny and personal endeavor. No, wait. Reed slapped his forehead, regaining composure as he suddenly realized. Was I always so meticulous in thought, so calm and calculating toward others? I mean, was I truly this person before my journey began? The fleeting delight was soon overshadowed by a profound disquiet, as no one had ever apprised Reed of the inherent perils of being a professional. For the first time, Reed earnestly contemplated the potential risks of pursuing a career as a professional. The answer was unequivocally affirmative. It was not only perilous, but also potentially fatal. Even the etheric elixir, used to ascertain one's eligibility for professional status, was considered highly toxic in the conventional sense. Furthermore, there was no practical way for professionals to ascertain the mortality rate. Merely possessing the qualifications was insufficient to inherit a particular profession. One had to offer a portion of oneself as a sacrifice. At a natural rate of replacement, one could achieve approximately 1% per annum, or 10% after a decade of arduous existence. However, reaching a concentration of 10% marked a qualitative leap. Even a non-combative profession like collector could effortlessly manipulate and trifle with the lives of ordinary mortals. Speaking of which, he had initially believed that taking a person's lifespan would result in their demise. But even after confiscating 43 years from Hamley, the latter still had 5 years to live until the age of 58. Reed surmised that those remaining 5 years were sustained by medical care, diet, and lifestyle, and thus lacked any collectible value. The collector's ability was not to plunder, but to collect valuable objects, such as the intellect of a schemer, the valor of a brute, the beauty of a belle, or other precious treasures. Therefore, Reed considered his retribution against the Schmancy and Hamley somewhat unsuccessful. However, his dissatisfaction with the outcome ironically aligned with the collector's trait of greed, causing the etheric blood to continue to proliferate. A professional with a 10% concentration was already a spectral and terrifying entity to ordinary people. But my situation is clearly unrelated to path forging. I am undergoing path forging despite lacking a crucial quality, yet my replacement rate is still so terrifying. This is already an abnormal occurrence. After much deliberation, he realized that several anomalies had already manifested within him. Firstly, upon arriving in this world, he, who in his previous life was a volatile individual prone to online disputes and physical altercations that resulted in hospitalizations, had not engaged in any altercations with the treatment center or the foreman due to his emotions or temper. Furthermore, he had maintained a relatively calm and composed demeanor. enduring until his dreams, and continuing to act in such a manner thereafter. Secondly, after commencing path forging, he had adopted a mocking and manipulative attitude towards Foreman Sam, Hopkins, Pratt, and Hamley, and even beyond that, he seemed more like a madman. The collector's qualities were curiosity, amusement, greed, and affluence, but not madness. Even if he emulated Curator Lager, the curator was merely arrogant and willful, not insane. This all seemed rather peculiar. Reed knew himself best. I became strange as soon as I arrived in this world. If I were as clear-headed as I was in my previous life, would I have resorted to drinking that talisman water to pass the exam? Reed paused. The talisman water? The talisman water. It all started with that talisman water. My transmigration, my personality change, and my ability to enter dreams were all due to that talisman water. I am such a fool. Reed berated himself. 10,000 blessings. Supreme Chaos, Celestial Venerable. 10,000 blessings. Supreme Chaos, Celestial Venerable. 10,000 blessings. Supreme Chaos, Celestial Venerable. Reed recited 3 times, but nothing happened. He shook his head and stood up, tidying up his collection. He would spend the next 2 days here, specifically to explore his dreams. Also, he needed to thoroughly brush the teeth and bathe the small homunculus, who had been bitten twice and was covered in Foreman Sam's filth. Only after he was certain that it was clean did Reed put it down, wrapping his collection in waterproof oilcloth and stuffing it into the small homunculus's mouth. He also designated the hunting rifle as a collectible, placing it under his pillow. After tidying up, he confirmed that he had no pressing matters to attend to. And without changing his clothes, he collapsed onto the cold wooden planks, succumbing to the encroaching sleep. The dawn sunlight caressed the sky of December 1173 in the new era, illuminating the verdant landscape of the spring dawn continent in 1074. The dilapidated shanty town instantly regressed a century, transforming into the Tricky family's mansion. Reed slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up straight from the velvet bed, he casually pushed away the several concubines attending to him. He immediately stood up, having no time to indulge in extravagant pleasures, or even to glance at the exotic beauties on the bed. He grabbed his clothes from the bedside, dressed, and limped out of the room, calling out, "Farhan." The manservant Farhan quickly responded. He appeared more mature and composed than before, his facial fuzz having disappeared, giving him the air of a young adult. In response to Reed's call, Farhan bowed and inquired, "Young Master Reed, you are up early. There are no scheduled events for today. You may rest longer." Is father at the manor? Reed rubbed his temples, quickly correcting himself. "I need to speak with him. Also, prepare breakfast for me, with hangover tea." "Damn it. My head is pounding." "He is out." Reed paused, then nodded. "Very well. Prepare breakfast and send it directly to father's study. I will dine there." "No problem. Young Master Reed." Farhan pondered for a moment, then added, "Young Master, Baroness Ivrea has been visiting frequently these past few days, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss." "Yes. I informed her that you were still asleep, and she insisted on waiting. It seems she is determined to see you." Farhan's expression was peculiar. "Young Master, forgive my impertinence, but do not be captivated by her beauty. She is a notorious socialite in the capital." "I am aware." Reed rubbed his temples. "Take me to see her first. I do not wish to have breakfast with her." Farhan led Reed through the lavish mansion of the Tricky family. The place was indeed vast. It took 2 minutes to walk from Reed's room to the drawing room. Reed took the opportunity to admire the surroundings and furnishings. Suddenly, he realized something and immediately checked the concentration of his etheric blood. In the next moment, Reed's heart sank. Under his perception, the concentration of etheric blood in his dream self had reached an astonishing 75. According to the timeline of the dream, it was now the end of February in the year 1074 of the new era. In the past month, his dream self had increased by 40%. Furthermore, the etheric blood within him was constantly active, accelerating the replacement process. Reed did not even know how powerful his inspiration had become. The collector was inherently a profession with exceptionally strong inspiration. Now, his most direct feeling about his inspiration was that it was like a vast ocean, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. In addition, his physical fitness had also been improved by a small amount. Reed even felt that he could hop on one leg all day without crutches. In addition, after the concentration of etheric blood increased to 10, a new ability would be developed every 20 increase in concentration. His dream self had acquired 2 new extraordinary abilities: Grand Exhibition and Cultural Relic Restoration, in addition to the original Treasure Vision and True Face Reveal. But this was not important, because Reed knew very well that his dream self had not undergone path forging. The state of forging the path is characterized by an unwavering dedication, to the extent that it transforms one's every utterance and manner of conduct. Consequently, the etheric blood within becomes invigorated, voraciously consuming the primordial blood for the purpose of replacement. At such an advanced stage, even the act of walking or breathing results in a tumultuous fervor of etheric blood within. My body is in turmoil, be it in dreams or in reality. My etheric blood is spiraling out of control. Reed composed himself. He resolved to ascertain what Evelyn truly intended. An instinctive premonition told him that despite having been thoroughly frightened to the brink of collapse, she would still seek him out, undoubtedly to discuss something of great significance. Remaining calm, Reed took several deep breaths, and the terror of the rapidly proliferating etheric blood began to subside. He had never imagined he would feel fear due to an excessively high concentration of etheric blood. As a practitioner with a concentration of 75%, he no longer required bloodshed to designate a snow collection area. With a mere gesture, he summoned a small sewing creature from his pocket and retrieved his belongings from its mouth. This dual assurance was exceptionally stable, enabling him to utilize items from reality even within his dreams. A lingering sense of complexity surrounded the situation. Thus, it would be prudent to employ Hobbs' handsome approach. Reed produced a thin, human skin mask and gently affixed it to his face. Chapter 50. Mutation. The enchanting Evelia, clad in a simple dress, appeared strikingly pitiful, her beauty reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, far surpassing her previous opulence. She delicately held a teacup, savoring a fine brew of black tea, every gesture radiating an aristocratic elegance that was utterly delightful. Yet, deep within, Evelia understood that were it not for the subtle makeup masking her anxiety, she would struggle to maintain a semblance of composure. Once indifferent towards faith, she had sought counsel from a priest multiple times. However, upon learning that the source of her distress was the son of the Trelke family, the priest, who had initially prepared for an exorcism, suddenly advised her to rest well and calm her spirit, while the most absurd suggestion came from another cleric who urged her to steer clear of worldly desires and pleasures. Gone was Evelia's former confidence and poise. Regardless of others' opinions, she firmly believed that Red Covens, the vagabond whom she had maimed, was possessed by a demon, casting nightmares and curses upon her. The only means of liberating herself from this torment was to humbly seek his forgiveness. However, would he truly absolve her? After all, she had severed one of his legs, resorted to intimidation, and issued threats. What price must she pay to be spared? Baroness Evelia, Master Red has arrived. The maid's sudden announcement tightened Evelia's heartstrings. She hastily rose, grasped the hem of her dress, and bowed her head to greet the newcomer. Good day, Master Red. Before she could finish her sentence, Evelia glanced up and froze momentarily. Good day, Miss Evelia. The man approaching was strikingly handsome, with features as chiseled as a marble statue. His bright brown eyes radiated warmth, and he placed a hand over his heart, foregoing the customary kiss on the hand, clearly conveying a sense of distance. I hear you have been visiting for several consecutive days. It seems my hospitality has been lacking. I beg your pardon. Red sat down with effortless grace. Were it not for his missing leg, he might have instinctively crossed his legs in a relaxed manner. He seamlessly transitioned into a state of self-assuredness, occasionally realizing that his demeanor was becoming increasingly audacious. Red found it impossible to suppress this state, a playful smile gracing his handsome visage. Upon meeting his gaze, Evelia felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Ah yes. Flustered, she averted her eyes from Red's, her face reddening. Master Red, you are a kind-hearted individual. I believe my troubles can only be shared with you. Oh dear, what am I saying? Red maintained his smile, though he was taken aback. While Hobbs was indeed exceptionally handsome, Evelia's current demeanor struck him as peculiar, almost as if she were enchanted. This realization prompted Red to sense his own mental state slipping once more into an unusual rhythm. Yet, he paid little heed, striving to suppress the aura of his ethereal blood. Withdraw, please. Evelia wishes to discuss private matters with me. Red casually dismissed the servants, turning his attention back to Evelia. Now, it is just the two of us, Miss Evelia. Is there something of utmost importance you must impart? Of utmost importance? Ah, indeed. Evelia suddenly regained her composure. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, she swiftly positioned herself before Red and, with a sudden motion, knelt before him. Miss Evelia, this is quite improper. Red supported his chin with one hand, his eyes subtly revealing the contours of his gemstone-like irises. He scrutinized every inch of Evelia, contemplating whether to claim a piece of her as a playful trophy, should he be in a favorable mood. Red. I am sorry, Red. It is all my fault. Please, spare me. Evelia trembled, her voice barely above a whisper as she pleaded, spare me. Lift your curse. I do not know who you truly are, but please, allow me to escape this nightmare. I am willing to pay any price. I implore you. Red, momentarily distracted, tilted his head in confusion, his gemstone eyes returning to their usual state. He lifted his teacup, taking a sip to calm the swirling chaos within him. Oh no. Is it that speaking leads me to this frenzied state? As he consumed one cup after another, he refrained from speaking, fearing that uttering a single word would plunge him back into that reckless behavior, resorting instead to tea and contemplation for distraction. I will offer you my entire fortune. If you desire, I have a cousin whose beauty rivals mine. She is even younger than I. I could introduce her to you as a servant. The dilemmas within dreams are more severe than those in reality. I have become one with the forging state. The rate of ethereal blood replacement is too rapid. I cannot control it. He sensed that if he continued to speak, the concentration would swiftly escalate to 76, and should he seize Evelia or any other treasures, he would undoubtedly breach the perilous threshold of 89. Yet, the more he remained silent, sipping his tea, the heavier the oppressive weight became for Evelia. As time passed, beads of cold sweat formed on her smooth forehead, her bright eyes filled with trepidation. Why was he still silent? Was her offer insufficient? Her gaze swept the surroundings, and a realization struck her. Indeed, he was now the heir of the Trelki family. Even if possessed by a demon, he would not be swayed by mere wealth. Understanding dawned upon her, and she forced tears to brim in her eyes, arching her back in a pitiful display, exposing her fair skin as she reached for the ribbons of her gown. A simple tug would unravel the long dress. No, stop. Red internally recoiled, bewildered by her audacity. Why had she begun to seduce him without a word from him? Master Red, I truly have nothing left to offer you, but I am confident in my beauty. Few women in the entire kingdom could rival me. Allow me, Evelia whispered, to present to you my most precious treasure. At the mention of treasure, Red felt a tightening in his chest, his eyes involuntarily transforming into gemstone-like slits. He raised his finger, slowly descending towards Evelia's forehead. No, if I collect any more, I will lose control. Evelia smiled alluringly, her charm captivating as she half-heartedly leaned towards Red's embrace. Bang! Red bit his tongue, sealing his lips to awaken from the stupor, and swiftly lifted his remaining left foot, kicking Evelia to the ground. Evelia was sent sprawling, rolling several meters away. Hearing the commotion, the servants rushed in, but Red gestured for them to leave, silently signaling them to remove her. I apologize, Miss Evelia, but the master wishes to bid you farewell. Phylon and the maid offered hasty apologies as they unceremoniously expelled the Baroness from the Trelki estate. As Evelia emerged from the Trelki family's gates, disheveled and marked by signs of struggle, Red paid no mind to the implications this would have on the townsfolk. With a grim expression, he strode to his study, dismissing all servants. Only then did he dare to breathe deeply. Spit. Red opened his mouth, catching the blood seeping from his tongue with a handkerchief. Staring at the writhing crimson stain, a chill coursed through him. The ethereal concentration was alarmingly high. Had it spread, the entire household would have perished. Red discarded the handkerchief into the fireplace, watching as the bloodstains, writhing like maggots, transformed into a charred, desiccated mass, rendering them completely devoid of toxicity. Fortunately, it was merely blood, and the flames had stripped it of its vitality. The wound on his tongue, now exposed to the air, had begun to scab and heal. Red released the little stitching creature and hurriedly scoured the curator's study, hoping to uncover various tomes that might contain cases pertinent to his own situation. However, he soon found himself disheartened, realizing that the curator's disguise was far too effective. The extensive collection included works on astronomy, geography, history, and physics, yet failed to contain any record of extraordinary powers. Damn it, at this rate, I want to be able to move at all. Red gulped down water in large swigs, primarily to distract himself from succumbing to a state of inertia. Curiosity, greed, amusement, and wealth, he could only act in opposition to these impulses. He paced the study, pondering a grave issue, despite the high concentration of his ether blood. He possessed no knowledge bestowed by the secret society. Yet, ruminating on this was futile. He needed to find a way to prevent his ether blood from spiraling out of control. Biting his fingertips, he tasted the hardness of his nails, only to discover they were encrusted with a thick layer of crimson crystal, his skin taking on a golden hue. Rushing to a nearby mirror, he beheld his visage now clad in large swathes of golden skin. A sudden itch at his neck prompted him to scratch, and to his astonishment, he shed 2 crystalline scales reminiscent of fish. Damn it! The transformation of his body sent shivers down Red's spine. The concentration of ether blood was alarmingly high, and his body was losing its fundamental control. If this continued, he would mutate before reaching a dangerous threshold. As he frantically contemplated his predicament, the little stitching creature bounded over, clutching a book in its mouth. What have you got there? Red, puzzled, picked up the tome it had brought, wiped away the saliva, and read aloud. Yoga, the practice of unity between heaven and man. How curious that yoga exists in another world. No, that's not the crux of the matter. At first, Red did not find it particularly strange, but soon he noticed the issue at hand. The main title is in Chinese, while the subtitle is in Russian. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he realized it was indeed true. Although the impression was not very clear, the Cyrillic letters were unmistakably recognizable. I studied this very subject in university before my crossing. He scrutinized the book, a perplexing text that appeared as an enigma to the world, and verified that it was not an original, but rather an impression. Upon opening the title page, he was taken aback to find the author's name inscribed. Author, Red Vladimir. Chapter 51. A millennium ago, Reed lifted the book and glanced at the little stitched creature. Where did you find this? The creature wagged its tail, turned its head, and pointed a paw towards the nearby area of ancient book replicas. Reed approached and discovered that all the volumes were reproductions from 1,000 years ago, during the first year of the new calendar. 1,000 years ago, Reed murmured, deep in thought. As he turned the pages, he realized that the person who made the impression seemed entirely ignorant of the Chinese characters. The entire book was handwritten, and although the preface was clearly imprinted, several characters were evidently a clever imitation of Chinese script. For instance, was written as, and as, however, there were no significant errors overall. Yet, these details were inconsequential, despite having his native language, a university major, and the same name. When he glimpsed the cursive handwriting in the main text, he recognized it immediately. This was his own writing. This shocking revelation struck Reed's mind fiercely, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. He sat down and sipped tea several times to regain his calm. First, it was essential to clarify. I am Reed. I am myself. I have seen remnants of my own existence from a millennium ago in a dream. Upon further reflection, Reed found this pattern eerily familiar. It was a complete reenactment of his previous platinum ring experiment, where he left items from the past in dreams for his modern self. However, this was all too peculiar. I am still me. Why would I have left behind books 1,000 years ago? After a moment of contemplation, Reed began to feel crystalline scales sprouting from his body again, prompting him to open the book, hoping to read it more closely. On one hand, it was to distract himself and calm the ether blood within him. On the other, he was curious about what this tome, written in his mother tongue and interspersed with Russian to prevent decryption, contained. What had his self from a millennium ago left behind? As he focused on the familiar text, he noted that although the entire preface was written in the language of his past life, it was not composed in his tone. At the behest of Mr. Reed, I hereby pen this preface. Regrettably, I am illiterate. Although I have explored the mysteries of natural philosophy alongside Mr. Reed, I cannot articulate my thoughts in writing. Should future readers peruse this book, remember to read the preface. It is a carefully considered composition by Mr. Reed and myself, offering significant assistance to all practitioners, particularly the emperor, the scholar, and the collector. Reed's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that his past self had penned such valuable insights. He continued reading. It is widely acknowledged that the origins of practitioners stem from an ancient and secretive society. To merge with the ether blood is to gain the credentials to enter this clandestine society and become one of its citizens. Whether driven by vengeance, chance, or the pursuit of power, the path and destiny of a practitioner are singular. To exhaust all means to discover the secret society that belongs to us practitioners. In that realm, we will not face loss of control. The ether and inspiration are inexhaustible resources, allowing all practitioners to freely harness everything within. It is a world of perfection, our own paradise. Reed paused. Loss of control? He noted this term, as his current predicament seemed to resonate with its meaning. The ether blood ravenously consuming his primal blood, leaving him almost unable to escape the mental state of forging the path. This paradise had been pursued by countless individuals throughout history. In their quest to heed the call of the secret society, many have even altered their souls, forsaking faith, family, and friends, consumed by their profession, becoming sinister shadows wandering the earth. Yet, aside from the seraphim, he had never heard of a successful practitioner finding our true homeland, since that place had become a dreamlike, ethereal realm. While the crisis of losing control genuinely plagued us all, this was the very purpose of Mr. Reed and my authorship of this book, to enable more individuals to see its pages and disseminate effective methods to alleviate and control the issue of losing control, reaching every practitioner, so that the earth would no longer be tainted by us etherkin. The methods proposed by Mr. Reed are not easy, but are immensely useful. He realized through the practice of yoga that even without direct contact with the secret society, one could still establish a channel through resonance, utilizing the society's feedback to refine our knowledge. By navigating through other dimensions, we could reach worlds closer to the secret society, creating stable pathways and being radiated by the society's power, significantly reducing our risk of losing control. As for why this method could greatly diminish the probability of losing control, it lies in the essence of ether blood, which essentially simulates the form of primordial legendary life. The human body has a racial ceiling, necessitating successive leaps in racial evolution to genuinely attain the status of primordial legendary life. It is well known that whenever a practitioner nears a perilous threshold, they immediately begin filtering out ether through blood filtration, implanting higher-tier life marrow, allowing their primal blood to replenish. Thus, they completely shed their fragile mortal identity, transitioning into a higher-tier race, safely and steadily increasing concentration. After several cycles, they can ultimately transform into perfect practitioners. This is what we commonly refer to as reforging. There is no upper limit to reforging. As long as one's health is not compromised, the closer the post-reforging race is to primordial legendary life, the better. For instance, the common ancestors of the clockmaker and the bellringer both originate from the ancient legendary creature known as the sand beast of time. Therefore, when selecting the life marrow for reforging, one might choose from increasingly advanced beings like the rending-toothed tiger, the crystal sand predator, or the time apostle, until they reach the status of the sand beast of time. Among these, the crown trident, the emperor, the scholar, and the collector does not simulate the primordial legendary life, but rather represents foreign invaders deemed aberrations in this world. Consequently, these three professions find it exceedingly challenging to achieve racial evolution. Moreover, as foreign invaders, their life structures differ starkly from the indigenous beings, making imitation nearly impossible. Thus, hardly any practitioners of these professions escape madness. Hence, I specifically document the racial evolution routes for the emperor, scholar, and collector that Mr. Reed and I have studied for the convenience of those in need. Reed hurriedly continued reading, for this knowledge could save his life. However, he soon encountered a vast expanse of crossed-out text. Emperor, Morris Wolf Hunter Teeth Thunder Beast Roaring Overlord. The remainder had been maliciously obliterated. Reed pressed on to examine the scholar's reforging route. Terra Question Order Descendants of the Moon People. Afterward, it was all a mess of typos and imprinting errors. A heaviness settled in his heart as he suddenly realized that this copy had likely circulated for an unknown duration. If someone had managed to decipher its contents, they might have deliberately sabotaged the most challenging reforging routes of the three professions. Then, it was likely that the collector would also face dire consequences. Nevertheless, Reed clung to a sliver of hope as he continued. Collector, apologies. Due to insufficient materials, I did not record this. Sighing, Reed pressed his forehead. He understood. Even so, he knew what his next step should be. To seek the primordial life of the collector and commence reforging step by step to ascend. No matter. I have found my direction. Perhaps I can inquire with the curator. As Red consoled himself, he turned the page, revealing the following. Collector. First reinforcement, Crystal Hunter. Second reinforcement, Petrified Chicken Snake. Third reinforcement, Earth Dragon Man. Fourth reinforcement, any dragon species. Fifth reinforcement, Pal's Plateau Dragon. Sixth reinforcement, Emerald Dragon. Seventh reinforcement, Silver Dragon. Eighth reinforcement, Golden Dragon. Ninth reinforcement, Radiant Dragon. Final reinforcement, Extinct. Except for the final reinforcement, which was no longer marked due to extinction. A complete path for the collector's reinforcement ascension unfolded before Red's eyes. Such immense highs and lows nearly took his breath away. Red pressed his hand against his heart, calming his breath, and caught a glimpse of a line below. In this world, only one can truly be the best for oneself, can't it? Chapter 52. The handling of corrupted blood. Director Rhaegal removed his hat and casually handed it to a servant, generously rewarding him with a few gold coins. A discerning observer could easily tell that the master was in good spirits today. The new generation of professionals from the royal capital had gradually taken their positions. However, the newcomers brought by Atlan and Mostet were nothing but a motley crew, barely achieving a 30% concentration, yet they had the audacity to flaunt their inadequacies. In contrast, Red, whom he had personally nurtured, was akin to introducing a great white shark into a fish pond. Indeed, the inheritance of professions was exceedingly challenging, and many elders rejoiced merely at encountering someone who passed the ether assessment. Yet, when it came to talent, the quality of a professional held paramount importance. Red's quality, while slightly lacking, was still commendable when compared to the offspring of the aristocracy in the royal capital. Perhaps I am growing old, finding contentment in even the slightest surprises. Rhaegal mused, indulging in a moment of self-deprecation as he stepped into his study. He lifted his gaze and remarked, "I have instructed you not to enter my study without my permission." However, he soon noticed the crystalline scales scattered on the floor, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What is your concentration level?" he asked directly. After a prolonged silence, a raspy whisper emerged from the depths of the study. 86%. "Step forward, come before me," Rhaegal commanded. In the next instant, the ground trembled gently as an elongated, grotesque figure, adorned in golden skin and crystalline scales, approached, dragging a withered tail behind it. Tattered remnants of clothing clung to its form, and where its eyes once were, two gaping mouths opened and closed rhythmically, with gem-like eyes extending from its cheeks to its back and chest. As it turned the corner, its 140 eyes fixated upon the director. "It has spiraled out of control," Rhaegal observed. With a casual gesture, the entire room animated. Bookshelves sprouted legs and retreated against the walls, while two beds swiftly scuttled towards him. "Lie down," he instructed with an air of authority. "The blood of the ether is inherently toxic. If the concentration is too high, your body will not keep pace, and it will inevitably cost you your life." The deformed Red struggled to maneuver his body onto the bed, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling. His mind was foggy. Rhaegal cast several spells upon the door, muffling sound and securing the windows. He turned to Red and inquired, "How long have you been waiting for me?" 7 hours, Red replied. Rhaegal reached into his collection and retrieved a ceremonial dagger. He felt for the pulse in Red's carotid artery, confirming the flow rate. "When did you realize you were losing control?" In the morning, Red spoke laboriously, aware that excessive words might plunge him back into the forging state. Thus he chose his words sparingly. "Not bad. Your endurance surpasses mine," Rhaegal commented casually, swiftly slicing open Red's major artery. However, the ether blood was too viscous and resilient to flow out. Red emitted a muffled groan, every gem-like eye on his body immediately squinting in response. Losing control of ether blood is a common occurrence, especially among us collectors, Rhaegal remarked nonchalantly, extracting numerous potions and vials from his collection and administering them into Red's body. "I became a collector at the age of 27 and lost control 6 times within my first year. Moving forward, be vigilant. If you find your forging process remarkably smooth, and your ether blood concentration surpasses 4 breakthroughs within a span of 24 hours, while simultaneously becoming obstinate and arrogant, that is a harbinger of losing control. Fortunately, you caught it early and maintained focus through reading, so you haven't truly lost control." "What happens if one truly loses control?" Red inquired. Rhaegal worked with deftness, gradually relaxing Red's body. He lifted what appeared to be a collar made of bronze. "Red, remember this item. It is colloquially known as the blood filter, formerly referred to as the Ring of Order. Wear this and replace it every 5 months. During this period, your ether will not easily spiral out of control, allowing you to forge boldly. However, if you neglect reforging, you will remain at risk of losing control. You've read many books. You should be familiar with the concept of reforging, correct?" "Yes," Red replied, his body slackening as if he had been administered a relaxant or sedative, granting him a sensation of detachment from his physical form. As Rhaegal pried open the Ring of Order, Red noticed the inner rim was lined with countless sharp spikes. In the next moment, Rhaegal affixed the device to Red's neck. With a sharp prick, the spikes penetrated his skin, entering his artery. Suddenly, Red felt clarity wash over him as blood surged into the ring of order, filtering out the majority of the ether and transforming it into pure, primal blood, gradually nourishing his entire being and mind. He finally found respite. His consciousness sharpened, as if a drowning man had been pulled from the depths. His golden skin and scales gradually losing vitality, fracturing and revealing Red's pallid visage. "Is it over?" Red murmured. He slowly sat up, noticing Raygel engrossed in reading nearby. Just as he was about to speak, a beam of moonlight cascaded through the window. He paused, realizing that the entire procedure had spanned from noon until evening. "Thank you, Director," Red said, touching the bronze collar around his neck. It fit snugly, devoid of any tangible sensation, yet it did not hinder his movements. He turned to Raygel, a question lingering in his mind. "Director, I reached this concentration in merely 2 months. Do you not find that peculiar?" "Not at all," Raygel replied, lowering his eyelids. "I accomplished my first reforging in just half a month. My grandfather praised me as a rare genius, just like he was in his youth." "Then, Director," Red asked, "how many times have you undergone reforging?" 7 times, yielding a concentration of 40% after the 7th. However, I selected my reforged bloodline, so I no longer harbor hopes of achieving the final reforging. Raygel rested his chin on his hand. "I have relinquished all aspects of my humanity. The exterior of this body is the only remnant I preserve from my collection of self." Red opened his mouth, a complex expression crossing his face. "If you have reached such a state, why still? You wish to know why a collector, even without undergoing reforging, can still collect the lifespans of others. What need do I have for an heir?" Raygel, perceiving Red's thoughts, continued, "Understand this, Red. Living longer does not equate to happiness. Once your hunger is satiated, you may seek books, learn, appreciate opera, delve into philosophy, and ultimately engage in charity or aspire to change the world. For me, and for the entire Trag family, preserving the spirit of the collector is far more vital than mere existence." Red shrugged. "Your words sound quite grand. Is it not true that as long as we do not reach the clandestine society, we will forever endure the threat of losing control? That is but one aspect. However, for some who are at the end of their rope, losing control may not be worse than starving on the streets. Wouldn't you agree?" Raygel scoffed, effectively dismantling Red's defenses born from humble beginnings. Yet, Red had long since ceased to care about such matters. He waved dismissively. "Say what you will. I have no desire to tread the path of losing control. Director, I believe I must prepare for my first reforging. Do you have any suggestions?" "My suggestion? No. That is your choice. The reforge of bloodlines does not adhere to fixed selections. However, organizations such as the Church and even the royal family maintain control over the most esteemed list of reforged races. By the way, the order rings are also produced by the Church, and even I cannot replicate such technology." The curator lifted his teacup and remarked casually, "However, since you are in such a hurry, I shall provide you with 2 more order rings. But if you require additional ones, you must assist me with certain tasks. After all, the value of these items is something I hold in high regard. At least for now." "What tasks?" Red, in need of this item in reality, readily agreed. "Next month, I will introduce you to an old friend of mine who has recently taken on an apprentice. You will collaborate with him for a trial, which is also a means for practitioners within our capital region to exchange insights. You are destined to take over my duties in the future, so it is essential for you to gain preliminary experience." The curator spoke lightly, as if it were not a daunting task. "Very well," Red nodded. "What are the specifics?" "To hunt down 2 remnants of the bygone era, those who foolishly believe mortals can wield magic, yet have been consumed by the very spells that devoured their will." The curator jested. "Oh, they refer to themselves as sorcerers." Chapter 53. Return to reality. Perhaps it was the immense pressure accumulated over the past few days that allowed Reed to slumber uninterrupted until 6 o'clock the following morning. Gradually awakening amidst the interplay of dreams and reality, he first summoned the little stitching monster. From its mouth, he extracted the ring of order, pried it open, and hastily adorned himself with it in the waking world. As arterial blood flowed into the ring of order, a significant volume of ether was filtered out, allowing primal fresh blood to reclaim his body. It took a full half-hour for Reed's mind to finally relax. Rescued at last, the etheric blood had abated. Yet this method was merely a fleeting respite, akin to quenching one's thirst with poison, as indicated by the messages left by his past self a millennium ago. The only true solution to the uncontrolled etheric blood lay in ultimately reforging himself into a perfect primordial legendary being or reaching the elusive secret society. Even the notion of taking a detour to approach the secret societal realm, as described in the texts, could not eradicate the problem of loss of control. Fortunately, the reforging itself could delay the onset of this crisis, and with the existence of the Ring of Order, Reed calculated that as long as he prepared the materials for the first reforging within 10 months, he could postpone the onset of loss of control for another 3 years. The collector's abilities were limited, yet madness was indeed easy to succumb to. Coupled with the issue of that talismanic water, if he were to lose control, the speed of his etheric blood's chaos would far exceed that of an ordinary person. Moreover, it would result in a dual loss of control in both reality and dreams. The mere thought of that talismanic water, along with the messages from a millennium past, sent shivers down Reed's spine. Everything had become increasingly complex. The more he knew, the more ensnared he felt in a grander vortex. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. As he gazed around, he found himself in a dim, cold, and endless workshop. A wave of complex emotions surged within him. A century ago, during an era when the Felician people had not yet splintered, this place was the opulent estate of the Lager family, a sort of home for him. Yet, 100 years later, the Duchy of Wick, inheritor of the former Motor dynasty's legacy, had transformed it into a filthy, impoverished lower district. The curator and his family had likely long been buried in history. No one remembered the curator of the world's greatest museum, nor the powerful and mysterious figure behind him. No one recalled that this place had once been bustling with visitors. Interestingly, even after a century, Reed felt not that the age of feudal rule and monarchic supremacy had become distant. Rather, he sensed that era still lingered with him, accompanying all of humanity to this day. In summary, Reed quickly groomed himself and donned the handsome mask that he had removed in his dreams. Upon gazing at the reflection of a strikingly handsome youth in the water, Reed suddenly realized this marked the 7th day since his arrival in this world. He had much to accomplish today, one task at a time. Merely paying taxes was insufficient. As the Duchy of Wick was a monarchy, Reed's identity remained that of a worker. Thus he also had to pay tribute to the Grand Duke. Furthermore, as a resident of the capital, Hainas, he was obliged to present a birthday gift to the Grand Duke's daughter, Princess Celestina Wick, a favored jewel of the Duke. Coincidentally, her birthday coincided with the New Year festival, allowing the charming princess to waive the festival's tribute, requiring only the birthday portion. After accounting for various taxes, Reed found himself with a mere £2 and 5 dillons in cash. This was during a time of peace. Should war erupt, one could only imagine the extent to which taxes would escalate. Reed couldn't help but scoff at the notion. Some believed that the advent of war would alter everything, providing employment opportunities through vacancies left by the deceased and increased factory orders. However, as he glanced at his tax statement, he remained unconvinced. It was well known that large corporations and nobles enjoyed certain tax privileges. Where would the Duke procure funds for war? Was it not from the pockets of the common folk? No wonder the Republic of Felicia looked down upon Wick's monarchy. Who could endure such tax burdens? With a few muttered complaints, Reed exited the municipal hall and promptly headed towards a relatively upscale restaurant. The doorman, noticing his respectable attire, prepared to welcome him inside. Reed waved his hand, inquiring whether they required black truffles, for he happened to possess a fresh batch ready for harvest. The doorman, quick to recognize the opportunity, immediately went to inform others upon seeing Reed produce a pound of black truffles. With little else to do, Reed allowed himself to be guided by the waiter to the parlor, where he quietly sipped coffee while waiting. The taste of the coffee left much to be desired. Having grown accustomed to high-quality brews in the Tricky family estate, Reed found most luxury goods of this era akin to chewing wax, at best passable. Before long, the restaurant manager approached him. Thanks to the handsome mask, Reed easily garnered the favor of this unfamiliar stranger. The manager accurately assessed the situation. It was currently the off-season for black truffles, as the cold weather had deterred many truffle hunters from venturing out with their trained truffle pigs. The supply was insufficient. Yet the nobility and wealthy were fervently desirous of such a rare delicacy. Reed exerted little effort upon the manager inspecting the quality of his truffles. Though no explicit praise was offered, it was evident that they were satisfactory. The manager promptly quoted a purchase price of £2 and 12 dillons per kilogram. I could offer you £3 per kilogram under normal circumstances, the manager explained, but with the new year approaching, the Duke's kitchen is requisitioning truffles nationwide, and we can only produce a limited amount. Upon finishing, he implored, Even if you could provide 50 kilograms of truffles in one go, we would still have to pay a quarter of that to the Duke. It is simply unavoidable that we cannot pay the usual price. That is quite all right. Reed replied nonchalantly. With the little stitching monster at his side, he was far more efficient than any truffle-hunting pig. Moreover, as his ether concentration surpassed 10%, he seldom worried about finances. However, he needed cash to renovate his villa and improve the land to create a habitable environment. Calculating, he stated, "I can accept 2 pounds and 12 dillons. I will supply you with the goods in the coming days." "Thank you immensely, Mr. Reed-kin," the manager said. And they sealed their agreement with a firm handshake. Deep down, Reed understood he had sold at a bargain, but there was little he could do. After all, timing was everything. During peak season, selling a kilogram of truffles for even a pound would be questionable. Who could blame him for being a citizen of a monarchy? Reed couldn't help but grumble internally. Despite his various ventures and risks, all his earnings seemed destined for the Duke's family. If it weren't for the fact that his family had resided here for a century, he would have longed to flee and immigrate to the Republic. He rubbed his face and subsequently sold a few pieces of jewelry he had brought from his dreams, raising his funds to 72 pounds. Such a loss. Reed shook his head in disbelief. A century had brought monumental changes to the city. Otherwise, he could have buried these jewels somewhere and unearthed them later as antiques, their value surely multiplying several times over. Nevertheless, with this sum, he could finally pursue the greatest wish he had harbored since his arrival. Leaning on his cane, he walked along East Street for several hundred steps, observing as pedestrians transitioned from office workers and students to peculiar figures clad in lavish robes, exuding an aroma reminiscent of machine oil. Almost every one of them wore iron masks, often adorned with wrenches and hammers at their waists, clutching beautifully bound tomes of scripture in their hands. Some individuals knelt in fervent supplication, weeping as they clutched rusted handguns, while others meticulously anointed a newly forged automaton with sacred oils. Among them, a gentle soul cradled a yet unadorned self-disciplined effigy, their gazes intertwined in a tender exchange. In this moment, Red felt no trace of discrimination for his disability. Rather, he was met with warm and compassionate glances. Before long, a retrofuturistic elder, adorned with a steam-powered backpack and a third mechanical hand, offered him assistance, saying, "Poor child, I empathize with your plight. Yet, believe me, it is not insurmountable. The omnipotent mechanical father watches over you. He knows your desires. Simply move forward and glance to your left, and you shall discover the resplendent hall, the sanctuary of the Father's baptism. Thus, the Church of the Mechanical Father lies just ahead on the left." "Thank you." A shiver ran down Red's spine in response to the fervent worshippers surrounding him. He expressed his gratitude hastily and proceeded down the path with urgency. As he drew nearer to the church, an unsettling feeling enveloped him, largely due to the peculiar behavior and rhetoric of the Mechanical Father's devotees. For instance, he passed a mercenary adorned with 4 piercings in his brow, who knelt on one knee, kissing the double-barreled shotgun in his hands and fervently praying, "O Father, heed my plea. Grant my beloved Maria a form that never overheats or misfires. I vow my unwavering loyalty. Help! There are mechanists everywhere." Red grimaced. Yet he could not deny the kindness extended towards him by these individuals. Most approached him, offering assistance upon noticing his disability, infusing warmth into the frigid winter air. He nearly fled the street, turning left at the corner, where he immediately beheld a foreboding, towering, and magnificent cathedral. Chapter 54. The cybernetic limb. Amidst swirling black smoke and steam, steel and flame coalesce, transforming the entire cathedral into a vast factory draped in the guise of Gothic architecture. The most striking visual impact is delivered by 12 towering humanoid mechanical armors, each standing a majestic 18 meters high, brandishing shields as formidable as city gates and enormous bayonet rifles exceeding 30 meters in length. Their mere presence captivates all who behold them. Following this intense visual spectacle, visitors are immediately drawn to the automated escalators and the welcoming demeanor of the friendly, self-disciplined automata. These mechanical figures, crafted by skilled artisans, possess female features that are eerily human-like, adorned with serene smiles that significantly enhance their appeal. Yet, through the discerning lens of modern aesthetics, such monotonous expressions evoke a sense of the uncanny valley. The closer an object resembles humanity, the more its dissimilarities magnify once a certain threshold is crossed. transforming familiarity into profound unease. May the mechanical father of all deities bless you. The voice box within the automaton whirred to life as it stiffly turned its head. Its dark blue artificial eyes fixed upon Red. How may I assist you today? I wish to procure a prosthetic limb, Red replied, awkwardly touching his neck. I have lost my right leg and seek the finest replacement. Please follow me, the automaton said, bowing slightly, its gears clicking and whirring as it moved. The unicycle beneath it glided forward at a reduced pace, allowing Red, a man with a disability, to keep up. Though somewhat intimidating, the creations of the followers of the mechanical father exhibit a remarkable degree of humanity. Red thought appreciatively as he followed the automaton onto the elevator to the 4th floor. A glance at the wall revealed that this level serves as an exhibition area for the public, showcasing a variety of mechanical creations for sale. Notably, within the Church of the Mechanical Father, these mechanical products are referred to as children. As he meandered through the exhibition, Red observed a multitude of visitors, primarily devoted followers identifiable by their mechanical features or metallic embellishments adorning their faces. One could easily discern their allegiance. Who, he pondered, could have founded such a fusion of futuristic and retro beliefs? The automaton guided him before a robust mechanical priest, who inclined his head slightly towards Red. The priest gestured with his hand across his chest, tracing a precise iron cross. Red, a non-believer, awkwardly extended his hand in greeting. Hello, priest. How should I address you? Deet Quirin, the priest rasped, his voice reminiscent of a fire-charred wind. Lilia 27 has informed me of your intention to acquire a prosthetic limb. Does that unicycle automaton have a name as well? Red mused internally, nodding in response. Indeed, as you can see, I have lost my entire right leg. And being still quite young, my body continues to develop. Thus, I seek a suitable prosthetic. The budget is negotiable. Very well. Allow me to introduce you to these 3 fine specimens, Priest Deet said, retrieving a soft silk blanket from a nearby box. He then presented 3 prosthetic limbs before Red. The first is Namechase Horse HC 9111. Constructed from lightweight alloy steel and aluminum, it is powered by a spring mechanism and houses a sun core, affording remarkable speed, capable of propelling an untrained individual to 40 kilometers per hour. However, the father does not permit this child to be overly perfect. Its lightweight structure renders it more susceptible to damage than conventional prosthetics. Red shook his head. This was not what he required. A collector, perhaps. While the lack of maneuverability was a drawback, he did not need to engage in battle personally. Though tempted, Red's thoughts drifted to the heat dissipation issues reminiscent of a computer graphics card from his past life. Particularly concerning was the built-in fan system. Should he move swiftly at night, the fan might spin at alarming speeds, generating unbearable noise and heat. Thus, he turned his gaze to the 3rd prosthetic. This limb, adorned in a striking black and gold finish, was encased in alloy armor, boasting rubberized bionic musculature that rendered it distinctly human-like. Noticing Red's interest, Priest Deet elaborated. This is a Morade 40K, crafted from alloys derived from minerals brought from the New World. Its strength is commendable, filled with bionic muscle, and powered by 3 sun cores, providing substantial energy. Its cooling system employs both water and air, and observe, here is the water tank. During vigorous movement, steam can also be harnessed for added power. Most importantly, this design ensures effortless mobility with exceptional shock absorption. And yet, Red inquired, intrigued. Priest Deet flipped the limb to its side, pressing a section of the thigh. A crack appeared, gears whirred into action, and a revolver sprang forth. This cannot be sold. A short firearm is prohibited. The priest, while removing the pistol, hinted, although the law forbids concealing a short gun, one may possess a sawed-off shotgun or several throwing knives, perhaps even a hatchet without issue. No need for subtlety. Red understood the implication clearly. Without hesitation, he retrieved his coin pouch from his pocket, fixating intently on the prosthetic, and resolutely declared, "This is the one. I want it." Chapter 55. Armored Core, may the Holy Father bless your light steps. The wounds of severed limbs were reopened as the priest recited fervently, applying a pungent oil of blessing. May the Holy Father bless your gears to be aligned. Nerves entwined with metal, a profound energy surged from the legs, coursing through every limb, akin to a lightning bolt connecting the brain and spine. May the Holy Father bless you to never wear down. The humming of activation resonated, and the prosthetic began to tremble, synchronizing with the normal leg on the left. The long-standing void was finally filled. Red, like an infant, swayed curiously, crouched, and leapt. Even as the effects of the anesthetic waned, the pain was trivial compared to the anguish he had endured from his disjointed existence. He ran and jumped with ease, crouching and even supporting himself with one hand on the bed, gracefully rolling over, landing safely thanks to the remarkable balance and shock absorption of his right leg. For a fleeting moment, Red even contemplated replacing his left leg with a prosthetic. However, the exorbitant cost of £68 and 15 dillons, along with the necessity to replace the sun core every 3 years, swiftly grounded him in reality. "Thank you, Father Date." Red placed a hand over his heart in gratitude, picked up his cane, and, suppressing his excitement, took the elevator. Once outside the temple, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. Gripping the cane, he strode forward briskly. The sound of his flesh-and-blood feet meeting the ground produced a subtle thud, while the mechanical prosthetic propelled him forward like a spring. The mechanical devotees around him regarded his new prosthetic with even greater warmth than before. Unconcerned with their reactions, Red quickened his pace, his spirits soaring. Before long, he burst forth from the confines of the mechanical cult. A carriage was just departing, the driver urging the horses forward, their whinnies echoing. Red felt a stirring within him, a compulsion to accelerate. He leaned forward and began to run. He dashed with unrestrained fervor, transitioning from awkwardness to agility, inhaling deeply as he quickened his steps. Even the horses beside him sensed the urgency, quickening their pace without the driver's command. On the eastern street of the capital, Hinas, a boy of 13 or 14 raced alongside the carriage, competing in a spirited contest, their speeds nearly equal. Red ran against the wind, having completely forgotten his original purpose. He dashed past the church, the bank, the docks, and beyond the city gates, finally halting beside an unnamed stream, his prosthetic overheating and his left leg aching. Seated by the stream, he basked in the afternoon sun, the black golden prosthetic automatically opening its cooling vents, releasing clouds of steam as the temperature gradually lowered. The sensation of standing on solid ground, rather than relying on a cane, was indescribably liberating. He felt as though he had reclaimed his destiny, capable of traversing any corner of the world from this moment onward. Of course, as he grew taller, he would need to revisit the mechanical cult for adjustments, and the sun core would require replacement or recharging due to energy depletion. But such concerns felt insignificant now. He released the little amalgamation creature, embracing it tightly. It was the only companion with whom he could share this joy. "Thank you, little one. My ability to survive and reclaim my fate is all thanks to your presence. Without you, I could never have uncovered the secrets of Supervisor Sam, stolen the Falcon's ring, avenged myself, and secured a steady income from black truffles." As he gently shook the creature, he noticed that, alongside the increase in his ether blood concentration, its size had also grown considerably. It now resembled a 4 to 5-month-old kitten, far too large to pocket. However, this was not a concern, as the little amalgamation could float and follow him, having absorbed the remains of the wandering souls. Tenderly stroking the creature's head, Red observed that it had developed several biological features, including a pair of nascent wings sprouting from its back and a fin-like tail suitable for swimming. Even the gears on its elbows appeared sturdier. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Red's mind. The prosthetic was powered by the sun core developed by the mechanical cult, driven by some form of energy. Could he perhaps install a sun core in the little creature? This would effectively provide it with an additional power source. He retrieved 3 extra sun cores he had purchased and extracted one from the set. This dark, 16-faced object emanated a faint crimson glow from its fissures, though only the devotees of the mechanical father understood the depths of energy contained within. "Let us give this a try, little one." Red patted the amalgamation's head, which immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed the sun core whole. He often used the creature's belly as a storage pouch, but last time he attempted to contain the remnants of a ghost, it had absorbed them instead. Thus, Red had an inkling that the amalgamation possessed the ability to activate certain traits inherent to its kind. The sun core, heralded as one of the greatest inventions of the century, not only powered prosthetics, but was also utilized in weaponry, lathes, and large vehicles. Those puppets and patrolling sentinels were all driven by a certain amount of sun cores. Though Red had limited knowledge of the mechanical cult, he understood the significance of this object. As for its origins, who could say? The devotees claimed it was the heart bestowed upon them by the Holy Father. Once equipped with the core, any mundane weapon could transform into a sun. Such notions felt fantastical. Could there truly be a hierarchy among machines? Was there potential for competition even here? Upon swallowing the sun core, the wondrous energy indeed exceeded Red's expectations. The little amalgamation stood motionless, curling into a ball. Red examined its state, and, finding no issues and no onlookers, decided to wait. However, he found himself waiting for a full 2 hours. Just as he felt himself drifting into slumber, a sudden pulse stirred in his heart, jolting him awake from his drowsy state. He turned to the little amalgamation. Had it succeeded? Before him, the creature began to undulate, its insect-like compound eyes disassembling and reconstructing under Red's gaze, ultimately revealing a crimson electronic eye with a silicon crystal structure. The little amalgamation moved its limbs, the sound of metal clashing resonating from its body. Was this evolution? It had grown to a size comparable to a standard house cat. Red Pride opened the creature's mouth, gasping in surprise. The interior seemed to have expanded significantly. In a moment of curiosity, he retrieved the hunting rifle he had previously stored and attempted to insert it into the creature's belly. The nearly meter-long barrel was swallowed whole, leaving only the dark muzzle protruding. To his astonishment, it could hold that much? Red tugged at the rifle's muzzle, only for the creature to swallow it deeper. His expression shifted to one of disbelief. Wait, you've eaten my rifle too? In an instant, he lost control over this prized possession, signifying that it had either been destroyed or detached from his mark. The little amalgamation stared blankly as it consumed the entire rifle, locking eyes with Red for a prolonged moment. The little stitched creature lay sprawled on the ground, having turned onto its back, seemingly overindulged. You foolish thing, Red exclaimed, slapping his forehead. No, I mustn't call it foolish. After all, this little fellow shares a consciousness with me. To scold it would be tantamount to scolding myself. With a resigned sigh, he flipped the little creature back onto its feet and vigorously rubbed its head, mockingly chiding. You silly creature. Oh dear. Why are you so unaware of your own capacity? That was a fully loaded shotgun you just consumed. What am I to do when danger arises? Will you fire it for me? No sooner had he spoken than the little stitched creature opened its mouth. Under Red's astonished gaze, the intricate structure of its oral cavity began to rotate, revealing a multitude of densely packed rifled grooves. In the next instant, Red heard the unmistakable sound of mechanical loading emanating from the depths of its stomach. Chapter 56. Mikhail Red swiftly evaded, and in the next moment, a burst of crimson flames erupted from the small creature's mouth. Bang! Following the thunderous gunshot, smoke enveloped the air, tracing a faint trajectory. Coughing, Red turned to see a dark lead bullet lodged in the sturdy trunk of the tree behind him. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the small creature in his arms, roughly the size of a domestic cat, which stared blankly at him, remnants of gunpowder still lingering in its mouth. It was only at that moment that Red comprehended why this little creature had been cherished as a treasured heirloom of the Triki family for generations. Approaching the creature, Red assessed its condition and gradually pieced together the situation. Although the small creature could not produce ammunition on its own, it had an advantage. Red could purchase any type of primer ammunition at will, whether it was the full-power 7.62mm rifle cartridges available to civilians, 45 caliber high-stopping power revolver rounds, 22 caliber air rifle pellets, or even hunting rounds for deer, shotguns, birdshot, fireworks, or grenades. They all seemed capable of being loaded and fired. The only limitation was that it could not fire continuously. The creature possessed only a basic firing pin mechanism without a free bolt. Having studied Russian, Red had a modicum of knowledge about Russian weaponry. He realized that the principle of automatic weapons firing continuously was essentially a series of single shots. The AK-47 automatic rifle utilizes the gas produced from a single explosion to propel the bolt backward, automating the reloading process and enabling continuous fire. This is the essence of a gas-operated automatic rifle. However, the little creature could not possibly accommodate a gas tube within its body. It needed to open its mouth to fire, resulting in a short barrel that limited its range. Estimating with the shotgun ammunition in hand, Red calculated that the creature's effective range could reach 40 meters, far surpassing that of a handgun, yet still significantly inferior to a hunter's operational radius. As for the impact of the heavy lead shots, Red had added extra gunpowder, but due to the creature's light weight, each shot caused its head to snap back comically. In a peculiar sense, with the state prohibiting the purchase of short firearms, could this count as a shotgun? Or perhaps a miniature stealth drone? Red mused. The Duchy of Wick allowed long guns because residents genuinely needed them for self-defense, hunting, and warding off wild beasts. However, long guns carried in public would immediately attract the attention of law enforcement. Conversely, short firearms were deemed too convenient for assassination and easy to conceal. Even gang conflicts prohibited the sawing off of barrels. One could stand behind cover wielding a long gun, yet concealment of a handgun or revolver under clothing was forbidden. The advantage of a long gun lay in its adaptability to adjust caliber and rifling structure, allowing one to fire anything from a sausage to a baguette, or even a hamster. Red felt compelled to register as a member at the fully armed Wick People gun shop. He whimsically decided to call this little creature's ability Bullet Breath. He slapped his forehead and affectionately ruffled the creature's head, pondering, "Perhaps you truly possess a fragment of a dragon within you. Surely dragons still exist in this world? The path of heavy forging has mentioned dragons profusely. You have truly surprised me. One day, you might soar through the skies with me, a mere cripple." Elated, Red tossed the small creature into the air, leaping to catch it as it descended. This marked the happiest day in his 7-day journey through this new world. He had compensated for the regrets of an ordinary life while envisioning the limitless future of the small creature. Each time he threw it into the air, he dreamed of the day it might glide through the skies. At that moment, Red was suddenly reminded that in his previous life, he had merely been a university student under 20, fretting over exams while playing video games. He rested his chin on his hand, watching the small creature scamper about. A sense of healing swelling within him. He playfully patted the creature, jesting, "But I believe I understand the significance of the curator entrusting you to me. Perhaps your uniqueness today is the result of generations of tricky family collectors nurturing you. Perhaps honing our collection is the duty of a collector. Even the curator acknowledges that collectors possess no combat prowess. From now on, I shall rely on you for protection. All right, I confess, I have grown fond of this treasure, and I willingly accept this commission, little one. I am a cripple, and you are a tiny creature. From this day forward, we shall advance hand in hand, and none shall break us." As Red rubbed the creature's head, he suddenly realized it was time to name it. "Mikhail," he exclaimed, lifting it high. Its metallic scales shimmered in the sun. In Russian, the name means like a god. Thus, its full name became Mikhail Rydievich Jean. For short, Misha. I swear, Mikhail, I will nurture you as my own child. When you are weak, I will protect you, and when you grow strong, do not forget to guard me in return." But that was not all. The issue of loss of control remained unresolved. As long as this problem persisted, the influence of the symbol water could cause it to lose control again, moving at speeds several times faster than an ordinary person, placing it in greater peril. This was akin to a ticking time bomb. Unless this issue was addressed, much like the curator, even if it could siphon off the lifespans of others, it would never escape the looming shadow. Perhaps this urgency to find a successor was the curator's reason. No doubt, none of the practitioners were as anxious as the collectors. He needed to acquire 2 more order rings to have sufficient time and certainty to prepare for the first heavy forging. However, even the curator, Lager, struggled to obtain many order rings. Based on Red's understanding of Lager's character, a person disinclined to lie, if he claimed something was unattainable, it was indeed out of reach. Moreover, Red desperately needed to understand the contemporary practitioner's image, as the Church of the Goddess of Truth not only controlled the production of order rings, but also possessed the technology for stabilizing the emergence of practitioners. A coveted asset even Lager envied. If he could master or acquire that technology, perhaps he could trade for valuable items from the curator, such as the marrow of the crystal hunting lizard required for heavy forging. Fortunately, he had an acquaintance within the Church of the Goddess of Truth. Red produced a business card, initially believing it belonged to a fortune teller, yet it had proven immensely helpful. Flova H. Inukas, the president of the Gospel Society under the St. Valentino Church. Red couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that his first encounter with a church figure would occur while looting the assets of the overseer Sam? Chapter 57. The Church of the Goddess of Truth is said to be the oldest religious organization in history, with roots tracing back 1,000,000 years to the post-civilizational era. According to myth, it was the Goddess of Truth who imparted to humanity the knowledge of calendars, bronze casting, and mathematics, thus giving rise to the contemporary systems of human law and natural science. Consequently, all lawyers, doctors, physicists, mathematicians, chemists, and other researchers are considered potential devotees of the goddess. Reed was already accustomed to this notion. The science of this world was entirely different from the systems he had come to understand in his past life. It seemed absurd to think of scientists believing in deities. Yet one could recall that Newton himself was a master of alchemy. Here, one might charitably describe it as a localized, systematized, and theoretical worldview unique to the planet Haynes. In simpler terms, it was absurd beyond reason. Having learned from the curator about the church's methods of providing stable employment for practitioners, Reed did not adorn himself with any artifacts. He even concealed the ring of order beneath his collar. As he gazed upon the St. Valentino Church, which had stood for 70 years, he reflected on how its predecessor had been obliterated during the wars that led to the disintegration of the Philisian kingdom. Thus, the newly constructed cathedral was entirely comprised of fire-resistant concrete and brick, perhaps to safeguard against future conflagrations during the next Philisian civil war, or perhaps simply to serve a fortification purpose. The Church of the Goddess of Truth was not as ostentatious or fervent as the Church of the Mechanical Father, which seemed bent on embedding technology and fervent worship into every inch of its floors. Instead, a gentle aroma of spices wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit. Upon entering the square, one would first encounter a delicately crafted three-tiered pond, atop which stood a breathtaking statue, a serene, blind woman, her expression calm and solemn. Yet a divine lance pierced her spine, and in her drooping hands, she held the blade of principle in one and the scales of order in the other. Even though she was punished by the heavens, she remained steadfast in her belief in justice and fairness. However, this statue was not erected in honor of the goddess of truth, but rather commemorated the saint venerated by this church, Elia Valentino, who was distinguished by the epithet the Eyeless Saint. A skilled warrior, she eradicated the barbaric and spread civilization and decorum to the frigid lands. She was also believed to be an ancestor of the ancient Philisian people, thus holding a significant place in popular reverence. Akin to the status of Uwumu in his former life, Reed held no interest in the deification of mortals. He merely appreciated the exquisite craftsmanship of the sculpture and the lifelike texture of its skin before proceeding into the church's interior. It was not a Sunday, and being the afternoon, there were not many visitors coming to pray. As a skeptic, Reed had no desire to partake in the hymns and prayers. Instead, he sought out a pastor on duty and presented Grandma Giza's business card. The pastor examined the card and nodded, stating, "The goddess of truth often blesses children. However, she is not currently within the church. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Gospel Society's director?" "I wish to express my gratitude to Grandma Giza in person," Reed replied honestly. He was quick to credit Grandma Giza for his swift success in sending Foreman Sam to prison. After all, he had lamented in his letter about the destruction Sam's actions had wrought upon his family. While the narrative was somewhat exaggerated, the underlying truth of the matter was genuine. Stemming from his own experiences, he wrote with little artifice, allowing his emotions to pour forth in every line. Without Grandma Giza's assistance, it was unlikely the church could have acted so swiftly to apprehend a suspect. "Very well," the pastor said. Reed had ample time. The afternoon stretched ahead. The pastor promptly led him to the left side chapel, ascending to the 4th floor, where he instructed Reed to wait in the reception area before attending to his own matters. Reed was not one to remain idle. Leaning on his cane, he wandered about, picking up a simplified version of the Holy Bible of Truth and flipping through its pages. Yet, he found the religious content rather uninspiring, filled with tedious proclamations such as, "The goddess loves humanity, and humanity must love the truth. For all that is true is without error, and all that is without error is the goddess." Such tiresome praise made Reed feel quite drowsy. Noticing his ennui, the receptionist, a young woman in her 20s with neatly arranged brown hair and a round face full of curiosity, looked at him and jested, "Hey, are you here seeking refuge too?" "Me?" Reed paused, turning to face her. The receptionist rested her chin on her folded arms and whispered, "Don't be so tense. I won't bite. Unlike those of you with special skills." "What special skills?" Reed feigned ignorance, a spark of suspicion igniting within him. "Oh, I said not to be nervous." The receptionist whistled playfully. "The Gospel Society is specifically here to provide refuge for people like you. You must have heard the news and come here on purpose." "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Reed replied, already suspecting that the goddess's church indeed had a department dedicated to managing practitioners. However, he had not anticipated that the Gospel Society was that very department. A jolt of realization struck Reed as he recalled that he had once used a minor theft in front of the director. Did Grandma Giza intend to manipulate him? Was she merely waiting for him to come to her? Yet, he quickly calmed himself, dismissing this absurd conspiracy theory. Moreover, at the time, his ether blood was weak. Only 3%. Such minimal fluctuation would likely have gone unnoticed by anyone engrossed in their own matters. Furthermore, he had been an inconspicuous figure then, lacking any notable skills or assets, making him an unlikely target for church machinations. With this in mind, Reed relaxed his guard slightly, though he maintained an outward appearance of vigilance. To the receptionist, a scruffy child of 13 or 14 exhibiting the wariness of a young beast perfectly matched the image of those pitiful individuals she had come to know as persecuted, prompting her to offer reassurance. "Don't worry, when you meet the director, you will encounter many others like you." She paused, recalling, "I think you all have a peculiar name. What was it again?" Reed recognized it was time to play along with her narrative. His eyes brightened, and he exclaimed in feigned astonishment, "Practitioners? Traitors?" "Indeed," the receptionist affirmed confidently, though a puzzled expression soon crossed her face. "Practitioners? What is that? An old-world term?" Chapter 58. Infiltration. Half an hour later, Red found himself seated in the office of the president of the Evangelical Society at St. Valentino Cathedral, facing the kindly elderly president. Miss Lotta Fisley, the receptionist and part-time typist, swiftly brought them coffee and then stood quietly behind the president, attending to her needs. "It's a pleasure to see you again, young man," the president, Grandma Giza, said, adjusting her reading glasses and organizing the papers on her desk before looking up with a warm smile. "I remember you are Red King," he replied. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Grandma Giza. Had you not promptly dispatched a search team, Supervisor Sam would undoubtedly still be at large. You have saved my family." "No, you saved yourself and your family," she responded. "If you wish to express gratitude, consider thanking the goddess. It is she who brings order. We are merely her aides in maintaining it." As she spoke, she offered a heartfelt prayer. Red harbored a desire to critique the faith of the believers in this era. No matter their actions, they attributed everything to the divine. Even their motivations for doing good were often cloaked in piety. Like Grandma Giza, who, despite being a genuinely kind person, insisted on attributing her benevolence to a predetermined outcome ordained by the goddess. He nodded, feigning gratitude. Grandma Giza inquired, "I see you have acquired a prosthetic limb? Does life seem to be improving?" "Yes, my sister sold off our family's possessions to provide me with a prosthetic. Thus, my family and I have decided to move to Windmill Village, where we can sustain ourselves by running a small farm," Red replied vaguely. This also explained why he had previously sent a letter from Windmill Village. "May the goddess of truth bless you," Grandma Jesus said, drawing a circular cross over her chest with sincere well wishes. "The days ahead may not be easy, but perhaps life in the countryside will prove less arduous than in the factories." "I believe so," Red nodded, "though the income will certainly not rival that of a factory worker. Indeed, factories consume the lives of ordinary folks, offering only meager wages in return." Grandma Giza lamented, suddenly regarding Red with intent. "Child, you can write and send letters. Did you receive any formal education?" "No, I am self-taught." Red shook his head. He had indeed learned to read and write, but it was through his dreams. "I am proficient in the written forms of Wiccan and Felician, and I am well versed in the dialectical nuances between them." Red felt a sense of relief. His objective had finally been achieved. He nodded again, relaxing his guard. "Please, go ahead with your inquiry. Are you familiar with the blood of ether?" Grandma Giza gazed into his eyes. "I do not know." Red feigned confusion, shaking his head. "Then do you believe in the existence of ghosts?" She continued. "I can see those spirits. They are indeed real," Red answered. "Then from where did you learn of the term traitor or what it means to be a practitioner?" Red had prepared his strategy, adopting a look of bewilderment. "I learned from my father since childhood, but I was unaware of the term traitor. He merely referred to me as a practitioner." A look of understanding dawned on Grandma Giza's face. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "May I assume that your father was also a practitioner? Did he impart to you the name of your profession?" "No," Red replied. "He never told me." "Have you ever experienced insomnia, restlessness, or an urge to act impulsively?" "Just in the past few days," he admitted. Grandma Giza pointed to his neck. "And where did you acquire this ring?" Red was not surprised that she saw through his pretense. He replied candidly, "It was left to me by my father, who said that wearing it would protect me from insomnia and nightmares." Grandma Giza understood, likely piecing together Red's background in her mind. His father, a low-tier practitioner, had succumbed to illness early, leaving behind a son who had fortuitously inherited the blood of ether, but without the accompanying knowledge. only a ring of order to combat chaos. This was not an uncommon scenario. Many of the traders who joined the Evangelical Society came from similar backgrounds. "Child," she said, "I must share a truth with you. You possess extraordinary potential, classifying you as a practitioner, or as we now call it, a trader. This means you can wield powers beyond the ordinary. It is both a gift and a curse, for this ability is not bestowed by the divine. Without proper guidance, madness and destruction may await you." Red appropriately displayed a look of terror, timidly refraining from speech, aligning with the persona of a 13-year-old boy. Seeing his anxiety, Grandma Jesus soothingly added, "There is no need to panic. The Evangelical Society, as the goddess's emissary on earth, annually welcomes children like you, guiding you on your journey. We will teach you the responsible use of your extraordinary powers to better maintain order in the world." "What must I do?" Red asked softly, his eyes reflecting hope and fear. "You need not be afraid," Grandma Jesus gently replied. "I hope you will join the Evangelical Society, embracing our teachings to master the powers of a trader. The ring of order around your neck is also a tool of redemption bestowed upon you by the goddess, effectively reducing the risk of losing control. However, I have family to support," Red said, his face betraying embarrassment. He did not outright refuse. He sought to steer the conversation toward this topic. The goddess said, "Fairness means performing one's duties, and justice means earning one's keep. You may regard this as a job. We will provide you with appropriate remuneration and assistance," Grandma Jesus smiled. 12 dillons weekly, and since you are a minor, I can also secure an additional 3 dillons monthly, totaling £2 11 dillons a month. £2 11 dillons a month translates to £30 12 dillons a year. Red calculated this, realizing it was nearly double the income of a factory worker and more than that of a formal minister, a substantial sum for a child. Excited, Red's expression brightened with disbelief. To fit the persona of a poor boy, he immediately rose, preparing to bow in gratitude, but Grandma Jesus quickly halted him. "This is not a grand matter, child. I hope you will take your time to consider. While the Evangelical Society offers support and protection to traders, the goddess has stated, to reap without sowing and to work without reward are equal sins. You may regard this as a job, which carries its own risks, much like the machinery in a factory." "Precisely," she continued, her tone growing serious. "Every job entails risks, Red. You have 2 younger siblings, correct? I believe it is wise to discuss this matter with your family before making a decision. This way, you can handle both work and family affairs with peace of mind." "You are right. I have been careless," Red feigned realization, responding earnestly, "I will bring you news soon. However, I do not wish to disclose the details regarding practitioners, traders to my family. After all, if they were to learn of the dangers associated with this path." "You are indeed a thoughtful child, and I completely understand." The elderly lady from Giza smiled as she retrieved a letter of introduction from a nearby drawer. "This is not our usual office location for the Gospel Society. Should any of your family express curiosity about the nature and place of our work and wish to visit in the future, they are welcome to come here." "Thank you." Reed took the letter, noticing the address at the bottom read, Rose Castle Law Firm. Reed tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked up. "A law firm? It's merely a FAAD, conveniently allowing for invoicing." Miss Lotta chuckled and replied, "Indeed, typically we assign newcomers to a position as a legal assistant. If you plan to pursue a career as a lawyer in the future, we will also provide you with an internship certificate." "Ah, I see," Reed nodded. But inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. "I am genuinely curious about how many lawyers in Hainan City are actually professionals." Chapter 59, Father Farron. "Madam President, there is one matter I still cannot comprehend," Reed ventured before his departure. "Pray, child, henceforth, address me as Granny Jesus." "Everyone does," she responded with a gentle demeanor. "Why?" Reed hesitated, his expression clouded with perplexity. "Are we traitors?" His words prompted a mutual glance between Lotta and Granny Jesus, a visible indecision as to whether the truth should be revealed. Reed's bewilderment deepened. From the visions of the past he had gleaned in his dreams, he knew that a century prior, professionals had been at the zenith of their power. The kingdom teemed with families that had inherited professional lineages. Even the Prince's Guard, the foremost warrior of the time, Sharp-Tooth Cancius, had been a professional of considerable prowess. Before the dissolution of the Kingdom of Phariscia, professionals, though not directly involved in politics, commanded high status by virtue of their abilities. A century had elapsed, and now professionals were compelled to seek refuge under the church's aegis. Their very name transformed into a derogatory term, Traitors. Professionals had wielded such influence that they could thrive without entanglement in political or royal conflicts. Because it is the literal truth, a familiar, deep voice declared from behind Raid, preempting any circumlocution. Before he could turn, a somber middle-aged man, clad in black and white and bearing a pocket watch chain on his left hand, approached. He placed a stack of documents on Granny G's desk and turned to Raid. Extending his hand, Raid prepared to shake it, but the man instead traced a circular cross on his chest, murmuring, "May the truth goddess watch over you." Just as Raid began to feel awkward, the man grasped his hand, saying, "May the goddess bless you, Raid King. I am Farron." Raid recognized him as the priest who had been instrumental in the capture of Foreman Sam. He quickly offered his thanks. "I am grateful for your assistance in the previous matter. I merely acted according to the goddess's will," Father Farron replied, his eyelids drooping, conveying an air of perpetual weariness. "Your report and intelligence were invaluable. Without you, we could not have apprehended the murderer." Raid smiled, aware that the priest sought to distance himself from the affair, but did not deny Raid's role in reporting Foreman Sam. He shifted the subject. "What did you mean by the literal truth?" "A traitor is a traitor. They rely on betraying human society, forsaking their human identity and race, and obtaining power from the mysterious and chaotic, and they are unwilling to use this power for their compatriots, but selfishly use it to plunder wealth, kill, and bring catastrophe." Farron's words were harsh. Raid feigned a sneeze, lowered his head slightly, and briefly transformed his eyes into gem-like vertical pupils, scanning the priest. Yet, Father Farron was himself a professional. Despite his attempts at concealment, his radiant value betrayed his true identity. Unlike the collector profession, his etheric aura was not well contained and possessed a strong aggressiveness. Like Father Farron's words, his triangular eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, and the malice between the lines against professionals was as conspicuous as the cold ice in the hot summer. Professional comes from ancient Afel, originally referring to workers who specialize in a certain industry to make a living. However, professionals do not engage in production, and everything they plunder with extraordinary abilities is only for their own enjoyment and will not help this society in any way. Moreover, they are clearly born of humans, but they claim that their abilities are not given by God or obtained through hard work, but are given by another society. Such behavior, such a terrible group of people, is a betrayal of mortal society. Raid frowned. The priest's words were rife with prejudice, bordering on discrimination. "But, Father," Raid protested, feigning the trepidation of a 13-year-old. "Are we wrong to be alive? I grew up in the shanty town. Until I lost my right leg, my siblings and I scavenged cigarette butts, rummaged through trash, and picked discarded vegetable leaves at the market to survive. Is even that wrong?" He exploited his youthful appearance as a mask, subtly mocking the priest's bombastic rhetoric. However, Father Farron remained unperturbed. He fixed Raid with his hollow, turbid gray eyes, as if peering into the depths of Raid's soul. "Those with extraordinary abilities have a duty to assist mortals, not to oppress and plunder them, finding amusement in their plight." Raid was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. The priest's eyes seemed to transcend history and time, effortlessly piercing through Raid's justifications for his identity as a professional. "This fellow's etheric intensity isn't high, but he's eerie. What profession does he have?" Raid gripped his staff, realizing that he felt as if his experiences in his dreams had been seen through. No, wait. That was it. Raid realized why he felt so exposed. It was not the effect of any supernatural ability, but the crushing weight of social experience and life history. Father Farron had discerned that Raid's words betrayed a sense of identification with professionals, particularly his past as the young master of the Trike family in his dreams, where he had wielded power and reveled in the superiority of the elite. TCH, bullying a college student who hasn't experienced society. Raid ceased his obstinacy, raising his face to meet the priest's gaze. He posed but one question. "Then why do you possess a similar aura to my own?" "Because, like you, I am a traitor. I, too, once wallowed in the use of power and the pleasure of being superior. But I have come to realize that I am human, and my heart is that of a mortal. Therefore, I must use my power for good, for the benefit of mortals, to atone for my past confusion and errors." Raid's heart stirred, but he maintained a bewildered expression. The priest turned to Granny Giza. "Madam President, I suggest assigning this child to Yamo." Granny Giza hesitated, her face etched with doubt. "Assign him to Yamo? Wouldn't that be too hasty? In my view, he is perfectly suited for Yamo's team." The priest turned to Raid. You will receive twice the salary of a skilled worker for twice the workload, with 4 days off per month, though you may be exempt from work on Sundays. Any objections? I have no objections. Raid deliberately touched the ring of order around his neck. But my father said this will only last for 5 months. I will escort you out, Miss Loda interjected. The road here is treacherous. Raid nodded, thanking the priest and the president before bidding them farewell. He exited the side hall with Loda. Father Farron is always like that. Pay him no mind. He is a good man, Loda reassured Raid, sensing the tension between them. He is a professional, like you, and he has undergone blood cleansing. Blood cleansing? Raid paused, the term unfamiliar. In the Pharishan language, it was a combination of cleanse and blood. You traders have blood that is different from that of mortals, called etheric blood. But there are different professions among you. It seems a trader can only have one profession in their lifetime. Miss Loda contemplated for a moment and explained, essentially, blood washing involves replacing the ethereal blood that originally belongs to one profession with that of another. This process allows for the removal of those more malevolent professions. A chill ran down Red's spine. Does this mean such a technique could transform mortals into? That is impossible, Miss Loda teased. Ethereal blood is inherently toxic. Even mortals who cannot pass a basic detection would be unable to endure the genuine and complete ethereal blood. She then sighed. It is said that blood washing is an agonizing process, requiring the extraction of a portion of the bone marrow. Father Farron must have experienced something profound to decisively sever ties with his past self, leading him to choose blood washing. Red paid little heed to her words, his mind preoccupied with the feasibility of blood washing. The path of the collector has ultimately exhausted its final forging materials. The curator has already attempted reforging 7 times without success in locating the materials for his ultimate ascension. If I were to inform him of the blood washing technique, it might enable him to transition to another profession, including himself. If Red could master the technique of blood washing, he could easily pursue a safer vocation. After all, the profession of collector is one that even the curator acknowledges lacks combat capability, any means of self-preservation, and mobility, making it one of the most susceptible to madness, with no glimmer of hope for final reforging. Indeed, the church had proven to be a fortuitous choice. Red was not a man driven by utilitarian motives, yet he approached the church with pragmatic intentions. Now, he had a seemingly stable job, the backing of the church's influence, access to the order of restraint supplies to curb chaos, engagement with the practitioners of this era, and knowledge of the technique of blood washing. As for the stories behind the priests, Red was indifferent. He had only just begun to manage his own life. At last, his days were settling into a routine. Red mused as he boarded a steam truck passing through Windmill Village. It was still early, allowing him ample time to retrieve the assets hidden by Overseer Sam before delving into the realm of dreams. Until now, he had not yet visited Van Gray, the unfortunate soul whose identity he had usurped, only to be abandoned once more by his biological father after 20 long years. Chapter 60, Van Gray, Part 1. By the time Reed arrived in Windmill Village, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He swiftly attended to his personal affairs, securing the ill-gotten gains hidden by Sam the Overseer into his collection. Timing it perfectly, he found his previous lodging and fell asleep just as the afternoon drew to a close. The winds of December 1173 whispered into his dreams, only to be warmed by the sunlight of May 1074. Reed stirred his fingers, lifted his head, and removed the hat that obscured his face. The day had yet to conclude. He patted his face. This time, he dared not don his handsome mask. In his dreams, the concentration of etheric blood was excessively high, transforming even mundane collectibles into objects of enchantment. As for the movements of the two Schmann's fellows, the elders have already initiated their investigation. They had planned to have the newcomers practice this month, but alas, the girl from the Annie family has fallen ill and must recuperate at home for 3 months before we can proceed. Baron Evelia had penned 2 letters seeking forgiveness. Yet Reed perceived a hint of flattery woven through her words, mingled with her palpable fear. Assured that no pressing matters remained, Reed felt at ease. "Ferlin," Reed called out, leaning on his cane as he made his way to the door. Ferlin awaited him at the entrance, opening the door with a respectful bow. "Young master, what are your instructions?" "Well, there are a few matters to attend to." Reed noted Ferlin had grown taller, and he remarked with mild surprise, "You've shot up quite a bit lately. Is that so?" Ferlin replied with a shy smile. "It must be Aunt Quish's cooking. I can't help but take an extra spoonful every time. Then do indulge a bit more. As a young man, You're in your growth phase. Being tall and robust will surely attract the attention of the ladies. Reed regarded his diligent and perceptive servant favorably, especially as he himself was of university age and held a relaxed view of the master-servant dynamic. Let us go and bring along some gifts. I wish to visit Van Gray. Young master, you seem quite concerned about that man, Ferlin cautioned. You send him a stipend every month. More than enough for him to live in Windmill Village. It is different, Ferlin, Reed teased. Humans are social creatures, imbued with emotions and warmth. Sometimes, a simple inquiry into one's well-being holds more value than a mountain of gold. I understand, young master. Ferlin promptly excused himself. I shall fetch 2 bottles of fine wine from the warehouse and inform Master Cook that the carriage is to be prepared. No need for the coachman. I recall he mentioned living not far from here, Reed replied. We shall walk. Before long, Reed and Ferlin strolled along the rural paths of Windmill Village. Arriving at Van Gray's humble abode, despite Reed's generous financial assistance, Van Gray had only managed to tidy up the modest dwelling without falling prey to the greed of landowners. As Reed discovered him beneath the shed, he was surrounded by a circle of children, those restless youths who were now transfixed by his every movement. Daring not to breathe lest they disrupt Van Gray's task, Reed exchanged glances with Ferlin, both intrigued as they approached, utilizing their height to observe Van Gray's handiwork. He is carving, Ferlin whispered in astonishment. With a small knife, Van Gray diligently shaped a piece of ordinary scrap wood. In stark contrast to his grotesque appearance and singular leg, his hands were remarkably skilled, swift, and steady. His rough hands wielded the knife with an elegance akin to a butterfly flitting through a garden, deftly avoiding the tremors of any leaf. Each motion radiated strength and precision. Devoid of hesitation, Reed was captivated. The onlookers, mostly children unaccustomed to the notion of maintaining silence, while another worked intently, instinctively covered their mouths. With the final stroke, the blade rounded off a corner of the bird, revealing a yellow oriole soaring into view. Van Gray exhaled in relief. Hooray! The children erupted in joyous celebration, clamoring around Van Gray. Can I have it? Give it to me. Not before me. This is the birthday gift Van Gray promised. But I want one too, Van Gray. Make me one. All right. Van Gray chuckled helplessly, handing the oriole to the birthday girl. He appeared far more relaxed than on the day of the feast, leaning on his cane as he retreated into his workshop. Shortly, he emerged, unsteadily holding an open box. Don't rush. Line up and choose what you wish. Inside the box lay an array of exquisite carvings, soldiers, nobles, apples, trees, every conceivable form. It instantly captivated more children. Wow, can we really take them? Of course, they're all yours. Van Gray smiled, his grotesque features not deterring the children, who obediently formed a line under his guidance. He prioritized the smaller, frail children, allowing them to express their desires first. If 2 wished for the same carving, he patiently took note, promising to create another for them both. Goodbye, Uncle Van Gray. Van Gray waved, his earnest smile bidding farewell to the children. It was then he noticed 2 adults who had been observing for some time. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a man with a similarly missing leg, yet exuding an air of nobility and confidence, standing before him with a smile, accompanied by a well-dressed servant. Instinctively, Van Gray lowered his head and bowed, nervously addressing, My apologies, young Master Trelke, for making you stand so long. Do not be so formal, Van Gray. A flicker of guilt crossed Reed's eyes as he spoke. Your recent carving was simply magnificent. I was entranced. That was merely a trifle for the children. Something to amuse them, Van Gray replied awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. And what of the children? Precisely because it is meant for them. It deserves utmost care, Reed smiled. May I come in for a visit? I brought fine wine. I am not very accustomed to drinking. Van Gray waved his hand, not wishing to reveal the simplicity of his home. Oh dear, then it is all the more reason for you to learn to partake in a modest glass, Reed jested. As the saying goes, poets find inspiration in intoxication, while warriors boast of their valor under the influence. Come now, great artists are seldom teetotalers. Or do you think my taste in wine is lacking? I didn't mean that, Van Gray stammered, his nerves causing his tongue to trip. Reed waved dismissively. Come now, Ferlin. Let Van Gray experience the wines of the Trelke family. This should be your family's wine. Reed's gaze dimmed momentarily, yet Van Gray appeared somewhat taken aback. Unable to refuse Reed's offer, he led Reed into his modestly refurbished farmhouse. Reed felt no discomfort in the simplicity of the room. In truth, he himself resided in a mere 10 square meters, lacking even a complete bed. No feast is complete without accompaniments. Ferland decanted the wine, and Reed sent him to town for provisions while he remained with Van Gray, using wooden cups to continue their drinking. Van Gray hesitated to sip, holding his cup. Is it proper to drink such fine wine from wooden cups? Wouldn't it seem beneath its worth? Wine is wine. It is meant for drinking. There is no such thing as worthiness or unworthiness, Reed replied nonchalantly, lifting his cup. Cheers. But what should we toast to? 3 cups? Van Gray was utterly bewildered by Red's mannerisms. He then watched as Red raised the wooden cup and downed 2 goblets of red wine. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "What is this toast for?" 1 cup for the rising sun, 1 for the dimming twilight. Red, unconcerned with decorum, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and boisterously declared, "I've had mine. You help yourself." This help yourself. Van Gray found himself at a loss, but he certainly did not possess Red's capacity for alcohol, opting instead to sip the wine cautiously. In truth, he was not well versed in red wine and could discern no particular nuances. However, the effects of the alcohol soon relaxed him, prompting more conversation. "Well, you see," Van Gray said, "I don't wish to do this. The peasants toil so hard. They must pay rent and taxes to His Majesty the King. Whenever a prince or princess celebrates a birthday, or the king reaches a grand age, they are required to offer additional gifts. This is still manageable. But if the kingdom goes to war, they will be heavily taxed on grain, leaving them with barely enough rations to survive. I cannot bear to witness such suffering. It feels as though they are being mercilessly judged, and I do not wish to profit from the sweat and toil of others." Red chuckled, instinctively responding, "But when people become wealthy, they generally act this way. No one will condemn you for it." "I do not understand why," Van Gray replied, bewildered. "But if everyone behaves this way, does that necessarily make it right?" Red's smile faltered. "I recognize that my spending may not always be prudent. Master Red, you have bestowed upon me such wealth to enable me to acquire fertile land, earn a decent income, and perhaps find a wife to enjoy a happy life together." Van Gray coughed lightly after taking a sip of wine. "Yet here I am, an ugly, disabled man. Even if I were to use my riches to find a woman, she would only love me for my money. I am so unattractive that any child I father would likely inherit my unappealing traits and live a life filled with insecurity. I do not wish for my child to be born into such a world, living with the same self-doubt as I do. I also do not want to spend my days with a woman who loves me solely for my wealth. Her life with me would surely be torment." Red traced the rim of his wine glass, his gaze drifting toward the distant fields. "You need not belittle yourself so, Van Gray. You possess many admirable qualities. Frankly, there are numerous aspects in which I fall short compared to you," he stated. "Fall short compared to me?" Van Gray burst into laughter, unable to contain his mirth at Red's comment. "Master Red, you have a remarkable sense of humor. Such consolation is utterly ineffective. How could you possibly be inferior to me?" Van Gray continued to laugh at himself. "I am ugly, foolish, and a cripple. Without your assistance, I would struggle to secure even a single meal each day. You, on the other hand, Master Red, are affluent, confident, blessed with a handsome appearance, and brimming with knowledge. You articulate yourself splendidly, and by any measure. It is evident that how could I ever compare to you?" Van Gray, in truth. Red's words caught in his throat as he felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the truth to his companion. "It is I who have taken everything from you. These treasures should rightfully belong to you. I have usurped your place, and the curator has once again forsaken you." Chapter 61, Van Gray, Part 2. Yet, he could not voice it. He had already promised the curator to inherit the legacy of the collector and the Treliki family. He and Van Gray sat at the same table, both having lost their right legs and, in one way or another, connected to the collector. The curator had abandoned Van Gray twice. First, he forsook Van Gray's mother before his birth, and then, when Van Gray eagerly sought to find his biological father to embrace familial bonds in life, he was thwarted by Reed, who suited the curator's needs far better. The curator was no virtuous man, nor was Reed. With the infusion of reforged metal and blood of ether, even their humanity diminished. They were a selfish lot. Even though Reed was aware that curator Legel harbored selfish motives in preserving his bloodline, deliberately preventing Van Gray from qualifying for the ether concoction test. How could he articulate it? "Your father, whom you have never met, chose to allow a more capable stranger to inherit the family legacy for your survival." Reed understood well that the curator bore no affection for Van Gray and had neglected his paternal duties. Involvement in this family affair only distanced Van Gray from everything related to the collector. Van Gray, Reed said, do you wish to live with clarity and pain, or to feign ignorance and lead a happy life? The latter, I suppose. Van Gray pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. My life has been quite wretched. A little ignorance would be beneficial for me and my existence. But doesn't the unclear truth gnaw at your heart? Reed could not help but inquire. I do not know, but my days thus far have sufficed. Van Gray murmured. As it stands, I can make ends meet, bring gifts to the children, and elicit smiles. This is already splendid. I relish this life. As a disabled person, I aim not to be a burden, but to bring joy to others while earning their respect and affection. This is sufficient. I believe maintaining my current state is enough. Reed fell silent for a moment, grappling with his inner turmoil and guilt, despising his own actions while reminding himself of his pact with the curator. He rested his forehead in his hand, calming himself for a thorough contemplation. After several minutes, he spoke. Would you be interested in bringing joy to more people? If I could manage it, I believe that would be wonderful. Van Gray replied, his earnest smile illuminating his face. As long as it does not involve a circus, or showcasing my disability. That will not happen. Reed shook his head, explaining. Your sculpting skills are exceptional, verging on artistry. I wish to arrange an exhibition for your works, to showcase how remarkable they are. Upon hearing this, Van Gray's nerves got the best of him, causing his tongue to stumble. That is too extravagant, and I lack the capacity for such. What do I know of art? Mr. Reed, you must have had one too many drinks. Reed insisted. Van Gray, your creations are beautiful. Even those without an artistic eye, like the children who have never received art education, can recognize beauty and goodness at a glance. That is merely the innocence of children. They are unacquainted with the world and do not comprehend the beauty of art. So you are saying I am also unworldly? Reed feigned indignation, adopting a stern expression. That was not my intention. Van Gray waved his hands, flustered. I certainly trust your judgment. But I feel I must understand how the upper echelons of society define beauty. Why concern yourself with the sentiments of those elite? Reed spread his hands. You are not creating for critics or nobility. You are creating for the ordinary people, crafting delightful works that meet their expectations. Those who genuinely appreciate you are the ones in need of joy. Van Gray was rendered speechless, perhaps slightly intoxicated and bewildered, stuttering. Someone needs me? That cannot be true. How would you know if you do not try? Reed patted his shoulder. Mark my words. As long as you persist in this spirit of creation, I will support you, sending you to the finest art academy in the capital for lessons. Whatever materials you wish to use, be it fine wood, plaster, marble, or roots, I shall procure for you. Thank you, Mr. Reed, Van Gray exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. He trembled as he rose, about to kneel in thanks. Since meeting you, my life has transformed. What are you doing? Reed admonished. Do you regard me as some lesser being? Do not address me as sir. Do you look down upon someone who appreciates your talent? Van Gray stood still in a daze as Reed rose, aiding him and speaking earnestly. I am Reed, not a sir. I am a person like you, a disabled individual. Yet, our disabilities shall not defeat us. Van Gray, no one has altered your life. It is you who has changed yourself. Thank you, Reed. Van Gray wiped away his tears. I shall forever remember you, Reed. Please do not forget me, Van Gray Stan. I will prepare for you the finest sculpture. I shall never forget you, Mr. Van Gray Stan, Reed solemnly vowed. You are far superior to me. You are kind, genuine, sincere, and passionate about life. You shall become an extraordinary artist. No one can impede anyone's right to pursue beauty. Van Gray Stan. Reed meticulously noted the name. The world gradually faded into obscurity. Reed could not discern what Van Gray said next. Soon after, the world shattered into darkness. Silence. A faint sensation grazed his fingertips. His leg involuntarily kicked out. After a prolonged stillness, Reed's eyelids fluttered, and he abruptly sat up. Is this what they call redemption? He murmured, self-mockingly reflecting. No matter how much I give, I cannot alter the fact that I have robbed others of their lives. Everything is merely my pursuit of tranquility. While he recognized Van Gray's commendable skills and evident artistic aptitude, Reed held little faith that one could attain mastery solely through passion without early cultivation. As he waited at the CAF table in the inn, Reed idly flipped through the arranged books, skimming one on modern art history. However, The narrative of art history was both tedious and monotonous, laden with extensive terminology that caused read headaches. He skimmed through the pages, eventually resorting to merely looking at the illustrations. The themes of artistic works, inevitably influenced by economic factors, have been steeped in sorrow and love since the new retro movement led by masterly wicks. In the twilight of the former kingdom of Felicia, the populace had descended into despair, prompting many artists to emigrate to Algin and Schmatz. This situation persisted until the conclusion of the 3 civil wars. He extended his finger, reading word by word. Just as the nation succumbed to a lamentable decline, a titan of art emerged, who, with an optimistic spirit and works reflecting the essence of everyday life, re-examined neoclassicism and, upon this foundation, for the first time proposed a manifesto of realism. The subjects of art should stem from life, reflecting the zeitgeist of contemporary reality. Red's pupils gradually constricted as he incredulously read. What follows is the realist school pioneered by the master, Van Stein, along with the subsequent emergence of modernism, deconstructionism, and formalist aesthetics. He glanced at the footnote below. Footnote 1. Van Stein, 1054 to 1134, born in the windmill village near the outskirts of Hainaus, was a painter, sculptor, and professor of aesthetics, regarded as the initiator and advocate of realist aesthetics. Despite his grotesque appearance and disability, he gained widespread acclaim among the populace for his scholarly achievements and works, being commonly recognized as the greatest artist of the Felician people after masterly weeks. History has left no trace of Lager Tlaki, nor of the world's largest museum, nor of the fabulously wealthy Tlaki family. The kingdom of that era disintegrated, and the annals of history do not record the legendary warrior Razor Peak Canchus, nor do the scheming individuals linger in memory. All practitioners were cloaked in the stigma of traitors. The people have forgotten them. Red momentarily drifted into reverie. Only the initially ugly Van Gray, who had been abandoned twice by his family and supplanted in life by others, not only succeeded in becoming an artist, but also persevered through war, living to the age of 80 amidst an era rife with industrial pollution. Van Stein is immortalized in history, forever remembered by all students of the fine arts. Chapter 62. Rural life. Red dismounted from the carriage, massaging his facial muscles to regain a semblance of normalcy. We, a bunch of self-serving individuals, have faded from the annals of history, leaving only the steadfast Van Gray to be remembered. What does that signify? Indeed, the swiftest path often leads one astray. With a sigh, Red felt a tumult of emotions within him. He yearned to live and work earnestly, yet in his previous life, he was merely a languid university student, engrossed in video games, who suddenly found himself in this world, transformed by the influence of mystic waters. He had studied linguistics, unable even to grasp advanced mathematics. As for the knowledge acquired in high school, well, after 2 years of gaming, how could he possibly recall it? Consequently, in this new realm, aside from his mastery of an absolutely encrypted script, he seemed devoid of any advantages. Red considered himself not particularly bright, and he suspected his intellect might be slightly below average. He learned slowly and often forgot significant people and events. It was only due to the loss of a leg that he had been compelled to sharpen his wits, employing some cunning strategies. After all, even a keyboard warrior could conjure up such electronic schemes. Perhaps if those politically inclined individuals were in his position, they would have already begun to enact grand ambitions, rallying an army to sweep through the land and leading the workers in rebellion. Regrettably, he was not that kind of hardened individual. Red fancied himself a drifter at heart, a person who preferred a simple existence. Once life settled into a routine, he had no desire to involve himself in any further endeavors or movements. Nevertheless, life was indeed improving, was it not? As long as he continued methodically, through Reforge and the Circle of Order, there remained the trump card of blood cleansing, which could gradually alleviate his future issues. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he wandered around the courtyard. In just 2 days, the place had been tidied up. Gaps in the fence had been filled, and a rudimentary shed had been erected, seemingly in preparation for a chicken coop. Red surmised this was Yami's idea, as she likely wished to render the countryside villa more practical. However, this was of no concern, for the area was remote, necessitating self-sufficiency. As he strolled through the yard, he pondered land utilization. The villa itself occupied a mere 300 square meters, featuring 2 stories and an attic for storage. A portion of the rooms had been designated for Veilwise use. This left 7 rooms available, and with the basement included, there were a total of 10. Some of the exterior land would certainly be allocated for self-cultivation, and Red intended to dig a swimming pool, which would serve both as a means for Yami and Idle to exercise and entertain themselves, as well as a safeguard against potential droughts. Next was the vegetable garden. Red had previously assessed the soil, determining it unsuitable for grains but ideal for oats, potatoes, and lettuce, were it not for the proximity of the sea to Hainas, which caused excessive humidity. Corn would have been a viable crop on the sunlit slopes to the rear, an expanse he longed to cultivate. Regarding cash crops like tobacco and tea, Red lacked the necessary experience, prioritizing self-sufficiency for his household. There was still a portion of vacant land outside, where he planned to construct a stable. After all, in this wilderness, with uneven roads, machinery was impractical. It would be wiser to procure a pair of draft horses for labor and transport. Of course, if it were not for the need to preserve the local ecosystem to ensure truffle growth, this vast plain would be perfect for raising a few dairy cows. Red crouched on an abandoned ridge, recalling how Veilway had attempted to cultivate some crops before quickly giving up, for farming was arduous work that tethered one to the earth. She had only managed to grow a few tomatoes and potatoes. Furthermore, digging a well for underground water was essential, and it was preferable to minimize the use of pesticides and fertilizers. He then turned his gaze towards the house. With so few inhabitants, some rooms seemed rather superfluous. Red contemplated the possibility of opening up some of these spaces in the future, thereby creating a designated area for his collection. The extent of a collector's acquisitions was limited not only by the strength of their ethereal blood, but also by the size of their collection space. Naturally, he would need to prepare a secure chamber to store the extraordinary items he amassed. After all, he could only carry 10 collectibles at a time, yet in emergencies, he could not afford to be picky, seizing items from foes for urgent use. Then, a study and laboratory were necessary for testing the various spells he wished to learn. If possible, he also desired to replicate a set of alchemical equipment. Oh, and a set for crafting and improving weapons was essential. It seemed he would inevitably have to register as a member of the fully armed weekends. Living in the wilderness reduced costs, but it was indeed inconvenient. Red glanced at the mailbox, finding it stuffed with 2 letters and an advertisement. He pulled them out and examined them. Both letters were addressed to Veilway, one from Hainas Dunwich Middle School, and the other from a woman named Phyllis Neville, likely notifying Veilway of her school enrollment. As for the advertisement, it was rather intriguing. Red unfolded it and read the promotional text with interest. Good men, embark on a ship, traversing 70,000 miles across 3 great oceans. Join the Sir James. We welcome your participation. This was a recruitment ad for sailors, albeit for a privateering vessel. Privateers could be understood as legal pirates. The Duchy of Weck was not a maritime powerhouse, but was in dire need of industrial materials from the colonies of the New World. Additionally, with the Duke's daughter now born, he gradually lost interest in waging war, forcing the original Duchy fleet to take on transport duties, leading to outdated weaponry and a lack of maintenance. While the maritime strength of the Duchy of Weck was lacking, their neighbor, the Republic of Kenwai-Phobos, boasted the strongest fleet across the 3 oceans. If left unchecked, the Republic would undoubtedly surpass the Duchy, which had relied on the former Felicia dynasty's legacy. Thus, the recruitment of self-sufficient privateer fleets, flying the pirate flag to raid Kenwai-Phobos' merchant ships, became necessary. Privateers could receive direct commands from the Duchy Navy when needed and could purchase supplies from naval quartermasters at any time. That advertisement had even reached the inland area of Hainas. It was apparent that the Duchy had suffered significant losses at sea and was reluctant to report it. Red shook his head, tucking the advertisement away. He had no interest in the sea, yet it served as a reminder of the importance of staying informed about current affairs. He ought to subscribe to a newspaper or magazine. Times had changed. Professionals could no longer detach themselves from societal order, elevated above it all. Although Red was unclear about the specific reasons behind this shift, maintaining a connection to society remained crucial. He swung open the brand new door and casually remarked. As he did so, he removed his coat and hat. Lacking a coat rack, he simply draped them over a chair. Loosening his collar, he flopped onto the sofa. With a sigh of relief, Red grinned wryly. He had endured much turmoil in dreams and reality alike. He longed for the days of university, where he could sleep as soundly as a log, free from the constant mental strain of being on high alert and prepared to perform at all times. Grandma Giza had granted him 2 days to ponder. and the curator had mentioned that some participants in the hunting expedition were ill, causing delays. At last, Red could take a break and relax. Red, brother Red, they called out excitedly, leaping over the sofa to embrace his neck and shoulders. Red, amused yet exasperated, waved his hands dismissively. What are you doing? Do you wish to tear me apart? Reed, it has been 2 days since we last saw you. Edel, the youngest among us, lamented. Yami and I have missed you dearly. It's only been 2 days, Reed casually remarked. But you have never been away from us for such a long time before. Yami said with concern. Reed, are you planning to leave us now that you have made a fortune? Where did you hear such a thing? Reed couldn't help but chuckle. Reed, is that really you? You never used to be away from us for so long. Reed smiled. Yami, don't you worry too much. Or you'll end up becoming a weary, haggard woman. Not at all. Yami pouted, but Reed deftly redirected the conversation. I am merely worried about you. I fear that now that you have wealth, you might abandon us. You are such a good person, serious, strong, and intelligent. Without us weighing you down, you are bound to find a wonderful partner and settle down, perhaps even have children. You are thinking too much, Yami, Reed shrugged. I am not as remarkable as you believe, and I would never forsake you too. Some individuals, upon attaining wealth, forget about the impoverished relatives who supported them. But I will not. I will uplift those who have accompanied me through thick and thin. You were my sunshine during my darkest hours, providing warmth, hope, and motivation. I shall never forget you, not ever. Reed, you seem to have transformed into quite an impressive person, Edel remarked in admiration. Those words sound like something a prominent figure would say. Come now, I am not that extraordinary, Reed said, suddenly rolling up his pant leg to reveal his prosthetic limb. But this is truly remarkable. Wow, Edel exclaimed, what a magnificent machine leg. You look so handsome. Reed, you can finally walk. Yami exclaimed. Her excitement quickly replaced by concern. This must have cost a fortune. How long will it take to repay the debt? No debt to repay, Yami. Edel, let me explain. I encountered a benefactor, a member of the Church of the Goddess of Truth, a significant figure in the office. She brought me justice, had Sam imprisoned for his wrongdoing, compensated me, helped me secure a job, and even applied for assistance on my behalf due to my disabilities and minority status, prepaying a few months of salary for me to get this prosthetic. I am now a legal assistant at a law firm, with a monthly salary of £2.11. A legal assistant? Yami gasped. That is a prestigious profession. The son of a lawyer can create cat faces with icing on cake, Edel added enviously. Will we also become part of the elite? There are no elites or commoners in this world, Yami, Edel, Reed stated earnestly. Once I have some time off, I will take you both to the Republic of Felicia, where you will experience the essence of Republican ideals. Though he lived in a monarchy and worked for the church, Reed was, at his core, a modern individual imbued with the principles of republicanism and human equality. Fortunately, in this era, there exists the Republic of Felicia, a beacon of hope, so Reed was not concerned about instilling the concept of human rights in Yami and Edel. All are born equal, none is nobler than another. You will gradually come to understand this. As Reed contemplated imparting his enlightened ideas through a brief tale from his past, he noticed Veilway, who had just descended the stairs. Good evening, Veilway, Reed greeted her, retrieving a letter from his pocket. I noticed you hadn't collected your mail from the postbox, so I brought it for you. Good evening. And thank you, Veilway replied. Her hair appeared slightly disheveled, and her attire looked like it had just been hastily changed into casual wear. Reed guessed she had been out on one of her adventures. He handed her the 2 letters, and Veilway's gaze fell to his new leg. Congratulations, she said. It looks great on you. I believe so too, Reed replied, waving his hand as he glanced around. Have you eaten yet? We have, Edel exclaimed, raising his hand excitedly. Sister Veilway made flatbreads. They were crispy, crunchy, and delightful. Hey, can't you think of any other adjectives? Reed chuckled, ruffling his brother's hair. My apologies. These 2 little rascals have caused you trouble. Not at all, Veilway casually replied. Edel and Yami are absolutely adorable. Reed smiled, realizing that Edel's habit of repeating adorable was a mimicry of Veilway. I'm sorry, little rascal, I misjudged you. What were you 2 doing upstairs just now? Reed suddenly recalled that the children had come down from above and asked curiously. Oh, nothing much. I was just teaching them to read, Veilway replied. We are going to continue learning soon. Yami proudly spelled out her name, Y-M-Y, Yami. I can do it too. Edel clapped his hands, excitedly spelling, A-D, A-E-D. Edel, it seems you still have much to learn, Reed teased, playfully tapping the little rascal on the nose. Then turning to Veilway. I had no idea you had done so much. I must express my gratitude properly. There's no need for payment. I did it out of interest. Besides, I am not a professional teacher. Instead of paying me, it would be more practical for you to cook more often, Veilway suggested. Suddenly recalling something. That shouldn't be a problem. Reed nodded and looked at Edel and Yami. I won't be going anywhere for the next few days. Edel, Yami. Let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Yami and Edel cheered in unison. Hooray. Chapter 63. Violame, good night, Violame. Don't forget we're going out to play tomorrow. Yami was quite attentive during the lessons, though she seemed to lack a bit of the ability to extrapolate. Her enthusiasm for learning wasn't particularly high. How should I put it? Perhaps she was too pragmatic. Every time I taught her a new word, she would curiously inquire about its earning potential. Violame gathered the scattered papers from the floor, simultaneously summarizing the children's characteristics. Adele, he's simply a disaster. He can't sit still, is always dozing off and causing trouble, and he's slow at memorizing things. Violame even harbored doubts about whether they were truly Lade's younger siblings. Compared to their brother's premature maturity, the two children were not only exceedingly naive, but also noticeably lacked the eagerness and capacity to learn new things. This stood in stark contrast to Lade, who would seize any opportunity to immerse himself in a book. No, it would be more accurate to say that Lade didn't seem like someone of his age or social standing. Violame had long suspected Lade's demeanor and conversation didn't align with someone from a working-class background. He possessed a refined education and a far-sighted perspective, qualities he couldn't conceal even if he tried, including the origin of that ring, a relic of considerable significance. These past few days spent with his younger siblings had only deepened her skepticism. However, whether or not they were a genuine family was irrelevant to her. They seemed to have a good relationship. It's not my place to interfere in their lives. Violame mused as she approached the desk and retrieved the two letters. She had briefly glanced at the letter from Dunwich High School, which simply informed her of her enrollment for the upcoming week as a day student. The school operated on a half-day schedule, which was perfectly acceptable. In this era, aside from universities and private institutions, there were hardly any full-time schools with complete release from work. Of course, she chose Dunwich High School not because it was a relatively inexpensive public school, but solely because it was rumored to be rife with peculiar occurrences. Tales of an entire non-existent class appearing at graduation ceremonies, or students being summoned by teachers to clean fireplaces only to vanish without a trace. These accounts, whether true or false, were precisely what she sought. Exploration, as she defined it, meant venturing into places that ordinary people hadn't dared to tread. She set down the letter and turned her attention to the other one. From Phoebe Neville. Her earlier excitement immediately waned. Violame silently broke the wax seal. Instantly, a stream of damp, frigid liquid gushed from the envelope, inundating the desk. Like countless tiny black serpents, it meandered across the surface and spilled onto the floor. TCH, how troublesome. Violame was accustomed to such spectacles. With a look of disdain, she watched the water flow until it gradually subsided after several seconds, then retrieved a thick piece of parchment from within. Unfurling the parchment, Violame disregarded the strands of black hair that slowly emerged from the lines of text and entwined her fingertips. And quietly read, "The Sir James is fully prepared as of the 16th and will soon arrive at the port of Leadwittens. The tomb of Patries is scheduled to open in late June of next year, and the Gloomlight shall return to the world. Make no additions or subtractions unless absolutely necessary. Encrypt all correspondence. All members of the association shall cease using the spirit realm channel for communication. Apologies for the inconvenience." By the time she finished reading, the entire parchment had transformed into a mass of tangled hair. Violame immediately plucked off the black strands and tossed them into the candle holder, where they readily burned to ashes. Gloomlight Patries was considered the last warlock or sorcerer, though the legends surrounding warlocks had faded and their authenticity was questionable. However, there was no doubt that Patries had plundered and hoarded a vast fortune during his lifetime. Violame's mood didn't improve much. For the association, the Gloomlight cult of Conway Fortibus was not an easy adversary. Even in this era of machines and technology, they had managed to attract many followers with their unique ideology and had even acquired a significant amount of military-grade weaponry through official connections. With only the Sir James, a light privateer ship, and the manpower at the association's disposal, Violame didn't believe that the battle for the tomb of Patries would be easy. Phoebe said the tomb won't open until late June, which is perfect timing for school break. I can go along then. Violame's mood improved at this thought. Phoebe's method of encryption always caused discomfort, even physiological discomfort. But she couldn't complain about it. Even in this era, transcendent individuals like Phoebe were highly respected in the association. So, where should I go adventuring next? Viola gazed at the map on the wall. She had already explored most of the surrounding wilderness, and she had visited and paid her respects to the famous tombs recorded in books, even chasing away a couple of grave robbers. Viola wasn't driven by greed for wealth. For some reason, from the moment she could remember, she had possessed an inexplicable love for adventure. As if someone were constantly whispering in her ear, "Do not linger in pleasure. The wilderness is your true home." Wandering, drifting, experiencing, witnessing, or venturing into dangerous areas that a 14-year-old child should never challenge. She had long forgotten her origins. Some said she resembled a Philistinian, so she assumed she was one. Yet she hadn't registered in any country and had been traveling the world without a nationality for years. When Philistinians saw her, they thought her personality was similar to that of a Question, so she considered herself a Question. She had plain features, so she was fortunate enough not to attract unwanted attention. She was penniless, so thieves didn't bother robbing her. Ethnicity, nationality, society, wealth, none of them mattered. No place was her true home. The voice in her ear constantly called her, and wandering the world was her destiny. And so, she had unknowingly acquired many unexpected skills through wandering and drifting. Her daily adventures even helped her unearth valuable items. Viola believed that her only exceptional trait was her luck, which had allowed her to survive safely until now. Thinking of this, Viola glanced around the room. This might be the place I've stayed the longest, right? Once she obtained her diploma, she could attend university in the Republic and then continue wandering in unknown lands. Just as she was choosing her next adventure, the mountain road with the headless caravan or the abandoned village haunted by demons, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Viola turned around in confusion. "Excuse me, are you asleep, Viola?" Lade's voice came from outside the door. "What is it?" Viola asked as she opened the door. Lade's face showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly said naturally, "I found some fishing rods in the basement. So I'm planning to take Yami and Adele fishing tomorrow. I was wondering." "It's fine. I'll stay home and watch the house." Viola nodded, indicating her understanding. "Although I'm not used to staying indoors." "No, you misunderstood." Lade scratched his cheek. "I was wondering if you'd like to come fishing with us." Viola glanced at him, her rose-red eyes showing bewilderment. "You don't seem like the type to patiently sit and fish." "Really?" Lade asked in surprise. Perhaps it was intuition, but Viola waved her hand. She had always been straightforward. "I feel like you're someone who values results and efficiency, while fishing is a leisurely activity that requires patience." "Well, I must admit that I am rather utilitarian. I do not particularly enjoy the act of fishing." Red shrugged. "So I've taken to crafting bombs in the basement." "That wasn't my intention." "Huh." Wei paused. "Bombs. I checked the law, and it only states that the private manufacture of firearms is prohibited. It says nothing about bombs." Red quickly interjected, "That is absolutely legal." "No, why?" "Fishing you." Wei gathered her thoughts, attempting to articulate her reasoning clearly. "What purpose do you have in making bombs?" "To fish, of course," Red replied matter-of-factly. "However, bombs do come with considerable pollution. I initially considered high-voltage electricity, but feared it would harm my own people, so bombs seemed safer. I surveyed 2 nearby lakes. One is relatively small, with a thick layer of ice. If we simply drill a hole and toss it in, it should be quite safe." "No, it's not about safety." Wei waved her hands, her mind struggling to keep pace. She longed to express that such behavior was wrong, but since it was not prohibited by law, she had to restrain herself and organize her thoughts. Fishing should be a pursuit of inner tranquility, a serene waiting for the fish to bite. The joy lies in the process. Is that not so? Red pondered, but what if one fails to catch any fish? How does one compensate for the wasted time and effort? Red, if the sole aim is to catch fish, one could simply use a net. There is no need to wield a fishing rod and toil in anticipation, Wei explained. The essence of fishing lies in the journey, waiting for the fish to bite, battling with it, and ultimately achieving victory. That is the most rewarding experience. Red nodded. Then we can fish first, and if we don't catch anything, we can resort to bombs. That is not what I meant. Goodness, how much do you care about fish? If your intention is to bomb them, then the joy of fishing is lost. I believe it is essential for me to accompany you. Wei slapped her forehead with a sigh. Well, that is true. No. He was merely overwhelmed by a multitude of pressing matters, forgetting the essence of life. In dreams, he perpetually sought answers to various problems, while in reality, he was surrounded by further crises, hustling for profit. How long had it been since he nearly forgot that in his past life, he was merely a slacker in college? And in this life, he was still just a boy of less than 14? Having barely resolved issues of money and safety, he remained so utilitarian. He had 2 loved ones by his side. He should not feel so alone. Wei Wei, he said. Wei Wei looked at him. Thank you, Red expressed sincerely. I had previously overlooked the need for familial care and forgotten what life truly is. You understand life better than I do, Wei Wei. Red smiled. Has anyone ever mentioned this to you? No, men do not cast a second glance at an ordinary girl like me, Wei Wei shrugged. Just like you. Most men are immediately attracted to beautiful and graceful girls, contemplating ways to approach them, to sleep with them. Ahem. Red awkwardly cleared his throat. Shouldn't we avoid this topic? What is there to avoid? Wei Wei seemed puzzled. Red, you appear to be more knowledgeable about such matters than I, considering your broader experiences. I do not understand these things well. Red turned his head. Does this knowledge seem distant to me? Wei Wei leaned back, her face a portrait of disbelief. Are you certain? What is there to be uncertain about? Red spread his hands. Do I look like a playboy? That would require me to possess a handsome face, a strong physique, a wealthy background, and a healthy body. Am I not? Wei Wei crossed her arms, intrigued. I always thought you were a fallen aristocrat or something. Based on my years of eavesdropping, those nobles tend to lose their innocence early to prepare for greater social temptations. You misunderstand. Red chuckled. I am merely an ordinary worker who stumbled upon a bit of fortune and received assistance from the affluent. As for my knowledge, well, I self-taught, just like you. Is that sufficient? And your knowledge in that area is also self-taught? Wei Wei pressed. Red rolled his eyes. No, that is, well, in a certain sense, indeed self-taught. But I only grasp the theory. I am a pure-hearted boy, not the noble you envision. Actually, Wei Wei teased, if you are not knowledgeable, I could teach you. Are you serious? Red raised an eyebrow. Can such things truly be taught? Who knows? Wei Wei's rose-colored eyes blinked. I suppose I am somewhat of a teacher at heart. I believe I will inevitably master these things in due time. Red awkwardly rubbed his nose. Remember to wake up early tomorrow. I will personally prepare breakfast. That sounds wonderful. Wei Wei clapped her hands and smiled. I truly enjoy your culinary skills. Red smirked. I often hear that girls mature faster than boys. It seems this saying holds true. Well, who knows? Wei Wei raised a hand, her understated beauty revealing an inexplicable charm. Perhaps I am merely the only one who has matured. Slap. Red quickly shut the door. Good night. Afterward, Wei Wei heard the sound of him rapidly departing with his cane. What did he think of? Wei Wei wondered. I thought he was quite studious. Just as I was about to showcase my expertise in an unfamiliar field, he ran off. Wei Wei became increasingly convinced that Red Jean was a utilitarian person. He seemed to immediately withdraw when he could not envision victory. He only cared about results and objectives, which starkly contrasted with her own disposition. Wei Wei quipped, Indeed, I still prefer the process. Yet, he was not a bad person, given his experiences. Such a personality was not surprising. However, he appeared somewhat uncomfortable just now. Wei Wei mused as she approached her bed, preparing to undress for sleep. She glanced down and realized she had forgotten to wear her nightclothes, her upper body clad only in a thin tank top. A tall person looking down would easily see the neckline's contents. It turns out this was my oversight. Chapter 64. Ice Fishing, Part 1. The Red family and Wei Wei set out shortly after 7 in the morning, enveloped in a thick morning fog that added a touch of enchantment to their excursion. Their plan was to engage in ice fishing, followed by a picnic on the shore at noon, and in the afternoon, Red would take Edel and Yami to forage for truffles, familiarizing them with tasks they could undertake in the future. Wei Wei meticulously locked the newly installed door when suddenly, she paused, her gaze fixed on the entrance. What's wrong? Red inquired, feigning ignorance. I can't shake the feeling. Didn't the door used to open inward? Or was it outward? The look of confusion on Wei Wei's face elicited a chuckle from Red. She was evidently oblivious to the spectral presence within the house. The previous night, while in the basement, Red had intermittently awakened, experimenting with a new spell he had learned from the curator, occupying himself until the early hours, yet everyone else had managed to sleep soundly. Adjusting his hat, Red stood beside their luggage, amusedly observing the unfolding drama. Before departing, Wei Wei repeatedly emphasized to the 2 young children, who had never ventured beyond the city, Have you checked everything? The weather outdoors is unpredictable and can change at a moment's notice. Make sure to bring umbrellas, cloaks, warm blankets, lanterns, and thick coats. It's exceedingly cold outside. Seeing the two little ones nodding fervently like chicks pecking at grain, Red chuckled. Wei Wei, you truly are an expert in this regard. Thank you for the compliment. But this is merely common sense, Wei Wei replied nonchalantly. No, I mean you are more adept at handling children than I am, Red countered. Don't underestimate me, Wei Wei declared, shaking her fist. In my days of wandering, I led a group of children in fights. Fights? Over the rights to garbage bins near the train station? Red responded, incredulously. Wow, that's quite impressive. Neither of them felt awkward about the previous night's incident. Although Red was startled by the girl's maturity and candidness, as Wei Wei had said, her looks were unremarkable, and thus unlikely to provoke any inappropriate thoughts, especially considering her physical form was merely that of a 13 or 14-year-old. At that moment, Red found himself envying his dream self. The eldest son of the Tricky family, who had but one day each month to himself, free to do as he pleased. To this day, he remained perplexed about the activities of his dream self during the rest of the month. Perhaps that version of himself also pondered why, for one day each month, his body was beyond his control. This mechanism warranted further exploration, and it was evident that it was not merely a phenomenon from a century ago. A glimpse into the printed book revealed that at least a millennium ago, there existed another Red. The effects of the enchanted water were profound, and Red still felt its influence. His demeanor and character had been transformed into that of a scheming, cunning individual, much unlike the legendary figure of Red Vladimir from a millennium prior. The playful phrase left behind, only oneself can be one's best friend, confirmed for Red that it was indeed a message he had inscribed. Thus, was it not true that there now existed 3 iterations of Red navigating through the world? Red could not help but scoff at the thought. Just then, while he was lost in contemplation, Wei Wei tapped him on the shoulder, breaking his train of thought. He looked up to see Wei Wei pointing towards the lake's surface. Wei Wei arrived. As the morning mist dissipated, revealing the frozen lake, Red caught a glimpse of a wild hare darting through the underbrush and released Mikhail, allowing it to chase and play in its ghostly form. So what is next? Red inquired, testing the ice beneath his feet, which was as he had observed before. Sufficiently thick, over 10 centimeters. He reached for the homemade explosives in his bag, but Wei Wei quickly interjected, Stop. No need for such violence. There are children watching. As she spoke, Wei Wei wrapped anti-slip fabric around her feet and guided Edel and Yami to do the same. Yami fumbled repeatedly before finally mastering the simple task, while Edel tied his securely and glided onto the ice with ease. Yay, look how fast I can slide, Edel exclaimed, hands behind his back, effortlessly balancing and even executing sharp turns and stops on the ice. Hey, Edel slowed down. Be careful not to fall, Red cautioned, waving his hand as he retrieved a shovel and pickaxe from his bag. He did not require the anti-slip fabric, as he stood more steadily than most, one hand gripping a pointed cane while his other foot was a mechanical prosthesis. Supporting Yami, he ensured the clumsy girl wouldn't slip immediately. Wei Wei took the tools and examined the ice for a while, then bent down to inspect some aquatic vegetation beneath the surface. Ultimately, she decided to carve a hole 5 meters from the shore. The ice here is pristine, indicating ample air beneath, and with the presence of water plants and depressions. Fish are likely to inhabit this area, she explained. Yami, Red, move aside. With that, Red pulled Yami back a couple of steps. Thud, thud, as she wielded her tools. Wei Wei shed all traces of femininity, her movements swift and assured. She raised the pickaxe above her head and struck with precision, quickly breaking through several centimeters of ice. Red stepped forward, using the shovel to vigorously pierce the fractured ice, demonstrating that male strength had its advantages. With a few deft motions, he breached the ice, sending icy water splashing into the air. We've broken the ice, Yami exclaimed excitedly. Together, Red and Wei Wei exerted effort to create a sufficiently large opening, from which they retrieved a small bench and fishing rods. What bait should we use? Edel slid over, curiously observing Wei Wei and Red as they prepared the bait. You can choose for yourself, Red replied, rubbing the bait in his hands with a smile. I'm using leftover food from breakfast and the worms we caught yesterday. You can pick whatever you like. If you want to catch big fish, there's also an artificial lure that resembles small fish. I want to catch big fish, Edel replied enthusiastically, as Red handed him the artificial lure and patiently demonstrated how to fish. Meanwhile, Red glanced over at the girl's side, noticing that they appeared to be facing some difficulties. Wei Wei looked at Yami, who wore a distressed expression. You need to hook the worm onto the fishing hook, she instructed. Fish 1T bite an empty hook. But that is so gross. Yami protested, horrified at the sight of the wriggling worm. It's still alive. How cruel. Red interjected, cruelty is a human concept. Animals lack such awareness. Their world revolves around life and death, consuming or being consumed. But Yami remained resistant to using live bait. That's all right. Wei Wei knelt down and gently patted Yami's cheek. Your brother is right. Worms lack a brain and are unaware of cruelty. Yami, your kindness is commendable. However, since our goal is to enjoy fishing, let us not dwell on such thoughts. You can use my bait. I have plenty. Thank you, Sister Wei Wei. Yami replied, her spirits somewhat lifted as Red observed his sister's demeanor. Fully aware that their mother's teachings emphasized the importance of being law-abiding, kind, and considerate. Educating children about kindness is inherently commendable, Red contemplated. Perhaps he was being too utilitarian. Yami's aversion to using live bait could stem from the repugnant appearance of worms, as well as the unsettling notion of them being mere instruments for fish consumption, evoking some harrowing thoughts. Children possess a certain innocence. Red mused as he gently patted little Yami's head, offering reassurance. Yami, you are wonderful. Your empathy for the vulnerable is admirable. Yet one must also recognize that nature has its own rules. All your kindness ought to be founded upon the safety, health, happiness, and joy of yourself and your family. Do you understand? I understand, Brother Red. Yami replied, her gaze lowered. But I feel like the bait worms resemble your legs, as if they were being consumed by machinery. Red chuckled softly, embracing the child nonchalantly. You think too much, Yami. While a vivid imagination is a gift, I reiterate, you must always prioritize the safety, health, happiness, and joy of yourself and your family before considering other matters. Is that clear? Yes. After this simple lesson and comfort, Yami finally settled down, focusing intently on the movements of the fishing rod. Hey, Wei Wei, Red suddenly exclaimed. Since we are 2 men and 2 women, why not engage in a friendly competition? I have no objections, Wei Wei replied, fixated on the bobber on the ice. But how do we determine the winner? Whoever catches a fish first wins, Red suggested. That seems too easy. There should be plenty of fish in this area, Wei Wei pondered. How about we compare the total weight of the fish caught? Isn't that a sustainable approach? This term sounded peculiar to Wei Wei as she repeated it. No, you still have to go to work later, and we'll handle the household chores. How about this? The loser prepares a grand meal for the winner. Wei Wei exclaimed, struck by this brilliant idea. Sounds good. Red laughed, turning to Eder. It's up to you. Eder, perhaps you might catch a sizable bass. Bass? What is that? A type of deer fish? No, it's a bass, a delightful fish perfect for steaming. After all, bass is delectable. But will bass even be found in these waters? Well, I can't say for certain, Red shrugged. This lake is quite expansive, extending all the way to the southwest of Leidwidens. Wei Wei paused in astonishment. Is it really that far? I didn't see it marked on the map. No wonder the map doesn't indicate it. By the way, does this lake have a name? Oh, Yami suddenly recoiled. That's frightening. Please stop. Ha ha ha, that's too amusing. Eder exclaimed, filled with excitement. So, brother, why don't we take a large ship and bombard that ghost island with battleship cannons? Would those paper children still be smiling when hit by shells? That would be quite entertaining, wouldn't it? Why don't soldiers give it a try? I have no idea, Red replied with a smirk. Why is your mind consumed with such violent explosive fantasies? It lacks refinement. Can't you behave more appropriately like me, your elder brother? But I genuinely want to see what a cannon bombardment looks like. Wait, the lost island of Weiguang Lake. Wei Wei exclaimed in surprise. I've heard that legend near the windmill village. Is that so? Red responded, taken aback. I heard someone mention it casually, but I had no idea it was a real legend. It is said that in ancient times, around Weiguang Lake, numerous villages depended on fishing for their livelihood. However, the water deity, Orcliang, was notoriously fearsome. He demanded the sacrifice of 10 delightful, pure boys and girls each year, clad in paper wedding attire, to be sent by boat to the center of the lake in late December. If any child attempted to escape, the deity would become furious, and the lake would turn perilously unpredictable the following year. Wei Wei recounted the tale with a captivating cadence. Indeed, it lacks rigor. Red nodded, noting that the annual sacrifice of 10 children was sufficient for breeding purposes. How could he not grasp the concept of sustainable development, continuously depleting resources instead? No wonder the area eventually became desolate. Red, I believe you truly ought to learn from your sister what it means to be kind. Chapter 65. Ice Fishing, Part 2. Fishing is not an endeavor marked by ease, at least not for Reed, who finds little pleasure in the stillness of inactivity. Gripping his fishing rod, he becomes lost in thought, contemplating future arrangements for Yami and Edel. He has long overlooked their educational needs. Should he enroll them in a boarding school or a church institution? Although he serves the church, Reed harbors no fondness for religious beliefs. His past experiences and the label of traitor have instilled a subtle bias against religion. Despite the benefits he has derived from the Church of the Mechanical Father and the Goddess of Truth, he considers himself a materialist, leaning more towards the principles of natural science. Yet, the peculiarities he has encountered in his life often defy scientific explanation. Nevertheless, church schools offer a significant advantage. They primarily promote the cultivation of virtue and harbor no biases against children based on their backgrounds. Reed hesitates, pondering the implications of their upbringing in a monarchy like the Duchy of Week, where esteemed private institutions dominate, providing the best educational resources. The true aristocrats and affluent capitalists often employ private tutors, sending their children directly to university at the appropriate age. Is such an environment truly suitable for his two children? Reed is acutely aware of the impact that social standing can have on a child's future. After careful consideration, he resolves to send Yami and Edel to the church school while privately imparting foundational knowledge to them. He does not believe that mere personal effort can alter the world. Rather, he thinks that by living a grounded life and managing his family well, he has already effected significant change. Of course, as the ancients said, education should be tailored to the individual. Reed has observed the differences between the two children, gradually recognizing their unique traits, especially in light of Veilway's observations. Just then, he hears a shout. "Big brother, your fish is biting," Edel exclaims excitedly. Reed glances at the bobber, which has plunged rapidly beneath the surface, and feels the rod bend under the resistance of a struggling fish. Instantly invigorated, he engages in the battle. His stamina, replenished by nutrition and enhanced by the faint strength of ether blood, proves considerable. With prior fishing experience, he patiently tires the fish before reeling it in. With a swift motion, he grasps the fish by the hook and tosses it into the nearby bucket. Veilway glances at it and remarks, "A red-eyed trout. It appears to weigh about a pound. Is it up to standard?" "Oh, big brother, you succeeded on the first try?" Edel gazes enviously at Reed, then returns his focus to his own bobber. "There's a bit of technique involved," Reed explains. "If you reel in too hastily, you risk breaking the line. You must also harness your physical strength. If you're after a catfish or other formidable fish, you need to react immediately when the bobber shows signs of movement. Although it's not evening, catfish often lurk among the weeds and rocks, so they could strike at any moment. I will definitely catch a big one," Edel declares confidently. "It's a big fellow." Veilway promptly corrects his pronunciation. "Edel, you, like Yami, need to enunciate clearly. Remember to correct yourself." "All right, Veilway," Edel pouts and mutters. "Once I catch a big fish, you and Yami will have to make us cream pancakes." "I will catch a big fish too," Yami interjects defiantly. "And Veilway has already caught two." "Too small," Veilway retorts. "One is a juvenile perch, and the other a eel. They haven't matured yet." Reed quips. "One should take only what one needs, not excess." Veilway nods. "So that is sustainable development?" "Close enough," Reed agrees. "If we take everything at once, it will only spoil before we can use it. This embodies the fundamental concept of harmonious coexistence with nature." "But why does the factory treat my brother and the other men that way?" Yami suddenly asks. "My brother has never attended school, yet knows that fishing should be done sparingly, only taking what is necessary. So why does the factory force him and the others to work overtime until dawn?" "Well, Yami," Reed shrugs, "because there is never enough money. If you earn 20 pounds, you will buy 20 pounds worth of goods, and those funds will eventually dwindle. Once you become accustomed to the comforts that 20 pounds can afford, anything less feels as wretched as living in a refuse heap. Thus, the desire to earn 30, 40, or 50 pounds arises. For some, money is never enough." "Little Edel, this is complex," Reed spreads his hands. "People concoct various justifications to distinguish themselves from others, seeking a sense of fulfillment. Even when basic needs are met, they yearn for better food, more exquisite clothing, and companionship with remarkable individuals, finding excuses to spend their money. This is not a shameful pursuit. They're ever-growing desires. to some extent, contribute to a better world. I don't understand, Yami laments. We only wish for enough food and drink. Is that not sufficient? Why must we continue to ponder so much? It's nothing unusual. Many people struggle to comprehend this. Reed glances at Edel. Edel, it seems you have a different perspective. Why must one live better than others to find satisfaction? Edel asks, bewildered. And why do some people, who seem to do nothing, earn more than my brother? Who works so hard? Are you referring to fishing? Veilway inquires curiously. At that moment, Yami's bobber suddenly dips. In a flurry, she grasps the bait, clumsily attempting to reel in her catch. The fish, drawn by the scent of food, believes it can consume the bait and escape unscathed, yet once it bites down, its mouth becomes ensnared by the hook, forever trapped in its grasp. As Reed continues, Yami struggles valiantly against the fish. How can the fish free itself from the hook? Edel persists. Bang! Yami gasps, unable to subdue the fish's frantic thrashing. Desperately, she reels in the line, but her efforts only allow the fish to shake its head vigorously, snapping the line. Veilway and Reed quickly intervene, preventing Yami from being dragged into the water. Yami, on the verge of tears, exclaims, I've ruined the fishing line. I'm so clumsy. Oh no. My rod is unusable now. Everyone makes mistakes. Breaking a line is commonplace in fishing, much like experiencing a nosebleed, coughing, or sneezing. Reed reassures her. He then turns to Edel. This is the only way to escape the hook, break free from constraints, and embrace freedom. Edel glances at his fishing rod, then at the lake's bottom. No more catfish? I've discovered something far more meaningful than fishing. Chapter 66. The Legends of Iceland. Let us make camp here. I shall gather firewood, Red declared, gently ruffling Edder's hair as he leaned on his staff and ambled toward the forest, away from the lakeside. It seems a light rain has fallen this morning. Let us venture further, he continued. Bring back plenty of dry twigs, and remember not to cut down those frail-looking saplings. They may yet sprout anew come spring. Edder suddenly interjected. Red, did I just say something rather unpleasant? Which aspect do you refer to? Red feigned ignorance, sensing Mikhail nearby. He thought little of it, allowing Mikhail to frolic freely as long as he remained concealed. Yami, just failed at fishing, and I mentioned I had found a treasure. She must be feeling quite upset, Edder mumbled, his gaze lowered. Yami has always been so kind to me, sharing her treats, yet here I am. Red turned to him, saying, Indeed, that was not right. However, your ability to recognize your error is commendable. I am truly a naughty child. I have made Yami sad. Will she come to despise me for this? Red contemplated for a moment, then knelt to align his gaze with his younger brother's, speaking gently. Edder, I am pleased you can express this sentiment. Your capacity for empathy and concern for your sister signifies your growth. Yet, Yami is not so fragile, and more importantly, we are family. Families do not harbor resentment over trivial matters. He playfully pinched Edder's cheek, smiling. Now, let us work and converse. All right, Edder nodded, following Red's lead. As they collected dry branches, Red inquired, So, Edder, what treasure did you claim? Strength allows fish to escape the hook, Edder replied. Thus, if we possess strength, we can lead a life of freedom. Not solely that, Edder. Life is not merely about sustenance. Humans possess an inherent need for labor and the rewards it brings. In time, you will discover various passions. Today it may be fishing, tomorrow reading and attending operas, and perhaps someday, courting young ladies. I shall teach you how to earn money, pay taxes, and enlighten you on certain legal matters. Why must I learn these things? What about Yami? Yami will soon come to realize and learn these concepts. As for your education, I envision you attending a church school, where you will meet individuals from diverse backgrounds, many like us, common folk, and others in dire circumstances. Perhaps orphans taken in by the church. What are your thoughts on this? That sounds good. I am not fond of those excessively wealthy families. They surely look down upon us. Not necessarily. It entirely depends on their upbringing. Sometimes, a person's character is independent of their background. As Red was about to elaborate, he suddenly halted, raising a hand, signaling Edder to crouch down. Brother, shill. Red gestured for silence, deliberately turning his back, allowing Edder to position himself behind him. This was the moment he activated the treasure vision. After several days of forging pathways, the concentration of ether in his blood had reached 20%, providing him with abundant inspiration that even overflowed, enhancing his sensory perceptions. He squinted, transforming the world into shades of gray, with only the unique treasure glow of humanity shimmering in the distance. They are armed. Hunters, perhaps? No, One among them bears an unusual aura, an etheric presence, and it is quite potent, rivaling that of Father Farron. A wave of concern washed over Red as he realized there were professionals among them, and those with aggressive inclinations. However, as he observed the figure fade from view, relief washed over him. He glanced around, patted his face, and adjusted his demeanor, adopting a casual demeanor as he approached the group. Given the presence of professionals who could perceive ethereal entities, Red refrained from allowing Mikhail to advance, instructing him instead to prepare for a bullet breath. He resolved to discern the nature of these individuals, hoping to acquire something of value from them. Even from a distance of over 50 meters, he could distinctly see the glimmering treasure upon the professional's form, comprehending its essence entirely. Fisherman, he mused. It marked his inaugural encounter with a professional's treasure. The mere mention of this title left Red momentarily dazed, and he realized a significant truth. Collector, one who could appropriate the professions of others. This startling revelation momentarily rendered Red speechless. The inherent fragility of a collector's base abilities had long plagued him, forcing him to rely on cunning to achieve his aims. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. What am I contemplating? I have not yet sunk to such depths. Red chastised himself. Since losing control last time, my desires have only intensified, and they will not simply allow me to approach and seize their profession. The name fisherman resounded with strength, and with firearms in their possession, any overt intention on his part could lead to dire consequences before he even drew near. Still, Red felt compelled to meet them. He had yet to truly encounter many professionals, especially those of this era. Reed took a few steps forward, traversing the desolate expanse of the barren coniferous forest. In the distance, he observed a trio approaching his direction, quietly scrutinizing them. The group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, accompanied by a striking black and white hunting dog. Though they bore long firearms, they were not hunting rifles, but rather carbines and bolt-action rifles. Coincidentally, the group was engaged in conversation. I must say, this matter is entirely fictitious, declared the stout, bearded man leading the way. I do not believe in the legend of the Twilight Lake. This is hardly a vast lake, merely an accumulation of water due to excessive rainfall. The existence of a central island is utterly impossible. By the gods, Harvico, you are utterly ignorant of the value of that ancient tome, interjected the slender woman, her creamy long curls artfully braided and cascading over her shoulders. With a raised eyebrow, she proclaimed, once we locate the central island and acquire that treasure, we shall be liberated from our mortal constraints. Suit yourself, muttered the last member of the group, a lethargic young man exuding an air of despondency. In any case, devoid of ties to the clandestine society, even if I were to become a traitor, it would merely grant me a few additional supernatural abilities. Chapter 67. The treasure-seeking expedition brimming with valor. Roten-Tegus was in a rather dismal mood. Since the previous night, his friend Nyroles had excitedly knocked on his door, declaring that she had discovered an ancestral legacy that would allow her to transform from a mere mortal into a betrayer without any cost. Look, Roten, soon I will possess magic just like you. The essence of a betrayer lies in the presence of ether blood within, rendering her claim of no cost utterly absurd. Moreover, spells were not the forte of practitioners. However, Roten found it difficult to convey this directly, so he spent 2 hours imparting critical knowledge about the associated perils, including uncontrollable transformations, mutations, difficulties in reproduction, and the potential deformities of offspring. Yet, this seemingly well-endowed heiress retained only the notion that betrayers possess abilities beyond the ordinary. Heaven forbid, why would anyone willingly seek to become a betrayer? For the sake of a power lesser than that of a 7.62mm bullet? Roten could not help but scoff at the absurdity. Few individuals willingly choose this path. Most find themselves ensnared by fate, either unexpectedly passing the ether potions test or surviving the conflicts among the elite betrayers, subsequently taken away as tools for legacy cultivation. Roten was acutely aware that merely undergoing the ether potion qualification test was akin to poisoning oneself. Either one discovers their immunity or meets an untimely demise. The subsequent issues of loss of control, mutation, and reproductive difficulties only added to the agony. How could anyone possibly gain the ability to become a betrayer without incurring any cost? She had long held romantic notions about betrayers, magic, and mythological tales, and had enlisted him, a betrayer, and a wealthy scion with a penchant for hunting, Harvico Sidex, to venture to the legendary center island of Glimmering Lake. Legend? Such ethereal concepts could only be classified as legends, and Roten firmly believed she had been swept away by her fantasies. To prepare for the myriad crises described in the ancient texts, she had armed herself to the teeth, bringing along a carbine and a rifle, ample ammunition, even explosives and homemade grenades. Rather than an exploration, it resembled a military expedition against the Schmants. Truth be told, their firepower rivaled that of a border garrison, and the continuous firing V011 carbine surpassed the majority of standard-issue equipment. Roten marveled at how she had procured such arms. As for danger, Roten scoffed. With such firepower, no peril could possibly arise. Although he held no hope for the outcome of this venture, the promised £5 escort fee was simply too tempting. I might as well accompany this woman on her excursion, he mused. The greatest threat they encountered on their journey was merely a startled deer leaping from the underbrush. Even Harvico had grown weary of the tranquil path, having suggested since the morning that they climb the Babu's fortress or visit the ice sculpture exhibition at Drukris. Implicitly, he expressed that this journey had become exceedingly tedious. It's just that this desolate wilderness has no people around, and the cold weather makes me crave a drink. As he pondered this, he looked up to see a boy in a thick coat approaching, leaning on a cane, appearing relaxed and cheerful. Seemingly a local out for a stroll. Roten instantly perked up, but Harvico, even more jubilant, waved to greet the boy. Hey there, young lad, are you a local resident? Indeed, my home is nearby, the boy replied with a sunny smile. You look rather unfamiliar. Are you from out of town? Roten observed the boy, who had brown hair and eyes, an ordinary visage with a face exuding sincerity. Notably, his right foot was an artificial limb, and he bore no visible weapons. His accent was that of Hainas, but considering his decent attire, he might be a city dweller vacationing in the countryside, so Roten allowed Harvico to engage him in conversation. Yes, we hail from Lidwidens. Nyroles, noticing the boy's artificial limb and cane, felt a surge of sympathy and seized the opportunity to inquire. I am Nyroles Hills. And these are my friends, Harvico and Roten. I'm Blue Silver. Just call me Blue, the boy chuckled. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I presume you are here for a vacation? The glimmering lake is completely frozen over and quite thick, suitable for ice skating and ice fishing. The winter woods are exceptionally serene, with no feral beasts to be found. Aside from its remoteness, it's south quite an enjoyable place. Since you are a local, have you heard of the legend of Glimmering Lake? Nyroles inquired. The legend? Blue pondered for a moment. If you're referring to the legend of Glimmering Lake, it pertains to the ancient water deity, Orclean. Yes, that's the one, Nyroles exclaimed with delight. Are there tales of the deity residing in the center of the lake? There are some rumors, Blue replied with a smile. It is said that the water deity is fearsome and demands the sacrifice of 10 innocent and pure boys and girls each year, clad in paper wedding garments, to be delivered to the center of the lake in small boats by late December, or else it will unleash its wrath, causing the waters to become tumultuous and capsizing fishing boats. But that's merely a legend, right? Roten interjected casually. Indeed, I only learned of this story from books. Blue shrugged. It is also said that before the fall of the Felicia kingdom, some travelers on a pleasure boat passed through here and witnessed a mysterious island shrouded in fog, where children clad in paper wedding attire beckoned them from the shore. Their bodies seemingly as thin as paper, as if devoid of organs and bones. That sounds quite terrifying, Harvico remarked, patting his chest with a sigh. But now that it's frozen over, they shouldn't be able to reach the center island, right? How could they not? Nyroles retorted confidently. Isn't the surface simply frozen? If we can't row a boat, we can walk across. Come now, my lady. Do you even realize how vast this water body is? It spans 160 square kilometers. You could dispatch 10 warships to engage in a skirmish on its surface. Roten rolled his eyes, half amused and half exasperated, teasingly adding, if we were to venture out, we'd be stuck for 7 or 8 days on that frozen expanse. Blue suddenly spoke up. You aren't planning to go to the center island, are you? Indeed. I am eager to see if the legendary treasures truly exist there. Nyroles replied, cleverly omitting any mention of the treasure. She mischievously winked at the boy. It seems you have something to share. To be frank, Blue's expression turned grave. I have never ventured deep into Glimmering Lake and don't believe in the water deity's legends. If you wish to reach the center lake, you might try the eastern shore. I believe there is a village there, and perhaps they have sled dogs for hire. You could consider renting some. That would be splendid. Nyroles exclaimed. There's a village here? Roten pulled out a map from his pocket to take a glance, frowning. No, I don't see any markings for a village. Some villages lie hidden in remote valleys, sparsely populated, where even tax collectors cannot find them, Blue jested. Then I would like to request your services as a guide, as all we need is for you to lead us to that village, Nairolis proposed. After a moment's thought, she added, if you don't mind, of course. Not at all, Blue smiled. You aren't familiar with the terrain here. Even if that village doesn't have sled dogs, I can show you a route that brings you closer to the center. Whether you can locate that central island ultimately depends on your fortune. Chapter 68. Offspring of pirates. Upon encountering this group, Reed immediately discerned he had arrived at the right place. The individuals before him were youthful, unrestrained in their speech, and bore the unmistakable air of those unaccustomed to the rigors of life. Their demeanor was superficial, akin to the upper echelons of the middle class, devoid of substantial heritage or depth, merely possessing wealth without true substance. From their accents, he surmised they hailed from Lidwidens. Lidwidens. Apart from the name, he had not entirely fabricated his assumptions. Lidwidens served as the principal maritime outlet for the Duchy of Week's foreign trade, boasting a population second only to the capital, heinous and flourishing economically. Following the disintegration of the Kingdom of Felicia, the Duchy of Week found itself in an irregular state. Despite inheriting much of the northern tundra, the central plains, and a formidable army, its port cities were largely seized by the vengeful Republicans. Among the few remaining ports, Lidwidens stood out as the sole ice-free harbor, with its straight coastline providing a natural haven, thus laying the groundwork for its subsequent prosperity. 60 years prior, in a bid to align with the colonial wave sparked by the discovery of new lands, the former Duke designated Lidwidens as a special trade zone, implementing numerous subsidies and tax benefits to encourage its citizens to venture into colonization. Later, to counter the maritime pressure from Kenway Farbus, the Duke sanctioned the license for the plunder of Kenway Farbus maritime trade vessels. Faced with the allure of immense profit, the citizens of Lidwidens swiftly transformed many civilian ships into privateers, immersing themselves in the fervent pursuits of piracy. The geographical advantages of Lidwidens afforded it a head start, while the supportive policies further smoothed the path to its prosperity. Moreover, several renowned cities lay in close proximity: the royal capital Hainis, the silk metropolis Babasberg, and the wine city Narvizan, all interconnected by an extensive railway network, allowing for the seamless transport of goods and raw materials, which were subsequently processed into industrial products for export. This exemplified a quintessential front shop, back factory industrial model, fostering a robust martial spirit and a fierce civic character among its residents. Thus, upon discerning the origins of this group, Reed fully comprehended the rationale behind their armament. Indeed, they were but a band of brash youths embarking on an adventure. Reed could not help but scoff inwardly. While their weaponry was indeed impressive and included an individual with a concentration of ether blood not lesser than his own, they lacked the seasoned acumen of true professionals. However, the lead figure, a woman with creamy hair, appeared somewhat dazed yet cunningly observant. Had Reed not eavesdropped moments earlier, he would have remained oblivious to their true objective concerning the treasures of the professionals. He noted the dissatisfaction of Rodin, the sole professional among them, who conversed briefly with him as they proceeded. Regrettably, whether due to the innate vigilance characteristic of professionals or Rodin's reticence, Reed failed to extract any valuable information. Among the trio, Haviko was quite affable, possessing a spirited disposition. His beliefs were rather unique, as he was a devotee of Wagner Carlin, the Lord of the Soul Hall. In contrast to the goddess of truth and the mechanical patriarch, the worship of Wagner Carlin was more primal, perceived by the ancient Felician tribes as the god of war and father of all deities. Reed was somewhat taken aback. Not long ago, he had diligently immersed himself in knowledge within the curator's study, particularly regarding religious beliefs, for he was soon to commence work within the Church of the Goddess of Truth. The Goddess of Truth, the mechanical patriarch, and the Lord of the Soul Hall represented the three predominant faiths of contemporary civilized nations. Among them, the Church of the Goddess of Truth could be seen as an outsider's faith, while the mechanical patriarch emerged only in recent history. The doctrines of the Lord of the Soul Hall were distinct, diverging from the orderly and rational pursuits of the Goddess of Truth, as well as from the technological and progressive ethos of the mechanical patriarch. The faith of the Lord of the Soul Hall bore closer resemblance to the religious concepts of a bygone era. The origins of the mechanical patriarch were relatively recent, having surfaced less than a century ago. It was said that a group witnessed the patriarch Mechanairo's ascend to divinity upon the Platinum Mountains, shedding all corporeal form to become a mechanical entity, thereafter enveloped by myriad enigmatic watchers who surveilled the planet's inhabitants and dispensed divine proclamations. In stark contrast, the Lord of the Soul Hall's origins are steeped in antiquity, having emerged during the tribal era of the Felician people. With Wagner Carlin already hailed as the eternal god of war, the followers of the Lord of the Soul Hall espouse that all who venerate him shall attain immortal souls posthumously, undergoing trials in the boundless abyss of war. Valiant and robust warriors may ascend to the Hall of Souls, while sages and scholars are designated to the nest of ravens, reincarnated as wise raven servants to the deity. Conversely, cowards, the weak, and the dishonorable are condemned to dangle above the sword waterfall, enduring torment for 333 years, to be pecked by ravens until they may be reborn as humans. Thus, in a certain light, Reed perceived these individuals as more akin to traditional devotees than followers of the doctrines espoused by the goddess of truth or the mechanical patriarch. As Reed pondered this, Haviko recounted an experience from the previous summer. Last summer, in the Pekazan Marsh, I encountered a Kasar crocodile. As I was fording the water on horseback, it suddenly attacked me from the depths of the lake. I remember distinctly that it had a white stripe along its back, extending to the tip of its tail. My horse was startled, rearing up, and though the creature was large, it lacked strength and was easily knocked over, causing me to tumble into the water alongside it. That sounded perilous. Reed raised an eyebrow, noting the nonchalance with which Haviko recounted his tale. Haviko chuckled. No, in fact, I was quite fortunate. I managed to draw my double-barreled shotgun from the saddle just as I fell. The crocodile aimed straight for my horse. Without aiming, I instinctively pulled the trigger. Truly, it was Wagner-esque protection. The gun malfunctioned not at all, and 2 lead pellets struck the crocodile's head, sending its flattened skull flying, with blood immediately staining the murky water. Wow, Reed exclaimed, visibly astonished. I can vividly picture that scene. And what of your horse? Roden inquired, pursing his lips. Haviko casually replied. The blood attracted too many ferocious crocodiles, dragging it beneath the water, where it was soon bitten and devoured. How tragic, Niralis remarked with sympathy. Now I understand why you acquired a new white horse. It was due to your previous horse's unfortunate fate. Indeed, Haviko said, a tinge of sorrow in his voice. You've done well. Jock will find solace in that. Niralis reassured him. Reed secretly smirked. It was truly characteristic of those from Lidwidens. The way they downplayed their past grievances only to be provoked further was quite remarkable. Haviko appeared quite amiable, yet surprisingly more irritable than the brooding professional beside him. Reed contemplated that while he had little interest in the professional treasures they spoke of, he certainly lacked the stature to accompany them in their pursuits. He was merely an observer, albeit one who longed for the valuable things they possessed. Haviko's calmness, Niralis' lustrous hair, and Roden's fishing prowess all gleamed enticingly before him, igniting a desire to covet them. But ultimately, he merely wished to observe, not to act, though the yearning was palpable. This, too, must be attributed to the filtering effect of the Ring of Order, which prevented me from succumbing to the madness of assaulting them. Reed discreetly touched the concealed Ring of Order at his collar, suddenly realizing that Roden bore no such ring, yet exhibited no signs of losing control or exhibiting professional traits. Could it be that he is unaware of the art of forging paths? Or perhaps the vocation of a fisherman is inherently less prone to chaos. He recalled vividly that Father Phaelon wore the Ring of Order around his neck, while the aura of Rodan's ethereal blood was equally aggressive as that of Father Phaelon. Red estimated that the intensity of Rodan's essence was comparable to his own, yet its ferocity was markedly greater, aligning closely with that of Father Phaelon. However, neither seemed to exhibit any overt signs of having offered a sacrifice, nor were there any indications of losing control. Is it truly only the collectors who are so easily unraveled? Red could not help but ponder. They journeyed together, exchanging laughter and banter, with the exception of Rodan, who wore a solemn expression. Niralis and Haviko held a favorable impression of Red. As Red guided them near the nameless village, a look of relief washed over Niralis and her companions. Then, I wish you all a bountiful return. Chapter 69. I thought no one wanted it upon their return. Yami and the others finally felt at ease, settling down obediently as they awaited the sumptuous dishes that Red had been preparing in the kitchen for quite some time. The dinner was filled with laughter and joviality. As Red exaggeratedly recounted his confrontation with the bear, leaving the two little ones wide-eyed with astonishment. The evening concluded amidst cheerful banter, a warm and tranquil life that Red relished. Essentially, he thrived in this state of being well-fed and carefree, indifferent to national affairs or the chaos of the world. He found solace in his own well-being. After the meal, Veilway suddenly called out to him. Turning, Red met the gaze of the ordinary girl with rose-colored eyes. Perhaps buoyed by the small fortune he had earned that day, he was in good spirits. "What is it, Veilway?" he inquired. "Please, refrain from taking such risks in the future," she replied earnestly. "Bears can be much faster than humans when they run. It's dangerous. You need to think not only of yourself, but also of your younger siblings. They worry about you. I understand, but having Eder by my side might pose an even greater danger," Red acknowledged with a nod. "Thank you for your concern. I hope you truly realize the gravity of the situation. Bears are perilous creatures. They should be hibernating in winter, and if they wander out, it means they are hungry and must be avoided. Be mindful of the wind direction, as their sense of smell is quite keen." Veilway's earnest admonitions were somewhat endearing. "Are you asking me to look after them?" she said, studying Red. "You're quite thoughtful, Red. They are fortunate to have a brother like you. Let us not exaggerate. I lack the ability to provide them with a completely warm and comfortable life." Red shrugged. "I merely do what I can. It's wise to leave a route of retreat when necessary." Veilway regarded him thoughtfully. "Has anyone ever told you that you do not resemble a typical 14-year-old? Of course, for I am merely 13, Red jested. "I was not always this way. Suffering and hardship serve as catalysts for maturity. To grow swiftly, one must inevitably pay a price. I only hope that these prices do not burden the children as well." "I concur," Veilway expressed her understanding. "I shall take my leave now. I plan to venture to a dried-up canal tomorrow in search of fortune. Do you need me to accompany you? After all, I am a boy and can help carry heavy things," Red offered. "No, you wouldn't enjoy that tedious experience," she shook her head. "Stay and enjoy the company of your family, Red." With a shrug, Red acknowledged her words. He had been busy all afternoon, boiling water for a bath, and soon found himself retreating to his bedroom, succumbing to slumber. Regrettably, the countryside villa corresponding to its location a century ago bore nothing. The royal hunting outings had long since passed, and Red found himself wandering idly through the fields, the moonlight casting a gentle glow, accompanied by the soft caress of the spring breeze. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. In his dreams, it was May, meaning that the lake of twilight had not frozen over. According to the snippets he had overheard from Nerori's and others, the so-called treasure was a relic left by her uncle's uncle, formerly of the noble Felicia Motor dynasty. A spark ignited within Red. The whispers of the Lake of Twilight had reached him during the last royal hunt banquet. Someone had already claimed to have seen the central island of the lake, suggesting that the fabled treasure might indeed lie buried beneath its waters. Why not take a look? After all, in my dreams, the ancestors of those from Leidwidens have yet to be born. If I acquire it first, what matter? It seems no one wants it. Perhaps I shall take it for myself? He mused, feeling no qualms about the prospect. Just a look, truly. Merely to satisfy my curiosity about this treasure of the practitioners. Red fabricated a pretext to assuage his conscience, yet he was genuinely intrigued about what the practitioner's treasure might entail. Thus, leaning on his cane, he set off with purpose. In his dream, he had transformed into a mature practitioner with 77% concentration of ethereal blood, quickly grasping the abilities acquired at 50 and 70% concentration. Collector, revealed truth, grand exhibition, and artifact restoration. These four extraordinary abilities, birthed from the elevation of blood concentration, combined with the potent toxicity of high concentration ethereal blood, emboldened Red to venture forth alone. Though he carried no weapons, he fortuitously discovered 2 defensive amulets, and several pieces of jewelry were imbued with protective spells. After calculating, he determined that a 60-pound bow would be deflected by the amulet's protective field, while the rudimentary firearms of this era could not pierce the protective enchantments surrounding him. As for close combat, Red possessed some minor spells to deter threats. If faced with a mere mortal, he would welcome the challenge, for his concentration of ethereal blood could end a life with scarcely a breath. "It seems the curator is quite attentive to my safety," he mused, appreciating the layers of protection granted by his attire and jewelry against malevolent spirits, firearms, and blades. He gestured, activating his ethereal blood, and summoned forth all the various artifacts he had collected, displaying them before him. Among them were Mikhail's handsome, Plate's calculation, and Hamley's natural lifespan. Of course, This ability extended beyond mere exhibition. An intriguing idea struck Red. He picked up a stone from the ground and incorporated it into his collection, then aimed at a small tree 20 meters away, suddenly activating Grand Exhibition. With a resounding thud, the small tree was struck directly, its tender trunk bent askew, a misshapen stone embedded within its core. Not bad. The speed surpasses the naked eye, and accuracy hinges entirely on my focus. The only limitation was the short range. Constrained by his ethereal blood concentration, he could only achieve a maximum range of 25 meters. This represented a clever development of an ability that originally bore no harm. Furthermore, Grand Exhibition possessed an exceedingly fascinating effect that piqued Red's interest. Should he showcase these artifacts in front of others and elaborate on their origins, effects, and values? The capabilities of these exhibited treasures would enhance for 5 minutes. For instance, Plate's calculation would strengthen further, accelerating its computational speed and sharpening its mental arithmetic capacity. Handsome, at 75% concentration, had already gained a certain allure, and further enhancement would only amplify its charm. As for lifespan, well, it increased from 43 years to 43 years and 4 months. However, this effect was fleeting, lasting merely 5 minutes, rendering it somewhat trivial. Is this not an encouragement to elucidate to my adversaries? Why do I feel increasingly like a villain who meets his demise from excessive verbosity? Red could not help but jest. He possessed a few bullets, but had entrusted them to Mikhail, who was more adept at utilizing bullet breath. The artifact restoration ability was straightforward. As long as the artifacts had not been utterly destroyed or shattered, they could be gradually restored by consuming inspiration once incorporated into his collection. Although it may seem that everything can be restored, the more severe the damage to a collectible, the longer the restoration process will take. For items that can be easily maintained and repaired, such as firearms, it is far more practical to entrust them to a gunsmith. After meticulously organizing his equipment and assessing his skills, Red suddenly realized that his profession was rather unremarkable. TSK, even at this juncture, as a collector. He possessed little in the way of combat prowess. He couldn't help but shake his head and offered the bread he carried to Mikhail, gently patting its small head as he said, "Good boy, the upcoming adventure rests upon your shoulders." Chapter 70. A brave exploration of Twilight Lake. The collector's physical form was exceedingly frail. However, his financial resources were ample. Thus, Reed swiftly procured a local fishing vessel, acquiring some supplies, fishing rods, and bait, all the while adopting the guise of an avid night angler. Fortuitously, having gleaned a modicum of fishing knowledge from Vale during the day, he evaded the scrutiny of the nearby fishing village's inhabitants. The only source of astonishment was his lavish overcoat and attire, devoid of any attendant. Nevertheless, overall, Reed set sail without incident. Mikhail perched at the bow, a map clutched in his mouth, his tiny paw grasping a compass, while an oil lamp dangled from his tail, prompting Reed to continually adjust their course. The poor little Misha bore a burden that was not befitting his age, yet his strength was remarkable, akin to that of a young calf, and his balance rivaled that of a squirrel. As they traversed the designated waters, he showed no signs of fatigue, while Reed's arms felt as though they might break from exertion. The evening air was rather chilly. Reed released the oars, rubbed his arms, wrapped himself in a blanket, and sipped some spirits to warm his body. In this era, the distillation of liquor from the east had yet to reach Felicia, leaving primarily low-proof beverages that provided little warmth. After a few moments of rest, savoring a piece of bread and a few bites of smoked meat, he regained sufficient strength to continue rowing. "I truly cannot afford this," Reed muttered, resuming his labor. "Mew, woof, a woo," Mikhail echoed in response. Though Reed could not discern the nature of the sound, it oscillated between low and high frequencies, creating a disorienting hum in his mind. "Be quiet, Misha," he called, covering his ears with a grimace. "Achoo!" Reed sneezed, unable to suppress the urge to dig through his mouth and nostrils, extracting charred paper fragments. He hastily took out a handkerchief to cover his face, preventing further inhalation of the ash. Suddenly, the vessel rocked violently, and Reed grasped the boat firmly to avoid being thrown overboard. He immediately activated his treasure vision, his eyes transforming into gem-like vertical slits, surveying the black and white world around him. Yet he failed to uncover any scintillating treasures. Mikhail tumbled about on the boat, seemingly unperturbed. "This is peculiar," Reed thought, growing increasingly vigilant. A wave of concern washed over him for the 3 young Leidvidens, for even he, A professional with a 77% concentration of ether sensed something amiss. After careful consideration, he decided against alarming his adversaries, subtly releasing a high concentration of etheric blood aura. They continued their journey, but the scenery ahead grew increasingly dismal. The lake's waters were tainted by the dark yellow substance, devoid of any signs of fish, while the fog deepened, taking on an eerie ash-like hue. Reed retrieved Plate's calculation, implanting it into his mind to enhance his vague computations and reaction speed, allowing for more precise movements. His retina seemed to manifest concrete numbers, clearly delineating the distance to any object. The high concentration of etheric blood amplified the capability of calculation. Reed managed his stamina wisely, and after spending 13 minutes and 29 seconds navigating through the dense fog, he remained in a state of readiness, fully equipped for swift action. At last, with his gem-like eyes, he beheld a solitary island resting serenely upon the water's surface. However, there were neither the legendary paper-clad youth nor any apparent oddities. On the contrary, he discerned a settlement on the island, still inhabited, which was already sufficiently strange. Without reducing his speed, Reed grounded the small fishing boat partially on the shore, cautiously surveying his surroundings for any signs of disturbance before securely tethering the vessel and retrieving his staff and dagger, officially stepping onto the island. "Here we are," he declared. Mikhail floated ahead like a specter, acting as a scout, while Reed collected some jagged stones from the shore, stowing them in his collection as ammunition for a grand exhibition. They proceeded cautiously along the shoreline, marking their path. However, Reed soon realized that this island was rather expansive. Encircling it on foot would likely take until dawn. Reluctantly, he abandoned this prudent plan due to time constraints and advanced directly toward the nearby village. Chapter 71. The enchanting words of a beautiful ghost. The land of the lonely island was exceedingly muddy and slippery, with indistinct paths covered in mire and damp stones. Red stumbled upon the wreckage of a sailboat by the roadside. Mikhail approached to investigate, ensuring no immediate danger before Red ventured forth to explore the remnants of the vessel. By this point, Red had acknowledged the reality that this desolate island had risen from the depths of the sea. He prodded the corpse, noting the absence of bloating in the abdomen, indicating that it had not fully decomposed but had instead been submerged for an extended period. The relatively intact lower half revealed bite marks on the ankles and thighs, leaving Red uncertain whether they were the result of a struggle with wild beasts or fish. He kept his gem-like eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings, and noticed subtle glimmers within the ship's hull. Cautiously, Red tested the integrity of the deck with a footfall. Finding it not severely damaged, he set down his belongings to lighten his load and, together with Mikhail, boarded the ship's interior. The vessel, named the Lady Nabilu, was a merchant ship of considerable size, designed to navigate both inland rivers and open seas. Within the corridors of the ship, he discovered numerous navigational instruments. Though most doors had succumbed to saturation and were too heavy to force open without risking structural damage. As he traversed the crew's quarters on the lower deck, a disquieting sight greeted him. The floor was strewn with the heads of various freshwater fish, carp, herring, pike, perch, and blackfish, scattered grotesquely, their decapitated remains creating a nauseating stench that nearly choked him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and maneuvered through the gruesome spectacle, feeling as though the vacant eyes of these fish were watching him, poised to spring to life at any moment. Yet, nothing stirred. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and eerie as Red passed a particular plank. He leaned down to inspect. Among the damp bedding, one plank stood out, its sheets stained a vivid red. It was unmistakably paint, not blood, emitting a pungent chemical odor. Red's gem-like eyes caught a glimmer, prompting Mikhail to shield him. Cautiously, he prodded the pillow with the tip of his staff, and to his astonishment, a pair of beautiful eyeballs emerged, pure white with no traces of blood. Their azure irises filled with bewilderment, fixating on Red regardless of his movements. With a swift gesture, Red activated, true form revealed, and the eyeballs levitated into his palm. He marveled at their softness and elasticity, and after the moisture was dispelled by true form revealed, they even possessed a hint of warmth, yielding a delightful tactile sensation. Under the scrutiny of his gem-like eyes, the information about this treasure unfolded. The eyes of Sophia, the exquisite orbs belonging to Sophia Marlene, a maiden of youthful beauty, capable of perceiving the world beneath the waters. Ignoring the detailed data revealed by Platt's calculation ability, Red lifted the delicate eyes and gently placed them in his own eye sockets. They melted like soft clay, seeping into his vision, enveloping him entirely. A refreshing sensation blossomed within his eyes as he closed them, quietly savoring the influx of ethereal blood, gradually merging with his essence. With a soft sigh, he opened his eyes, which now displayed a gentle, watery blue devoid of their former vibrant hues. Is this the gaze of a beautiful maiden? It feels delightful, Red mused with a soft chuckle, turning his attention to the disheveled, golden-haired girl seated on the blood-red bed. He greeted her warmly. Good evening, Miss Sophia Marlene. The girl, suddenly aware of his presence, slowly turned her head. She raised a hand to conceal half of her decayed visage, revealing only a portion of her angelic, tender beauty, her hollow eyes gazing at Red. Good evening, she replied, her voice ethereal and melodious. Sir, it cannot be. Today is the anniversary of my mother's passing. Please do not torment me further. Red's smile faltered. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, he responded awkwardly. I merely wish to introduce myself. Are you not Mr. Owen's daughter? The girl appeared confused yet cautious. I am not. Who are you? I am Red Trelke, he declared earnestly, the heir of the renowned Trelke family. I mean you no harm. Is that truly so? The aimless girl extended her hand, her slender wrist unmarred by decay, yet bearing signs of abuse. Please, let me touch your hand to confirm. I am terrified. Red contemplated having Mikhail substitute, yet Mikhail seemed oblivious to the girl's presence. Despite his mental commands, Mikhail could not locate her. Reluctantly, Red formed a defensive sigil with his left hand and cautiously extended his right. The aimless girl reached out, equally cautious, her touch feather-light, tinged with youthful shyness. Upon her fingertips brushing against his living skin, a rosy blush blossomed across her cherubic face. Ah, she gasped softly, seizing Red's hand. Alarmed, Red instinctively summoned his inner energy to counter her, yet she merely cradled his wrist gently, placing it against her hollow chest. So warm. Red held his spell, remaining vigilant. While the aimless girl, Sophia Marlene, sighed nostalgically, it has been so long since I felt such warmth. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. Red's sapphire eyes softened, relinquishing their coldness. He chose not to cast his spell, listening intently as Sophia murmured, not a hand raised against me. I adore this warmth. Chapter 72, A Minor Matter. Imagine a young girl grasping your hand and pressing it against her heart, whispering sweetly. How would a boy respond to such a gesture? She claims I am warm, that I reside in her heart. Is she attempting to deceive me? Red pondered, assessing his physical state. His ethereal blood was stable, even more tranquil than usual. There were no mutations or discomforts, and he had not lost anything, not even the coins in his pocket. Could she be plotting an ambush? Cautiously, Red scrutinized her collar, waist, and the hem of her skirt for any concealed weapons. Yet, aside from some decaying and pale skin, which bore no immediate threat, there was nothing alarming. Mikhail tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to his master's embarrassment and confusion at having his hand held against her heart. He dutifully remained on guard, turning to inspect a fallen package. Mississippi. Sophia, the aimless girl murmured, if you do not mind, you may call me thus. Red shrugged. Very well, Sophia. Doesn't this seem somewhat unladylike? Oh, I apologize. Sophia quickly withdrew her hand. Red discreetly glanced at the back of his hand, noting no changes or wounds, which eased his mind. Sophia sat upon the crimson sheets, her vacant eyes appearing to perceive the subtle expressions of Red. Have I offended you, sir? Sophia suddenly inquired. No, it is merely my own bad habit, Red replied, momentarily taken aback, then jested, I was just curious. Your hand is quite cold. Does that discomfort you? No, not at all. You may consider it as me worrying about you catching a chill. Red spread his hands. Moreover, you need not address me as you or Mr. Trike. Simply call me Red. Sophia lowered her gaze. A hint of shyness and modesty colored her demeanor. One hand clutched her skirt, while the other shielded her decaying half of her face from Red's view. He noted the decent craftsmanship of her dress, which spoke of good taste but mediocre quality. Her Felicia dialect bore a slight accent from the royal capital of Hainas. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Are you of noble birth? How did you find yourself in such dire circumstances? Sophia, if you have any misfortunes or sorrows, feel free to share them. It may lighten your heart. As he spoke, Red noticed a shadow flickering on the steps leading upward. Mikhail, become ethereal, load the ammunition and investigate above. After a moment's thought, He removed his hat and crouched to meet Sophia's gaze at eye level, a technique he had learned from Weiwei, as it alleviated pressure and made the vulnerable feel at ease. Sophia, taken aback by his gesture, instinctively tightened her grip on her skirt and shifted backward slightly, though not far. After a brief silence, she asked, "Red, you won't mock me, will you? Rest assured, I am a cripple myself. I have no right to ridicule others," Red teased, lightening the atmosphere. Sophia averted her gaze, hiding her face, her hands clasped over her chest, as if summoning great resolve to confront her past. She was terrified, clutching her shoulders in fear. At that moment, the ship docked at Lidwidden's, where a shaman from Schmance named Owen Spurt offered to summon a demon to heal her father, should she sacrifice her body. Sophia bowed her head, choking on her words, and remained silent for 5 minutes before mustering the courage to continue. I have lost everything. Even my purity has been stolen from me, and my freedom has been sold. Yet I cannot perish. The captain of the Nibilu lady is a good man who saved me and arranged for my father's treatment. But it is not without cost. I must remain aboard this ship for life to repay my debts. However, this ship harbors Owen Spurt. He claims to be a demon-summoning shaman, but he is the demon. At this point, Red could only surmise the vile deeds that scoundrel had inflicted upon Sophia. The bruises and red marks on her body spoke of an outsider's cruelty, and the unspeakable words hinted at a dark reality. Redirecting his attention to the staircase, Mikhail hopped down, shaking his little head. Mew woof. It pitifully indicated it had seen nothing. Well, I understand, Red thought to himself, realizing this place was unlike any he had previously encountered. He glanced at his pocket watch. It was already 1 in the morning, and he knew he could not explore the Twilight Lake tonight, but would have to wait until the next month's dream. After a moment's consideration, he looked at Sophia, tapping her shoulder gently. I know you have endured much suffering, Sophia. I sympathize with your plight. In truth, I wish to assist you. Although I cannot guarantee success, I shall do my utmost. Sophia shielded her decaying face again and raised her head to meet Red's gaze. Her eyes filled with confusion and gratitude. Are you an angel, good sir? Then, please. Sophia's body trembled slightly. She was not a crude girl, having received proper upbringing. Yet at that moment, she could no longer suppress the agony and hatred within her, and in a nearly heart-wrenching whisper, she cried, "Kill Owen. Kill the bastard Owen Spurt." That profound hatred engulfed Sophia, transforming her form into a tangible stream of water that coiled around Red's wrist, revealing her agonized, decaying visage. Please, for my sake, kill Owen Spurt. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant path of light emanated from the blue gem in his eye, seemingly guiding him forward. To be honest, what would happen if I were to log off at this moment? This girl is so innocent. It takes immense courage just to curse her enemy. How pitiful. Alas, I am a good citizen, and I never kill with my own hands. Am I not a collector rather than an executioner? Assisting in vengeance? No, that lacks entertainment. Red mused silently, donning his hat, his blue gem eye gradually cooling. Let us proceed, Mikhail, and strip him of everything he possesses, even his life. Chapter 73. The prototype of torture, approximately. Her hatred was relentless. Traversing the sailor's dormitory and ascending upward, Red struggled to push aside the scattered planks of the door, moving through the frigid cargo hold, where. Chapter 74. The hunting grounds. The captain's cabin door stood securely locked, inaccessible without a key. Yet, why must one insist on entering through such a portal? Red circumnavigated the vessel. Chapter 75. The sorcerer laid, leaning on his staff, ascended the steps with a calm and composed demeanor. The planks of the ship creaked beneath him, and as he stepped onto the deck, he immediately sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Chapter 76. The glorious treasure. With a fierce slap, the sorcerer was sent sprawling to the ground. Owen, already struggling due to the atrophy of his muscles, was further overwhelmed by the colossal figure of Mikhail. Chapter 77. Attending to mundane matters. The morning was splendid, and Reed rose early to freshen up. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Eder and Yami in the courtyard, diligently planting potatoes. Eder, you. Chapter 78. The blue gem eyes. Previously, when he went to retrieve Hops's handsomeness, he discovered that this individual led an exceedingly debauched life, entirely relying on his existence, straddling the boundaries of high society and the underworld to amass wealth. Chapter 79. Homelessness. What am I to do with this woman? Reed sat upon the bed, his hands clasped beneath his chin, while Mikhail languidly rested on his shoulder. Utterly thoughtless, Chapter 80. What have you truly endured? Red drifted into slumber beneath the cold winter moonlight, his body swaying as if cradled by the gentle embrace of ocean waves, while a warm, soothing breeze caressed his ears. Chapter 81. The natural face. Reed nodded, acknowledging that this indeed aligns with the historical background of Marcelin Gabriel, although Marcelin was the inaugural Duke of Wyke, Eddie Finch Wyke. Chapter 82. Landing on the island 5 minutes later, Red and Sophia arrived near the wreckage of the Miss Neighbourou. Just like last time, a flurry of paper ash engulfed them, and Red felt. Chapter 83. The Mathematician. It was a radiance unique to professionals. As a collector of ultimate thresholds, Reed immediately discerned the most resplendent profession embodied by the other. Chapter 84. The order of mathematics. Calm and composed, precise and efficient. Once reaching the threshold of limits, Reed's actions invariably adhere to these two fundamental principles. Sophia. Chapter 85. The blood of the Mamluk. They traversed the intersection, only to be besieged from all directions by an onslaught of paper fragments. Despite the presence of shields to provide some measure of protection, they were overwhelmed by the sheer weight of several tons, dozens of tons of these paper beasts. Chapter 86. The battle bang. The sound of the gunshot reverberated, awakening the entire world. Clang. Mamorik slightly swayed his axe, the icy blade poised to meet the fervent. Chapter 87. The backstory. Max assumed a combat stance, the tip of his sword thrusting forward. In the air, a palpable sense of oppressive tension seemed to coalesce, as if each breath drawn was laden with the weight of mud and water. Chapter 88. The black coffin. The sound of struggle abruptly ceased. Reed flicked his finger delicately, sending the sword's blade into a gentle arc, as if something lingered in the air, swirling around the pinnacle of the church. Chapter 89. The Pride of the Bloodsucker, Part 1. In a fleeting moment, Reed experienced a profound sense of disillusionment, as if he no longer wished to engage in the game. The deities, the emperor, and the myriad of ferocious and formidable sorcerers encountered along the way. Chapter 90. The Pride of the Bloodsucker, Part 2. He murmured softly. Although the flintlock pistols of this era cannot be compared to their successors, the heavy lead bullets are quite effective against these paper-like monsters. Chapter 91. The azure stars. As Lalit swung his sword, even the sun dimmed in its wake. The searing blade approached in an instant, and Mikhail immediately bent down to shield Reed. Yet, despite this. Chapter 92. The supremacy of royal authority. Reed and Mikhail leaned against each other. To be frank, he was utterly exhausted. The mental exertion required of a mathematician had left him feeling somewhat akin to a state of depletion. Chapter 93. The Shadow of the Powerful Act. A heart filled with dread and terror jolted Reed from his slumber. In a panic, he tumbled from his bed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 94. Softcore days. He cast a glance at the sky beyond the peephole, which had already brightened considerably. After tidying up the room, he secured the front door and began to prepare breakfast, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 95. Employment, Part 1. In the year 1074, Hynos, the capital of the Kingdom of Phlegia, stood resplendent, a dazzling gem upon the vast expanse of land measuring 12,670,000 square kilometers. Chapter 96. Part-time work, continued. Greetings, Ms. Jacqueline Mott. My name is Red King. As Red extended his hand for a handshake, he quickly noticed that the 5 fingers of Miss Natalie S. right hand were all. Chapter 97. Orientation training. This area is designated for the Execution Team S office, while the adjacent spaces are allocated to the Litigation Team, Documentation Team, Logistics Team, and Support Team. However, for the sake of safety, this. Chapter 98. The first day of work. Upon the conclusion of a class entitled How Betrayers Abide by the Law and Integrate into Human Society in Contemporary Times, Reed cradled a series of materials prepared by Yamo regarding the Duchy of Wick. Chapter 99. Since you have become a corporate drone, why not indulge in idleness? During the morning's toil, Lyle frequently abandoned his responsibilities, retreating to the balcony to delight in the melodious strains of his harmonium, or meandering over to the typewriter to tap away at the keys, merely to give the illusion of productivity. Chapter 100. The Commendation, Part 1. She scolded without reservation. Your presence nauseates me. Do not speak so, Elria. Yammer quickly interjected. Chapter 101. Bestowal of Honors, Part 2. Chapter 102. The Return of the Treasure. Reed traversed the avenue adorned with blooming flowers. The stern-faced engineer gestured with a wave of his hand, ushering him into the throngs of various ethnicities, where he was immediately enveloped by a sea of eager admirers. Chapter 103. Heartfelt conversations upon acquiring the prefix despair. Your first act was to present the child with fireworks? During the banquet, Red was summoned by the curator's messenger, and the two. Chapter 104. Reminiscing about the first day of Reed Kim. My name is Vale Wei. I am 14 years old. As for my origins, I am uncertain of where I hail from. In terms of ethnicity, I might be of Felician descent, or perhaps I could be of Quesian lineage. You. Chapter 105. The black market. During the lunch break after class, my classmates enthusiastically began to discuss legends surrounding elves and similar mythical beings. Despite the fossils being prominently displayed in the exhibition hall, they continued to cling to their own interpretations. Chapter 106. Intelligence. When the sorceress mentioned ether, the crowd that had been restless and eager to engage with the Starfall Master instantly calmed down. There exist two forms of ether in the world, and Chapter 107. The Night of Dusk, Part 1. Vale nodded slightly. In other words, one can only rely on cold weapons, such as swords and blades, to cleave through the gaps in their armor, or to strike forcefully with blunt instruments in order to defeat them. Chapter 108. The Night of Dusk, Part 2. Reed and the curator exchanged few words. He was not particularly surprised by Lagertrelke's role as the chairman. Rather, it was more about. Chapter 109. The Night of Dusk, Part 2. At 5:40 p.m., Red concluded his day's labor. In truth, he had indulged in a 4-hour midday slumber, resulting in a mere 4.5 hours of work in the morning, in addition to the afternoon. Chapter 110. At 17:33, Hainas blasted. Lal couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that truly a matter for them to ponder? Do people genuinely believe that war will lead to a flourishing economy?" Chapter 111. At 1912 Hainas time, a soldier clad in steam-powered armor raised the muzzle of a heavy machine gun, aiming it at Vale. A low, muffled voice emanated from the riveted armor. Chapter 112. At 1943 in Hainas, the sounds of gunfire outside grew increasingly intense. Veer cast a fleeting glance at the cable hanging from the pod, realizing that the engineer had neglected to close the elevator after the last maintenance. Chapter 113. Hainas time 1951. The silver-haired maiden and the young man engaged in a spirited argument, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a certain Vale Wei standing before them. To be frank, I found myself. Chapter 114. At exactly 8 o'clock, Hainas spoke. Who exactly are you? There is nothing of value down this path. Does it truly matter who we are? I. Chapter 115. After the cleansing, 1. Since consuming that potion, Reed has been certain that his fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. Upon traversing into this world, he found himself crippled, having lost a leg. Chapter 116. What happened? Even if Reed possesses the ability and confidence to assure himself that he would not tread the path of crime, let alone the fact that, as a professional, he could be apprehended by mortal forces, he still. Chapter 117. A journey together then, I witnessed the two of you, you and Elia, toiling away for quite some time. At 8 o'clock Hainas time, Reed and the one who goes by the alias Arstazy. Chapter 118. The deceased mother suddenly attacks me. Emerging from the realm of dreams, Reed opened his eyes and rose from the ground. The place corresponding to his dream remained an untouched wasteland as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 119. The swift pursuit of Weirway. With a swift motion, Weirway leapt down from the steel cable, her brow furrowing in perplexity as she removed the cloth binding from her palm, glancing inquisitively towards the sky above. Chapter 120. Defeat. The combat prowess exhibited by Vale Wei far surpassed his expectations. Had he not been certain of the other party's character, Reed might have considered taking the Explorer for himself at that very moment. Chapter 121. Beyond history, it is futile. Red sighed as he retrieved the ring of Falcon Row from his pocket and carelessly tossed it into the flames of the hearth. Sam watched. Chapter 122. The sudden raid. How did you suddenly become so cheerful? Hee, I have struck it rich. Reed followed closely behind Vale as they made their escape, his spirits soaring. Chapter 123. The Crow Thief. He could not help but press the ring of order at his neck, and the gem-like pupils of his eyes faintly revealed traces of fracture. Chapter 124. After the cleansing, 2. Red was taken aback. Little Bedia? He quickly glanced at the description of the second treasure, the swiftness of Little Bedia. Chapter 125. After the cleansing, end of this volume. The environment within my dreams remains unchanged. As we step into the heights of summer and the golden autumn, gatherings and exchanges among professionals have become increasingly frequent. Red, having achieved fame at a young age, is. Chapter 126. Aerial strike. The dark clouds resembled an ocean, parting as the airship sailed through, galloping forth into the pitch-black night. The colossal dirigible appeared akin to a predatory orca. Chapter 127. The Tale of the White Knight. On April 1, 1174, the entire territory of the United States of Ceylon fell under the occupation of the Schmance army, and the capital city of Shasha raised the tricolor flag of the Schmance, adorned with the emblem of the double-headed eagle in red, black, and blue. Chapter 128. The Tale of the White Knight. 2. The news of Nana Angema's escape swiftly spread throughout the circles. Each time Red visited the Gospel Society to submit documents, he would notice the local clergy's reactions to. Chapter 129. The Tale of the White Knight. 4. On a business trip? Vale inquired with a hint of curiosity as she glanced at Reed. Using her fork, she twirled the noodles, allowing them to become thoroughly coated in the rich tomato meat sauce before savoring a bite. According to the intelligence gathered, 3 perilous high-ranking traders were set to depart from Alcan aboard an airship, with a scheduled stopover at Ban City for 2 hours on their way to the first airport in Hainas. Chapter 131. The Tale of the White Knight. 5. Red, with a touch of self-mockery regarding his own actions, immediately began rummaging through Nalina's belongings, confirming her identity. Her name was indeed Nalina. Chapter 132. The Tale of the White Knight. 6. With a resounding crash, the wooden planks splintered, and darkness enveloped Red. He was abruptly thrust into the next layer of existence. He coughed, nearly struggling to catch his breath. Chapter 133. The Tale of the White Knight. 7. It is quite impolite to doze off in the presence of guests, Red. As Red's consciousness descended into a dream, he gradually opened his eyes, casting a glance of slight remorse to the side. Chapter 134. The Tale of the White Knight. 8. I have found you. Lal clapped his hands and, leaning against the railing of the staircase, blocked the path of the crowd. He spoke with an air of amusement. Chapter 135. The Tale of the White Knight. 9. Lee Whaley. Veros shouted. Quickly show your true abilities, or I shall not share your bed tonight, you wretched coexists. Chapter 136. The Tale of the White Knight. 10. The Chicks Eagle arrived at Hainas City International Airport at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shortly after the Yamo group landed, they were taken away by the tribunal of the Goddess of Truth without having the chance to rest. Chapter 137. The Tale of the White Knight. And Annie? Red was momentarily stunned. Was that not the family of the record keeper? After a century, he was once again able to. Chapter 138. The Benefits of Reading. Chapter 139. How to Live While Receiving One's Inheritance. Part 1. Upon his arrival in the parlor, he realized that there were multiple visitors. Miss Min Annie was adorned in a delicate canary yellow summer dress, draped elegantly with a splendid blue velvet shawl. Chapter 140. How to Live with One's Inheritance. Part 2. Upon returning to reality, Red resumed his daily life and work as usual. However, the current state of affairs revealed that the law firm's business was nearly non-existent. Although Red. Chapter 141. The grand exhibition of Trekkie Miss Minnie visited a few times, yet Red found himself at a loss for words. After a few exchanges, neither party knew what else to say. The curator, however, was. Chapter 142. The Birth of the Curator. Part 1. I shall forever remember you, Red. And please, do not forget me, Vangray Stan. I shall prepare for you the finest sculpture. Chapter 143. The Birth of the Curator. Part 2. At last, he dismissed countless possibilities. Chapter 144. Monster Hunter. In late April of 1174, the weather had begun to warm. However, for the towns near the Nemastus Mountains, the average altitude of 2,000. Chapter 145. Reforging once more. This is merely the beginning. Red wrapped the spine of the crystal hunting lizard in cloth, carefully placing it into the collection chamber. He raised the ceremonial short sword and, with a decisive motion, swept it forward, scattering those. Chapter 146. The Moon Eater. According to the intelligence previously acquired, within the realm of the Kingdom of Schmance, there exist 3 professional organizations. Each of these factions holds divergent views. Some wish to maintain the status quo, yet. Chapter 147. Provocation. Red's remarks pierced Alfred deeply. The Moon Eaters, as a faction of surrender, were largely composed of Schmance nationalists and nationalism. Chapter 148. The Hunt. Reed departed from the city of Lado Waitoya, casually brushing against the face of a homeless man. The appearance of morning he presumptuously provided for. Chapter 149. Ignition. The evening breeze abruptly changed direction, its freedom subjugated by human will, instantly transforming into an aid for the assault on Reed, as it was gently compressed by 4 arms, shaping it into a blade. Chapter 150. The final transaction before embarking on the scheme to usurp the Wick regime. Reed had solely relied on transferring assets from his dreams to sustain himself. However, these actions did not exert a profound impact on history. Chapter 151. The Emperor's Enigma. Chapter 152. The Collar of the Hound. Do not fire. Yamo restrained Red's hand, advising, their identities remain unclear. A rash attack could easily backfire. Chapter 153. Action. 3 men stood amidst the woodland, the gentle spring breeze wafting through, yet it brought with it a chilling sensation that sent shivers down their spines. The church treats the professionals as mere dogs. Chapter 154. Lake of Glimmers, Part 1. Chapter 155. Lake of Glimmer, Part 2, with a sharp crack. It was not blood and pulp that splattered, but rather a shattering akin to glass. Vale's palm was sliced open, only to heal instantaneously, and then. Chapter 156. Priest. In days of yore, I took my leave, as the thorns sang their lament. Devoted to the Lord, I bear the weight of glory. Holy indeed. What magnificence there is! Only the revelation and the Lamb must not be forsaken. Chapter 157. My stitching monster resembles me, and I resemble my stitching monster. In the next moment, the priestess Lysanta Radira's pupils constricted as she swiftly crushed a pendant against her chest, conjuring a formidable crystalline shield before her. Chapter 158. The Emperor's Playhouse. Your home is quite spacious, Mira remarked as she followed Weiwei after inquiring about certain matters with the fisherman, Rotten. She soon arrived at the quaint countryside residence where Weiwei dwelled. Chapter 159. The Speaker's Conference. Elias stood in stunned silence. Chapter 160. Do not trust me. Task record 1174-9889-12. Codename. Remove the Waits report as follows. Engaging with the undercover agent. Chapter 161. The Legend of the Black Knight. Part 1. Windmill Village, the birthplace of the modern art maestro, Van Gray Stan, is a place steeped in creativity. Although Van Gray Stan's fame is resounding, it is lamentable that the ravages of war have constrained the village. Chapter 162. The Legend of the Black Knight. Part 2. You remain as you once were, yet with a youthful radiance that evokes my envy. Anporo delicately manipulates a pocket watch, a craftsmanship he has never encountered before. Chapter 163. The Legend of the Black Knight. Part 2. With a resounding clash. The White Knight swung his blade with both hands, the edge imbued with fissile radiation and high energy, cleaving down upon the shoulder plate of the Black Knight's armor. This formidable armor bore no discernible seams. Chapter 164. A feast of culinary delights. The silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a radiant glow that created shimmering, water-like illusions upon the ground. As the gentle breeze swept by, it stirred the surface into sparkling ripples. What a tranquil night it is. Chapter 165. Hidden rumors. At this moment, 17 kilometers away, at the dock on the western shore of Twilight Lake, the Sir James lifted its anchor. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of steam, it swiftly cut through the waves, embarking on its journey southward. Chapter 166. Betrayal. Boom. The artillery fired by Chi struck down the shells, causing the earth to tremble. The bombs detonated in succession upon impact, and the shockwave instantly propelled Yamo into the air, which also led to Chapter 167. Farewell, yet I cannot move. For reasons unknown, Fei Luan, having lost his sense of touch, could no longer ascertain whether he was standing. He could only passively receive. Chapter 168. The truth lies among us. A torrential downpour could do little to douse the flames of ambition flickering in Reed's eyes. Yama gazed at Reed, pondering what else he could possibly say. He wore a smile that was. Chapter 169. Earthquake. With a resounding clash and a sharp confrontation, the battle flag unfurled, stirring forth a relentless sea of violet flames. Yet, the bronze living armor exhibited a vitality that transcended the very limits of existence. Chapter 170. Untitled. The devastation wrought by the Haina's great earthquake swiftly manifested itself. Once thriving cities now found half of their expanse shrouded in the shadows of natural calamities and man-made disasters. Chapter 171. Ambition. Reed stepped onto the balcony, gazing quietly at the distant docks. In just 7 days, which felt like 7 months in his dreams, both reality and fantasy had delivered a shock that surpassed all. Chapter 172. The Lord of Greed, Part 1. On the morning of May 1st, Officer Victor Galt discovered, while inspecting the mail, a letter that was intended for the Leadwiden's Workers' Club. Chapter 173. The Lord of Greed, Part 2. Bang. The naval officers of the Wick were the first to react, raising their weapons without hesitation and aiming their guns at the defenseless civilians. There was no need for further. Chapter 174. The pieces are in place. The three princes have successfully secured one. In the temporary apartment, Red relinquished his control over Diana, leaving the subsequent matters to her. Chapter 175. The Dream of Jade. Elia unwrapped the bandages from her legs. The marks left by her burns gradually faded. As she brushed her fingers lightly across her snow-white calves, they returned to their pristine state once more. Chapter 176. Grasping the pointer of history. What is today's date, Red? It is the 16th, Father. Rhaegal Tlecki reclined upon that solitary throne, supporting. Chapter 177. He sought me. The tobacco from Bike Sussy gradually ignited, as Reed inhaled deeply, quietly gazing at the solitary villain nestled amidst the mountains and fields. In his dreams, he hurriedly. Chapter 178. Fierce Battle, Transcendental, Mechanical Heart, Chase Mode. Emergency Notice. Reed swiftly activated the. Chapter 179. The Transcendent, Vladimir. Chapter 180. The Shameless Person. Dissolution, Fragmentation, Dispersion, and Reconstruction. An invisible high-frequency wave suddenly swept across the pristine snowfield, causing the snow giant to collapse instantaneously, unleashing a. Chapter 181. Emporio has yet to sleep. Her long, ebony hair cascades like silk, braided and dancing in the wind, though she is clad in naught but the elements. Her skin is scorched by the fierce sun and the biting cold of the snowy mountains. Chapter 182. The Emperor's Benevolence. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of fury and savage power erupted from the black coffin. Red, unfazed and having anticipated this, calmly stepped aside, allowing those who leaped forth from the portal behind him. Chapter 183. Deep Dreams. Reed sat slumped on the ground, striving to steady his breath. The explorer bore a striking resemblance to the profession of Vale. It seemed that freedom was her. Chapter 184. The Traitor. Red King. After they have fulfilled their values, purposes, and dreams in life, based on their professional identities, they find themselves unable to leave a mark in history. Thus, the past Reds are unable. Chapter 185. Deception. When Reed awoke from his slumber, it was already the afternoon of the third day. This is troubling. He had not anticipated that his journey into the depths of the dream world would consume so much time. Chapter 186. The Emperor's Blade. They turned their gaze towards the cabin, and before long, the sailor emerged, trembling with fear. It appeared as though he had encountered something utterly horrifying, his legs unsteady beneath him. Chapter 187. Snow Lake City. 1. In the basement of a woodland cabin on the outskirts of Leadwiden, Red reclined in an armchair, deep in contemplation. Diana conveyed the news that she had accepted the king. Chapter 188. Snow Lake City. 2. Red did not pursue the matter of Daedros's previous withdrawal, and Daedros, understanding the situation, graciously offered Red 10 termite strategists, the most fundamental members of his subordinates. Chapter 189. Snow Lake City. 3. He established an agricultural reclamation group in Snow Lake City, which encompasses an excavator manufacturing plant, a private security firm, an irrigation company, and a law firm. Chapter 190. Snow Lake City. 4. He gazed upon the fortress-like main structure, where nearly 5,000 military personnel would soon be stationed. In Reed's grand design, the refugees from Silentwood. Chapter 191. Meeting. The steam airship gracefully descended upon the airfield of Rhine City, the capital of Schmans. Workers cast out the towing ropes, ensnaring the elongated pole extending from the airship, as countless cables traversed. Chapter 192. Fong of the Sharp Teeth. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. Although Genia's temper could be considered tolerable, her attitude towards war presented a rather challenging predicament for Reed. Chapter 193. Daily life on the Rhine. Despite their disagreements, Red and Genia found common ground in their collaboration. Aside from matters of violent conflict, everything else remained open for discussion. Chapter 194. Radiance. Part 1. Duchess Lawn 2 wishes to summon me? Oh. Reed glanced at the other person in astonishment. I believe I have never met your esteemed king, have I? Chapter 195, Radiance, Part 2. You remain unaware. Du Qilin too shook his head. The era has begun to transform, with the workforce expanding exponentially, accompanied by the burgeoning demands of mechanized production. Chapter 196, Radiance, Part 2. Upon exiting the Amber Palace, Reed felt an overwhelming desire to bestow a fervent kiss upon the explorer. Indeed, such fortune truly befits a traveler of realms, as he had previously encountered. Chapter 197, Eternal Immortality, Refusal to Fade, Part 1. Reed reclined backward, his head bowed in deep contemplation. Scholar, beyond divinity, what means might one employ to contend with the scholar? Chapter 198, Eternal Immortality, Refusing Oblivion, Part 2. Throughout the month of October, Reed searched for hyenas in his dreams, turning over every piece of land. In November, Reed reached out to everyone he had ever known. Chapter 199, Eternal and Immortal, Rejecting Oblivion, Part 2. A few months ago, the curator visited me. Van Gray, leaning on his cane, stood beside Reed, both gazing intently at the artwork. However, unlike Chapter 200, Vladimir's rebirth, the deep blue ocean cascades in a flurry of pristine white waves, erasing the footprints left behind by red. The professionals resemble the ephemeral footprints upon this stretch of beach. No. Chapter 201, Education? None. Occupation? Criminal. Ding. Reed suddenly lifted his head, the frigid sun casting a grayish glow. He felt somewhat disoriented, his mind cluttered with fragmented memories. Chapter 202, If I can traverse history, do you believe I cannot transcend my prison? With a swift motion, before his fingertips could make contact with the lustrous skin, the air erupted in a burst of crimson light, scattering fragments of skull and torrents of blood. Chapter 203, The Song of the Naga. Alas, the blade quivered from the impact, yet the iron lock only bore a slight indentation. Is there a saw blade? Red could only glance towards the others. Chapter 204, Rebirth, as Vladimir Iona placed her hand upon her chest and continued to chant, O sailor, abandon your oars. Leap into the ocean with abandon. Navigate through schools of fish and the ocean floor. Chapter 205, Concerning the Soul Acquisition of the Dark Soul by Vladimir. His swordsmanship, honed through meticulous training under the esteemed Cancius of the Razor-Tooth Peak and enriched by the insights of the legendary sword Saint Lalate, had already reached an exceptional level in his previous life. Chapter 206, A Farewell. When Reed awoke from his slumber, Elia was no longer by his side. Initially, he presumed she had ventured out for some exercise, yet as midday approached, there was still no sign of her. Chapter 207, Are you a time traveler? I believe I am. Chapter 208, The Koryo people do not trust cold weapons, only the Tuahara. On the first day, everyone rejoiced, eagerly clearing away. Chapter 209, Modern individuals lacking dignity, ancient individuals full of martial virtue. Pearl-buttoned shirts, knitted wool vests, cream-colored trench coats. There is nothing in this cabinet that a normal person could wear. Red. Chapter 210, Azure seas and black sails as the sun rose. The grand vessel sliced through myriad waves, the magnificent black ocean beneath its feet. Red leapt to the bow, the golden dawn enveloping him. Chapter 211, The wolf tamer. In order to prevent the fire from escalating and consuming the internal warehouses, they refrained from throwing more flames, seized their weapons, and charged directly through the entrance, where two orcs were still attempting to extinguish the blaze. Chapter 212, The moment of the brand who incited this ruffian to engage in combat. At one moment, he is a frenzied beast, tearing and clawing with wild abandon, striking blindly with all his might. At another, he employs the lethal techniques of the human body, delivering devastating elbow strikes and kidney blows. Chapter 213, The Divine Embracer. With a sudden exhale, Reed opened his eyes, removed the towel from his forehead, cast aside the covers, and leapt from his bed. He made a beeline for the deck, and the moment he stepped out of the cabin. Chapter 214, Ship Burial. The north wind brought tidings as Reed and his entourage of Kiri sailors, laden with numerous bundles, made their grand entrance into Yushu village. This was the village from which both Reed and Edward hailed. Chapter 215, The pirates seek to claim sunlit lands for the clocky farmers. Thus it is. Field pursed his lips. Many witnessed the formidable expedition of the Hydrak Windsor's Kraken clan as they marched southward, reportedly numbering 3,000. Chapter 216, Chronology. On January 24th, The news of Duke Wick's clandestine visit to Skymance spread widely, causing a stir throughout the realm. The sovereign discreetly paid homage to the Church of the Goddess of Truth. Chapter 217. The differences between ancients and moderns. Vladimir held little interest in the dolls themselves. Rather, he found delight in the scenes they presented. Such imagery not only brought him joy, but also contributed to his spiritual cultivation. Chapter 218. The Battle of the Eastern Island chain. The Harpy of Tengsta pursued for over 10 nautical miles, furiously spewing a few mouthfuls of acidic venom towards the grand vessel of the Red Dragon Legion before taking flight. Fortunately, Chapter 219. The Flesh Mill. Red, weary of overthinking, reflected on the prolonged battle. He had witnessed the demise of no fewer than 12 of his compatriots, each bearing wounds from the skirmish. Meanwhile, the opposing forces had suffered the loss of 4 farmers and 3 archers.